Is Drago going to quit the Navy? He's holding BabyLuffy. On the reef of Windmill Village, Tyra G punched Drago in the face. 5 years ago, you said you wanted to see the world, and now you come back with a kid and want to quit? Dad is almost 60. He can't handle your antics. Drago staggered but surprisingly smiled. It's been years. You've gotten stronger. Don't change the subject. Tyra G's eyes turned red. What happened to the Navy? Drago turned to face the sea, his voice hoarse. I can't see the justice. I want you're blind. Tyra G shouted. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. Suddenly, Drago jumped onto a small boat. This child is my son, named Luffy. Your nephew, leave him to old man. He will understand. Forget me. Just pretend I never existed. Brother. Tyra G fell to his knees, tears streaming down. Little Luffy woke up in his arms, not crying but giggling, waving his tiny hands as if to wipe his tears. A fierce wind rose and mist engulfed Drago's boat. His voice drifted over. Let the winds of fate blow freely. We will meet again. Tyra muttered to himself. Still like this, I can't change anything. He had crossed over, paralyzed in his previous life, and loved One Piece the most. He just wanted the family to be well, but his brothers still wanted to leave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Emotion system bound. Beginner gift pack has been issued. Can Tyra G stop Drago? What's in the system gift pack? Will Luffy be raised wrong by Garp? This opening is heart-wrenching. The system threatens Garp to shorten his life by 10 years. Tyra G almost drowned Luffy while feeding him formula. Just after sending Drago off, the system popped up. If you don't complete a task, Garp will live 10 years less. Damn! Tyra G directly broke down. He searched for formula at home for a long time, but couldn't find any. While little Luffy cried out of hunger, Tyra G pulled out a short blade. Sorry, brother. Then he turned and came back holding a rabbit, covered in blood. Passing by Makino's house, he was called out. When will you pay back the 10,000 berries? Tyra G ran away. Next time for sure. Makino stamped her foot. I won't leave you any more alcohol, but she was secretly planning to send another bottle tomorrow. The system humbly begged for tasks. Money, strength, whatever you want. Tyra G was busy making a rattle for Luffy. Ignoring it completely, the system got anxious. Reward, a ton of formula. Tyra G's eyes lit up, and he rushed for the formula. 1 scoop of powder, 1 scoop of water. He made 10 pounds. Little Luffy is having a meal now. He directly tossed Luffy into the milk basin. In less than a second, Luffy sank to the bottom. Bubbles rising. Tyra G fumbled to fish him out. Almost sent my nephew away. Looks like he needs to ask Makino for help tomorrow. Garp will be back in 3 days, and for taking care of the baby, he'll still have to rely on Grandpa. What other tricks will the system play? What will happen if Luffy drinks 10 pounds of formula? When will Tyra G pay back Makino? This plot is both hilarious and heartwarming. Can Garp throw his grandson off a cliff while taking care of him? Tyra G runs wildly while carrying 3 tons of iron. Tyra G finally looked at the system panel. Armament Haki can harden and wrap. Observation Haki can sense breath and attacks. And he also knows the Marine 6-style shave and paper drawing. At 15 years old, this strength is pretty overpowered, right? Thinking of his childhood training, Tyra G's head began to ache. Thrown off cliffs, deep mountains, glaciers by Garp, and beaten up unilaterally. If it weren't for Makino bandaging him every day, he would have been depressed long ago. Just as he picked up the Threaten training device to go out, Makino blocked the door. Why are you running so fast? Tyra G sweet-talked. I like you too much. How could I chase you away? Makino's face turned instantly red. She stomped on him. Come to my house for a big dinner tonight. Then she laughed and ran away without a trace. Tyra G was delighted. Let's go. I'm in for a treat tonight. Today's goal. Run 30 laps around Windmill Village with weights. Yesterday, he fainted at the entrance after running 29 laps. Today, he must break the record. Garp said, strength is about pushing your limits. Running with 3 tons of iron. This stamina is just absurd. What will Makino's big dinner be? Will Garp check his moonwalk when he returns? Can Tyra G learn it? This plot is so exciting, it gives him goosebumps. Tyra G collapsed from running with 3 tons of iron. Makino cried while changing his clothes. Her face flushed. In the 29th lap, Tyra G's legs felt like they were filled with lead, and his vision was double. He bit his tongue to keep himself awake. I can't fall. When he dragged himself to Makino's doorstep, blood was all over his mouth. Makino was terrified, tears streaming. Brother, have you gone crazy? He stubbornly dragged himself home, taking a 10-second break with each step. Finally arrived. With a thud, he collapsed at the doorstep, the weight device crashing to the ground. And he smiled before passing out. When he woke up, Makino was holding Luffy. Sorry for worrying you. Makino jumped on him, grabbing his neck. Why are you torturing yourself? She punched him in the face, only to cry out herself. Ouch. That hurts. Tyra laughed at her lack of strength, and Makino got angry. Biting his shoulder, that really hurts. She stuck out her tongue triumphantly. See, you can't laugh now? Tyra sat up and noticed his clothes had been changed. Makino's face turned bright red instantly as she ran off, holding Luffy. I'm going to heat the milk. In the living room, she covered her burning face, her heart pounding like a drum as Tyra broken through his limits. What did Makino see while changing his clothes? Will Garp praise him or hit him when he returns? This plot is both thrilling and sweet, and it just keeps going. Tyra was even looked down upon for mixing formula. One sentence from Makino broke his defense. Is this Dragon's child? Makino's eyes lit up as she held Luffy. Tyra rolled his eyes. Call me uncle. He just threw the child to me and left. Makino shouted, and Luffy woke up, grabbing at the air. Tyra handed over the formula, and Makino glanced at the cheese bowl on the table. Your skills are so poor. Without me, you would have been malnourished long ago. The system popped up. Reward, an everlasting milk bottle. Tyra quickly handed it over, only to be glared at. Why didn't you take this out earlier? Watching Makino skillfully mix the formula, the water temperature was just right at 40 C, and Luffy's eyes sparkled as he drank. Tyra got anxious. How do I unlock top-tier cooking skills? Can I clean the room instead? Just as he picked up a broom, Makino snatched it away. Get out. Dust everywhere will choke the baby. Tyra sat at the door sighing. It seems I can only exercise. I don't know anything else. Makino came out laughing at him. People excel in different things. Then she started praising herself. I can do housework, cook, brew wine, and no etiquette. Tyra was stunned. Are you here to hit me? 3 days later, Makino suddenly burst through the door, rushing in. Is Garp coming back? Or did Luffy get into trouble again? Can Tyra learn to take care of the baby? This plot is both funny and heartwarming, making it impossible to stop. Kapu punches his own son. He's even holding Luffy in his arms. Makino bursts in and shouts, Uncle Kapu is back. Teleg looks at the calendar and is scared out of his wits. Hide the wine bottles. Quick! He jumps out the window with Luffy in his arms, using Shave to hurry. Nephew, your life depends on you now. The villagers at the dock are all waiting for Kapu, and the village chief and Teleg are still bickering. You're just worried about that bastard. Shut up. Kapu is already frowning as he walks through the crowd, his fists cracking. I flew back before my ship even docked, and you hide behind? Is it too much to apologize? Teleg quickly bows. Is that all? Kapu flashes him with Shave and directly punches him on the head. That hurts. Old man, are you done? Dare to call me old man? Kapu jumps up, his fist filled with love, aiming to smash it down on his son. He hasn't even seen Luffy in Teleg's arms. With his punch, would both grandfather and grandson suffer? Will Luffy be scared to tears? This plot is so thrilling, it makes people clench their fists. Kapu wants to marry 13-year-old Makino to Teleg, just because of Luffy. Teleg holds Luffy high and shouts, Do you want to kill your own grandson? Kapu falls from 3 meters high, dazed. In just 2 months, you even have a child? Is he Makino's? Teleg is dumbfounded. What is this old man's brain filled with? Kapu grabs Teleg by the back of his neck and drags him home, bowing to Makino. My son is a bastard. You can kill him or chop him up as you like. Makino's face turns bright red. Luffy is Dragon's child, not mine and Teleg's. Kapu doesn't listen at all and continues. They'll have him bring a generous gift to marry you. Makino's forehead is steaming. She pushes Teleg away and runs inside. Kapu holds Luffy and wipes his tears. This is Dragon's child, right? Teleg nods and repeats what Dorag said. He said the Navy lacks the justice he wants. Kapu weeps. The government has created a strong enemy for themselves suddenly. Kapu glares at Teleg. Come with me to the Navy. No. Luffy needs someone to take care of him. Kapu clenches his fists. I mean it. You have to marry Makino. Luffy's identity cannot be exposed. He can't be Dragon's son. Do you understand? Will Teleg agree? What will Makino do when she knows the truth? Can Luffy's heritage be kept secret? This plot is melodramatic and gripping, making it impossible to stop. Kapu wants Teleg to be his stand-in in the Navy. Makino has a word she hasn't said. Teleg slams the table and yells, Marry Makino? Impossible. She's my sister. Kapu's eyes widen, about to explode. When Luffy's cries interrupt him, he suddenly slaps himself. I was wrong. He'll stay in Windmill Village to protect Luffy. You go to the Navy. Teleg is confused, so after going around in circles, it's still me going? Late at night, Teleg is drunk. I'm going to be in the Navy. Makino helps him onto the bed, lying beside him softly. They'll brew you cherry blossom wine every season. Wait for you to come back. The words marry me never come out. The next day, Makino brings honey water. Don't you have something to say to me? Teleg scratches his head. Thanks. Get lost. Makino steps on him and runs away. Teleg returns home to find the door locked. Dad, I was just gone for one night. It can't be that serious. Little does he know, is Kapu hiding another trick? Will Teleg understand the unspoken words from Makino? This plot is sweet yet sharp, making one's heart race. Kapu turns white-haired overnight. Teleg barely survives Bogart's strike. Teleg kicks the door open. Stunned Kapu is holding Luffy. All his black hair turned white, as if he aged 20 years in an instant. Old man. Teleg kneels on the ground, tears streaming down. Kapu laughs heartily. What's the big deal? Go report to Bogart. Teleg grits his teeth. Dorag, I won't let you off. He turns and rushes towards the Navy camp, determined to get stronger and drag his brother back to bow to their father. Bogart is training new recruits when he suddenly draws his sword. Let me demonstrate the essence for you. A blue dragon heads straight for Teleg's hiding place. You old bastard. Teleg wraps his arms in hockey and takes it heating clang. The harsh sound of collision makes his arms numb, feeling as if they're electrocuted, using up a tenth of his hockey. Bogart nods. No wonder you're Kapu's son. Teleg goes to the tavern to find Bogart, hearing Makino scolding. Stupid brother, foolish brother, go die. His feet freeze in midair, unable to enter or retreat. Makino turns around. Seeing him, her face darkens. Here, to pay me back. Can Teleg explain clearly? Will Bogart give him another hit? Why did Kapu turn white-haired? This plot makes one's heart race. Makino rushes into Teleg's arms crying. How long will you be gone? Teleg pinches her nose. The new recruits train for 3 months. They'll come back often. My dad is a Navy hero. Isn't it easy to use connections? Wait until I become admiral and move the headquarters to East Blue. Makino laughs, secretly wiping her snot on him. Outside, Bogart's face darkens. Is this kid here to join the Navy or to make trouble? He pushes the door and leaves. Meet at the shore at 8 in 3 days. Teleg scratches his head. Did I provoke him? He turns to find the system. I want to master cooking. The system replies instantly. Report to the port in 3 days, and you'll get it. He goes to Cobble Mountain to find Dayton and punches the door to pieces. Dodon's family is all lying on the ground, while 3.5-year-old Ace stands on the table, hands on his hips, laughing. You can't catch me. After causing a ruckus for over an hour, just to prove he can go out alone, Ace sees Teleg and panics. Old hag. Who says it counts? Can Teleg deal with Ace? Will Bogart give him a hard time? Will he successfully go to the Navy headquarters in 3 days? This plot is laugh-out-loud funny, making it impossible to stop. Dodon's ears perk up. The knocking pattern, heavy and light, seems to belong only to that person. Bang. The sound of the wooden door shattering. I say it counts. Teleg sheepishly scratches his head. He's here to demolish the house again. What are you? The very arrogant little Ace, upon hearing the voice, directly curses. But upon seeing who it is, his little face turns pale in fright. Teleg raises an eyebrow, glancing at little Ace, ignoring him, and cautiously props the shattered door upright, intending to reinstall it. But as soon as he lifts it, the wooden door shatters into pieces. For some reason, his hockey has been a bit unstable lately. Uncontrollably leaking out, Teleg decides to ask his old man about it when he gets back. Don't just stand there. Speak up. Why do you want to go out? Tyrag casually threw the piece of wood in his hand and walked over with a mischievous smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Little Ace jumped down from the table obediently and thoughtfully moved a chair over to place it beside Tyrag. Don't call me uncle. Won't I even? Tyrag waved his hand, teasing little Ace, who was already sweating profusely. Little Ace covered himself with both hands and trembled as he spoke. Uncle, I was wrong. Please don't hit me there. The cold sweat trickled down Ace's face, clearly indicating that someone had left an indelible memory on him. Seeing little Ace on the verge of tears, Tyrag burst into laughter, squatted down, and picked up little Ace, gently saying, it's still too early to go out. You're too young. In Tyrag's arms, little Ace secretly sighed in relief, knowing that his uncle wouldn't hit him anymore. He pouted and proudly lifted his head, smiling. But I'm already very strong. Look, even Dayton and the others can't catch me. Tara looked at her older sister Dayton beside her and said helplessly, Sister, you guys have gone overboard with the performance. Do you really want to let Ace out like this? As soon as Talig finished speaking, all the members except Dadong got up from the ground and silently walked out the door. Dadong sat up reluctantly, lit a cigarette, and said, even the landlord's family has no surplus grain left. That old bastard Kapu knows how to exploit people. Tyrag stumbled, almost falling over. What was he supposed to say? Acting? What did that mean? Little Ace broke free from Tyrag's arm and angrily ran in front of Dayton. Hey, don't tell me you guys are intentionally not catching me. Dayton affectionately pulled little Ace over, ignoring his protests and struggles, and hugged him tightly. It was all just a joke. How could she let such a small Ace go out alone? She just thought he looked lonely by himself. So she gathered the family to play with him. Let me go. Little Ace struggled one last time before falling asleep in Dayton's arms. Having just turned 3 and already exhausted from an hour of running and playing, Dayton quietly placed little Ace on his special little bed and carefully tucked him in. Taking a puff of smoke, she turned back and smiled, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be training at this time? Why are you here?" "I'm leaving." Tyrag's eyes were slightly red as he spoke softly. His bond with Sister Dayton had transcended that of siblings. She could be said to be half of Tyrag's foster mother. When he was young, his father Carp didn't always have time to take care of him. During Carp's missions, he would usually be sent to Dayton, where she would raise him. "Going? Where to?" Dayton asked, exhaling a puff of smoke. 3 years ago, Dayton was still very beautiful, and her body had not gained any weight. At that time had left no traces on her. Now, after taking care of Ace for 3 years, her body had clearly shown signs of gaining weight. "Naval headquarters," Tyrag said solemnly. Dayton bit down on her cigarette and exclaimed angrily, "Carp." The murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. Tyrag could be said to be her first child. Dayton poured all her emotions into Tyrag, hoping he would grow up happy and safe. Little did she expect that old man would take Tyrag away, just like he had taken Dorag back in the day. If it weren't for that old bastard, she wouldn't believe she couldn't catch up to Dorag. How ridiculous. Oh, don't get excited. It was my choice." Tyrag grabbed the older sister's arm. "And this impulsive personality, is it half your doing that Luffy grew up to be so reckless? Voluntarily? What's good about the Navy? Is it like that old bastard?" Dayton shook off Tyrag's hand and, hands on her hips, spoke out in anger. Tyrag turned his head to the side and murmured, "How about I let him come and talk to you tonight?" "Huh? How did this door get broken? That's another expense." Sigh. Dayton, as if using a teleportation skill, exploded into action with a speed even faster than Tyrag's shave. In the blink of an eye, Dayton was already standing near the broken door, seriously picking up the shattered wood from the ground, as if it wasn't her who had just said those words. What change of face? Taragu covered his mouth and chuckled, not knowing what kind of trouble his old man had caused that made this lady so frightened. Dayton, with her back turned, bit her lip and cursed the 2 brats from the monkey family, both big and small, in her mind 1,000 times. They would just threaten her. Meanwhile, in a wooden house somewhere else at Chew, Carp picked his nose and said irritably, "Who is cursing at me?" Then, he picked up a half-meter-long baby bottle from the ground, aimed it at Luffy on the table, and smiled indulgently. "Little Luffy, Grandpa's going to wash your milk now." Talig walked out of Dayton's house with a face full of melancholy. Although it was just a brief farewell, he still felt a deep sense of reluctance. He couldn't help but wonder how the world was faring these days, whether it was still easy to get by. Tyrag sighed, took out the weight training equipment from his system space, and began today's training. 5 years ago, that public execution ignited the entire sea. Roger's final words caused a huge uproar around the world, opening a new chapter and marking the complete arrival of the Great Pirate Era. "Do you want my treasure? Go find it. I left everything there." These few short sentences led about 70% of the young people in the world to set sail in search of their dreams and freedom, with their sights set on the unknown one piece left by Roger. Emerging pirates, holding high these 2 flags, performed brutal acts of killing, burning, looting, and torturing, driven by their ridiculous desires, all while the irreversible nature of the era loomed over them. The Navy represents justice, but justice ultimately fades. Pirates represent freedom, yet freedom has become evil. The celestial dragons represent divine will, but even the divine is false. The Revolutionary Army represents dawn, but the light before dawn has yet to shine upon the entire world. I can't be like my brother, advocating revolution and opposing the whole world. Nor can I be like my father, watching my grandson die before my eyes for the sake of his own stance. The people can be saved and protected. Stances can be taken and upheld, but none of these are as important as family. Tyrag, who had run around Windmill Village for 31 laps, lay flat on the edge of a cliff, hands behind his head, gazing silently at the scattered lights of the distant village. In the morning, Tyrag, who had slept in the mountains all night, found his clothes soaked with dew. He gently knocked on the door of Makino's house. "Creek, brother, why are you here so early?" Makino rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing him, her joy was beyond words. "The old man wouldn't open the door for me. I accidentally fell asleep in the mountains last night. I remember you have my clothes here. I'm here to change into a new set." Tyrag yawned and, suppressing his body aches, said, "Magino, move aside and let me in." Magino promptly stepped aside to let Tyrag in and busily went to fetch him some clothes. After entering the room, the 2 of them locked eyes, blinking at each other. In the end, it was Tyrag who couldn't hold back and spoke first. "Hey, I'm going to change clothes, Can't you turn around? Magino pouted, silently turned away, and muttered, Tish, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Tara's mouth twitched, and he vowed never to drink again. This world is full of dangers. Dad, why is the domineering power inside me often uncontrollable? Talik took the dish brought by Machino and asked in confusion. After changing clothes at Machino's house, Talik took her back home. Carp had just woken up not long ago and was now eating the breakfast prepared by Machino. Carp bit into the meaty bone stick in his mouth, glanced at his son with satisfaction, and said in surprise, Is it already at this stage? The strength and quantity of haki vary from person to person. While chewing the meat in his mouth, Carp proudly laughed and said, Good kid. You've entered the surging phase of haki. Tarag secretly reached across the dining table, quickly snatching a large piece of meat back. If he didn't eat it now, the old man would finish it all. Taking a big bite of the meat, he mumbled, What is the surging period? Carp glanced at his son's little action, his iron fist enveloped in black haki. Seeing this, Tarag opened his mouth wide and swallowed both meat and bones. Carp smirked, sighed, and explained, Those who cultivate haki will go through this stage. In a short period, the total amount of one's haki increases significantly, although everyone experiences it. I didn't expect you to reach this stage so quickly. It's truly incredible. Carp wiped his mouth and, disregarding his image, patted his round belly. He then detailed all the stages of haki cultivation to Tarag. There are 4 stages of haki cultivation. The first stage is the initial cultivation period. Everyone's physical talent is different, and the total amount of haki one has at the beginning determines the future growth limit. The second stage is the surging period, where after a long time of training, one's haki experiences a rapid growth peak, and you have just reached this stage. The instability of your haki is normal, and generally, you'll transition to the next stage in about a day or 2. The earlier you reach the second stage, the better. Carp reached the surging period at the age of 18 and maintained it for 8 days. However, he didn't expect that his second son reached this stage 3 years faster than he did. Carp gulped down a bottle of Sakura wine brought by Makino, grinning out, Good wine. He then continued, The third stage is the stable period, where the growth rate of haki noticeably slows down, but it will still steadily increase, allowing for control without any uncontrolled situations. Without waiting for Tarag to ask, Carp continued, The fourth stage is the solidification. Upon reaching this stage, the growth of haki basically stagnates, and unless something unexpected happens, there won't be any further growth. It was the first time Tarag had heard his old man analyze something so logically, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. He then impulsively interrupted and asked, Are you really my old man? Iron fist. A black sandbag came crashing down. Bang! Carrying the last dish. Makino walked out of the kitchen and saw her brother lying on the ground, shaking her head with a smile. She often witnessed this scene and was used to it. As long as those two stayed in one place for more than 30 minutes, her brother would inevitably receive a loving iron fist. Taragu held his head where there was a large bump, getting up with an indifferent expression and continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. It's natural for a father to hit his son. He wouldn't say much about it. It's just that he can't fight back. So, am I in the surge period now? What do I need to do? The dominance is still uncontrollable, which isn't ideal either. Tarag smiled at Magino beside him, giving her a thumbs up, praising her cooking as truly amazing. Carp let out a satisfied burp, picked his nose, and got up from his seat. He was going to feed little Luffy. Turning his back, he said irritably, Maintain your current basic training and try to extend this stage of the flowing period. But I reckon it won't be long before you enter the stable period, and by then, you'll be able to control your haki effortlessly. Since he only saw Carp's back, Tarag couldn't see the pride and satisfaction on his father's face. Carp felt pleased inside, thinking, this kid is really a genius, entering the flowing period of haki at just 15. It's a loss for the whole world if he doesn't become a Marine. Tarag shook his head in confusion. A stable period would come in just a few days? However, his uncontrollable dominance had persisted for half a month, and he had shown signs of this issue a year ago. Although not very obvious, the instability of his dominance had always troubled him. This was also the reason he had never been able to wrap his dominance around objects. It was because he could not control himself. After the training 2 weeks ago, Tarag felt the restlessness of his dominance for the first time. Even a slight exertion of his body would cause the dominance within him to surge uncontrollably. Makino, I need an ice pack. Dad went back inside, and Tarag turned to his younger sister with a pitiful look. He just held back from calling out. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt. TSK, who told you to make Uncle angry again? You deserve it. Makino put down her knife and fork, elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth, and shot Tarag a glare. She said that, but still got up to go to the kitchen to bring him an ice pack. 2 days later, at the port of Windmill Village, the large dog-headed warship was docked at the shore, and hundreds of sailors, under the command of Bogut, boarded the military ship heading back to headquarters in an orderly manner. "Brother, come back early, okay? I'll be waiting for you." Makino stood at the front of the villagers, waving her little hand to bid farewell to her brother. "Don't worry, I'll come back to see you often. Goodbye, everyone." Tyrag climbed onto the doghead at the front of the warship, waving his small hand to bid farewell to Magino and the villagers. On the other side, Bogart stood behind Carp, who was holding Luffy, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Carp, aren't you going back? Mr. Sengoku won't agree to you staying here for long. The information department issued the latest bounty yesterday. There's a red-haired brat causing quite a stir in the Grand Line, and Vice Admiral Saru wants you to check it out." Carp remained focused on Tyrag above the warship, completely indifferent to Bogart's words. This long vacation didn't matter without their permission. For Luffy, he was prepared for the worst. That brat from Roger's ship? He couldn't care less about him now. "Go, hand him over to Zifa. That's my explanation to the Navy." After saying this, Carp ignored Bogart, holding Luffy with a grim expression as he returned to the village. Bogart adjusted his hat, and in a flash, appeared on the deck. "Set sail. Destination. Headquarters. Marineford." "Yes." The navigator saluted Bogart with a standard military gesture and then jogged to the helm, shouting, "Raise the sails. Set sail." Meanwhile, Tyrag stood alone at the stern of the ship, silently watching until he could no longer see the figure on the shore waving continuously. Only then did he turn around, sighing with a smile, "Mr. Bogart, please come out." Bogart, who had been hiding in the shadows and observing quietly, was startled by Tyrag's words. He had already used observation hockey to disguise his presence, yet he was still detected. Bogart slowly stepped out from the shadows and asked, "How did you do that?" "What?" Tyrag replied, puzzled. "How did you find me?" "Logically, my disguise has no flaws," Bogart said. Taralag was taken aback upon hearing this, reminiscing about the past, and painfully closing his eyes. When he was 7 years old, he was punished by being hung up and beaten just for losing a small piece of fruit, which truly broke his heart. However, it was also during that year that he initially awakened his observation hockey, which helped him avoid quite a few punches. Tyrag did not explain, but glanced at the increasingly fast battleship and asked, at this speed, "How long until we reach headquarters?" Bogart secretly shook his head. The child's talent was simply outstanding. If it weren't for some remarks that were not conducive to unity, he might really become an excellent Navy officer, as Mr. Carp wished. "Hopefully, I'm just overthinking it. If all goes well, we should be able to arrive by tomorrow morning after passing through the doldrums. With my strength, do I still need to report to the recruit camp?" Tarag smiled awkwardly and asked, if possible. He would like to skip the rookie development period and go straight to working with a certificate, clocking in and out. Bogart's forehead twitched with a few black lines, and he said stiffly, "Mr. Carp recommended you to Mr. Zephyr. You will be going to the officer training camp he leads for further training." Tyrag nodded. Uncle Zifa had visited Windmill Village 3 years ago, so he recognized him. Thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing unusual about the Navy headquarters. Brother Akiji used to be Dad's apprentice and sidekick, and Tyrag had seen him more than once. Aunt Crane had passed through the EC a year ago while chasing a certain birdman, and had also visited Windmill Village. Uncle Sengoku often came to Windmill Village to catch Carp, who would take leave for no reason when Tyrag was a child. It's not that Tyrag wanted to take it easy. The connections were just too solid. He was definitely a second-generation official, and he couldn't help but be a bit arrogant. What else did my dad say? It couldn't just be about attending the officer training camp, right? Tyrag furrowed his brow, not fully believing his old man, but he went along with it and simply let him attend a training class. Bogart held his forehead, saying, "What can I say? You guys are family." "You're spot on." Mr. Carp's exact words were that the brat must break the records left by Akainu, Kazuru, and the others. Otherwise, he would let him see the power of the galaxy impact. Bogart tried to mimic Carp's tone when he said that, but unfortunately, he only captured the form, not the spirit. However, Tarag still felt a chill run down his spine. "Hey, you're using a big move on your son? What's the difference between that and using a cannon to shoot a mosquito?" He forced a bitter smile and said, "I'll do my best to try. The records left by those 3 monsters in the Navy are not something that can be easily broken. In the past few decades, out of millions of Navy personnel, only 3 have emerged." Bogart rarely smiled, but he resolutely repeated, "Not just trying, but must." The Navy headquarters Marineford is located in the central area of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabeti Archipelago, Red Line, and the Holy Land, Mariewa. The islands below present a crescent shape, with the headquarters buildings constructed on the high terrain. The warships smoothly passed through the calm zone without incident, and the surface of the sea was still shrouded in the veil of night, quiet and serene. However, on the deck, Tarag could vaguely see far in the distance, the flag of justice fluttering in the wind. On the sea, the saying a horse can run to death looking at the mountain is even more applicable. It wasn't until the distant sky gradually brightened that the crescent-shaped island finally appeared in Tarag's eyes. After following the warship and passing through 5 routine checkpoints, they finally successfully landed at a certain dock. Assemble. With Bogart's command, all the sailors on the ship, regardless of whether they were working or not, hurried to the deck. Rest for an hour, then gather at the west drill ground. For these newly recruited sailors, training would become their daily routine for the foreseeable future. Although they were only watching from a distance on the warship, the grand building in the center still gave Tarag a tremendous shock. Indeed, the screen and reality are completely different concepts. He intuitively felt how magnificent the Navy headquarters was, capable of deploying 100,000 elite troops. Thinking deeper is terrifying. What level of power would Whitebeard have, who split the headquarters in half with a single punch? Bogart waved his hand in front of the dazed Tarag and asked with curiosity, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Although he didn't have a great impression of Tarag, he still wanted to take care of him as much as possible for Mr. Karpeth's sake. Tarag shook his head, revealing his signature smile, and laughed. "Haha, I'm fine. Just a bit excited." Bogut nodded in understanding, recalling his own feelings when he first followed Mr. Cap to the headquarters. "Let's go. I've already informed them to pick you up. You'll be joining as a transfer student in the class led by Mr. Zifa." Tarag followed behind him, somewhat puzzled. "An exchange student? With my kind of talent, shouldn't I have my own class?" He calculated the current time and thought that there should be 2 familiar faces appearing this time. They wouldn't pose much competition, but they could add some fun to this boring training. Out of the corner of his eye, Bogart caught a glimpse of Tarag's disdainful expression, and a strange smile crept onto his lips. Mr. Zephyr's greatness lies in his indiscriminate teaching and tailored instruction. Currently, nearly all the officers in the Navy are his students, each of whom has grown even more outstanding with his help. I hope this person behind me can still smile after going in. Sengoku, did that old guy really say that? And you agree? Zephyr took off his sunglasses, looking shocked. Sengoku smashed the table in front of him with a punch. His eyes seemed to bulge out. He roared, "Do you think I want this? That old bastard gave me 2 choices. Either he quits the Navy, or he gets a 5-year vacation." Zephyr shook his head, helplessly lighting a cigar and sitting silently on a nearby chair. "If it really doesn't work, will you go and bring him back?" Sengoku had done this kind of thing many times before, but Zephyr had yet to realize the seriousness of the matter, which is why he said that. Sengoku slumped weakly in his chair and shook his head. "It's no use. That old bastard is serious this time." The image reflected by the transponder snail has aged him. Sengoku took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes. It had only been 2 months since they last met, and he couldn't imagine what his old brother had gone through to change so drastically. "You go ahead. He sent his son over, so take good care of him." Zephyr was also feeling quite bad, took a deep breath, and stood up to return to the training camp. The officer training camp that Zephyr was responsible for was located at the deepest part of Crescent Island, behind the naval headquarters building. Surrounded by walls made of bricks mixed with sea prism stone, the inside was completely obscured from view. For outsiders to enter, apart from Zephyr himself, they would need his or another admiral's signature. As for the students training inside, no matter what reason you had, you were not allowed to step outside the training camp until you successfully graduated. The training camp was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of Navy personnel training simultaneously, providing all necessary living and entertainment facilities. This place was temporarily allocated to Zephyr for training purposes, and it also served as a resource storage base for combat readiness. Tarag closely followed behind Bogart, and as they walked, the closer they got to this place, the more they could feel the tense atmosphere in the air. It felt like a silent, ancient battlefield. The ground was covered with thick dust, and every step made a dull sound. You can go by yourself. This month's duty guard training base is General Squirrel, and Mr. Warring States has already informed him in advance. Bogart and Tarag stood 100 meters in front of the training base, which was the limit for anyone else to approach. "All right. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days." Tarag nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, officially starting his new chapter. "Stop." A dormouse with a mohawk hairstyle, dark purple long hair tied back in a bun, and a matching dark purple mustache shouted. Just as Tarag was about to push open the door of the training base, a long knife was plunged into the ground at his feet. Tyrag frowned slightly. It's just a military academy. There's no need to resort to violence, right? As he quietly released his observation hockey, he felt something was off. Once he sensed it, Tyrag's expression changed drastically. There were at least 200 hidden presences lurking in the shadows, aiming their long guns at his head, ready to shoot him at any moment. General Mongoose. Tyrag stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and saluted. The flying squirrel nodded, holding a picture of Tyrag in hand, comparing it back and forth, and after confirming there were no mistakes, waved his hand. Tyrag's expression shifted slightly as he let out a sigh of relief. Those hundreds of dangerous auras had vanished. Mr. Carp's son? The squirrel rarely smiled, but he did this time. A tiger father does not raise a dog's son. This was already evident in that person. Yes, Mr. Vice Admiral. Tyrag did not let his guard down and replied respectfully. The dormouse nodded, gave Tyrag an encouraging look, and said, "Go in, don't let Mr. Cap's expectations down." The dormouse left the sentence, and with a flash of his figure, disappeared again. When Tyrag came to his senses, the samurai sword in front of him had vanished, leaving only a deep sore mark. The naval experts were like clouds, with even a dignified rear admiral guarding the door. As Tyrag pushed open the gates of the training base, he thought to himself, "Is this the training camp?" Tyrag looked back at the tightly closed door behind him, then glanced at the towering skyscrapers and unfamiliar buildings in front. If he hadn't known where this was in advance, he would have thought he had entered some big metropolis. Am I outdated in my thinking? The officer training camp and the soldier training ground must be different. He shook his head secretly, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he headed straight for the tallest building in the middle. Report. In front of the Iron Blood building, a large training ground was filled with over 50 Navy personnel doing push-ups to warm up. They were interrupted by the loud report. Quickly getting up and forming ranks, their curious gazes sizing up the new transfer student. Is he here? At the front of the Navy ranks, there was a large sunshade, under which sat a reclining chair occupied by none other than Admiral Zephyr, nicknamed Black Arm Hay. This is the first time I've heard that there can be transfer students in the officer training camp. Smoker, who was young at the front of the Navy ranks, whispered. The news about the transfer student was announced to them by Zephyr not long ago. 17-year-old Smoker, still lacking the punk attitude, had a clean white face paired with short silver hair, looking quite spirited. Tina was very angry about this. We went through rigorous elections to come here, fortunate to receive training from Teacher Zephyr. Yet he walked in so easily, lowering our value as exemplary officers. Tina was very disappointed about this. Responding to Smoker was Tina, who was the same age as Tyrag, with short pink hair parted in the middle and wearing a pair of purple sunglasses on her forehead. Dressed in a sharp female training outfit, she exuded a refreshing aura of youthful vigor. I wonder what skills he has. Has the Navy fallen so low that they can walk in through the back door? Smoker said, unhappily, reaching to touch his clothes. But remembering it was still training time, his desire to smoke a cigar faded. These murmurs were not deliberately suppressed and easily reached Tyrag's ears. At this point, he had already walked up to Zephyr, looking down dismissively at the dozens of future Navy officers in front of him. Your father can let you come, and I'm quite happy about that. But what if they don't accept you? Zephyr did not get up to stop him. Instead, he lay in the chair, grinning with his teeth showing as he asked. Simple. Make them submit. Tyrag stood straight beside Zephyr, hands behind his back, maintaining a standard military posture without lowering his voice. Kid, don't get too cocky. Smoker, who had a bad temper, was the first to step forward to express his dissatisfaction. Tina was quite unhappy, saying, the people you're underestimating are among the most outstanding of the younger generation in the Navy. Yeah, exactly. If you have the guts, after we finish training, don't leave. Let us have a one-on-one. This training camp led by Zephyr had Smoker and Tina as the most outstanding performers. With their leadership, the other Navy members in the back raised their fists, looking at Zephyr, ready to tear the new transfer student to pieces at a moment's notice if he gave a command. Report. Smoker stepped forward and saluted Zephyr. Speak. I request to spar with this new guy. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he stared intensely at the calm Tyrag. Zephyr pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead without responding to Smoker, instead turning to Tyrag beside him and asking, how are my students? Uncle, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Tyrag remained indifferent, not taking to heart the provocations or challenges from the crowd ahead. What is a lie? What is the truth? Their conversation was unguarded, and the naval officers in front all perked up, eager to hear how this arrogant newcomer would evaluate them. Tina was also very interested. She crossed her arms, looking curious, wondering if calling Zephyr uncle meant he had connections. The Targaryen's perception fully opened quickly enveloping everyone, including Zephyr. However, in terms of awareness feedback, aside from the fiery presence of the person on the nearby recliner, everyone else felt as thin as gauze and faint as water. Shaking his head, he sighed, "I do not deny my uncle's immense strength and outstanding teaching ability, but—" Zephyr waved his hand and said, "Feel free to speak." Tyr nodded and said seriously, "All right, lies are just a pile of loose sand." The more than 50 Navy members ahead, including Smoker and Tina, all furrowed their brows, but then slowly relaxed. After all, this seemingly insulting remark was just a lie. "Here, call me teacher. So what about the truth?" Zephyr frowned tightly. Was that aura that appeared just now released by this kid? Yes. Teacher Zephyr. Tarag changed his tone, then smirked slightly while scratching the back of his head and said, "Honestly, they're just a bunch of rabble." Damn it. Smoker at the front of the group swore, thinking that this arrogant guy would say something good, but instead, with one sentence, he shot them all down on the beach. Without saying a word, his impulsive nature drove him to skip any consultation and directly drew his jit, taking a step forward and charging towards Tarag, who was next to Zephyr. Zephyr did not blame Smoker for his impulsiveness, but instead let out a helpless sigh and said, "Be a little gentler. I'll try my best." Tarag's lips curled slightly, with a hint of laughter in his eyes. His eyes were beautiful, shimmering with that even Tina, who was on the verge of making a move, found stunning and couldn't help but praise in her heart. He was quite handsome, and she appreciated his good looks. However, she didn't like the tone he had just used. Tina silently put on her exclusive combat gloves. If Smoker couldn't take him down, then she would reclaim the humiliation this man brought upon them, overestimating himself. Facing Smoker, who was charging at him with great speed and wielding 10 hands, Tarag could only shake his head helplessly. Shave. Tarag's smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. Using the shave from the 6 styles of the Navy, he dodged Smoker's heavy strike that came swinging at him, and in the blink of an eye, he was already behind Smoker. The 10 strikes hit the solid ground, producing a heavy muffled sound. A glance revealed that the spot where Smoker had struck was already shattered, showcasing the terrifying power of that blow. How is this possible? Smoker quickly turned around to face Tarag, his pupils slightly constricting as he secretly cursed. The technique this guy just used, I've been practicing for over a month, but I haven't grasped its essence yet, and he used it so easily. He's a formidable opponent. Hasn't he eaten that thing yet? On the other side, Tarag sighed inwardly. If Smoker had already consumed that Logia-type smoke for it, he might still play around with Smoker, but now it was unnecessary. Smoker noticed his head shake and couldn't help but feel angered, shouting with bloodshot eyes, "Stop looking down on me!" With a speed 3 times faster than before, he attempted to approach Tarag again. Unlike dealing with a rabbit, which requires all my strength, handling you is enough. Facing Smoker's next assault, Tarag chose not to evade but stood still, quietly waiting for Smoker's arrival. Dragon Claw Fist. With his excellent observation hockey, Tarag slightly swayed his body and easily dodged Smoker's 10 strikes. He made a preparatory gesture with his right hand, resembling 3 dragon claws. At the moment when Smoker's old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to emerge, a powerful dragon claw hand landed on his skull. The outcome was decided. Tarag's expression was indifferent, with one hand casually placed behind his back as he spoke in a relaxed tone. His easygoing demeanor and victory left the onlookers stunned. Even Zephyr, who had been paying close attention to the details of the battle, couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, saying the gap was too large. It seemed that putting them together for training did not have a positive stimulating effect. Instead, it would extinguish these students' confidence. Zephyr had seen Tarag 3 years ago, and that old bastard carp would always praise his second son to anyone whenever he returned to headquarters. The phrase "no wonder he's my son" had become his catchphrase, and both Zephyr and Sengoku were enviously impressed, considering their age. After that person, there was a new heir, and all these signs made Zephyr regard Tarag with greater respect, trying to overestimate his strength. However, he didn't expect that he still underestimated Tarag's growth rate, and that stimulating plan was thus stillborn. Stop joking. Do you think you've won just like that? Because he had promised Zephyr earlier, Tarag's right hand had not exerted any force, merely resting lightly on Smoker's head. As a result, Smoker, who had not suffered any harm, was quite indignant. In a fit of anger, he swung his weapon, 10's hands, and smashed it down heavily towards Tarag. Seeing this, Tarag sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Zephyr, but what can I do if your student won't listen?" Crack! The dragon claw resting on Smoker's skull applied a slight force, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the training ground, accompanied by Smoker's pained cry. Smoker's 10's hands fell vertically to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and he himself quickly knelt down. This phenomenon caused an uproar. The majority of the Navy were shocked into silence, unable to imagine that their top contender for this generation had not even managed to land a single blow against this person. Is this sparring or murder? Unable to bear the sight of her former friend's plight, Tina stepped forward and questioned loudly. Tyrag turned around, shrugged his shoulders, and said, I said the outcome is already decided. It's him who wants to continue fighting. It's just a minor fracture. It will heal in a few days. Tina gritted her teeth and looked at teacher Zephyr beside her. After receiving his nod of approval, she lightly leaped and landed next to Tyrag, her expression cold as she spoke. Tina doesn't like you. From now on, I'll be your opponent, Jiayujian. After saying that, Tina spread her arms, extending iron branches in a fence-like formation, quickly surrounding Tyrag in the training ground. With a firm bite of her silver teeth, Tina decided to teach him a lesson for Smoker's sake, shouting, Strangle! As soon as the words left her mouth, the black iron bars surrounding Tyrag rapidly constricted towards the center at a terrifying speed. Sensing the situation, Tyrag sighed bitterly and said, a 360-degree attack with no blind spots. If those countless iron branches extending from above hit, it could be deadly. Tina stood not far away, stretching out her arms to unleash her ability, not giving up her attack despite Tyrag's seemingly submissive words. Tyrag had no intention of begging for mercy. He merely sighed softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, Armament hockey. Recently, he had been troubled by the excess of hockey within him and was looking for a way to release some of it. This was a perfect opportunity to let some out, so it wouldn't clash and collide within his body. The black armament hockey quickly wrapped around Tyrag's entire body, fitting perfectly without a single gap. This form resembled that of Virgo, one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates. This kind of form could be achieved by anyone as long as they had sufficient hockey, but in most battles, it was unnecessary to exhaust hockey by covering the entire body. It was better to concentrate it at a single point for durability while significantly enhancing its power. The clanging of the barriers completely retracted, and Tina, as Kayukin, successfully struck the stationary Tyrag. With a crisp sound, the countless iron branches that collided with him all broke apart. There was speed, but unfortunately, not enough power, Tyrag commented frankly while temporarily trapped by the Kakyukin. Tina bit her lip in frustration, continuously releasing her abilities. She couldn't believe that this person's armament hockey was inexhaustible. Genius? Monster? It seemed he could no longer be labeled that way. Since Tyrag took on this form, Zifa could no longer sit still in his recliner. He threw off his sunglasses and quickly stood up to examine the situation closely. Using observation hockey, he focused on Tyrag in the arena, and the feedback to his senses indicated that the total amount of hockey swirling around him had surpassed that of both Sengoku and was infinitely close to the level of Garp. Although there was still a significant gap in quality and application, he was no longer to be underestimated. Considering Tyrag's current age, Zifa found himself unable to calculate where his future growth limit would be. Even the 3 monsters he had trained did not give him this feeling. Those 3 had already approached the limits of what humans could achieve in martial arts, techniques, hockey, and devil fruit development. Even so, none of them had brought in the shock that Tyrag currently did. Your name is Tina, right? For your own good. Let me go. Tyrag, temporarily trapped by Tina's Kagyukin, turned his head and smiled. Tina raised an eyebrow. Both sides were at a standstill. Why should I let you go? She huffed, deeply disappointed. Is this all the strength you have? Show me everything you've got. Don't let Tina look down on you. Black gun formation. Hundreds of black iron spears appeared behind Tina, their tips all aimed at the front where Tyrag stood. Gu shook his head. Since his good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, he would no longer hold back. He could only hope that the consequences of the fruit abilities backlash would be something this beautiful lady could withstand. Then, as you wish. Tyrag slowly lowered his head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Stop with the tricks, clipping. Seeing that the man was about to make a move, Tina decided to strike first. The hundreds of long spears behind her, under her control, shot towards Tyrag at a terrifying speed. At this critical moment, Tyrag took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked fearlessly at the hundreds of black spears shooting towards him. Crack! Crack! Ah! Talag's right arm seemed to face no obstacles at all. With Tina's painful cry, the iron bar shattered, and Talag easily broke free from Tina's restraints with his physical strength. He then withdrew his fully armed form, gathering his imposing aura in his right arm, retracting his fist to his waist and half-squatting. Black lightning, flickering and external, danced around his tightly clenched fist. Meteor impact. With Taleg's roar, a towering white beam of light blocked everyone's sight. The massive meteor shockwave not only obliterated the black spear that had been attacking from the air, but also caused the battlefield beneath Taleg's feet to crack and splinter. Are you kidding me? This guy is our peer? The Navy personnel outside the arena were blinded by the unending beam of light, their confidence shattered like never before. Some even collapsed to the ground, powerless, questioning whether it was worth continuing to fight against such a monster. Tina, unwilling to accept defeat, thought bang. All the barriers created by Tina's ability were extinguished by Taleg's punch, including her main body, the feathered barrier. The severe exhaustion of her physical strength caused her to lose consciousness, and she fell heavily to the ground, tears of unwillingness slowly streaming down her face. It seemed she had overexerted herself. Tyrag scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Just a minute ago, the battlefield was brand new, but now it was completely wrecked, the ground shattered, and the surrounding training facilities were toppled and covered in dust, a complete mess. Turning his head, he looked at the Navy personnel sprawled on the ground behind him, and Tyrag jogged over with a hint of regret to Zifa, who was still in shock, lowered his head, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Uncle, I was trying a new technique and didn't control my strength well." Tyrag apologized verbally, but internally he felt quite pleased. These two battles had not been entirely fruitless. At the very least, the domineering energy within him had successfully transitioned from the turbulent phase to the stable phase, allowing him to control it with ease. This was also the reason he could use the rudimentary form of his father Carp's ultimate technique. Although the meteor impact was less than 10% of the power of the galaxy impact, it was enough for Turlag to feel proud. Did that old guy teach you this? Zephyr didn't blame him. Instead, he gazed at the battle arena, which seemed to have undergone a baptism, and asked with a slightly trembling voice. Terra grinned sarcastically and replied, "My dad doesn't have time to teach me." A few years ago, a group of unknown pirates appeared near Windmill Village. At that time, my dad happened to be on vacation. With a single galaxy impact from a mile away, that pirate ship was left with nothing. Tarag recalled the unpleasant past, still feeling angry inside. It was the first time he witnessed his father in action, which left a deep impression on him. After that incident, his father, Carp, would often threaten him with the galaxy impact. Zephyr twisted his stiff neck and looked at the son of his old friend, incredulously asking, "You learned it after just one look? What else?" Tyrag raised his head in confusion, thinking it shouldn't be too difficult. Just condense his own dominance in one place and throw a punch, right? Isn't that very simple? Tyrag once again posed a soul-searching question. If it weren't for his lack of ability to harness more of the domineering power within his body, that punch just now wouldn't have been just an ordinary meteor. Yes, that's right. It's that simple. You can definitely learn it after just one look. Zephyr, nearly gritting his teeth, replied, flipping his justice cloak behind him and walking towards the stunned Navy personnel who hadn't yet recovered from the shock. "All hands on deck. Assemble." With a furious roar from Zephyr, the Navy personnel heard the familiar command and reflexively stood up quickly, their heights varying as they straightened their bodies. Smoker and Tina had already been carried away by medical staff for treatment. So, Tyrag didn't recognize the remaining individuals at all. Zephyr walked from the front of the line to the back, surveying the mental state of everyone. However, the 40 or so students who kept their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze, caused Zephyr immense pain. "I made a wrong move," he thought helplessly, shaking his head inwardly. The fighting spirit that had been in their eyes was gone. Before Tyrag arrived, even though Zephyr knew he was exceptional, he had never placed him at the same level as Akainu and others in his heart. This mistake led to the tragedy that occurred to Palyasalino and Sakazuki that year, being replayed years later. Only 3 people emerged from that training camp. The current Kizaru, Akino, and that one. All of you lift your heads. Zephyr couldn't bear to give up on this group of Navy soldiers who were lost in self-doubt, shouting out in anger. But it was in vain. Even if they obediently lifted their heads, through the window reflecting their hearts, all Zephyr saw was a sea of gray. The excellence of one person can spur the pursuit of others. The genius of one can ignite the fighting spirit of others. The monstrosity of one can lead others forward. But a certain indescribable youthful prodigy appeared before this group of exceptionally talented, spirited young Navy recruits, showcasing a strength they could never achieve even after a lifetime of effort. This terrifying, unfathomable gap completely extinguished their enthusiasm for self-improvement and their perseverance in sweating it out. Since effort seemed futile, why not just give up entirely? Sigh. Zephyr let out a long sigh. The tragedy was replaying once again. What could he do to salvage it? At this moment, Tyrag also noticed that the atmosphere in the silent training ground was somewhat strange. The information fed back to him through his observation hockey was mostly disappointment, helplessness, and confusion. "Uncle, let me handle this." "You?" Zephyr paused his steps but did not stop him. Instead, he stepped aside, silently moving behind Tyrag to see if he could salvage the determination of these Navy personnel. Standing in front of the Navy soldiers, Tyrag scanned the crowd. He didn't offer words of comfort. Instead, he furrowed his brows and sarcastically said, "If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here right now, but rather taking off my justice cloak and rolling out of here, right now. You are even worse than a newly enlisted recruit and have already lost the qualification to become an excellent Navy soldier." His highly insulting words reached the ears of every Navy soldier. Although their confidence had been shattered, that was no reason for Tyrag to casually humiliate them. From the back of the line, a tearful Navy soldier stepped forward, shouting excitedly, "You're talking nonsense. How could a monster like you understand our pain? We've trained hard for over 3 months, but the best, Smoker, couldn't even land a single hit under your command. And neither could Tina." This Navy soldier continued to scream, "Effort doesn't guarantee results. We've worked our entire lives, and it's just your starting point. Stop looking down on people." With one final roar, the Navy soldier, in pain, tore off his justice cloak and walked step by step to salute the justice flag in front of the Iron Blood Tower, placing the cloak gently beneath the Navy flag. "Huh, 3 months? On what basis do you think your 3 months of training can compare to my decade-long grueling training through all seasons?" Talig used the 6 forms of Soru to move in front of the Marine under the flag and kicked him back to the ranks. "My father's name is Monkey D. Garp, and I believe you are not unfamiliar with him." Terra G Station returned to its previous position and said, "Yes, it's that naval hero, Vice Admiral Karp." In the naval crowd, there were sounds of shock, and people began to discuss, unable to believe it. Tyrag nodded in acknowledgement and said lightly, "It's good that you know each other. I just want to tell you that the source of my strength comes from a very small part of talent. Hard work is not in vain. For 10 long years, I was thrown into a bottomless cliff by my father, into desolate mountains, into jungles at night, into endless oceans, into muddy swamps, and into cold glaciers." The painful memories surged back to my mind as Tyrag recounted the torment he had endured over the years. "Karp, I admire you," Zephyr said, his eyes wide like copper bells. Tyrag's half-hour-long narration made Zephyr feel inadequate in educating students. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would have Tyrag write a report. Such a good training method must not be buried. The shared experience of even more tragic training made the Navy silent, no longer using 3 months of training as a talking point. Terra Ridge saw that the time was about right, pointed to the high-hanging banner of justice next to the Iron Blood Tower, and said, "Ask yourselves, why have you come to this training camp? Is it to enhance your own strength? Is it to obtain a ticket for promotion in rank? Or is it for the justice you hold dear in your hearts?" Tyrag slowly shook his head, raised his voice, and spoke with some excitement. "No, none of that." Zephyr furrowed his brow, silently thinking, "This is bad." The kid's words were a bit dangerous. Any mention of justice must not be tarnished in the slightest. Just as he was about to interrupt, Tyrag's voice continued, "In my view, you all came here just to take away one thing." He paused to give them time to react, looking at the flag fluttering high in the sky, and said, "To give your youth, sweat, and even your lives. Just to take away the word responsibility. The responsibility of a soldier. The responsibility to protect the soldiers under your future command. The responsibility and determination to use the power you have to guard the world." His passionate speech was stirring, and all the Navy personnel raised their heads, looking at the flag of justice blowing in the wind. Responsibility, guarding determination, the Navy murmured, the last bit of confusion in their eyes dissipating as they clarified their inner feelings, once again radiating youthful energy. For justice. The Navy soldier who had been kicked back into the ranks by Tyrag, with a resolute face, shed tears of faith and shouted, "For justice." 51, all the Navy personnel, including Zephyr and Tyrag, saluted the naval flag in front of them, shouting in unison as if breaking through the sky, saving themselves. Responsibility makes one strong, brave, fearless, and also teaches one care and understanding. These new Navy recruits, filled with kindness and justice in their hearts, found their direction once again. Zephyr laughed heartily, secretly sighing, "Old man, you have successors. With him around, the Navy can prosper for another 50 years. After the ceremony, Tyrag stood at the front of the Navy ranks, awaiting Zephyr's orders. Zephyr withdrew his smile. The tragedy was averted, but training could not be neglected. He looked at Tyrag and asked, "What is your name?" Zephyr wanted these students to know who had pulled them back from the dark abyss. As the farce ended, Tyrag saluted Zephyr and reported, "Sir, my name is Monkey D. Tyrag." His assertive voice reached the ears of every sailor, and they remembered it. Zephyr asked again, "Then what is your name now?" "Report. I am called Rookie." Zephyr grinned. He liked this answer. Looking around at all the students, he shook his head and said, "I am very disappointed in you all. From today on, you all have no names. You will be renamed Rookie." Zephyr pointed at Tyrag and said, "Starting with you, you will be Rookie number 1, and the rest will follow in order." "Yes, I am Rookie number 1. Targaryen raised his chest and did not show the slightest arrogance due to his improved strength. He was still far from these old guys. In the past, when Zephyr changed his name, not to mention all, but there would definitely be many voices of dissent. However, Targaryen agreed to be called a Rookie, and who among those behind him dared to say a word? You led them to run around the training ground. They completed 1 lap, while you completed 10. Today was considered an exception, as Zephyr had lost the mood to continue training. He wanted to have a good talk with Sengoku about Taraji's arrangements. So he simply gave the order to run. "Report, how long do we run?" Targaryen asked. Zephyr was already walking towards the exit, waved his hand casually, and said, "Run until you're dizzy." "Yes," Talig answered loudly, but then scratched his head in confusion. Can running without a burden really make someone dizzy? The person who had been kicked away by Talig earlier was named Ella, standing beside him. Just as he called out Talig's name, he was interrupted by Talig waving his hand, smiling and saying, "Call me Rookie number 1, got it?" Ella nodded, indicating he understood, with a look of admiration that remained fixed on him. "Rookie number 1, when do we start? Do I even need to ask?" "Now." With that, Talig was the first to run out. After all, they had 1 lap each, while he had 10 laps. This goal was not something that could be accomplished easily. He really meant what he said. Sengoku excitedly kicked a goat nearby that had eaten important documents. "You've asked 13 times already, really." Zephyr silently crushed the wooden chair beside him, realizing for the first time how long-winded Sengoku could be. Sengoku awkwardly scratched his head and pulled out a pile of sunbae from the cabinet, placing it on the table. "I just didn't expect that old Cap would have such an outstanding son." Zephyr looked at the table full of sunbae, puzzled, and said, "Aren't you afraid he'll come chasing after you from the East Sea after eating all this?" "Humph, I couldn't ask for more." In a fit of rage, Sengoku tore open all the limited edition sunbae that Cap had treasured on the table and stuffed them into his mouth in one go. "You're responsible for teaching him. Considering what you just said, this kid has the Conqueror-S hockey, but doesn't know how to use it. It's a bit of a waste." "I was thinking the same thing. Even if he enters a stable period, his hockey will still leak out uncontrollably." Zephyr nodded. "He has obvious training marks on him. Cap must have taught him a lot, so I won't need to step in to correct him," Zephyr analyzed. Sengoku walked over to Cap's exclusive cabinet again and took out a bag of a rare sunbae hidden deep inside, eating as he spoke. "Let's do it this way for now. You teach him how to properly use hockey, and then I'll assign him to work under those 3. Zephyr's mouth twitched, as if foreseeing the scene 5 years later, where Cap would be chasing Sengoku around the world with a heavy fist. A day later, at the officer training camp, the sea breeze was gentle and fresh, carrying a slightly salty scent, blowing against Talig's face, which was drenched in sweat. The burning sensation in his abdomen was also somewhat alleviated by the cool sea breeze. Tyrag let out a long breath, leaping over the unconscious Marine on the ground. His gaze resolutely fixed ahead. In the 872nd lap, just as he expected, it seemed somewhat impossible for him to run to the point of fainting without any weight. He raised his head to look at the dawn gradually rising in the distance. It should be around 5 o'clock now. To complete his task as quickly as possible, Tyrag secretly took out his weighted training gear from a hidden corner. At this moment, this exclusive weight training gear, made for him at the request of Carp, had been increased to 5 tons by Tyrag. The familiar heaviness hit him the moment he put it on his back, making Tyrag's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but smile slightly, secretly praising. "Sure enough, Dad understands me. Uncle Zifa is just passable." Shaking his head, he dashed out again, his speed not only undiminished, but even increasing compared to before. Genius has already left people in despair. But what is even more despairing is that geniuses work harder than us. Not far away, Ella, who was lying down, witnessed the entire process of Tyrag putting on the weights. Ella gritted his teeth and struggled desperately, trying to stand up once again. But after 8 hours of intense running, his body had already unilaterally refused the command from his brain. Tears of unwillingness streamed down his face as Ella couldn't help but roar. Get up. Accompanied by this long howl, Ella squeezed out his last potential, and this exceptionally gifted Marine, with his strong willpower, once again crawled up from the ground, his gaze resolute, limping as he moved forward to chase after the gradually disappearing figure. If you can still stand before I faint, I will acknowledge you. Tyrag, running at high speed, was constantly using observation hockey to prevent himself from stepping on any of the trainees. This also made him notice Ellis struggling to get up behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of appreciation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the training camp, two unexpected guests arrived. Lieutenant Squirrel looked in surprise at the two who were slowly approaching, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As the two got closer, Squirrel had no choice but to step out from his hidden spot and block their way, asking in a somewhat stiff tone, "Sakazuki, Kazan, what are you two doing here? It shouldn't be your turn for guard duty." To the left, Kazan casually placed his hands behind his head, appearing very relaxed, pointing to Sakazuki beside him and nonchalantly saying, "Don't ask me. I came with him. As for what he wants to do, you should ask him." Squirrel looked speechlessly at the dark-faced Sakazuki on the right, utterly confused about why this representative of the hawkish faction would come here. In the past, Sakazuki would rather stay out at sea to eliminate more pirates than to care about this cradle of Navy growth, the officer training camp. On the right, Sakazuki, covered in tattoos, had a sword on his left arm and a vibrant rose combined with cherry blossoms from his chest to his elbow. At this moment, he was wearing black sunglasses and holding a golden cigar in his mouth. With a smirk, he spoke with an imposing presence. "I want to go in alone." Sakazuki stated his intention directly, showing no sign of restraint just because this was a confidential area. Squirrel frowned, feeling somewhat troubled as he replied, "Do you have an order from Admiral Sengoku or Teacher Zifa regarding this request? If it were within the bounds of his authority, Squirrel would definitely help. But the order to not allow outsiders to approach was a strict command given personally by Admiral Kong, and Squirrel would never allow himself to neglect his duty." Sakazuki shook his head. This visit was completely spontaneous, and he indeed consulted Sengoku. "I'm very sorry, but without an order, no one can enter." Squirrel calmly and decisively rejected Sakazuki's request. Dark red magma dripped on the ground, rising in puffs of gray smoke. Sakazuki furrowed his brow, the long-suppressed anger in his heart becoming somewhat uncontrollable. "Let me in, and afterward, I will explain to Admiral Sengoku." Squirrel placed his right hand on the sword sheath. Sakazuki's state was somewhat off, and it was clear he was not here for a friendly visit. "Then please come back with an order. At that time, I won't stop you from doing anything you want." Squirrel was extremely reluctant to engage with this hawkish monster, but did not want to see anyone die, especially since they were from the same faction. However, it would still be quite easy for Sakazuki to injure or cripple him. "Are you sure you want to stop me? Step aside. I only want to go in alone. This matter has nothing to do with you." Sakazuki delivered his final ultimatum, the elementalization of his left arm becoming increasingly severe, ready to explode at any moment. Let him through, Squirrel. You're no match for this guy." "But Kazan, you know how important this place is. If..." Squirrel looked worriedly at Sakazuki beside him. "If this guy causes a scene inside, the entire Marineford could be blown sky-high from this strategic resource storage base." "It's fine. I'll keep an eye on him, and let him act recklessly. You can go report to Admiral Sengoku." In response to Kazan's serious explanation, Squirrel's mouth twitched slightly. What he feared the most was that the two of them would start fighting inside. Withdrawing his sword into its sheath, Squirrel reluctantly moved aside to let them in. There was no stopping them now. Squirrel didn't manage to handle the situation here any longer and quickly rushed towards the main building to report this matter to Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki shot an annoyed glance at the following Kazan, snorting coldly. "Humph. Meddlesome," burning the cigar to ashes. He pushed open the door of the training base and walked inside like an active volcano. The verbal provocation didn't affect Kazan. As long as it was a matter of principle, he generally took things easy and remained unhurried. "Tyrag is my brother." Kazan stopped in his tracks, watching Sakazuki walk into the training base, a trace of coldness appearing at the corners of his mouth, and a long-lost silver light flickering in his lazy eyes. "Hurry, it's almost at the limit." The unaware Tyrag continued his weighted training, sweat and heat forming a thin mist around him. His throat was dry, and he noticed that, since arriving at headquarters, he hadn't eaten or even drunk water. Is that person still standing? Interesting. Clearly, consciousness has already faded. Tyrag steadily released his observation hockey, always keeping an eye on Ella, whose eyes were dim but still moving forward slowly. "Even if you fall now, I still acknowledge you. It's not the kind of coward I imagined. Tara recalled yesterday, when Ella had ripped off the cloak of justice. He admitted that he had misjudged the situation. The system brought a cup of cola. The system task was settled, with rewards, culinary mastery, excellent task performance, and a bonus of a case of cola. The system maintained its dwindling dignity with its last bit of stubbornness. Some people lack iron, some lack calcium, but what I lack the most is face. Tyrag didn't care what others thought and casually took out a can of soda from thin air. His observation hockey had already enveloped the entire training ground, so he wasn't worried at all about his actions being noticed. Sizzle. Gulp gulp, refreshing. But it would be even better if it were cold. I'll pay attention next time. During this brief rest period, a steady and powerful footstep officially entered the training camp's training ground. Huh, why is he here? The moment Akainu stepped onto the training ground, Tyrag noticed him and couldn't help but furrow his brows. It seemed like he was coming for me, but we haven't had any dealings before, right? The red that in his awareness was slowly approaching him, but not knowing his intentions, Tyrag didn't take it to heart and continued with his training tasks. As his hockey entered a stable phase, his physique had enhanced significantly overnight. It was becoming increasingly difficult to push his limits just by running. It seemed it was time to start practical training. The physical training would come to a pause after this. Tyrag was completely unconcerned about the dangerous aura within his observation range, instead contemplating his future training plans. The reason he could ignore Sakazuki was simply because another familiar presence had appeared in the training camp. Ah, Sakazuki, you should take a look at him. This distance is already sufficient. Akiji blocked Akainu's path, preventing him from getting closer to Tyrag. Their powerful observation hockey allowed them to see clearly the distant figure running in the distance. Sakazuki completely disregarded the conditions agreed upon by the two earlier. His left arm once again transformed into magma, ready to erupt at any moment. People are different. Don't impose the mistakes made by that person onto him. Akiji seemed to have transformed into a different person, his expression unusually serious, half of his body already turned into ice, ready for battle at any moment. Better to mistakenly kill than to let go. This world cannot bear the emergence of a second voice of resistance. To share the same bloodline as that person is the original sin. Get out of my way. Akainu, driven mad by anger, roared, raising his magma-wrapped left arm high, condensing it into a massive fireball. Icebird. Since negotiations had failed, a fight was inevitable. Akiji raised his right hand, conjuring a gigantic icebird made of ice blocks. The meteoric volcano ready to erupt faced off against the icebird, with neither side yielding, dividing the training ground into a realm of ice and fire. Brother Kazan. The scene created by the two was so terrifyingly massive that it was impossible not to attract Tyrag's attention. Ah, little Tyrag, don't come over here. It's very dangerous. Akiji's impression of him was still from a few years ago, unaware that Tyrag had grown remarkably since then. Although he couldn't defeat the two, the attacks Tyrag unleashed should not be underestimated. Akiji and Akainu were wary of each other, afraid to act and risk detonating this military base, while Tyrag had no such concerns. To Akiji, the bond with his father, Garp, was more about familial ties than a master-student relationship. For Tyrag, who valued family above all, how could he just stand by and watch his good brother be threatened by this red dog? If I remember correctly, this red dog killed my brother 17 years later and broke my brother's leg. It seems Dad wants to take his dog head. Tyrag's mind raced as he thought of many things. He instinctively threw down the burden on his back, and his gaze gradually became dangerous as he stepped into the battlefield belonging to Akainu and Akiji. Akainu would never have expected that Tyrag, who was slowly approaching them, shared the same idea. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. However, Tyrag was even more ruthless. He aimed to prevent potential threats and eliminate them at the root. Taking advantage of the fact that his brother Kazan was also there, he sought an opportunity to kill him. Tyrag squinted his eyes, sizing up Sakazuki, who was holding a large fireball. With someone backing him up, he said calmly, "Brother Kazan, tell me, what do you think will happen if we kill him together?" The silent arena, with Kuzan's dazed expression and Sakazuki's puzzled face, formed an indescribable picture. What did you say?" The angry Akainu roared back, completely enraged. His previous hesitations gone. A magma fist shot toward Tyrag from afar. "Alala, don't get too excited, Sakazuki. I spear." Since the fight had already started, there was no need to hold back. They would deal with the aftermath later. Two ice spears quickly formed beside Kazan, shooting straight toward Akainu's swinging magma arm. Looking for death. Hellhound. With his attack blocked by Kazan, The camaraderie was gone, and Akainu roared in fury. His magma arm rapidly extended, striking at Kazan beside him. Akainu's hellhound was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. He had used this skill during the Marineford War to severely injure Whitebeard. Knowing its power, Kazan chose not to take it head-on, but instead opted for his elemental form, easily dodging the blow. The hellhound, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, passed through Kazan's chest without causing any harm. Indeed, I still find her ideology utterly distasteful. Kazan was also genuinely angered by this merciless attack. His body shimmered with cold light as he leaped into the air. Extending his hands, cold light emanated from them as Kazan coldly shouted, "Freeze!" Time capsule. Kazan's upper body fully elementalized, releasing a long-range, freezing shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed, even the air froze. Guided by observation haki, no matter how Sakazuki tried to dodge, he could not avoid Kazan's attack. Kazan did not want to use this ability, as he had once used it to freeze his friend, former Marine Rear Admiral Saul. Hellhound. Dodging was futile. Akainu decided to face it head-on, once again unleashing his fiery hellhound to meet the incoming freezing capsule. The moment they collided, a massive shockwave erupted, and steam rose, engulfing the entire training ground. Gradually, the hellhound was at a disadvantage, beginning to freeze from the front, the ice extending along the hellhound toward Akainu's body. Opportunity. Always observing from the side, Tyrag's eyes flashed. He had not given up on this battle, but had been waiting for the right moment. Now, he had found it. Headquarters, conference room. Have they started fighting? How terrifying. Borsellino, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, leisurely sat in his chair, crossing his legs and trimming his nails. The weasel had reported the intrusion of Akainu and Kazan into the base to Sengoku a few minutes ago. These two bastards, they are simply lawless. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, the plaque of justice hanging behind him, shaking dangerously. Borsellino, your speed is the fastest. Go stop them first. I will follow. Borsellino smirked reluctantly, getting up with a sleazy tone. Those two are as strong as monsters. How scary. Go now. Sengoku roared, his Conqueror's haki radiating outwards, impacting everything around him, causing the plaque behind him to fall completely. Mr. Sengoku is even scarier. The Conqueror's haki hit Borsellino hard. He didn't even grab his hat and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sengoku sighed, bending down to pick up the plaque from the ground and gently wiping the dust off the 7 large characters. He had become accustomed to Borsellino's nonchalance. He didn't know why the strongest among the 3, Borsellino, had such a bad personality. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan. With the emergence of these 3 monsters, the current Navy had reached its peak in combat power in nearly 100 years. It was a crucial moment for showcasing their abilities, yet due to the numerous internal factions, the ideological conflicts between Kazan and Akainu often led to brawls, while Borsellino lived a laid-back 9 to 5 life. Zephyr's retirement from the front lines, Garp's free-spirited nature, and the ongoing election for Fleet Admiral all contributed to the Navy having immense strength, but nowhere to unleash it, with all the pressure falling squarely on the diligent Sengoku. What is Zephyr doing? Why isn't he stopping them? Sengoku cursed quietly, his figure flashing as he rushed toward the back of the headquarters. Officer training camp. Kazan was over 6 years younger than Akainu, which led to a clear comparison of their combat strengths. Borsellino was a notch stronger than Akainu, while Akainu surpassed Kazan by more than 1 level. The freezing time capsule was powerful. Had it not been for Akainu's concerns about accidentally igniting the base, he could have used an even more powerful skill to block it. But it was precisely because of this concern that he was momentarily frozen by Kazan's strike. Good opportunity. Tyrag's eyes lit up as he officially stepped onto the battlefield. Leaping from the ground, in an instant, his explosive power caused the stone floor beneath him to shatter, and his figure appeared above the temporarily frozen Akainu. As the armament haki slowly gathered in his right arm, Tyrag's previously dark arm gradually transformed into a dark purple hue. Around his tightly clenched fist, sound explosions erupted, and dark purple lightning ravaged the surrounding area. Tyrag's forehead bulged with veins as he unleashed his full power in a mighty strike. Roaring, armament moonfall impact. The dark purple destructive shockwave shot down towards the ice sculpture of Akainu, leaving Akiji, who had just caught his breath, dumbfounded at the sight. Stop it, little Tyrag. No. 2 voices rang out. One was the rapidly approaching Kizaru, and the other was Akiji, who was already too late to intervene. Mr. Carp's son? That's really scary, Kizaru thought, fully confident in his speed, even finding time to make a quip while flying at high speed. He placed his hands in front of his abdomen, forming a circular shape, and with a smirk, said, "Yada no Kagami." With that lewd voice, a mirror-like light appeared in Kizaru's hands, and the rapidly reflecting beams of light formed a track of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Akainu. How strange, a newcomer yet as strong as a monster. Facing the moonfall shockwave the size of a small training ground, Kizaru remained unfazed, slowly raising his hands to release an invisible aura. Damn it, still too late? Taraji noticed the movements of the yellow ape, but still gritted his teeth and delivered a heavy punch. Having already taken a plunge, why not go all the way? The dark purple shockwave left cracks in the space it passed through, and in an instant, it collided with the expressionless yellow ape. Boom! Boom! The sounds of collision followed one after another, with the roar echoing endlessly. How dare you? Tyrag continued to exert pressure, but between the shockwave and Kizaru's hands. It seemed as if an invisible wall of air had appeared. No matter how hard he tried, the shockwave could not break through his defenses, and even the accompanying airflow was blocked by that wall. Bad news kept coming, while they were still in a continuous clash. The ice behind Kizaru also made a muffled sound of crack. The ice shattered everywhere, and Akainu, with his powerful armament haki, broke free from Akiji's restraints, twisted his stiff neck, and looked up at the sky with a grim expression. His arm elementalized once again, and he walked over to Kizaru, giving him a grateful look, gritting his teeth and saying, "Borsellino, you hold him off first. I'll go up and kill him." Since the person had already been saved, although the target was wrong, Kizaru would not do anything outside of his mission. Old man refuses. You handle the mess left behind. If that little monster puts in more effort, my life could be in danger. How terrifying. Kizaru smirked slightly, and as he spoke, his figure elementalized and appeared outside the range of Tyrag's shockwave. Without his obstruction, the moonfall impact pressed down instantly. Akainu glared fiercely at Kizaru, who was watching from a distance, and roared, "Kid, I must kill you today, if you have the guts. Come at me." What's that barking? Tyrag snorted coldly and swung his fist down again with great force. Moonfall impact. The dog that bites does not bark. Akainu did not respond to him and shouted angrily, "Great eruption." Akainu's arms transformed into massive fists made of lava, striking upwards with the impact of a volcanic eruption. Ah, that's too much. While Tyrag made his move, Akiji had already stopped attacking and was watching from the side, until the irrational Akainu unleashed the great eruption, capable of destroying the entire training ground. Akiji's face darkened, his body elementalized, and his hands gently pressed against the ground, as if embracing the entire world. Ice Age. Akiji's unreserved strike could instantly turn the sea between several islands in a frozen land, freezing it for up to a week. This time, he had no intention of altering the terrain, but aimed this strike directly at Akainu's body. As Akainu used the great eruption to kill Tyrag, he would also be completely frozen by Akiji, unable to be released for eternity. The three who unleashed true fire had completely disregarded their surroundings and were using their full power. The sky was gloomy, as if it were about to rain. Dark clouds in the distant sky, gradually forming spirals, directly aimed at the officer training base below. Three destructive auras lingered here: dark purple, fiery red, and ocean blue. Stop it. Zephyr, how long do you want to watch? As the three sides were about to collide, Sengoku arrived late, roaring loudly. Great Buddha, guardian statue. Sengoku appeared in the middle of the battlefield, transforming into a massive golden Buddha statue, with his hands clasped together. Behind him appeared a phantom of a Buddha, towering hundreds of meters high. As Sengoku slowly extended his arms, a golden energy shield enveloped Tyrag and the others, interrupting their released attacks. After a single strike, Sengoku was drenched in sweat, having severely exhausted his stamina, and automatically reverted from the Buddha form. Do you all want to die? Don't drag the headquarters down with you. There's at least 100 tons of gunpowder here. Do you want to level the headquarters? Zephyr, get the hell out here. Sengoku's roar echoed through the sky, glaring at the few pillars of the navy in front of him, wishing he could kill them. I have discretion, but he must die. Akainu, who is quite stubborn, wouldn't back down even with Sengoku present. His gradually lava-melting arm aimed at the smiling Tyrag on the other side. Who do you think you are? Get him down. Your candidate qualification for admiral is cancelled. Sengoku angrily looked at Akainu and waved his hand, signaling the arriving weasel to temporarily detain Akainu. I'll walk myself. Akainu frowned, snorted coldly, and did not make things difficult for the arriving weasel. He flicked his cape and followed the team to the criminal detention room. Once this side was settled, Sengoku turned to the side, where Aokiji and Tyrag were chatting and laughing, pointing at them with a frown and saying, "And you, what about me?" Tyrag took a step to the right to dodge the outstretched finger of Sengoku, chuckling awkwardly. "He wants to kill me. I'm just defending myself." Sengoku was taken aback. Swallowing the reprimand in his mouth, he still didn't know what exactly had happened, so he really couldn't blame Tyrag. With a helpless shake of his head, he sighed. "You can leave now. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Aokiji, you and Kizaru come to my office." Sengoku issued the final order without room for discussion, his expression serious as he looked towards the Iron Blood Tower, at the figure on the third-floor balcony, silently saying, "Zifa, you must give me an explanation for this matter." Clearly, he was right there, yet he hadn't intervened to stop this battle that could endanger the entire Marineford. What was he thinking? Sengoku and several key personnel left, leaving a group of medical staff to see if any trainees were affected by the battle, so they could provide timely treatment. But those who could come here for training were not fools. As soon as Akainu and Aokiji faced off, they had already dashed far away to gather together and watch the excitement. Were there any injured? There was indeed one. That was Era, who had lost consciousness yet was still moving his feet. He hadn't exited the battlefield in time and was swept away by the aftermath, resulting in 7 broken ribs, a fractured thigh, and a mild concussion. What a waste of effort. If only I were stronger. Tyrag casually found a step and sat down. Having exhausted his stamina after training for so long and fighting, fatigue sweeping over him. Now if he closed his eyes, Tyrag was sure he would fall asleep within 3 seconds. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps came closer, and Tyrag turned around in confusion, seeing the figure approaching, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "Why do you want to kill Sakazuki?" The person was none other than Zifa, his arms intact. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, his furrowed brows revealing that his heart was anything but calm. Tyrag struggled to rise against the supporting wall, feigning ignorance as he said, "I didn't mean to kill him." A light rain began to fall from the sky, the droplets pattering down on the battlefield ahead. Zifa, wearing sunglasses, stood silently behind Tyrag for a long time. After a while, Zifa sighed and asked, "What is your belief?" He looked up at the sky, which was overcast and unclear, mirroring his troubled mood. Hearing this, Tyrag was taken aback, sitting down heavily on the ground, as he truly had no strength left to stand. He gazed up at the sky, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Belief? Who really knows? If I had to say, does protection count?" Zifa took off his sunglasses and sat beside Tyrag, repeating dreamily, "Protection, huh?" He had refrained from intervening in today's battle to understand the beliefs of several people, including Tyrag, which was crucial for the future of the Navy. The masterpiece of failed education, Sakazuki, inherited Zifa's ruthlessness and loyalty, confirming he was absolute justice. The former masterpiece, Kazan, whom Zifa regarded as perfect, inherited Zifa's free spirit and persistence, confirming he was lazy justice. The masterpiece who could not be educated, Borsellino, confirmed he was ambiguous justice. As the chief instructor of the Navy, Zifa had the duty to confirm what kind of people would lead the Navy in the coming decades. But in today's brutal battle, all he saw was disappointment and concern for the future. Zifa looked at the gradually dissipating dark clouds, thinking to himself, Sakazuki and Kazan would inevitably clash irreconcilably due to their differing ideologies. Borsellino's casual nature, lacking a personal belief, didn't amount to much. What path lay ahead for the Navy? As the rain cleared, the sky brightened, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow on Tyrag's face as he dozed against the wall. Zifa took off his cloak and draped it over Tyrag, shaking his head, burdened with countless worries, and made his way alone to the headquarters. Protection? Is it to protect the world? Peace? Will? Justice? The Navy? Principles? Or something else? Zifa was puzzled, thinking that while he was still relatively young, he would let time reveal everything. The snoring of Talag gradually rose, and the half-aged figure that was receding had all misunderstood. Protecting the world? He had no such lofty ideals. What he referred to as protection was merely for his family. As for other things, he would do them as much as he could, casually. Sengoku stood on the ladder, hanging the plaque that represented his determination back in its original position. After jumping down, he nodded in satisfaction at his masterpiece, then helplessly looked at his old friend and said, "Your intentions are right, but that's not a reason for them to fight in the combat readiness base." Zephyr tightly clutched 4 documents in his hand. They were the biographies of Akiji and the other 2, along with Taleg's ability assessment file. The Navy, which appeared very powerful, was actually like a powder keg, capable of causing an unpredictable explosion with just a small fuse. The combat supplies had already been moved before Taleg arrived. Sengoku gritted his teeth and stepped forward to grab Zephyr by the collar, glaring at him. "Then you should have told me." They started fighting and almost scared me to death. "Next time, for sure," Zephyr replied seriously. "Next time." Sengoku's voice cracked. The usual playful bickering had become second nature for them since childhood. Sengoku coughed and returned to a serious state. "Is it really as serious as you say? I'm still young. I can hold on for a few decades without a problem. It's still too early to talk about the future." Zephyr looked up at the plaque in silence, pondering the justice that reigned supreme. He couldn't understand why Sengoku, who prioritized the bigger picture, had such a short-sighted view. Under the strange gaze of his old friend, Sengoku couldn't help but blush. He just thought he was still just a general. As for the Navy's future, it wasn't time for him to worry about that yet. "Enough of this. The garden party is coming soon." Sengoku sighed and spoke gloomily. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression changed. He kicked a nearby chair to pieces and gritted his teeth. "Those damned scum." "Shoo." Sengoku quickly covered Zephyr's mouth, pointed to a few nearby, den mushy, and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, walls have ears. They're dispatching Akainu and others to guard this garden party." Zephyr's eyes dimmed. Those damn guys. Instead of enjoying their lives up there, why do they come down every year? Aren't there enough pirates? Let a big pirate come and smash them. I guarantee I won't chase you guys. Still furious, Zephyr turned to leave, leaving Sengoku, who felt powerless, sighing. "By the way, let Taleg go with you. He needs to see some of the essence of this world." I can see the confusion in his eyes. As Zephyr reached the door, he paused and made a request. He had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. After just a few interactions, he had already seen through Taleg. His narrow perspective needed to be broadened, and his small-mindedness required tempering. This would greatly benefit his growth. "If you do this, Carp won't forgive you," Sengoku frowned and advised. Zephyr, with a determined expression, stepped forward and replied, "I will bear all the consequences. This outing of the celestial dragons is a good place to test the human heart. It can make people see the greatest evil in the world, thus establishing their beliefs. It can let people experience the most extravagant life, thereby honing their will. It can let people face the greatest injustices in the world, thus clarifying their direction. Carp, precisely because he is your son, is why I chose the most extreme method." Zephyr walked forward with a heavy heart, muttering softly, "I can't see his stance. It's both just and evil. After this, everything will be clear." A day later, the punishment for Sakazuki was handed down, with Sengoku filing the report and Fleet Admiral Kong issuing the order, officially canceling his qualification as a candidate for admiral. Knowing the entire situation, Sengoku chose to conceal Taleg's ruthless actions, not wanting him, who had just joined the military, to go home immediately with his belongings. This was also a consideration for Carp's son. "Taleg Rookie Number 1, from now on, you are my idol." Era lay on the hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, tears of regret streaming down his face. He had watched the secretly recorded video by his classmates over 100 times, lamenting how he had fainted at the time. Missing the chance to witness the peak showdown live, Era, since waking up and hearing about the incident, had begun to cry bitterly, filled with regret. Taleg was peeling an apple in his hand and smiled. "Take good care of your injury. If you cry, it will get infected soon." Ella looked at Taleg with grateful eyes, secretly admiring his thoughtfulness, knowing to peel an apple for her. Crisp. Ella's outstretched hand froze in midair, realizing after a while that it wasn't for him. So sweet. Tyrag was in a good mood, placing 2 apples on the table and carrying a fruit basket to the next room. He only had a few thousand burley that he had secretly taken from Agino's house, and there was no extra money to give them each a fruit basket. Knock knock. Kumin, with permission granted, Tyrag pushed open the door to the hospital room and walked in. Cough, cough, cough. The moment he entered, Tyrag was choked to tears by the smoke-filled room, which was shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Tyrag covered his mouth and nose, and a perfectly good hospital room had been turned into a sauna. "What are you doing here?" Smoker, with a plaster cast on his head, had a red glow in his eyes, and the piles of cigars on the floor spoke of his restless heart since the injury. Cough, cough. Tyrag wiped away the tears from his cough, quickly walked to the window, and pushed it open, feeling much better after that. "Old Smoker, are you trying to smoke yourself to death?" Taraji would never have thought that he was actually controlled for 5 minutes by a familiar stranger using a low-quality tobacco. This is my room, and I can smoke however I want. You have no say in it. Smoker shouted back, supporting the plaster that was about to crack from the pressure. Who do you think you are? Tarag's mouth curled into a wicked smile as his figure flickered. Before Smoker could react, he swiftly approached, picked up a box of cigars from the bedside table, casually tossed 2 bananas onto the bed, and elegantly ran out. No other intention. I just came to check on my comrade. Give me back my cigars. Smoker jumped off the hospital bed and chased after him. The plaster on his head could no longer withstand Smoker's violent struggles, and with a crack, it shattered. Smoker fell to the ground with a painful howl. Ah, bastard. I will definitely kill you. The door bore the number 315, which was Tina's recovery room. She herself was uninjured, but the backlash effect of her fruit ability had left her extremely weak. After resting for a night, there was still no improvement. The doctor said it would take at least 3 more days for her to fully recover. When Talig entered, Tina was still asleep on the hospital bed. The doctor advised her to get more rest, as it would help her recover her strength. Really, how much did that old smoker give you? Without any presents. He still dares to compete with me. Looking at Tina, whose face was pale, Talig shook his head and placed a fruit basket on her bedside. Consider yourself lucky. I only bought 3 apples, 2 bananas, and 1 durian, the biggest and best, of course, reserved for the lady. Tyrag stood seriously in front of Tina's bed, whispering, and when he walked out of the room, he took a lingering glance at the durian by Tina's pillow, which he hadn't had the heart to eat. 7 days later, at the officer training camp, on the training field, sunlight poured down, illuminating neat rows of formations. 51 Warren officers stood tall, their expressions serious, gazing straight ahead. A breeze quietly blew by, causing the justice capes behind the officers to flutter in the wind. At the front of the line, Tyrag subtly shifted his foot to the side as Zephyr turned around. Tina, with a gloomy expression, also edged closer to him, her eyes filled with a deadly intent that couldn't be hidden. Sister, you've been following me for several days now. When is this going to end? Tara Gregg tried to lower his voice, murmuring with tears in his eyes, Tina is very angry. I asked the doctor, and during the days I was recuperating, you were the only one who came to my room. Tina is not clean anymore. I want to kill you. During the training period, Tina's long pink hair was tied up in a ponytail at the back of her head, and she wore a pair of purple sunglasses above her forehead, making her look particularly spirited. Combined with her tone, it highlighted her arrogant personality even more than before. Ahem, Tara Gregg coughed in shock, glancing at teacher Zephyr, who was still rummaging through a pile of documents, and shouted softly, Hey, don't wrong me. I just brought you some fruit. I didn't do anything else. Tarag desperately defended himself, unafraid of being crushed to pieces, wanting to leave a clear conscience in the world. Why are you not clean then? So that smelly thing was really sent by you. Go die. Tina was proud and unwilling to be humiliated. She lost her reason and kicked Tarag. She had slept in the hospital room for 2 days, also spending 2 days in the bathroom that appeared in her dreams. Taurag, feeling heartbroken, controlled Tina's kicking leg and looked at her with dissatisfaction. He just wanted to ask, what was so bad about durian? Forget about the price for now. He hadn't even dared to take a bite himself and had given her the whole thing. Stop it, old man. Zephyr noticed the situation over here and signaled Taurag to let go of Tina. Tyrag chuckled, releasing his legs and swiftly dodging to the side, looking at Zephyr with a serious expression as he said, It has nothing to do with me. I'm just acting in self-defense. Tina will stop at nothing against you. Tina, infuriated by this guy, turned pale and left a harsh remark before bowing apologetically to Zephyr, saying, Teacher, I request to duel him again, life or death. Nonsense. Step back. Zephyr scolded the reckless Tina while holding a large stack of papers. He then walked up to Tyrag and gave him a heavy slap on the back of the head, saying, While you're bullying your peers, your old man has the galaxy impact, and I also have a sea submerging strike. Hiss. Tyrag took a deep breath. The old man's hockey was indeed no joke. A chestnut hit him on the head, causing a big bump. He dared not resist. There's an old saying in his hometown. Those who know the current situation are the true heroes. Tyrag decisively conceded, stood up straight, and listened to Zifa's next task instructions. Only then did Zifa nod in satisfaction and walk back toward Tina, pausing for a moment to say, When you master hockey, I will let you challenge him again. Yes, I will master hockey soon. Tina responded loudly, unwilling to back down, casting a sharp glance at Tyrag, who was indifferent in the distance. You can wait to die, she thought. Tina had never been weaker than anyone. Zifa flicked his cloak and walked to the makeshift podium behind him, cleared his throat, and smiled into the microphone. Today's routine training is canceled. There's a special mission that you need to complete or overcome on your own. This mission will be the most unforgettable one since you joined the Navy. What you see and hear during this mission will have a significant impact on your lives. Some call it a milestone of growth, while others refer to it as an everlasting shadow. Zifa's smile gradually turned somewhat dangerous, completely ignoring the uproar below, and continued, "Take a good look at your peers around you. After today, a few may choose to leave because they cannot bear the pressure or condemnation from within." At this point, Zifa paused, giving the sailors below ample time to think. How is that possible? I risked half my life just to squeeze in among hundreds of thousands. How could I easily leave? Who says otherwise? After training here for 3 months, those who can hold on are mostly resilient in spirit. No matter what happens, I won't leave. Voices of rebuttal echoed endlessly. What Zifa wanted was their indomitable spirit and awareness of the challenge. Glancing at the nearly asleep Tyrag, Zifa smirked mischievously and secretly took out a bullet from his pocket, infused with hockey, pinched it between his fingers, and forcefully flicked it toward the closed-eyed Tyrag. In a split second, as the high-speed bullet was about to hit his forehead, Tyrag's eyes slightly opened, his subconscious warning him of the imminent danger, a passive talent honed over years of being tormented by Garp. His mind raced, thinking, that bullet was only 0.01 centimeters from my forehead. But in a minute, its owner will be torn to pieces. There was no time to dodge. Just as Tyrag was about to activate his hockey to defend, he found that the bullet in front of his forehead was deflected by another bullet, even faster. Zifa tossed the bullet in his hand and glared at him fiercely, warning him not to let it happen again. Tyrag stuck out his tongue, able to sleep while standing. One couldn't blame him. It all goes back to Tina. If she hadn't blocked the boys' dormitory door for several days, Tyrag wouldn't have had nowhere to go. Zephyr shook his head and smiled. This kid truly was a handful. This time, he'd give him a little lesson to help him remember. He picked up the microphone from the table again, waved his hand to interrupt the discussions below, and said, "All right, you've had plenty of time to discuss. Task objective 1. Cafeteria, The sailors looked up in surprise. Is this what you meant by a milestone? Shadow? What the heck? Tyrag? Yes. Zephyr, in a bad mood, pointed at Tyrag below and asked loudly, "What is the duty of a soldier?" Tyrag shook his somewhat dazed head, thought for a moment, and replied seriously, "Eating and fighting. It's about obeying orders." Zephyr let out a roar, his footsteps pounding as in the blink of an eye. His figure appeared above Tyrag, and he delivered a heavy punch downwards. Tarag let out a miserable scream as he was punched away by Zephyr. Not to mention that he wasn't awake. Even if he were in good condition, he wouldn't be able to dodge Zephyr's sudden attack. Finally feeling relieved, Zephyr comfortably rubbed his fist, his expression stern as he glared at the surrounding Marines and shouted, "What are you all looking at? Get out of here now." Tara's peers all gave him a sympathetic look. Then, without a sense of loyalty, they quickly ran off to the cafeteria. "Damn it, wait for me." Tarag dared not complain about this uncle who was as strong as a monster. The family tradition of elders tormenting their juniors had been deeply ingrained in his mind, and he even felt that it was only natural for Zephyr to hit him, just like it was for him to hit little Ace when he was 3 years old. Zephyr stood in place, watching Tarag run towards the cafeteria, secretly thinking, this little brat has been raised a bit crooked by that bastard Carp. He needs to be corrected from time to time. What's that saying? A small tree 1T grows straight if it's not pruned. People 1T be straightened out if they're not fixed. The Marines in the officer training camp, unlike regular troops, had their own little cafeteria. "Old M.O., are you in a bad mood today? Is this what you're giving us to eat?" Once out of Zephyr's sight, the hothead smoker immediately lit up his favorite cigar and disdainfully looked at the prepared food on the table ahead. Old M.O., whose full name was Mocha, was a skilled Old Navy cook who had previously been the sous chef in the headquarters kitchen and was temporarily reassigned by Zephyr. Even Tarag, who had a rather picky palate, couldn't find fault with his cooking. Hey, it can't be that, right? Tarag's expression was somewhat unpleasant. On the table were bowls of white tofu and a bright red tomato beef soup, which, combined with the special task that teacher Zephyr had mentioned earlier, reminded him of some unpleasant things. "Little smoker, how many times have I told you? No smoking in the cafeteria?" Old M.O., who had only one eye, looked somewhat fierce as he stepped forward, snatched Smoker's cigar, and threw it on the ground. His other eye, it was said, had been lost 5 years ago when Golden Lion Shiki ambushed the headquarters and accidentally hit him with debris controlled by Shiki. To save his life, he had to remove his left eye, making him a veteran who had seen great storms. "Everyone sit down. Your task here is to eliminate the food in front of you. You have half an hour." Old M.O. took the lead. Scooping up a piece of tofu and a bowl of soup, and sat down to enjoy his meal. Tina couldn't understand why eating was considered a task. She looked around, and her gaze finally landed on Tarag, who was the farthest from the dining table, increasing her confusion. In the past, this guy was the most passionate about food, often the first to rush into the cafeteria and the last to leave. She had just tasted these two dishes made by Old M.O., and they were surprisingly delicious. She really couldn't understand why the usually enthusiastic Tarag was so lacking in interest. Tina carried a plate of tofu and a bowl of tomato soup, walking over with questions. Tina was very disappointed. As her opponent, he was actually afraid of mere food. Tina sat down opposite Tarag, casting a disdainful glance at his pale face. With a light huff, she continued to savor Old Mo's cooking. To be honest, compared to the usual heavy meat dishes, these two light dishes were more to her taste. Don't overeat. Looking at the large portions Tina was having, Tarag reminded her in a heavy tone. Tina rolled her eyes at him and replied unhappily, Tina's training is very tough, and her body needs this energy replenishment. Unlike someone, the amount they eat is completely disproportionate to their training. Tarag grinned. He really couldn't refute that. At just 15 years old, his body had already reached its growth limit. Continuing to break through on this foundation was difficult. Zephyr was aware of his situation. So he didn't force him to participate in the daily training, but instead taught him a set of techniques to hone his own haki. This method was no easier than regular training. In fact, it was even more challenging. That's also the reason why he consumed a lot of food to provide energy for his body. Hey, if you're willing to eat, go ahead and eat more. I'll get you another bowl. Tarag whistled and stood up. Since she didn't listen to the reminder, it was whatever. He definitely wouldn't eat it himself. Tina would take matters into her own hands. Tina rejected Tarag's kindness, and seeing his embarrassed expression diminished the humiliation brought by him significantly. It was already noon, and not to mention that they underwent intense training every day. They were all at an age where they were growing, eating a lot, and getting hungry quickly. So apart from Tarag, everyone focused on eating the food in front of them. The 100 servings of food prepared by Mocha were left largely untouched because Tarag hadn't started eating. Why aren't you eating? Don't use the excuse of not having an appetite. That word shouldn't even be in your vocabulary. Old M.O. wiped the corner of his mouth and shot an annoyed glance at Tarag with his remaining eye. It was precisely because of his presence that Mocha's workload had doubled. Recalling the first time Tarag entered the cafeteria, he had finished off the 60 servings of food that Mocha had meticulously prepared in just 10 minutes, making all the trainees at the officer training camp resent him, except for Ayla, who was still in the medical office. I'm not hungry. Tarag rolled his eyes and smiled reluctantly. Mocha frowned, saying, wasting food is not allowed. The remaining food was prepared just for you. If you don't eat it, don't come to the cafeteria again. I won't make your share anymore. A bloody scene flashed in Tarag's mind as he looked seriously at the one-eyed dragon in front of him and said slowly, I will not eat. The various illogical feelings only reinforced Tarag's suspicion that these tofu and tomatoes were not meant for him in this lifetime. As for not making a share, that is not a big deal. Tarag, who had visited the cafeteria multiple times at midnight, had long memorized the location of the pantry. After all, he was skilled in cooking. He could just do it himself and be well fed. Mocha looked at Tarag with meaningful eyes, and didn't he continue to persuade him? This kid seems to know something. That's good. After the mission, it won't be too hard on him. Half an hour later, regardless of whether they finished eating or not, everyone put down their chopsticks, stood in line, and walked out of the cafeteria. Burp. Smoker let out a satisfied burp. Previously disdainful of the tofu and tomatoes, he had already succumbed to the law of it smells good. Not bad. This kind of thing could be made more often in the future. Smoker walked at the back of the line, not far from Mocha, turned his head, and smiled at him. I'm afraid you'll have a shadow over tofu for the rest of your life. Mocha silently watched the line leave, shaking his head with a sly smile. Tina couldn't believe it. He really didn't eat anything. Tina always had a bad premonition, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Just then, a team of elite Navy soldiers approached from the front of the cafeteria, led by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider was one of the 5 vice admirals involved in the O'Hara demon-slaying order incident and was also a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. He had a cruel personality, willing to harm his own subordinates during missions without hesitation, and was a hawkish figure in the Navy, closely following Sakazuki. How could it be him? What about Teacher Zephyr? Tarag raised an eyebrow, not having a good impression of Ghost Spider. Even if everything was for justice, it was unacceptable to involve casualties among their own people. Even Sakazuki never went that far. During the Marineford War, the colleagues that Akainu casually killed were due to a Marine's cowardice and desertion. In any era of war, Military law has no objections to deserters. If given a chance, Targaryen would definitely kill Akainu, but not because of Akainu's disregard for life. Rather, it was because Akainu could potentially pose a threat to his cherished family in the distant future. Otherwise, from another perspective, aside from the unacceptable harm to innocent civilians, Akainu was a true iron-blooded soldier. He dedicated his entire life to the Navy, shouldering the justice of the whole world. Targaryen admired Sakazuki, who despised evil and valued the Navy's authority above all else, but he did not agree with him. Justice had changed in flavor. Looking at the slowly approaching ghost spider, Targaryen sighed inwardly. That line about how a moment of hesitation led to the escape of a criminal revealed the dark side of the Navy. The Navy's justice must be absolute. However, justice had already changed. Gather, ghost spider, wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon pattern and carrying a katana without a sheath on his shoulder, had a cigarette in his mouth. He was the leader of this special mission, as Zephyr's personal no-kill philosophy was not suitable for the upcoming task. As he approached, Ghost Spider surveyed the group of young budding recruits in front of him. With a serious expression, he spoke. All present. Task 2, target, dock number 3. In 5 minutes. I want to see all of you. Dock number 3 was located within the port of the officer training camp. After giving the order, Ghost Spider did not provide further explanation and led the team away, leaving a group of disoriented Marines behind. Is this really the Vice Admiral of our headquarters? Such a strong presence. I want to become someone like that in the future. Smoker patted his chest, feeling fired up. The unintentional showiness was hard not to admire. If you become that kind of person, I'll kill you. Talig walked past him, leaving behind a cold remark as he ran alone towards the port. I'll kill you first. Smoker, provoked by Talig's words, became agitated and shouted as he was about to charge forward. Tina didn't believe he could defeat Talig and thought it was better not to seek trouble. She grabbed the impulsive Smoker, her eyes filled with anger. They were colleagues, and Talig's words were a bit excessive, which also made her feel uncomfortable, but she couldn't defeat him. Don't waste time. Once we get stronger, there will be opportunities. After Tina finished speaking, she quickly followed the team out, leaving an angry Smoker behind. Dock number 3. Tyrag was the first to arrive. He had no intention of getting close to the Ghost Spider and casually found a place to silently eat his compressed biscuits. Don't ask where the biscuits came from. The humble system stated that it didn't know either. Sakazuki, is it because of you, this little ghost, that I got demoted? Tarag did not step forward to greet him, but kept an eye on his Ghost Spider and was the first to be unable to hold back, walking up to question him. He and several other hawkish figures had quite a few grievances regarding the cancellation of Akainu's candidate qualification for the admiral position by the higher-ups. However, with everything settled, they had no power to change the outcome aside from complaining. Because of this, they were quite displeased with Tarag, one of the protagonists of the incident. Tyrag frowned, swallowed the last bite of his biscuit, extended 2 fingers, and spoke calmly. First, I have a name. It's Monkey D. Tyrag. Second, his demotion was an order from the empty marshal and has nothing to do with me. The Ghost Spider was infuriated by Tyrag's serious demeanor and laughed in anger. Looking for death, just as he was about to draw his pistol from his waist, he was locked onto by a familiar presence. The Ghost Spider snorted coldly and turned back to the lower deck of the warship, his gaze cold and measuring, while Tyrag's expression remained unchanged. Talig took out a second cookie from his pocket, looked up at the massive warship above, and whispered to himself, "Is Teacher Zephyr up there?" 5 minutes later, the team was assembled. With a command from Ghost Spider, everyone orderly boarded the large warship. There were no shells in the cannons. This was not an operation to capture pirates. Tofu and red soup, it really was that. After boarding, Talig secretly checked the cannons on the deck, reaffirming his suspicions. Just as he was pondering, Zephyr walked out of the cabin. Although he would accompany the warship to the mission site, it was merely as top-tier combat support, and he would briefly introduce the specific mission objectives. Except for the absent era, 51 naval lieutenants, including Talig, gathered together, waiting for their teacher's speech. "Ahem," Zephyr said, walking over with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. In fact, he opposed this mission. But both Sengoku and Marshal Kong believed that allowing these officers to experience the passage of life and undergo a bloody baptism would make them grow more resilient and forge their indestructible will. Zephyr looked at the group before him, the future cornerstone of the Navy, and spoke with regret. After rigorous selection and 3 months of sweat, there's no doubt. You are all outstanding naval soldiers. Before they could feel happy, Zephyr, with an angry expression, continued, but you are still far from my standards. That is your tragedy. Because you must discard the honor of being my students. This statement completely provoked the more than 50 talented naval officers in front of him. Smoker stepped forward, visibly unconvinced, and said, "Report. Speak. I'm not convinced. If we cannot meet your standards, teacher, may I ask what level we must reach to meet your standards?" Facing Smoker's defiance, Zephyr not only did not get angry, but instead laughed. Then, his expression changed, and he looked mockingly at the indignant officers before him, pointing at Smoker's nose, and said, "Who among you has truly fought against pirates? Who has really killed someone?" Zephyr's words left the Navy officers speechless, trapped in contemplation. This group of people was generally around 15 or 16 years old, with Smoker being among the oldest. Although they lived in chaotic times, having killed or faced pirates was still rare. Zephyr painfully closed his eyes. This speech was a command from Marshal Kong that he had to deliver to these newcomers. For someone who had never taken a life, it was inevitably somewhat cruel, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of shame, demanding his students to do what he himself could not. Perhaps feeling mentally and physically exhausted, Zephyr waved his hand and issued the final mission order. The ultimate mission location, Impel Down. The mission objective, execute 51 extremely vicious pirates. After saying this, the admiral known for his no-kill policy, Black-Armed Zephyr, turned around with a desolate expression and walked back into the cabin. "Why does Sengoku have to force me?" Zephyr left, leaving a group of panicked naval officers behind. Except for a few who had experience killing, most covered their mouths. Recalling the tofu and tomatoes they had eaten earlier, their stomachs churning. Tina was very angry. "Why didn't you tell me you knew?" Tina's face turned pale as she struggled to swallow, walking up to Talik and looking up at him, questioning. "I said it, didn't I? Don't overeat." Tyrag had no desire to argue with her, leaning alone against the ship's railing, staring at the flag of justice fluttering above the warship, lost in thought. He did not choose to escape. To survive in this chaotic era, this step must be taken. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, he would never be able to adapt to this brand new world. This warship, carrying the future hopes of the Navy, was heading toward the Justice Gate of the headquarters. Escorted by the highest combat power, Zephyr, the mission leader, Ghost Spider, and more than 300 elite Navy personnel. The Advanced City, Navy headquarters, and Judicial Island were connected by a massive whirlpool, and only through the Justice Gate could one catch the correct sea current to reach the destination. Was it the Nightless Island, Judicial Island? At this moment, it was already night, and the two Justice Gates leading to different destinations created a stark contrast in the sky above. Tyrag's gaze swept back and forth between the eternally bright Justice Island and the darkened Impel. He did not understand the principle behind such a stark contrast in the celestial phenomena. The daytime was vibrant and colorful, while the nighttime was deep and enchanting. Without any surprises, after passing through the Gate of Justice, the warship embarked on the correct current and soon reached their intended destination. Impel, the world's largest prison, located in the windless zone of the first half of the Grand Line, is exceptionally secure. The prison holds some of the most dangerous criminals, and it is a place filled with an eerie atmosphere, guarded by various monstrous jailers and monitored by visual transponder snails. Additionally, there are many large sea kings lurking in the waters outside the prison, earning Impel the reputation of having copper walls and iron bastions. The prison has 6 floors. The lower one goes, the more vicious the criminals become, and their powers are even more terrifying. For justice, I wish you all great success. As the team gathered, Zifa, with a forced smile, stepped out of the cabin to watch his students head towards the execution ground that had long been prepared. Tara, Tina, and Smog, as the most outstanding officers of this training camp, naturally stood at the forefront of the line. The three stood side by side, each looking up at the crown-shaped plaque hanging above the iron gate, each with their own thoughts. Tina was not afraid. The justice in her heart had already seen the future. Standing on the far left, the panic in Tina's heart dissipated with her increasingly determined gaze. "I only follow the justice in my heart. It tells me, crossing this gate, I will embrace a new life." On the right, Smog lit a cigar, exhaling smoke. As if in an instant, he found his path. "Old man, if what is happening to me now also carries your meaning, then for you, I will definitely be able to do it." Talik tightened his fists, his expression resolute and calm. He had adapted to this world in the first 15 years. Next, he aimed to take a step further and fully integrate into this cannibalistic world. He did not believe that such an extremely dangerous special mission would go unnoticed by his father, a naval hero. Since there was no objection raised, it must mean tacit approval for the execution of this special mission. "Put this on. That man is about to come out." The ghost spider pulled out a gas mask and put on his face first, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Tara and others also followed suit and put on the gas mask that had been distributed earlier. It is said that this was prepared as protection against the appearance of a certain man. Isn't this just a prison? At most, it just has a strong smell of blood. As for wearing something like this, Smoker tossed the mask in his hand, feeling quite disgusted by the idea of wearing such a thing. Tyrag stood beside him, laughing maliciously. If you have the guts, throw it away. If you dare to throw it, I'll call you bro from now on. Get out of here. Smoker waved his hand, putting on the mask with an unhappy expression. His voice came out slightly muffled through the gas mask. For a man like you to say such things, if I throw it away, I wouldn't even know how I died. Although Smoker had never admitted it verbally, through their time together, he had long defined Tyrag as a true monster. Someone he had to take seriously and dared not underestimate. Tina was very glad that she hadn't lost a friend because of this. Tina had a wealth of knowledge, and during the training camp, her theoretical knowledge was unmatched. Even Tyrag had to concede. She let her hair down, her long pink hair cascading over her shoulders, tightened her gas mask, and explained with a serious expression. Impel Down, also known as the underwater prison, has a man renowned as the strongest in the prison, who is the user of the paramecia poison fruit. Smoker, with his body stiff, touched the mask on his face to see if there were any gaps, and asked with difficulty. 30 years ago, a poisonous man named Serchi appeared in the Grand Line, poisoning a sea area of 3,000 miles, causing great suffering. The Navy offered a bounty of $580 million for him, and he was finally captured by Admiral Kong. Is that him? Tyrag's ears twitched. He didn't understand a word Smoker said. Isn't the warden of this prison Magellan? Tina shook her head, casting a disdainful glance at Smoker, and said, what you're talking about. Serchi is ancient history. Did you only listen to half of the lecture? These things were all covered in the theoretical classes before Tyrag arrived, so it's normal for him not to know. Smoker scratched his head awkwardly. He always got sleepy during theory classes, an old habit. As early as 24 years ago, Serchi had already died of old age and impelled down, and the revived poison fruit was mistakenly eaten by a 10-year-old boy. Kaka. Tyrag was deeply engrossed when, at that moment, the iron door in front of them was open from the inside. A steady sound of footsteps came from within, and a tall, robust man, resembling Satan and dressed in all black, slowly walked out, holding his stomach. I really want a dark, enclosed space, if possible. It would be best to seal my mind as well. Magellan's face was pale. How long would these days of being in the toilet for 10 hours out of 24 last? Why is it taking so long? We're in a hurry, Warden Magellan. The ghost spider, showing impatience, stepped forward to complain. I'm really sorry. I have a bit of diarrhea. Let's go. The prisoners selected from the Hell of Red Lotus and the Hell of Beasts have already gathered. Magellan kept holding his stomach. He had eaten 3 pounds of poisonous insect for breakfast, and it seemed he had upset his stomach. Today's toilet time had already lasted for 12 hours. Keep up with me. No one is allowed to leave the group without my permission. After the orders were given, the ghost spider waved his hand, signaling Tyrag and the others to follow him. Although everything was for justice, the idea of shooting unarmed prisoners seemed absurd. Smoker muttered, "Follow the orders. Other matters have nothing to do with us." Once inside, Tina's expression was somewhat strange, as if she was forcing herself to remain calm. Her proud character wouldn't allow her to show fear. Just think about what you had for lunch. If I remember correctly, executions will have us aiming for headshots. About to experience the feeling of killing for the first time in his life, Tyrag felt somewhat uneasy and then pulled the two of them into the water with him, watching their faces turn from green to pale, which lifted his spirits. Tina, I remember you. You just wait for me. Smoker and Tina gritted their teeth in anger, originally not thinking about it, but unfortunately, there was a dog reminding them. The execution site was chosen in the 3rd layer, Hell of Hunger. Due to the harsh environment here, combined with the torture of dehydration and starvation, it had long been deserted, leaving only a few once-strong prisoners living half-dead lives. Everyone followed Magellan and took the elevator to the 3rd layer, Hell of Hunger. Looking at the scene before them, filled with yellow sand, cracked, and collapsed buildings, and the scorching temperature, everyone felt a bit of difficulty breathing. Tina's skin had dried up. This place was no different from a desert. The temperature from the hell of heat had caused the design of this prison to be tightly interconnected. Tyrag squatted on the ground and grabbed a handful of yellow sand, explaining aloud. Just then, a man who resembled both a demon and a pharaoh appeared in front of the group, saluting and saying, "Guests, I have been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Hannibal, the warden of this prison." I accidentally revealed my ambition. Hannibal exaggeratedly covered his mouth while holding his trident. "I'm not dead yet. If you want to take my position, you still have 100 years to wait. Magellan exhaled, blowing towards the uninvited Hannibal, knocking him out with poison. The deputy warden is poisoned. Prepare the antidote quickly. Alongside Hannibal was a young girl, seen with a hat slanted to cover her right eye, possessing long, golden, curly hair. Domino, where's Shiryu? Magellan interrupted the visibly anxious Domino and asked. Shiryu, the head warden of the deep-sea great prison, was his old partner, and the prisoners chosen this time were selected by him. Hearing this, Domino appeared somewhat flustered, hesitating as he glanced towards the distant desert city. Warden, it seems Lord Shiryu is executing prisoners. That bastard. Magellan's expression changed. Had that guy's cruel bloodlust returned? The ghost spider had been sullen throughout. His time was precious and could not be wasted on irrelevant matters. Warden Magellan, what is going on? Don't waste my time here. If it weren't for the direct order from the General of the Warring States, he wouldn't have come to see these discarded scum long eliminated by the sea. He personally believed that it didn't matter whether this prison existed or not. Directly executing captured prisoners would be better, right? Being urged repeatedly, Magellan's expression darkened. Without further explanation, he darted directly into the desert city. Shiryu, I tolerated your bloodlust for fun before, but I will not allow you to act recklessly during the mission ordered by the headquarters. Magellan made a firm decision in his heart. If the 51 prepared prisoners were safe, he would let Shiryu go this time. But if he saw a field of corpses, he would not let him off the hook and must punish him severely. In the desert city, a temporary execution site. Lord Shiryu, no. These prisoners are wanted by the headquarters. You can't. A dying whimper came from the kind-hearted guard who was silenced by Shiryu's sword piercing his throat. Shiryu, over 3 meters tall with a robust build, was chewing on a cigar, dressed in the uniform of the head warden, with a white coat draped over his shoulders. He bent down and wiped his bloodless famous sword, Thunderstorm, on the fallen guard's clothing repeatedly. How I do my work is not for you to teach me. Shiryu, a late Magellan roared angrily, his gaze sweeping over the corpses on the ground, his expression dark. The prisoners were killed, but he didn't expect the deranged Shiryu to also harm their colleagues. This time, I will not let you go no matter what. I officially declare you a heinous death row inmate, sentenced to 3 years of probation, imprisoned on the 6th level, in the infinite hell. Shiryu sheathed Thunderstorm, shrugged his shoulders in confusion, and casually replied, Is it really necessary? There are plenty of people like this. I accidentally killed a few. It's not a big deal. Shiryu kicked the dead guard in front of him, showing no remorse, and even feeling unsatisfied, looking at Magellan with a somewhat eager gaze. Surround him. The ghost spider led a team over, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, including the body of a guard from the same faction, immediately understanding the situation. Although he and brought his subordinates inside, the more than 50 temporary officers, with him and Magellan in command, were enough to capture Shiryu. Adonjua. Tarag raised an eyebrow, sensing the aura of death from the calm man in front of him who was smoking a cigar, even before the unsheathed Thunderstorm. I have armed hockey, so I am not afraid of being killed in one blow by this guy. But looking beside me, Smoker and Tina, who were eagerly wanting to capture Shiryu, are another story. Magellan's gaze was sharper than ever, although usually laid back. He was more serious than anyone when it came to important matters. Let them step back. They're still too inexperienced for this kind of battle. Shiryu, I give you a chance to lay down your weapons and surrender. You should understand the strength of this prison. You cannot escape. Poison Dragon. Magellan's body released 3 massive dragon-shaped toxins, aiming directly at Shiryu, who was in the center of the corpse. Shiryu's expression darkened. He knew that this guy in front of him was serious this time, not to mention the restless ghost spider, who was ready to move at any moment. Facing the poison man Magellan alone, he wasn't confident of victory and might even face life-threatening danger. Shiryu licked his lips, chuckled wickedly, and resignedly unbuckled his famous sword, Thunderstorm, placing it gently on the ground. I give up resistance. He extended his hands, completely surrendering. A wise choice, Ghost Spider. Have your men bind him with sea-stone handcuffs and chains. I will keep an eye on him, and let him move. Ghost Spider turned around. A wicked smile on his lips pointed at Tarag in the distance, and said, Tarag, go get the Thunderstorm from the ground and detain Shiryu while you're at it. Tarag's expression tightened. Damn it. He was tricked again. This time, the Ghost Spider was his superior. If he violated the correct orders given by his superior and got eliminated on the spot, there would be no place for him to cry. Looking at the dangerous aura emanating from Yuji Shiryu in the distance, as well as the famous sword, Thunderstorm, beneath his feet, he realized he couldn't solve this problem. It was too difficult. Tyrag didn't move, instead glaring at Smog, who looked down on him. This guy knew nothing and just stared at him with disdain. He turned to Ghost Spider and asked, I can go, but I want to know if I successfully capture Shiryu and bring back the thunderstorm. Should that sword be considered a trophy and belong to me? General, Ghost Spider furrowed his brows. Logically, after Shiryu was imprisoned, his sword would be confiscated by impel down and wouldn't be released. However, to send this guy to his death, it wasn't impossible to give it to him. Ghost Spider walked over to Magellan and subtly said, We, the Hawks, owe you a favor. Let us take this thunderstorm. Magellan's gaze swept over to the distant Tyrag, and he did not refuse. The favors of factions should not be underestimated, and he was no exception. All right, I agree. You just need to go capture Shiryu and bring back his sword. You can handle this sword as you wish. There would be no reversal. If it couldn't be done, then Tyrag would be done for, killed by the suddenly unleashed Shiryu in one strike. This would be a gamble, betting on whether Shiryu would kill Tyrag and whether Tyrag would have the courage to step forward to capture him in such a situation. Ghost Spider hoped even more that Tyrag would refuse for no reason. That way, he could even disregard the regulations and temporarily detain him in Advanced City. With this buffer time, it wouldn't be hard to secretly arrange for his death in prison. Okay, I'm going. Tara Gatton smiled and took the sea stone handcuffs handed to him by Smoker, fearlessly walking towards the captured Shiryu. He had long harbored the heart of a swordsman, but had been unable to find an exceptional sword. Over time, this thought had faded considerably. Since there was an opportunity to obtain this demon sword today, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Below are the character settings for this book. Those interested can take a look, as it won't take up word count. The timeline is 1503, 17 years before the Marineford War. Magellan is now 34 years old and 3 years ago transferred from the position of Vice Admiral at Marine Headquarters to the position of Deputy Warden at Impel Down, officially becoming a warden after 1 year. Shiryu of the Rain is now 27 years old. Before Magellan arrived, he was the Deputy Warden of Level 6, later becoming the Chief Guard. Black Arm Zephyr is now 55 years old, retaining the rank of Admiral without corresponding duties, and has moved behind the scenes to focus on teaching students. It will be another 10 years before the training ship he leads is attacked by pirates. Sengoku the Buddha is now 60 years old, and will be promoted to Fleet Admiral in 10 years. Iron Fist Garp is now 59 years old, and has repeatedly refused promotions to the rank of Admiral due to the Celestial Dragons. Yellow Monkey Borsalino is now 39 years old. Promoted to Admiral in the same year Sengoku became Fleet Admiral. This position should have been Akainu's, but Akainu experienced a demotion, so he was a year late. Akainu Sakazuki is now 36 years old and will be promoted to Admiral in the year following Sengoku's promotion to Fleet Admiral, which is 11 years from now. Akiji Kazan is now 30 years old and will be promoted to Admiral on the same day as Akainu, 11 years from now. Red-haired Shanks is now 20 years old and will become one of the 4 emperors in 13 years. Smoker is now 17 years old and will soon acquire the Logia-type Smoke fruit. Tina is now 15 years old and has eaten the Paramecia-type Barrier fruit since childhood. Tarag tightly gripped the sea stone handcuffs, walking towards the pool of blood amidst the cold laughter of the Ghost Spider, the indifference of Magellan, the admiration of Smoker, and the concern of Tina. Throughout this scene, Shiryu watched with keen eyes. If one were to disregard the unrestrained, wicked smile he wore from beginning to end, and only focus on his hands raised in front of him, surrendering himself, Tarag might truly believe that Shiryu had given up on resistance. Little ghost, my knife tells me you are coveting it. Tarag stopped 3 meters in front of Shiryu, which was the safe distance where he could calmly avoid the impending attack at any moment. The two faced off in silence, neither moving, and just as the crowd began to grow impatient, Shiryu stepped forward, and the famous sword, Thunderstorm, reappeared in his hand. Shiryu, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't make any rash moves. Magellan controlled the poisonous dragon overhead, swiftly approaching Shiryu, his threat unspoken. Hee-ha-ha! Shiryu covered his face with one hand, and no one knew what he was laughing at. The brim of his hat obscured his left eye, and despite being within the range of the poisonous dragon's attack, he calmly took out a cigarette from his jacket pocket and lit it. No, I won't do anything. Shiryu ignored the threat in the air, his expression calm as he stepped over the body of the jailer and walked towards Tarag. Yes, that's right, kill him. This general will definitely not stop you. Seeing this situation, Ghost Spider's eyes brightened, subtly conveying a look to Magellan, urging him not to stop Shiryu's actions. Shiryu affectionately pulled Thunderstorm an inch out of its sheath, the blood-red blades light, reflecting on their faces. You don't even have the courage to come near me, and you want to wield Thunderstorm? You're not worthy. A wisp of smoke blew onto Tarag's face, causing him to frown slightly. Indeed, he still disliked the smell of tobacco. How would you know unless you give it a try? Tarlag remained calm. It wasn't that he was afraid to approach Shirley, but rather that he didn't want to come near the corpses behind him. The old man sank a pirate ship, staining the sea with blood, which he didn't mind because out of sight, out of mind. But at Shirley's feet, including the dozens of bloody corpses behind him, all were assaulting Tarlag's eyes and soul. The blood flowing from the bodies, under the scorching heat of the hunger hell, dissolved into the yellow sand and the air. The nauseating smell of blood surged forth, causing Tarlag to furrow his brows, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit as he took a step back. The fear deep within him was evident to Shirley, who grinned wider, unable to help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, so that's how it is. It shouldn't be like this. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed amidst the swirling yellow sand, lingering without pause. After the laughter, Shirley glanced at the poisonous dragon in the sky and the excited expression of the distant ghost spider, holding the thunderstorm sword single-handedly in the air. It's yours now. This scene was unexpected for everyone, including Tarlag himself. He couldn't say he was familiar with Shirley, but he had some understanding of him. Bloodthirsty, cruel, and ruthless. He held no regard for the past. No matter how one looked at it, Shirley, who regarded Thunderstorm as his own life, would never hand it over to outsiders. Tarag's throat twitched slightly. After such a long time, he had become accustomed to the lingering smell of blood. He looked at the man in front of him, who wore a sinister smile, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? A man like you shouldn't just give in to a potential threat, let alone." Tarag did not hesitate, raising his right hand to grasp the renowned sword, Thunderstorm, that was offered to him. Shiryu did not let go, lost in past memories. His gaze became distant, and he spoke with obsession. The Blood Knight will eventually descend. I am the inheritor, but also a victim. With a change in tone, a sinister smile reappeared on his face as he mockingly looked at the naive newcomer before him, tauntingly saying, "Who said I handed it over to you? I just asked you to keep it from me for a while. With you, you are not worthy to wield it." No one knew that many years ago, Shiryu, who was still in awe of life, would become the bloodthirsty figure he is now, all thanks to this demon sword. Shiryu released Thunderstorm from his hand, his thoughts once again immersed in memories. How similar it was, the bloody scene, the first time he encountered blood and corpses, receiving the demon's sword from that blood-soaked old man. Years later, he had also transformed into the likeness of that old man. So, is the meaning of inheritance to pass down this sword, or the thoughts within the sword, to be inherited alone? Shiryu could not comprehend. It had been over a decade, and he still had not thought it through. He looked up at the impatient poison dragon and the distant, grim-faced ghost spider who had already drawn his sword. These potential threats, coupled with being in the world's largest prison, made him reluctant to give up any struggle, unless he saw no hope of escape. "Come on, little brat. You can capture me now." Shiryu, with a wicked smile, extended his hands, signaling the dazed Tarag before him that he could make his move. My era has not yet arrived, and to end it so hastily is truly frustrating. Tarag pinned the Thunderstorm at his waist, shook his head. He didn't quite understand everything for now. However, that didn't stop him from continuing to capture the ranged Shiryu before him. With a determined expression and an unprecedented seriousness, he addressed Shiryu, "The bond of the blade, I will remember it. If you're fortunate enough to survive this time, in the future, I will lend you a hand. As long as you don't touch my bottom line." After saying this, regardless of whether Shiryu believed it or not, Tarag threw the handcuffs in his hand, which accurately locked onto the wrist of the unresisting Shiryu. Thus, the notorious warden of the impelled-down prison, before the grand historical stage had officially begun, temporarily came to a close. How can this be? Ghost Spider cursed under his breath with an unhappy look. This time he had suffered a loss, not only owing a favor, but also failing to eliminate the target. Although I don't understand the disputes between your factions, this is the only time. Magellan retracted his powers and glanced back at Shiryu, who had been completely apprehended, feeling guilty inside, ignoring the increasingly gloomy expression of Ghost Spider. Magellan waved his hand at the nearby Domino, the prison warden. "Domino, go and select a batch of powerless death row inmates, and, after completing the task, let them return from where they came." After saying this, the man who resembled Dayton covered his rumbling stomach and quickly ran towards a dark, enclosed space. Tina's heart was crying. She looked at Tarag, who was sitting beneath a building and lost in self-reflection, and said with a hand on her vaguely aching heart, "We have no power and no way to voice our opinions. Let these things be temporarily buried in our hearts. Crack. Smoker lit the last cigar on him. Just as he was immersed in justice, he was confronted with filthy things. For these future excellent naval officers, it was quite a blow, leading them to feel more confused about the justice they were about to bear. No one was a fool. From the moment Shiryu picked up the knife on the ground, Magellan did not intervene to stop it, and everyone had already sensed something was off. Coupled with Ghost Spider's self-perceived subtlety, his completely unguarded gaze revealed the murderous intent everywhere. Legend has it that there is a fictional famous sword called Murakumo, also known as Murakumo Maru. It is said that weapons forged by an unknown blacksmith can kill 1,000 and automatically transform into the demon blade Murakumo. After slashing enemies, the blade would condense the moisture in the air, turning it into dew to wash away the blood on the blade, hence the name. Thunderstorm, after slaying someone, also had a liquid flowing from the blade, cleansing it, making the blade completely free of bloodstains. This couldn't help but lead Tara Gregg to associate the two together. Perhaps the famous sword in his hand, Thunderstorm, was indeed the legendary demon blade, Murakumo. Since the inheritance has changed, Thunderstorm is no longer suitable for you. It's more appropriate to call you Murakumo. By the name of D, I bestow upon you the surname of Monkey. Tyrag gently caressed the blade sheath and slowly drew out the cursed sword. Perhaps the sword sensed something. Its blade, which had previously soaked in blood, now radiated a fresh, crimson, demonic aura. The thirst for blood was unreservedly displayed in Tyrag's eyes. The feelings of brutality, bloodiness, ferocity, savagery, and bloodlust surged in an instant as the Murakumo was unsheathed, impacting Tyrag's mind and thoughts. So that's how it is. Talag's eyes flashed with a red light, and the armed color hockey surged forth like a rushing river, continuously transmitting to Murakumo. The blade trembled violently, emitting a tragic sword cry. As the bright red on the blade gradually faded, ultimately changing to the same color as Talag's armament. In just a quarter of an hour, he consumed 90% of his hockey, and at the wrong age, having encountered you, he did not know whose sorrow it was. Successfully suppressing it for the time being, Talag wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. Since he learned the armed color, this was the first time he felt the despairing sense of powerlessness due to the exhaustion of his internal hockey. Truly a cursed blade, harming others and oneself. No wonder Shiryu couldn't suppress his killing intent. Having temporarily gained Murakumo's recognition, Talag sheathed it back. He had no interest or ability to bring it out again without affecting his true self. Gather. The time was almost up, and Domino quickly selected 51 death row inmates, escorted by numerous guards, to this temporary execution ground. Having stayed in this bloody place for too long, the Navy had become somewhat accustomed to killing, reluctantly gathering in front of the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider's face was gloomy. If it weren't for Zephyr waiting outside, he would have wanted to bury these guys who knew his secret completely in the yellow sand. He waved his hand, signaling the nearby guards to bring over the prepared firearms. Everyone stepped forward to collect their weapons and ammunition, then orderly selected their targets for execution. Tara Gregg held a spear and looked down at the death row inmate kneeling before him, asking, "Why can't I sense your fear?" This inmate was selected from the first layer of the Red Lotus Hell, his body already marked with hundreds of cuts from blades. "I miss my brother," the inmate replied with a relieved smile, his numb eyes showing no emotion. "Why commit evil at sea? Did you never consider the consequences?" Tyrag tightly held onto the long gun in his hands, searching for a reason to justify killing this death row inmate. "I have not committed evil. If killing the pirate who harmed my entire family counts as committing evil, then forget I said that." Tyrag's palms were sweating, and his slippery hands struggled to steady the long spear. He took out the form handed to him by the guard beside him, which contained all the information about this prisoner's life. But the innocent little girl who died at his hands was only 8 years old. This was the only victim Tyrag could find, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The death row inmate did not turn back, did not offer any explanation, and quietly awaited the arrival of death. Talag thought the death row inmates had nothing to say, and with a sense of justification for killing the prisoners, he raised his rifle without hesitation and pulled the trigger at their heads. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! After Talag shot his target, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction as all the naval soldiers suppressed the fear deep within and opened fire. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the heads of all the death row inmates were pierced with large holes, with bright red blood mixed with a white, unknown liquid spraying out from the holes, soaking the pants of the soldiers. The death row inmate in front of Talig closed his eyes with a look of relief, lying on the ground, completely losing his breath. Who would have thought that the little girl who was cruelly murdered by the death row inmate back then would be the wielder of the fruit of age, and also the culprit behind the slaughter of his entire family? Ugh. This was Tina's last moment of weakness. Waves of vomiting came one after another. Seeing it with her own eyes and doing it herself were completely different concepts. The crowd, who were mentally prepared before taking action, suddenly associated the red and white liquid with the food they had eaten at noon. In an instant, their fear was cast aside, leaving only the feeling of nausea. On the other side, Talig's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of disturbance. Instead, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Only by gripping the Murakumo at his waist could he feel somewhat at ease. The moment this sense of security appeared, Talig immediately unfastened the Murakumo from his waist and held it in his hand. I thought I had successfully suppressed you, but it seems I am still influenced by you. The imagined feelings of weakness, helplessness, fear, and nausea did not manifest. This demon blade diluted all these instinctive emotions within Talig. It left him with only the will to continue the slaughter, and his trembling hands were not due to fear, but excitement for the blood. The task was completed. A group of useless individuals, killing some scum from the sea, was simply unbearable. Ghost Spider snorted coldly and, after mocking, turned to leave first. The Navy's soldiers exchanged glances. The fear after killing was dispersed by anger, and they all glared at Ghost Spider's departure. Don't let them look down on us. Let's go. Return to headquarters. Smoker wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, waved his hand, and called everyone to head back. Tina had lost thoroughly this time. You won. Tina, already weak from vomiting, glanced at Talig in the distance, who looked unfazed and was completely convinced in her heart. Tyrag frowned, quietly murmuring at the back of the line, Murakumo, what am I to do with you? He did not want to become a bloodthirsty monster like Shiryu. But it was clear that relying solely on his own haki wouldn't be enough to subdue him. The thought of giving up made Tyrag very unwilling. After understanding Murakumo's origins, he wanted to possess him even more. In Tyrag's mind, the emotional system materialized a little figure, which pointed frantically at him, as if saying, on the warship. Zephyr seemed to have a sense of telepathy and slowly turned around. The door to impel down, with a creaking sound, slowly rose. The imagined panic did not occur. Zephyr watched the students coming out one by one. The feelings of resentment seemed to materialize and hit him head-on. It seemed that something terrible had happened. Zephyr's gaze lingered on Tyrag, who was the last to exit, or more precisely, on the demon blade Murakumo at Tyrag's waist. The team boarded the warship one after another. Zephyr hunched over, hands behind his back, walking towards the assembled group. He glanced at the students, whose mental state was near freezing point, and with a slightly hoarse voice, but not lacking in power, he spoke. You want to obtain what you have never had. Then, you must do what you have never done. No one could understand how cruel it was for Zephyr, who was dubbed the non-killing admiral, to force his students to have blood on their hands. But for the sake of justice, personal sacrifice meant nothing. Zephyr's gaze drifted towards the endless sea, his eyes resolute, his voice steady as a rock. In chaotic times, someone must bear the burden for the sake of countless families. And our meaning as the Navy is to strive for a peaceful and prosperous era. All for justice. For justice. 51, the Navy saluted in response to their teacher. Although darkness was everywhere, it did not prevent them from having a heart for salvation. Marineford cafeteria. Eat. Why aren't you all eating? In front of Talig were 3 large bowls, 2 bowls of white tofu and 1 bowl of bright red tomato beef soup. With his hands flying, he continuously sent food into his mouth. Lao Montak, your skills have improved. I give you a thumbs up. There was a moment of silence. Bang. Sitting beside him, Tina, who was struggling to hold back her urge to vomit, punched Talig in the back of the head. Turlag's head was punched into the tofu basin in front of him by a heavy and powerful blow. Tina's patience had its limits. She blew on her fist and gritted her silver teeth, saying, Smoker lit a cigar, suppressed his stomach acid, and nodded in agreement, saying that hit was a bit light. Pay attention next time. The people around, who hadn't moved their chopsticks, nodded in agreement with Smoker's words. Ha ha! Turlag laughed as he pulled his head out of the tofu, grinning foolishly and saying, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Just when everyone thought he would apologize, Turlag picked up the tofu scraps on his head and put them in his mouth, seriously saying again, you guys said tofu was delicious before I didn't believe it. Now I believe it, but you guys aren't eating it. Wasting is shameful. Wasting food is even more shameful. Wasting is wrong. The cafeteria fell silent again. All the Navy personnel, including Tina and Smoker, stood up wordlessly, holding their food, and surrounded Turlag's table. Brothers, get him. Years later, Turlag recalled this past with grievances he had no place to express. He didn't know which fool shouted get him. Right after, and within 3 seconds, he was buried under a mountain of tofu, followed by punches, kicks, and kitchenware all joining in to give him a beating. 3 months later, 1 month before the garden party. In half a year, what I have taught, you have basically mastered. The achievements you want in the rest of your lives depend on your own efforts. Zephyr, wearing the unique rank of Admiral, had his justice cloak billowing behind him. Today was the summary of the first phase of training and the first day of practical sailing. A miracle that wasn't quite miraculous. After that punishment, not a single Navy personnel chose to leave. No one knew what had happened. But the next day, except for the listless Turlag, everyone else gathered at the training ground, full of spirit. At this moment, facing the 52 students who returned after Ella's reintegration, Zephyr was very proud. This was the most perfect class he had ever taught, if not the strongest. So far, not a single student had left or died unexpectedly. This was the greatest reward for him. Tyrag stood at the front of the team, out of place among the others, with a murderous aura emanating from his body that kept anyone from daring to approach within 3 meters of him. Tyrag, Zephyr said with a furrowed brow. Here, has the problem with Murakumo not been resolved? This cursed blade was handed over to Zephyr after Tyrag returned to the headquarters, hoping he could help research how to effectively suppress its will. However, he was not well versed in the way of the sword and had no unique insights, ultimately leading to an unresolved situation. He had once advised Tyrag to give up this sword, but the stubborn child refused to listen, allowing the blade to influence his aura and personality, making him increasingly cold. Found it, but I can't do it yet, Tyrag responded forcefully, his gaze shifting to the demon sword wrapped in layers of cloth at his waist. These cloth strips were contributed under the system's willingness, temporarily sealing the sword so it wouldn't affect its bearer. However, this was merely a stopgap measure. The only method Tyrag could think of to suppress the sword had already been found, but he currently lacked the ability to do so. Zephyr nodded. It was best to control it, but if that didn't work, he would take action to confiscate the demon sword. He couldn't bear to watch his old friend's son fall into the abyss because of this sword. Our target is the East Sea, which is known as the weakest sea area due to the existence of a certain old bastard, making it the most suitable place for your trials. Glancing at the seemingly unconcerned Tyrag, Zephyr took out a sea chart and placed it on the blackboard behind him. Teacher, Tina has an opinion. Tina stepped forward, her armed color hockey faintly manifesting on her right hand, which could be used normally after a period of training. In my class, feel free to speak your mind. Zephyr waved his hand, allowing Tina to continue. Educating the strong is not about suppression, but about liberating their nature. Zephyr himself excelled at this, serving as a model for inclusive education. Tina looked at Tyrag with an odd expression and said, according to the investigation by the Information Department, since 15 years ago, Vice Admiral Karp has frequently been wandering this sea area. Within 2 years, pirates in the East Sea have become a rare occurrence. This situation continued until this year. A month ago, a follow-up investigation showed that the average bounty in the East Sea has dropped to less than 3 million. Tina clearly had done her homework on this matter, readily sharing the information. She looked seriously at Teacher Zephyr and said, as the future of the Navy, Tina does not believe we can get effective training there. After speaking, Tina took a step back, returning to the group and ignoring her Navy colleagues who were trying to curry favor. She disregarded their thumbs up, held her head high, and did not take her eyes off Tyrag. In contrast, Tyrag remained motionless, standing straight in military posture. Zephyr lifted his gaze slightly from behind his sunglasses, walked in front of him, and asked while patting Tyrag's shoulder, "Don't you want to know why I chose the East Sea as the location?" "I shouldn't know," Tyrag replied, looking straight ahead. Feigning strength? Zephyr raised his sunglasses, smiling with amusement. "Report. I obey orders." Zephyr's lips curled into a wicked smile as he turned to Tina, who had lowered her head and questioned her angrily. "Did you hear that? He said he obeys orders." "I heard. It was Tina's fault." Tina clenched her fists, filled with unwillingness and shame. The sea breeze howled like a fierce lion, stirring up turbulent waves. The waves crashed violently against the ship, producing deafening sounds. Smoker, with a worried expression, found Tyrag, placing his hands on the rail like him, looking down at the rolling white waves, and sighed, "The wind and waves are too strong." It's no longer suitable for sailing. I don't know if we'll even encounter pirates. It was no wonder he was so worried. The swaying warship seemed like it could be swept away by the waves at any moment, leading to disaster. Tyrag stood facing east, the fierce wind reminding him of his older brother Dolag. A smile crept onto his lips as he asked, "Have you ever heard a saying?" "What?" Smog offered him a cigar, but Tyrag shook his head in refusal. Tyrag grinned broadly, raising one hand towards the sky and boldly stating, "The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. This kind of crazy weather I've never seen before. But because of it, those pirates will stay on the nearby islands. If we go now, they won't even have a chance to escape." Upon hearing this, Smoker's eyes lit up. He tossed the half-wet cigar that the wind had blown away into the sea and turned to run towards Zephyr's cabin. He couldn't help but complain in his heart about Tyrag, thinking that with such a good idea, he should have said it earlier, instead of making everyone suffer on the swaying ship. A few guys were already showing signs of seasickness. Soon, Smoker emerged from Zephyr's cabin, his face filled with excitement as he found the navigator and pointed out the direction. The place they were headed to was the most famous and currently the most chaotic in the East Sea, Lowtown, known as the town of beginnings and endings. 5 years ago, the execution that marked the start of the Great Pirate Era took place here. It was also Smoker's hometown, where he witnessed the departure of that one person, solidifying his belief in becoming an excellent Marine. The port of Lowtown has an archway with the word Lowtown carved in a triangular shape. Various shops line the streets. But due to the weather, no one can be seen. The 52 elite Marines, led by Zephyr, clad in raincoats, walked silently along the bustling street. "Aren't you the one who said there are pirates everywhere here?" Smoker's lighter clicked repeatedly, but every time a spark appeared, it was extinguished by the fierce wind and rain. Since their warship docked, they hadn't seen a single pirate, let alone a person. Tyrag looked at the fool and, without explaining the reason, disdainfully said, "How could you grow up in this town and not even know that there are 2 ports here?" Tina, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She tugged at Smog's green raincoat and said, "As your friend, Tina feels embarrassed. Rod Town is divided into eastern and western ports. Generally, the pirates who come here dock their ships at the opposite side, which is the western port. It's the closest to Upside Down Mountain and is also the necessary route for them to the Grand Line." Tyrag turned his head again and disdainfully glanced at Smoker. In his younger days, he really was a typical hot-headed youth, going out without a brain. A gust of wind howled as Zephyr led the group to stop in front of a tavern he had visited before. "Roger, it's been years. How nostalgic." Zephyr gazed dreamily at the sign above the tavern. Those who regarded Roger as a confidant were not just Carp, but also him and Sengoku. "Why are we here if we're not going to catch pirates? Does the teacher want a drink?" Smoker looked at Tyrag with confusion. "Weren't you born in this city? Don't you know?" Their eyes met, and Tyrag saw many things in Smoker's wise eyes. "Ha ha." Just then, a wildly arrogant laugh came from inside the tavern, reaching the ears of every Navy officer. Almost simultaneously, Zephyr and Tyrag released their observation hockey, and their faces turned grim at the same time. "Quick, hide. There's a big guy inside." Zephyr threw off his rain hat, turned to the crowd, and shouted loudly, waving his arms to convey his urgent feelings. "How could that old lion be on this island?" Zephyr nodded to Tyrag, who understood the situation, signaling him to take everyone to hide first. He himself fixed his serious gaze on the old tavern ahead. Gold, Roger, named after the Pirate King, had an aura inside that could no longer be described as dangerous. "Let go of me." "What happened?" Smoker and Tina, caught at Tyrag's waist, struggled incessantly, but unfortunately, this guy was even using hockey, and they couldn't break free. Tina was very angry. Even if there are powerful pirates inside, as Navy officers, how can we flee in the face of danger? "Let me go." Tina cursed, but Tyrag remained unmoved, turning to the tightly following team and shouted, "No one is allowed to look back. Ella, organize the team and return to base first." Looking back at their teacher, Zephyr, standing in the rain, his expression serious, he said, "That old guy is not someone we can deal with right now." If it weren't for Smoker and Tina's earlier rush towards the tavern, Tyrag wouldn't have so ruthlessly restrained them. "Let go of me." Smoker shouted angrily. "Then we should fight alongside the teacher." "You coward! Has your justice been eaten by dogs?" Ever since Tyrag said that, although Tina frowned tightly, she made no move. Only the hot-headed Smoker continued to struggle desperately. Wisps of white smoke slowly flowed from Smoker's body, but unfortunately, even in his smoke form, he was still tightly held in Tyrag's grip. Terra dropped Tina and punched Smoker on the back of the neck, temporarily knocking him out. With a serious expression, he handed him over to Tina. You should understand the seriousness of the situation. Take everyone off this island, and no matter what happens, don't come back. Tina was very angry, but I knew you were right. Tina took Smoker, looking despondent. She was smart and understood that the enemy they were facing, which could take on Admiral Zephyr and this monster together, was not something they could contend with right now. Tina pointed at herself, incredulous. I'm supposed to take everyone away? What about you? Tarag lifted his hood, purple light swirling in his eyes. He turned to look back and said with a smile, this fool is right. As a Navy, how can I flee in the face of danger? I must go back to help my teacher. Then, Tara waved to interrupt Tina, understanding what she was about to say, and confidently said, you can't do it. I have the ability to survive in that guy's hands, but you don't. Seeing Tina hesitating, Tara immediately took off his raincoat, exposing the badge on his shoulder, and solemnly saluted Tina, speaking in a commanding tone. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. I, as a lieutenant of this unit, order you, Lieutenant Tina, to lead our colleagues in a strategic retreat as far as you can. Tina trembled as she held Smoker's arm, wavering between duty and righteousness. It was not until a surge of momentum erupted from the tavern behind them, a dark red aura spewing forth and sweeping everything around, that she lowered her head, hiding her face. With her thin lips slightly moving, she said, Tina guarantees to complete the mission, wishing Lieutenant Tara victory and a triumphant return. After saying that, Tina grabbed a colleague who had been knocked out by the aura on the ground and quickly caught up with the main force ahead. She must return alive. With her left hand holding Smoker and her right hand grabbing a colleague, her drenched face was unsure if it was raindrops or something else. The Conqueror's haki surged like a torrential storm. The surrounding buildings swayed under its powerful impact. Bricks and debris scattered as if the apocalypse had arrived. Shattered windows and collapsed walls filled the air with dust. The once bustling streets instantly turned into ruins. Ha ha! Zephyr, it's been a long time. Are you here to arrest me? Shiki had long golden hair that resembled a lion's mane, with a ship's helm deeply embedded in his head. With rhythmic footsteps, he stepped out of the tavern, treading on the famous swords Sakuraji and Kujitsu. Seeing that his students had already left on a warship, Zephyr released his observation haki, putting down his worries. You old man, you barely escaped from impelled down by crippling your own legs. Instead of hiding in a corner, nursing your wounds, you dare to appear before me. It seems you want to go back in again. Zephyr's expression darkened. The crowd in Roadtown was too dense. If he fought this guy here, the casualties would be severe. Just looking at the Conqueror's haki released by this old man, the surrounding streets were already overwhelmed, resembling ruins. Ha ha ha. With you, old man, you can't catch me. You might as well call Garp and Sengoku. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, completely disregarding Zephyr, while the swords Makugo and Sakuraju floated into his hands. Shiki looked up at the name above the tavern, his wicked smile growing more rampant as he murmured, Roger, my lifelong enemy. As the strongest, you were chosen by the government as hounds to end your life in the weakest sea. This is the greatest insult to you. Feeling a faint pain from the helm on his head, Shiki turned to the alert Zephyr beside him and said, There's an uninhabited island to the north of Roadtown. I'll wait for you there. If I don't see you within an hour, I will sink all the islands nearby into the sea. Zephyr clenched his black iron fist, his gaze sweeping over the sign above the tavern, and reluctantly nodded, saying, As you wish, old man. In the name of justice, I will personally imprison you and impelled down again. Ha ha ha. Come if you can. To prevent any accidents, I'll take that little brat with me first. The Golden Lion soared into the sky, his right hand clenched in the air, while Tara, hiding in the shadows, was instantly surrounded by countless floating rocks. This is bad. I've been discovered. Tarag frowned tightly and punched out fiercely. But it was all in vain. Even if he could shatter the incoming rocks, more rocks would quickly follow, mixed with the previous debris, all rushing toward him. Shiki, stop it. Your opponent is me. Zifa also noticed the situation over there, angrily shouting as he used Moonwalk to chase after them at high speed. However, how could Zifa's speed possibly match the rocks controlled by the float fruit? Tarag's figure was completely submerged in the sea of stones, trapped inside a giant rock ball. Shiki controlled the giant rock ball to float into the sky, grinning as he said, Jiahaha, Zifa, only have 1 hour. Once the time is up, if I don't see you, this giant rock ball will drift into the unknown sky with that little ghost inside. After saying that, Shiki shot into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and the giant rock ball he controlled disappeared into the horizon, vanishing from sight. This is bad. Zifa stopped in midair, his expression serious as he took out a gray snail and dialed. Meanwhile, inside the giant rock ball, Tarag's limbs were imprisoned by the extremely dense rocks, unable to move. This is a mess. With a bitter smile, he had thought that his teacher Zifa would fight with the Golden Lion, giving him a chance to assist. He never expected that his every move had been completely seen through by that lawless guy outside, leading to Zifa being safe while he himself was in big trouble. The gravity pressing down on him should be around 18 tons. It seemed that the gravity of his heavenly obstruction star wasn't very large. Gathering his armed hockey all over his body, Tarag's forehead bulged with veins as he used all his strength to struggle desperately. Crack! The rocks began to shatter inch by inch, as if they were going to burst from within. Good kid, no wonder you can withstand my conqueror's hockey. Shiki, sitting cross-legged above the rocks, opened his eyes and revealed a wicked smile. He slapped his palm downward, quickly controlling the giant rock to fly toward his backyard, Valemayu. This island was discovered after he escaped from prison and was home to many ferocious animals. Kala. Boss, are you bringing back another test subject? A clown-like figure, resembling a mime, approached with a series of farting sounds, dressed in a white coat. It's Indigo. This isn't a test subject, but a pretty decent Navy brat. With a wave of his hand, Shiki summoned countless rocks from afar to wrap around the already cracked giant ball again. Clapping his hands, Shiki let out a few sinister laughs and looked at the ship's doctor and combatant on his ship, asking, "How's the progress on the plant extraction from IQ?" He occupied this area for a particular magical plant. It could promote the evolution of animals, allowing them to grow towards increased combat power and awaken special abilities. Currently, the experiment had only entered the first phase. Samples have been extracted, but no living animal experiments have been conducted yet. Indigo waved his arms comically, tilting his head to look at his captain. The male labor force in the factory is a bit insufficient. The extraction of IQ is very complicated, so... At this point, Indigo stopped, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, fearing that if the research did not go smoothly, he would be subjected to his capricious boss's wrath. Shiki's gaze sharpened, glaring fiercely at Indigo, and grinned wickedly. "Jiaha! There aren't enough male laborers on these islands. What about those strong young women? Throw them into the factory too. I want to see significant progress on the IQ experiment within 2 years." Indigo was waiting for this sentence from his boss. If it weren't for Shiki having said that everything on these islands was under his control as a mad researcher, Indigo would have already extended his claws toward those indigenous people with white feathers. "As you wish, my captain." Kala. Yeah, ha. Too reckless. Wicked laughs echoed through the island, and amidst their banter, they pushed the already suffering indigenous people of the Sky Island further into the abyss. "How dare you?" Tarag, once again bound by Shiki, cursed angrily from within the rocks. The pressure, as heavy as a mountain, had exceeded the limits of what his body could break free from. 1 hour. Tarag closed his eyes and meditated, realizing that his previous struggles were not entirely in vain. At least his right arm could move freely now. Although he was unable to move his entire body, his right hand resting on the village rein gave him hope for escape. Now, all he had to do was wait for time to pass. He had overheard the conversation between Shiki and Zephyr earlier. In 1 hour, based on Shiki's personality, he would definitely not break his promise. That would be his chance to save himself. In Windmill Village, Carp, dressed in vacation attire, lay under an umbrella, enjoying a rare and beautiful holiday. "Dayton, it's time to change Luffy's diaper. Don't let me catch you slacking off, or I'll send you to impel down." Carp picked up a glass of freshly squeezed juice from the table, picked his nose, and laughed loudly. "I'll fight you, old lady." In the distance, Dayton, holding a wooden stick, looked furious. "Boss, don't be impulsive. Just hold on a bit longer." Doug was clinging to Dayton's leg, desperately trying to stop her. That's right, someone could get hurt." Magra also grabbed one of Dayton's arms, trying to persuade her. Carp raised his sunglasses slightly and snorted coldly. "I'll go right now." Dayton, who had been prideful just moments ago, instantly changed her expression at Carp's glance, grabbing Luffy and running into the small cabin. The sound of a phone bug rang out. Moshi, this is Carp's resort. Please leave a message." Carp hadn't enjoyed such a relaxing day in a long time. Taking out a gray phone bug from his pocket, he casually spoke, "Carp." An excited roar came from the phone bug. Carp pulled the phone bug, which had transformed into Zephyr's appearance, away from his ear a bit. He continued sipping his juice, laughing heartily. "Haha, is that you, Zephyr? What's up? Want to come here for a vacation? I just happen to have some things I need you to bring over." Carp thought of the cabinet full of treasured senbei left at the Navy headquarters, and drool began to flow down. On the other end, Zephyr's face was dark, cursing the old bastard in his heart 1,000 times. With a helpless deep breath, He slowly exhaled. Tyrag is in trouble. The two sides were silent for a long time before Karp's laughter broke the silence. Huh. Is it Sengoku's plan to trick me into going back? Clearly, he doesn't believe that his son at headquarters could be in any danger. Zephyr's brow furrowed, nearly crushing the phone bug in his hand, and he said angrily, "It's Shiki." The sound of juice splattering on the ground startled Karp, who instantly became furious, exuding a terrifying aura that impacted everything around him. Who dared to provoke that old man? Dayton, who was changing Luffy's diaper, looked out the window and complained. Doug, assisting nearby, shook his head and said, "Who would dare provoke this ancestor? Hey, Luffy, you just peed on my hand." Shiki? Has he attacked the headquarters again? Karp ripped off his casual clothes, exposing his muscular body, with hideous scars flowing over his steel-like muscles, his anger reaching its peak. No, the old man is leading the trainee ship to the East Sea for training and encountered Shiki in Logtown. Karp wasted no time, his body shot up like a cannonball. His face serious. "I'm on my way to you. What are the casualties?" Zephyr's expression was filled with shame. He didn't know how to answer Karp's question. Because only Tyrag's fate was unknown, everyone else was safe. Watching the phone bug remain silent for a long time, Karp's speed of flight surged again, appearing as a mere black dot in the distance, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Shiki's Conqueror's haki blocked my perception, so I didn't sense that Tyrag was nearby and got caught by Shiki, Zephyr explained, his figure flashing as he flew toward the place previously agreed upon with Shiki, his gaze determined and sharp. No matter what, he had to save Tyrag. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face his old friends. If he couldn't even protect his own student, how could he face himself? Karp hung up the phone bug, his feet stepping into the void, his body streamlined to fly faster, his worries unutterable. On the other side, Zephyr put away the gray phone bug, discarded his sunglasses, and with his left hand, he had been clutching a golden phone bug, subtly pressing it down. On Sunset Island, located north of Lowtown, it was an uninhabited island, a temporary camping gathering place for pirates. Thunder rumbled in the sky, while the pirates below were still holding a grand banquet, completely unaware that danger had arrived. "Captain Human, after you're done with that mother and daughter pair, why not let the brothers have a taste, huh?" "That's right, especially that alluring woman. Just thinking about her makes me weak." The obscene laughter spread in this desolate place. Human, the captain of the human pirates, had a bounty of 37 million, known for his unpredictable temper and for committing all sorts of atrocities. The members of his pirate crew were no better, often preying on newly married girls or mothers who had just given birth, taking them aboard their ship to torture and humiliate them to death for their own amusement. Blood sprayed out as Human elegantly retracted his blood-stained right hand, licking it with his tongue. Stepping on the head of a subordinate's corpse, he wore a morbid smile. "I can give you what you want, but you can't ask for it, understand?" His gaze swept across the trembling subordinates, and Human chuckled wickedly, enjoying himself as he walked towards the large tent behind him. Soon, the sounds of a woman's miserable screams filled the tent, accompanied by a little girl's desperate crying. But the cries and wails were gradually drowned out by the laughter of dozens of pirates around the tent, their voices lost in the chaos. "Ha ha ha!" A figure with yellow mane floated in the sky, holding Mokuhara in his left hand and Sakura 10 in his right. Shiki looked down at the unknown pirate crew below, cursing, "A bunch of scum on the sea. Pirates should have the spirit of being pirates, not sink this low. The brave rage strikes at the stronger. The cowardly rage strikes at the weaker." Shiki himself had committed countless atrocities, even killing more than all the pirates below combined. But he saw himself as a king, the king above all on the vast sea. Lion's might, the power of the float fruit lifted the entire ground, forming multiple lion-head-shaped mounds of earth that surrounded the camp. Enemy attack. "Help! I don't want to die." The terrified pirates were thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions, each escaping for their lives. They were already failures of the Grand Line. What more could be expected of them? Human, completely naked and with a gloomy expression, lifted the tent flap to see which fool dared to provoke him. Upon seeing the chaotic scene outside, his pupils gradually dilated, his mouth slightly opened. But he was at a loss for words. "Keek, keek, keek." Shiki ignored the cries and wails below, swinging his wooden arm down, and in an instant, the several soil lions devoured the pirate gathering below, turning it into a cloud of dust. Marineford. Blurb blurb. A massive silver transponder snail emitted a sharp alarm. "Hurry, hurry, get on the ship, we are about to set off." A rear admiral ran between the 10 warships in the headquarters dock, relaying messages. "Vice Admiral Kazuru, the troops have assembled. Please give the next order." The rear admiral finally stopped in front of the largest warship at the forefront. saluting the man in the yellow outfit below the warship. It's strange. The use of the demon-slaying order has obviously increased in recent years. Moshi Moshi. Strange. Why isn't Akainu answering my call? Kizaru had a symbolic lewd smile on his face as he pointed at the transponder snail on his wrist. The rear admiral beside him, who was also a temporary commander of one of the warships, wiped the sweat off his forehead and twitched his mouth. Vice Admiral Kizaru. That's not a transponder snail. It's just a locator. Kizaru stopped stroking the locator on his wrist and looked seriously at the assembled troops behind him. What on earth happened to Teacher Zephyr that made you personally activate the demon-slaying order? As the supreme commander of this demon-slaying order, Kizaru concentrated a laser on his fingertip, charged it up, and shot into the sky. When the laser exploded in the air, Akainu, Kizaru Akiji, Squirrel, and Fire Mountain, the 5 vice admirals, led 10 warships towards the demon-slaying order, heading for Sunset Island north of Roadtown. Each warship carried thousands of elite marines. Except for a few ships guarded by the 5 vice admirals, every remaining warship had at least 2 rear admirals jointly commanding. With 5 vice admirals, at least 10 rear admirals, 10 warships, and thousands of elites, such a scale of military force was assembled in just half an hour, demonstrating the powerful strength and efficient organizational ability of the Navy. On this vast sea, only the Navy had such a solid foundation to quickly mobilize large-scale forces while ensuring their combat effectiveness and coordination. Sunset Island. A red-bodied cannonball fell freely from a height of 1,000 meters, crashing heavily into the center of the island. Boom! The ground cracked, smoke billowed, and a fiery figure leaped out of the pit it created. Shiki, get out here! Carp's furious roar, infused with haki, echoed throughout the island. In an instant, the beasts on the island scattered in panic. Keek, keek, keek. The only response to Carp was Shiki's boisterous laughter and the occasional sounds of fighting. Carp, it's been a long time. I think about you all the time. Keek, keek, keek. Shiki, who was fighting Zephyr, executed a light-speed slash towards Zephyr, forcing him back. His figure flashed, and he rose to the sky, temporarily leaving the battlefield, spreading his arms towards Carp as if to welcome him. Don't let the remnants of the old era come out to cause trouble anymore. Where's my son? Carp stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zephyr, flying all the way here. Even with his stamina, he was a bit fatigued. So that little brat is your son? Keek, keek, keek. How interesting. Extremely interesting. Shiki did not show any signs of restraint with Carp's arrival. He swung his wooden arm down, actually taking the initiative to attack. Tyrag should be fine. Let us work together to deal with him. Zephyr grabbed the impulsive Carp and threw a punch to block Shiki's slash. We can't let him escape this time. No matter what. Carp's iron fist, imbued with rich haki, compressed the surrounding air, creating explosive sounds. Let's do this. I can take it all. Lion's might. Shiki was still brooding over his capture from a few years ago, and seeing Carp, this old guy, made him furious. Is it snowing? Zephyr stood back to back with Carp, reaching out to catch a snowflake, puzzled. Carp furrowed his brows. During that previous battle, Zephyr was not at headquarters, so he was not very clear about the specific abilities of the Golden Lion. Be careful. Something big is coming. He has the ability to control the wind and snow. By the way, how long have you been fighting? Has he not used this move against you? A few black lines crossed Zephyr's forehead. Although they had been fighting for more than half an hour, neither side had used their full strength. They were testing each other with physical techniques, and the Golden Lion rarely used his fruit abilities. A blizzard formed, and Shiki spread his arms in the air, laughing wildly, mocking the 2 martial artists below who did not know their limits. Dozens of lion heads made of blizzard surrounded Carp and Zephyr, roaring before they descended. It was my carelessness that led to Tyrag being captured. I'll take this technique. You seize the opportunity to take him down. Zephyr stepped forward, interrupting Carp, who wanted to attack. After half an hour of probing, he realized that due to the loss of his legs, the Golden Lion's physical skills had greatly diminished. That was the flaw. Carp had full confidence in his old friend's strength. Without being pretentious, he nodded in agreement, slightly bending his legs to accumulate power. Flowing chain, mammoth strength. Zephyr's mastery of haki was second only to Carp. As the haki flowed over his arms, he punched from afar, striking hard. The punch wave in the air gradually took the form of a giant mammoth dozens of meters high, trampling towards the oncoming snow lions. Ha ha ha! Carp looked at the scene before him, laughing heartily and giving a thumbs up. That old guy is still as fierce as he was in his youth, huh? Oblivious. Carp reminisced about the past, not noticing that Zephyr, who was taking a direct hit from the Golden Lion, already had beads of sweat appearing on his fatigued face. Not everyone is like Carp, with haki at its peak, never declining with age. Hurry up. and take action. This snow lion is endless. I can't hold on for much longer. Zephyr glared at him fiercely and punched again to temporarily disperse the lion formation. Carp scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, his expression returning to seriousness as he leaped up, heading straight for the golden lion. The colorless haki surged on his fist, distorting the space around Carp's tightly clenched fist. Keek, keek, keek. Good. Let me see if you, old man, have regressed in strength. Shiki released his observation haki, trying to dodge Carp's sudden punch. However, Carp seemed to have predicted his evasion. Carp's fist had already struck the place where Shiki was about to dodge. Realizing that his movement had been foreseen, Shiki's expression became tense, and he crossed his wooden arm and cherry blossom sword in front of him, choosing to block head-on. Shiki, fistbone, galaxy impact. With a massive and forceful strike, Carp unleashed the peak of his anger, striking Shiki hard. The destructive shockwave generated by his fist enveloped Shiki in an instant, producing a series of thunderous booms. Bang! There was no such thing as an equal match. It was like an adult hitting a child. Shiki was heavily struck by Carp and crashed down from the sky onto the island below. On the other side, Zephyr let out a sigh of relief as the snow lion blocking him dissipated. Looking at the deep pit not far ahead, Zephyr lit a cigar and smiled knowingly. Though I'm old, I can't compare to you, old and crippled. Zephyr wasn't surprised at all that Carp knocked Shiki down with a single punch. It was entirely expected. Not to mention that both of them had already exhausted some stamina before Carp arrived. Why would Shiki think that after squatting and impelled down for several years and crippling his own legs to escape, he still had the ability to contend with the current Navy's strongest force? Puff! Shiki lay in the deep pit, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and the blade of the Sakura 10 on his left hand had developed fine cracks. Ha ha ha! As expected of you, Carp. Shiki grinned widely, not surprised at being defeated by a single blow, as if it was meant to be. He coughed weakly, once the king of the seas. But every reign must come to an end. But my era is not over yet. Shiki looked up at the distant sky, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The decline of his strength also indirectly proved the necessity of his research on IQ. Ha ha ha! Give up resistance. Hand over Turag, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will ensure you won't even have the chance to enter Impel down. Carp took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and steadily approached Shiki, who was among the ruins. Ha ha ha! You don't think I'm only this capable, do you? Shiki used the power of the float fruit to control his body and flew out of the deep pit. Blood was already seeping from his head near the ship's helm, sliding down his face. As a high-damage, low-defense mage, to withstand Carp's full-force punch and still stand up as if nothing happened was a testament to the terrifying nature of the Golden Lion. Surrendering is your only way out. You have nowhere to escape. Zephyr stood behind Shiki, with Carp in front and behind, surrounding Shiki, leaving him no chance to flee. Escape? Ha ha ha, one-on-one. I'm not afraid of anyone. However, at this point, with the disparity in forces, how will you respond? Surrounded by two top-tier forces. Shiki showed no panic on his face. With one hand raised to the sky, his wicked smile grew even more sinister. Not good, Carp thought to himself, wanting to move forward to stop the Golden Lion's actions, but it was already too late. A flying battleship shaped like a lion's head slowly appeared directly above Sunset Island. Surrounding the battleship were dozens of pirate ships of various sizes. Zephyr activated his observation haki from a great distance, and the countless figures on the battleship sent chills down his spine. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Carp, we're in trouble. The cigar fell from Zephyr's mouth, revealing his shock as he turned to look at the crazily laughing Shiki behind him. The former sea overlord had managed to rebuild his flying pirate fleet in just a few short years. What people feared most about Shiki was never his personal strength, but his ability to make people and objects fly with a float fruit. This elusive ability to lead tens of thousands of combatants to appear anywhere at any time posed the greatest threat to the world. Keep him occupied. I'll sink that island. Carp's arm was once again infused with haki as he gazed solemnly at the sky. Zephyr shook his head, feeling the golden transponder snail in his pocket vibrating continuously. A slight smile appeared on his face. No need, the time has come. Saying this, he vanished in a flash, charging towards Shiki, his black iron fist swinging like a storm. Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki manipulated his ability to safely land his subordinates while swinging his sword, wood withered, unleashing numerous slashes to prevent Zephyr from getting closer. Ha, today is your death day. I believe that after the Navy loses both of you top-tier forces, the world will become very interesting. Ha! Shiki's palm suddenly yanked down, and the flying battleship immediately began to plummet at high speed. The surrounding dozens of pirate ships formed a pocket shape, dispersing around the battlefield, encircling Karp and Zephyr. The advantage is mine. Ha ha ha. Shiki's figure flickered, easily breaking free from Zephyr's entanglement, standing atop the lion ship's bow, once again drawing his famous sword, wood-withered. Shiki spread his arms wide. His incomplete body did not affect his domineering presence as he laughed heartily. You little ones, kill them. Whoever brings me their heads, I'll make you the vice captain. Oh. The pirate members under Shiki responded enthusiastically. The temptation of becoming vice captain was immense. Many pirates surged forward recklessly. Don't block my way. I want to be the first to take Karp's head. A captain under Shiki, Pastor, wielded a battle axe, cleaving down the pirate members, blocking his path in a fit of rage. With the genetic extract from the IQ experiments, Pastor possessed an innate state of fury, and in this state, he felt no pain, distinguishing friend from foe, with a power increase of over 40%. This was only one of the capabilities of IQ. No wonder the Golden Lion, as a world ruler, would place all hopes on a vial of reagent. Zephyr, if you have any backup plans, bring them out quickly. I've flown all this way. Prolonged combat is disadvantageous for us. Karp was covered in blood, and with another punch, he sent several elite pirates flying away from him. The sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not in good condition. Flowing chain, mammoth strength. Zephyr once again used mammoth strength to repel Pastor charging at him. Gritting his teeth and shouting, the time is almost up. We need to retreat, or we'll really become cannon fodder. Karp scratched his head, confused about the situation, but was grabbed by Zephyr's arm, and they quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The Golden Lion controlled his body, blocking above Zephyr and Karp with a wicked smile. How could I let you escape? Lion's royal domain. The snow lion began to gather again slowly, and Karp's forehead bulged with veins. It was simple to block. But the key was that if he consumed too much stamina, he wouldn't have the energy to capture the Golden Lion again. Just then, a yellow flash slowly coalesced behind Shiki. Zephyr grinned. Here it comes. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of cannons roared in unison, and Sunset Island was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, with many members of the flying pirate crew perishing in the flames. Great fire blast! Akainu stood on the battleship in front, a rare excitement on his face as he unleashed his powers, slaughtering large numbers of pirates falling into the sea. Akiji leaped down from the battleship, and the moment his feet touched the sea, the surface of the water instantly froze as he slowly bent down, placing his hand on the surface. Ice Age. The surrounding sea instantly froze together, creating a large battlefield suitable for landing by sheer force. Squirrel drew his sword, leading thousands of elite Navy troops into a charge, while Fire Mountain led his forces from another direction, cutting off the pirates' retreat. The situation was settled. The slaughter order in Shiki's hand hung limply, his gaze blankly fixed on the sea of flames below. How did it come to this in just a minute? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? The figure of Kizuru suddenly appeared, and the words he spoke always carried a lewd air. With his salary in place, his lightspeed kick never missed, and Shiki didn't even have time to react before being hit head-on. Well, little guy. No wonder he's your student, haha. Garp laughed, tears and snot streaming down his face, completely ignoring Zephyr's pale complexion as he continued to pat his back. With assistance, Garp no longer needed to conserve his energy. He casually threw a punch, and the surrounding snow lions instantly shattered, unable to withstand even a fraction of it. Vermeer, the Turag from the boulder, opened his eyes, his right hand already resting on Yurikomo. The time has come. His abyss-like eyes revealed a hint of coldness. I haven't systematically learned swordsmanship. Whether I can escape from this life-and-death situation depends entirely on fate. Tyrag tightly gripped the demon sword Muramasa, with armed color hockey wrapping around it, transforming it into a genuine black blade. Clang! In the cramped space, there was only a small area to move, and Tyrag frowned, pushing his body hard to the side to create room for his right hand to swing the sword. One sword style Iato. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Tyrag's mouth as he thought of a vivid name to commemorate his first time wielding a sword in this life. His voice filled with excitement. Crescent Moon. Muramasa was instantly drawn, the dark blade emanating a chilling aura, slashing out a blood-red light toward the massive rock sphere. From a distance, a scarlet crescent moon materialized outside the rock, hanging high and not dissipating for a long time. Bang! So refreshing. The rock was split in two, and the ragged Tyrag once again saw the light of day, jumping out from the pile of split boulders and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. After sheathing Muramesa and wrapping it tightly with sealing cloth, a flash of brilliance passed through Tyrag's eyes. The heavens provided him with food, and no one could stop him. He had thought that his first time holding a sword would fail to break the giant rock, and even the skill name he shouted was spontaneous, naturally slipping out. To his surprise, the feel was unexpectedly good. The moment Muramesa was drawn, Tyrag felt a connection with the sword, that sense of mutual appreciation. Even after it was drawn, he was still savoring the experience. However, the side effects were a bit severe and needed to be resolved quickly. Shaking his excited, trembling right hand, Tyrag shook his head. He had been subtly influenced by this Muramesa. If he didn't resolve this issue, sooner or later, he would end up like Shiryu, becoming a bloodthirsty figure devoid of humanity. Is this the lair of the Golden Lion? Tyrag took to the air with moon steps, overlooking several islands floating high in the sky. To the naked eye, there was not a single person on the entire island, except for countless fierce beasts in the jungle. Strange? There is not a single person? This shouldn't be the case. Tyrag stopped on a small island next to Vermeyu, sitting on the ground and stroking his chin in thought. This was completely different from the scene he had in mind. Where were Shiki's many subordinates? Where was the flying fleet? Tyrag's personality is one of seeking revenge for every slight. Currently, he can't defeat Shijibenrin, so he plans to take advantage of the fight between Shijibenrin and teacher Zifa to destroy his lair, which would be a way to reclaim some interest. Terra's heart slowly returned to calmness, as the anger and excitement that had made it difficult for him to use observation haki faded away with his composure. The situation of several floating islands once again became vivid in his mind. Found it. He stood up and gazed at the central position of the largest island, where many faint presences of people could be felt, though they were weak and pitiful. He leaped over, and what came into view was a massive enclosed factory, surrounded by many empty residential buildings. Are they all inside here? Tyrag patted the iron wall outside the factory. He had already confirmed that the residential area was empty. All the presents came from inside, not bothering to look for an entrance. He spat into his hands and used his observation haki to find the weak points in the iron wall. Found it. Tyrag leaped into the air, his feet crashing down on the floor. Due to his explosive power, the ground instantly shattered, and he roared, meteor impact. A white shockwave shot toward the wall, collapsing it with a thunderous crash, filling the air with dust. Cough, cough, cough. Waving his hand to disperse the choking dust, Tyrag officially stepped into the factory. Honestly, I thought this was made of sea prism stone. Is this really the legendary Great Pirate? So poor. The violent explosion attracted the indigenous people forced to work nearby. Over there, the door. A girl around 15 or 16 years old, mustering her courage, set down the wooden box in her hands and pointed to the left side near Tyrag. Tyrag rubbed his head. He just thought this entrance style was cooler and awkwardly asked, I'm here to save you. Can someone explain who you are and why you're here? Looking around, aside from the brave girl who spoke up, no one else dared to approach him. Their expressions were even somewhat numb. These people showed no reaction to Tyrag's arrival, likely due to their prolonged stay here. The girl's name was Marcia, 14 years old, recently captured and brought to this factory, with a tuft of white feathers on her arm. Big brother, are you from the Navy? The island we live on is called Vermeyu. We were once from the Blue Sea, but a few years ago, a great pirate took our island to the sky. Unlike the others, Marcia, although a slave, still had hope and a yearning for freedom. Timidly stepping forward, she informed Tyrag of everything happening here. They weren't Sky Island people, despite having white feathers. They were indeed from the Blue Sea. 3 years ago, Shiki, who had escaped, discovered the unique IQ plants on this island and claimed it along with the island, bringing it to the sky. Terra nodded. He was aware of the basic situation, but had forgotten some details over time. After Martha's recounting, he remembered most of it. Now that this island is unguarded, why don't you run away? Why continue to work here? Tyrag looked at the petite Marcia with confusion. The crowd that had surrounded them earlier had returned to their previous work state. Marcia smiled bitterly. The island was beautiful, but its rulers were evil. Young girls were thrown into factories to labor, while the young men on the island were taken away to build palaces. At 10,000 meters above sea level, no matter how fast we could run, where could we escape to? In the end, we would still be caught and brought back. Or we might not even have the chance to return and would be directly killed by that pirate. This is a difficult situation. Tyrag sat on the ground. How could he have forgotten this crucial question? There must still be fierce fighting below, and he didn't even know which side he was hoping would win. If Shiki won, the teacher would be in danger. If the teacher won, the Golden Lion would be captured. But these islands, dependent on the Golden Lion's abilities, would surely fall. Thinking of this, Tyrag decided he couldn't wait any longer. He had to do something within his power. Just waiting around was not a solution. Martha, do you believe in your brother? I believe. Martha blinked her eyes and nodded firmly. Her brother had once been a Navy officer, but unfortunately, on that night, 3 years ago, Shiki's arrival had separated them. Her brother had said, "Justice is with me." That still youthful voice brought Tyrag a heavy pressure, making it hard for him to speak for a moment. Doing what one can and desperately try and save are always different. Tyrag rubbed Martha's head and smiled gently. Is there any way to make the people in this factory stop working and gather together? He needed to find a way to save these indigenous people, provided they could hear the voices from outside. On Sunset Island. Ha ha ha. The helm on the Golden Lion's head was kicked away by Kizuru, and white liquid mixed with red slid down Shiki's face. Almost died, you mischievous monkey. Our battlefield is not a place you can just step into. Temporarily using haki to stabilize the flowing blood, Shiki's face twisted as he endured the intense pain. His figure flashed, appearing near the 10 warships that were continuously firing. Not good. Zephyr's expression changed, and he immediately chased after, shouting angrily, "Stop him." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Shiki's fruit ability was faster than everyone else's, and Garp swung his iron fist to send Shiki flying once again. But he still couldn't stop him from using his own abilities. What's going on? Did that island sink us? A marine loading cannonballs looked confusedly at his companion. Sunk my ass. His companion exclaimed in fear, trembling. We're the ones flying. The 10 warships simultaneously lifted off the ground, spinning wildly in the air, throwing off countless elite marines aboard. Ha ha ha. Shiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Garp's iron fist was indeed no joke. A casual hit almost cost him his life, but ultimately, it still fell short. You've destroyed my grand fleet. I want you to feel my pain too. Lion's might, fall into the sea. The 10 warships went into free fall, the slashed open sea forming a giant lion's head, as if it could devour everything. Kazan. Garp's flowing haki boiled over as he called out the name of his proud disciple. This is really giving me a headache. Kazan's forehead bulged with veins as he launched a massive ice spear towards the sea lion. Wouldn't it be better to become a legend? Seeing the sea lion blocked by Akiji, Garp's rage peaked, and he instantly moved, appearing directly above Shiki, shouting as he swung his fist. Why do you appear again? Bang! At this level of top-tier power, it was impossible to defeat them with just a casual strike. You could injure or incapacitate them. But to win in one blow was out of the question unless there was a huge gap in strength. Lion's might, wave slash. Shiki swung the wooden blade in his hand to try to block Garp's attack, but with the ongoing battle against Zephyr and Garp, plus Kizuru's sneak attack, he was already like a strong bow at the end of its tension. Facing Garp's powerful punch, he simply didn't have the strength to fully block it, and was once again sent crashing into the now fiery center of the island. Bang! The 10 warships flipped over simultaneously, crashing heavily onto the icy surface. This was Shiki's counterattack against Garp. Shiki lay on his back in a sea of fire, coughing up blood, and kept grinning wickedly. Navy, you can defeat me, but you can never subdue me. Ha ha ha. Since Roger, this era has been called the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed from the gradually sinking island. But apart from Garp and Sakazuki, no one else cared about Shiki's life or death anymore. Quick, notify the headquarters. Send rescue boats over. Zephyr lifted one corner of a warship, raised it high, flipped it over, and gently set it down. Tears of regret on his face. The breath gradually disappearing beneath the warship was all of their Navy's elite, including his students. For justice, sacrifice is inevitable. Don't worry about the injured. Let me go first to capture the Golden Lion. Sakazuki remained a cold observer of everything, calling to the few hundred elite Marines left behind him. With a clear target, Sakazuki. Zephyr bit his silver teeth until they bled, glaring angrily at the cold, blood-red figure ahead. Vermal. Terra looked grim as he walked deeper into the factory. Martha told him that there was a manager who would never leave the factory. He had a golden microphone, and the voice from the microphone could be heard throughout the entire island. It was the only way to gather everyone together. A pungent smell of chemical experiments assaulted his senses, and the deeper he went, the stronger the smell became. Was it that mime who walked like he was farting? Tyrag pulled out a gas mask from a nearby cabinet and put it on his face. He couldn't remember its exact name, but he had some impression of it. Indigo, the main person in charge of the IQ experiment, one of Shiki's right-hand men, the ship's doctor and fighter of the flying pirates. Uft, uft. The familiar farting sound came closer, and Tyrag knew he guessed right. It was indeed that guy. Indigo was wearing a blue jumpsuit with a white lab coat over it and brown gloves, stealthily peeking out from the laboratory. What a terrifying guy. The monster the captain brought back. He hasn't spotted me, has he? Indigo thought he was hiding well, not realizing that the farting sound from his shoes had already betrayed his location. Without using observation hockey, Tyrag covered his face with his hand. How did such trash become Shiki's right-hand man? A notorious pirate on par with Roger. Yet his subordinates are all such garbage. Their weak presence makes him feel like he could crush them effortlessly. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Hook Claw. The dragon claw-shaped right hand pierced through the wall and snagged Indigo by the head. Come here. Grabbing his target, Tyrag smirked slightly, using his arm strength to pull Indigo through the 20-centimeter hole he just made. Has he fainted? Tyrag kicked the now unrecognizable Indigo on the ground, squatted down, and took the golden microphone from his waist, curling his lip. How boring, this kind of trash. Martha also said that just having a microphone isn't enough. If it's only a microphone, the sound can only be transmitted within the factory. To make the sound reach the entire island, he needs to go to the meteorological station and plug the microphone into the signal transmitter. Marineford. Admiral Sengoku. The information minister rushed in through the door, calling out anxiously. Oh. Sengoku raised his head with a serious expression and asked, is the battle over? This operation to encircle the Golden Lion was entirely spontaneous. If Fleet Admiral Kong were not absent from the headquarters, perhaps he would have gone with the team. The chief of staff's face was pale, his lips trembling as he said, and no, it's not the Lion plan. News from a new world indicates that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reunited and are subtly trending towards the headquarters. What? Is the news accurate? Sengoku's expression changed drastically as he stood up. This was news that could bring the heavens down. From 100 people in the information division, only 3 survived to bring back the news. It's accurate. The information minister understood the severity of the situation and briefly recounted the events. Why did it have to be now, neither too early nor too late? Sengoku's expression was grave, his right hand resting on the telephone bug on the table, picking it up and putting it down again. You may leave now. Yes. Fleet Admiral Kong was still competing for the position of the Grand Admiral, still in Mariehua, and had not returned yet. A storm was brewing. Sengoku weakly sat back down in his chair, putting down the telephone bug and picking up a nearby microphone to shout. The headquarters is entering a level 1 combat readiness state. Disperse unrelated personnel. In this life and death moment, this Admiral stands with you all. Everything for justice. Sengoku's fingertips turned white as he crushed the microphone in his hand. Garp, Zephyr, there's not much time left. I hope everything goes smoothly. Both sides were facing danger, racing against time. Sengoku would not allow potential threats to hold back his brothers. He would take all the responsibility afterward and bear it alone. Meteorological Station. Many years ago, the natural disaster in the Etwall Sea destroyed more than half of the Golden Lion's flying fleet, shattering his fantasy of completely defeating Roger and ruling the world. After escaping from Impel, he began to establish his own meteorological prediction department. Every time he set sail, he had to come here to make a divination. No, to make a prediction. But relying solely on the meteorological station could not give Shiki any sense of security. He admitted he was afraid of experiencing another natural disaster that could wipe everyone out. So for many years, he had been looking for a navigator who was very sensitive to weather changes. Only then could his anxious heart be somewhat alleviated while sailing. The meteorological station was entirely black, cylindrical in shape, with no exits. The entrance was only a few dozen meters above, and it could only be accessed through Shiki's float fruitability. Tarag wrapped his lower arms with armament hockey and placed his fists on top of the meteorological station building. Dragon's Breath. He then used a zero-distance attack similar to a Swearin, instantly punching the wall at high speed, applying powerful force to a single point on the wall. This force exploded the moment it made contact with the wall, shattering it like a dragon's breath, creating a massive cloud of smoke and an explosion that obscured the view. Having grown up following Dorag, he was already well-versed in the techniques of the Dragon Claw Fist, easily connecting the dots. What's going on? Scarito's body shook as he grabbed a nearby pillar and shouted. The ground is shaking. Scaridu was a large black gorilla, holding the same status in the flying pirate fleet as Indigo. Indigo was responsible for research, while Scaridu guarded the meteorological station, both playing crucial roles. Master. His subordinate pointed at the surveillance equipment, his voice trembling. There's a strong enemy intruding. Huh. Bring me my war axe. Scaridu bared his fangs. He was combative and didn't care whether he could defeat the intruder. After receiving his exclusive weapon, He climbed swiftly up the thick pillar with monkey-like agility, quickly reaching the top of the meteorological station, overlooking Tarag, who was deep in thought below. Damn it! Tarag slapped his forehead and muttered, always thinking about breaking in. I forgot I already mastered the moonwalk. He looked up at Skari, who was dozens of meters above him. Time was urgent, and he couldn't afford to dawdle. He stepped back and forth in the air, soaring upward at incredible speed. What the hell is my brother doing? Why is there a navy on the island? Skarido's eyes widened as he watched Tarag approach rapidly, recognizing his identity from his tattered navy uniform. Birds of a feather. No wonder Shiki is recruiting people everywhere. Tarag held the dragon claw, shaking his head and sighing, unable to imagine how many heroes of the sea were swallowed by that tsunami, to the point where now, in sky, there wasn't even a slightly famous subordinate. Clang! The air was sliced, leaving behind a few afterimages as Skarido instinctively swung his battle axe to fend off Tarag's advance. Dragon hook hand. The armed right hand hooked onto the swinging battle axe, clashing hard and making a sharp ringing sound. Crack! Skarido dropped the broken battle axe, fear evident in his eyes. Navy, what brings you to our sky pirates? The gorilla looked foolish but still had its own little cleverness, trying to buy time for the rescue of its subordinates. Tara laughed and appeared in front of Skarido with a flash. It's not that I wanted to come. Your boss invited me. With both hands gripping the gorilla's fangs, he flung Skarido off the peak of the weather station with a scream. No match. He clapped his hands and looked inside the weather station from the roof that had no cover. Most of the people inside were meteorological researchers captured by Shiki, and after Skarido fell completely, they burst into tears of joy. Riser was a middle-aged scholar, a former researcher from the small sky island of Vasilia, who had been arrested by Shiki during a survey in the Qinghai region. Riser had long, snow-white whiskers that split into two fishtail shapes, and like other scholars from Vasilia, he wore a long robe and pointed hat similar to that of a Western wizard. Hey, can you help us get out? Riser blinked his signature eyelashes, placing his hand by his ear, looking up at Tara with great anticipation. Who is this person? After searching high and low without success, the effortless way to rescue everyone on the island was delivered right to him. Tarag's mouth curled into a slight smile. In the weather nation where Nami learned meteorology, there is a type of flying weather ship, which serves as the transportation of Visaria. With their help, there would be no need to worry about Shiki's abilities disappearing anymore. On Sunset Island. In a near-death state, Shiki faced the encirclement of Akainu, Kizaru, and Garp with an expression unchanging, as if he had nothing to fear. The battle had already lasted 5 hours, and at this moment, he had completely lost the strength to resist. Moku was stuck beside him, and he was slumped on the ground. There were dozens of holes on his body from laser beams, and he did not know how many bones had been shattered by Garp. The most terrifying was the burning blood hole in his chest, continuously scorching his internal organs. Garp and the others formed a triangle, surrounding Shiki at the center, preparing for the final capture. All three of them had suffered injuries to varying degrees. With Garp being the least injured, his chest had a deep blood mark from Moku's slash, but with his haki blocking it, it was just a flesh wound. Next was Kizaru, who was in tatters, covered in numerous bloodstains from being engulfed by Moku's haki. The most severely injured was Akainu, who had been specially attended to by Shiki. If it weren't for Akainu's sneak attack delivering a fatal punch, Shiki wouldn't have been completely unable to resist. Half an hour ago, facing the three of them, Shiki channeled all his Conqueror's haki onto Moku, disregarding Garp and Kizaru's attacks, and slashed straight at the charging Akainu. Lion's might. As the final roar of the lion, it was something Akainu could not withstand. With no time to dodge, he could only brace himself to meet it. Akainu's missing left arm was thanks to Garp's timely rescue. Otherwise, as one of the Navy's future hopes, he would have certainly fallen in this battle. Your era is completely over. Surrender, Shiki. Garp looked gravely at Shiki, who seemed to have completely given up on resistance, not understanding why he remained so easygoing in the face of such a deadly encirclement. Shiki coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, deftly controlling a small knife with his right hand to temporarily tend to the wound on his chest. He glared fiercely at Akainu to his left, determined to kill this vicious dog if given the chance, as he had almost slipped up, not understanding why he seemed so fearless. Shiki smiled darkly, pointed at the empty sky above, and then looked at the sea stone handcuffs in Garp's hand, grinning wickedly. The world fears my abilities, as your old rival. Can't you understand why? In this world, no one can judge me. His wildly arrogant laughter echoed, causing Garp's expression to change as he stared blankly at the distant sky. Shiki cooperatively pulled down a small island next to Vermi, letting him see clearly. There are dozens of these islands at 10,000 meters high. Shiki's face twisted with malice, his pupils wide as he laughed recklessly. On them are the natives I have sent across the seas in recent years. Even if there aren't 100,000, there are at least 10 or 20,000. If anything happens to me, With his far-reaching observation Haki released, Garp and the others easily sensed the numerous life forces on the low-lying islands, their faces changing drastically. A complete madman, Garp gritted his teeth, thinking for a long time before reluctantly putting away the sea stone in his hand, saying, I can let you go, but, Fong of the underworld, stop. At Garp's urgent shout, Shiki's shock, Akainu raised his arm made of magma, moving towards the utterly defenseless Shiki. How frightening. Kizaru's figure flashed, intercepting Akainu right in front, grinning slyly. Although his existence cost you your left arm, you still can't kill him now. With a flash kick, Akainu was sent flying several meters away. Struggling to prop himself up, Akainu's forehead bulged with veins, his right hand covering his missing left arm, gritting his teeth. It's just a mere arm, what does it matter? But I will never allow this guy to continue to roam free. The Navy's dignity cannot be insulted. In a lion's plan, the Navy's sacrifices were severe. What does it matter to sacrifice some ordinary people? To successfully capture the Golden Lion, Akainu had long made the decision to sacrifice himself. How could he be threatened by Shiki over mere civilians? Akainu's justice is unwavering, and from his sharp gaze, Garp saw the determination to face death. But no one knew how many islands with human civilization Shiki had in his hands. Garp would never allow Akainu to strike or capture Shiki. Kizaru, keep an eye on Akainu. I will go talk to that mad lion. Good luck, Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru also felt exhausted, sitting beside Akainu, grabbing his one arm, quietly looking at Garp, who was bare-chested in front. As expected of our hero, strong as a monster. No wonder Zephyr-sensei said that Haki is the ability that surpasses all. Don't you agree, Akainu? Akainu angrily shook off Kizaru's hand and coldly snorted. Just the old man's decayed thoughts. Clenching his lava-like right hand, he looked with killing intent at the dying Shiki ahead. The power to uphold justice to the end is the correct and strongest. On the other side, Garp wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had not been injured, but had been consuming a lot of physical strength and was already exhausted. Shiki, I promise you in the name of the Navy to place all islands in the East Sea and let you leave safely. Garp looked at his former rival. His gaze firm, his voice powerful. Ha ha ha. Shiki looked back at the two figures of Akainu in the distance, shaking his head with a twisted face. I don't trust the Navy. He then turned to the legendary figure of the Navy in front of him, who had fought many times against him, and said, But I trust you. I want to promise, ha. The Haki flowing from Garp's iron fist gradually dissipated. To avoid unnecessary sacrifices, he had to compromise. Okay, lay down all the islands you control, and I will give you this promise. As if recalling something, Garp raised an eyebrow, and my son, Terag, must be delivered to me unharmed. Ha. The golden lion laughed to the sky, clutching his nearly pierced chest. Good, it's a deal. A deal. Just as he was about to lay down the islands, a shout came from the distant sky. Dad, kill him. The Sky Islanders have been rescued. Terag's footsteps flew swiftly, using the moonwalk technique to descend rapidly and approach the island that was almost submerged by the sea. Guided by the meteorologist Reth, he carried the scholar on his back and soon found his hometown, Visalia. Only then did he realize that Reth was not only the best meteorologist there, but also the former king of that small nation. With his help, there were almost no obstacles, and the meteorological island Visalia immediately set sail towards Shiki's lair, Vermeo. Using the golden microphone, he gathered all the indigenous people from several islands and relocated them to the independently flying Visalia. The indigenous people in the factories, who were numb and dared not escape, were knocked unconscious and taken away by Tarag, leaving only the countless ferocious beasts and scattered pirates in the skies above, with no innocent souls remaining. Brat. Shiki's pupils dilated as he looked at the slowly descending black dot and exclaimed angrily, How did you get out? Tarag's shout was heard. So the previous confidence was completely gone, and the visible panic caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ha. Garp, seeing the newcomer, felt a lot of his worries dissipate and laughed. As expected of my son, Sakazuki. Garp turned around and shouted loudly, It's up to you now, but be careful not to kill him, or there will be another fruit of evil on the sea. Old man, Tarag flashed by, worry written on his face as he looked at the bloodstain on Garp's chest and said, You're hurt? Did that lion do this? As he spoke, he clenched his fists, angrily wanting to kill the already weakened golden lion. He couldn't even bear to hit his own father, so how could he let others bully him? I'm Fine. Just need a meal and some sleep. But first, where did you put the people on the island controlled by Shiki? This was Karp's biggest concern. It wasn't that he didn't trust his son, but when it comes to matters of life, everything needs to be treated with utmost caution. As long as you're okay. Tyrag gave Karp a carefree back and, posing in what he thought was the coolest way, seriously said at first, I used my wits to outsmart the many pirates left in Shiki's lair, and I almost died up there. Bang! Karp's face turned dark. The Grand Fleet had long been sunk by them. Where'd he find so many people? He scolded, speak in plain language. Tyrag completely ignored his father's threats, rubbed a large bump on his head, and grinned. Dad, no matter what, I want to be a general. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Having saved over 30,000 natives and averted a disaster, along with his formidable strength, surely being a general was not too much to ask. Karp smiled broadly, repeatedly praising him, and with a sunny smile, slowly walked up to Tyrag, his face suddenly turning extremely grim. Your father is still a vice admiral. Iron Fist. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory, just as Machino said. After staying in one place for 30 minutes, Tyrag was bound to get beaten. This time, it broke the record. After a long separation, in just 1 minute, he had already taken 2 beatings. Without mentioning the bickering between the grandfather and grandson. On the other side, Akainu pushed aside Kizaru, turning to look at Tyrag, who had suddenly appeared, his brow furrowed. But he then gave Tyrag an affirmative nod. After all, this time he could personally take down his enemies, and with Tyrag's invisible help, maybe he was wrong. Perhaps Tyrag would become the second Karp? Golden Lion. Akainu's body once again became elemental, launching a final charge at Shiki. The old man will put an end to this war in the name of justice. Hellhound. Ha ha ha. Facing the raging flames, Shiki remained calm, resting his left hand on the nearby wooden stump, staring blankly in the direction of Logtown. Roger, your righteousness. You are amazing. I, Shiki, have lost. As the curtain falls, Shiki's memories return to the scene 5 years ago when he forcibly stormed the headquarters and was captured. That was his last meeting with Roger. Roger. Shiki gripped the iron bars blocking his way tightly, his face twisted. What exactly did you see? A man like you, who has the ability to be captured. Karp? Sengoku? Even a fleet admiral? No, none of them can. The decisive battle 3 days ago that split the Navy headquarters in 2. Shiki felt that Karp and the others were extraordinary, but relying solely on them was nowhere near enough to successfully capture Roger, who had become the #1 overlord of the seas. Supported by Rayleigh, Jabba, and over 20 other top-tier powerhouses, Shiki couldn't understand how the Navy managed to capture him and was going to publicly execute him in that remote town of Log. Roger's pirate hat had been confiscated, revealing a few teeth under his mustache, laughing until tears streamed down. Shiki, I never expected that at the last moment of my journey, the person I would see would actually be you. Roger was bound to the wall behind him with several sea stone chains, leaning forward to see his longtime rival, whom he had fought against for many years. He did not believe Shiki had been captured after defeat by the Navy. As Shiki said, at their level, if they didn't want to be captured, no one could catch them. The sea stone chains were pulled by Roger until they deformed, successfully allowing him to see Shiki's blood-stained profile. Roger pouted, picking his nose and mocking. Old man, in 3 days, you will see me on the big screen. Can't wait to see me, huh? Pouting, picking his nose, and making funny faces. Such childlike and innocent actions occurring on the body of the ocean's acknowledged king seemed somewhat illogical. But who could blame him for being Roger? Following his heart's thoughts and acting on a whim, the freest person on the sea is indeed the pirate king. Yet what Shiki detested most was Roger's behavior. It showed no awareness or temperament befitting a strong person. This man, who was even stronger and more outstanding than him and had conquered the entire sea, was actually as childish as a kid. Seeing the displeasure on Shiki's face, Roger put away his smile and explained, it was my choice. Bang! The 100 pure sea stone on his ankle limited Shiki's abilities, but was not enough to bring him down. He slammed a heavy fist against the railing in front of him, producing a thunderous sound. You've come this far. Why not go a step further, raise your arm high, and completely overthrow the world government? Shiki, with the head of the helm, pressed hard against the iron bars, wanting to see Roger in another direction. Voluntarily captured? Blood oozed from Shiki's forehead as he pressed against the bars. Furious. That's utterly ridiculous. As long as you want, I can even join your pirate crew. Shiki pulled out a dagger from who knows where, excitedly saying, tell me you want to live. Tell me you want to conquer. No. You want to overthrow and rebuild this world. The dagger pierced 3 inches into his calf. As long as Roger nodded in agreement, he would not hesitate to chop off his own legs and take Roger away from here to start their new journey. Roger noticed Shiki's actions and sighed. Stop it, Shiki. I left too early. It's not time yet. The person he is waiting for is me, not you. Shiki's left hand, holding the dagger, trembled incessantly. He did not understand this mute speech and asked in confusion, Tell me, what did you see? Ha ha. Roger smiled playfully. Why don't you go see for yourself? Shiki was speechless. If he could do that, he would have done it long ago. How could he wait until now? Roger was not teasing this rival. His expression changed, becoming unprecedentedly serious. Shiki, I know you will definitely leave here. This prison cannot hold a man like you. After you get out, I want you to promise me one thing. Shiki pulled the dagger from his thigh, saying calmly, is this still the Roger who never asked for anything from others? Roger's mouth twitched, looking helpless, not asking for anything. Remembering the scene of bowing to Whitebeard to plead, he said, Well, as your last words, I agree. Roger smiled with relief. Being able to do something for the future generations before dying brought him great comfort. His expression turned serious as he said, I know you've been eyeing the 3 ancient weapons, but I want you to give up this idea, and from now on, do not interfere with them. The world will sink into the sea. The time is not yet right, so the person he is waiting for is not me. Shiki raised an eyebrow. At their level, when conversing with equals, 1-to-1, 2-to-2, promises made must be kept. Wrinkling his nose, Shiki reluctantly agreed. I can, but you have to tell me what you saw on the final island. Roger lowered his head, hiding his face in the shadows, and slowly said, I saw the truth. Time returned to the present. Shiki ignored the incoming magma attack, staring for a long time at the town that began and ended. The world you all owe him an apology, stepping into the game, laying out plans over decades, just to save you guys, referred to as ants by those above. Boom! The Hellhound struck directly at the defenseless Shiki, and Akainu did not heed Garp's advice, delivering another punch that pierced through Shiki's chest. Shiki, the king capable of conquering the entire world, the man who knew all the truths of the world, for the promise of a dead man. He brought his great fleet to the East Sea, playing his pirate game as if it were child's play. To protect the hub that Roger spoke of from being discovered or destroyed, he faced death without fear. Cunning and treacherous were the names the world gave him. Yet he died for a promise, died in the act of protection. Roger, I can no longer see the person you wanted me to find. The one who inherits Joy Boy's will, the guy with your straw hat. Hellhound. Sakazuki did not stop his attack. Shiki's earlier display of weakness had cost them dearly. And this time he would crush him to ashes no matter what. Old man, is it all right to kill him like this? Tyrag stood beside Karp, watching as Shiki departed. Karp sighed and shook his head, saying, I couldn't stop him. I saw the determination to die in Shiki's eyes. Perhaps his pride as a strong man wouldn't allow him to be captured again. With that, Shiki left the sea he wished to conquer and destroy, carrying with him all the truths of the world. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the Grand Line, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and many remnants of the Rock's era felt a sense of foreboding and turned their gaze towards the east, lost in thought. Totland, Cake Island. Mama, are we still going to the Navy headquarters? Katakuri, wearing a white scarf resembling a flower and dressed in a heavy black metallic style, asked as he looked at the completely submerged island in the mirror. Behind him stood many of his younger siblings, also gazing into the mirror. Next to him was Kaido's right-hand man, the Calamity Jin. He had a handsome appearance, a serious demeanor, white hair, brown skin, and black wings. Boss, Jin and Katakuri exchanged glances, both sensing the concern in each other's eyes. With the defeat of the Golden Lion, it would be unwise to face the Navy, who were in high spirits and well-prepared. Watching the Navy retreating with Shiki's body in the mirror, Kaido drunkenly grabbed a nearby wine gourd and took several swigs. Gula burp. He looked at Big Imon, who was constantly eating, and said, Old hag, what do you think? Mama. Charlotte Linlin put down the donut in her hand, greedily looking at the scene in the mirror, and smiled. Katakuri. I'm here, Mama. Big pointed at the Navy rescue ship slowly moving in the mirror, drool flowing from the corner of her mouth. We don't need to go to headquarters, but the old lion's fruit cannot be left out. Notify everyone to search for Shiki's float fruit with all their might. Yes, Mama. Katakuri nodded in response, coldly turning his head and waving to his siblings behind him, leading the way to leave first. Kaido also gave Jin a subtle glance, the meaning clear. On the Moby Dick, Gulu. Marco took out a bottle of fine wine and handed it to his father, Whitebeard, asking with a smile, Dad, what happened? Why are you so happy? Whitebeard glanced at the din mushy on the table, took the wine from Marco's hand, and for the first time did not rush to drink. Instead, walking to the side of the ship and pouring the valuable wine overboard. The departure of an old friend always deserves remembrance. Facing the east, Newgate removed his hat and silently gazed at the turbulent sea, his thoughts drifting back a few years. Jahaha, what is it like in a sea without Roger? The wall blocking us has disappeared, and it's almost your era now, Whitebeard. Shiki sat on the deck, looking at Newgate, who was drinking, and laughed. Whitebeard shot a sideways glance at Shiki, who had just escaped from impelled down, and coldly replied, "If you came here just to chat, I could sink you to the bottom of the sea right now, Golden Lion." Jahaha. Shiki lit another cigar, grinning wickedly as he tilted his head at the ship's wheel. You're still that infuriating guy, so I'm relieved. I want to disappear for a while and let this warm world witness the true terror of pirates. Back to the present, Whitebeard slowly turned around, patted Marco, who had been by his side, and laughed loudly. Gully. Marco, let us throw a grand feast. Marco lowered his head, shrugging his shoulders, and sighed helplessly. Dad, we all love feasts, but we're out of money. After every battle, the treasures allocated to Dad were the most, but he had never once been willing to spend, not knowing what to do with so much wealth. Sabaody, Archipelago. Shaki put down her drink, looking at the man beside her who was lost in thought while wearing glasses, and asked while lighting a cigarette, Aren't you going to send him off? After all, he's your rival. From the shadows, Rayleigh took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with his clothing. Not answering directly, but retorting, as someone who was once a member of Rox, don't you feel the need to send him off as his former comrade? After saying that, he put on his coat, ready to go out for a walk. The departure of each old friend always tugged at their hearts. I really don't understand you, man. Shaki shook her head and sighed, taking out her prepared luggage. With such events happening, she had lost the desire to continue her business and was preparing to return to her country for a visit. On the Dogtooth warship, Carp had already changed into a full Navy uniform. With such a significant event occurring, even though he was still on vacation, he felt he needed to return to headquarters. Luffy was temporarily entrusted to Dayton, leaving him without any worries. Smelly brat, throw that knife away. I'll give you this. Carp looked at Tyrag, who was constantly waving a few tons of weights, and raised the large knife in his hand, Shiki's sword Makugo. As the most important combat force in this line encirclement plan, this undamaged sword was rightfully claimed by Carp. Inside, Carp was filled with regret, looking at his right fist, wishing he could chop it off. If it weren't for him overexerting himself, the sword that was also one of the great knives, Sakura 10, wouldn't be left with just a hilt. The 1,368th time, Tyrag stood bare-chested, his 8-pack abs highlighted by the sunlight, the lines even more defined. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he looked resolutely, shaking his head and saying, No need. I'm going to become a great swordsman. How could I be afraid or yield to the knife in my hand now? Don't underestimate me, you old man. Bang. Show some respect. I'm your dearest old dad. With a skilled iron fist and familiar strength, Carp blew the smoke off his fist and angrily turned back to the cabin, striding with a wide stance. With a proud smirk hidden from Tyrag, who couldn't see the bump on his head, Carp thought to himself, No doubt he is my son. I always knew you would amount to something. Taralag wrinkled his nose, put down the barbell, rubbed the big bump on his head, and said angrily, Ace, Luffy, you need to grow up quickly, and it would be best if you grew strong too. Marineford. Sengoku put down the transponder snail, let out a long sigh of relief, and happily took the microphone handed to him by his subordinate. I am Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. I announced that on July 12th, 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, our line plan has come to a complete end. In this battle, we achieved a great victory, successfully eliminating the legendary Golden Lion and his flying pirate armada, washing away the shame he brought to our Navy many years ago. The exhilarating and passionate speech spread throughout the Crescent Island of Marineford via the broadcast. In Sengoku's office, he could even hear the cheers and celebrations of the Navy outside. But with gains come losses. Sengoku tightened his grip on the microphone. Those outside had the right to know the truth, and with a heart full of sorrow, he continued. But also because of this operation, our Navy suffered heavy losses, with over 3,000 elite sailor souls forever remaining in the East Sea. There are even over 1,000 sailors whose bodies could not even be found. After a long silence, Sengoku hoarsely shouted, But I want to say they died honorably. They were just ahead of everyone else. They are using their lives to interpret the justice in our hearts. In the headquarters square, the Navy soldiers all took off their hats and looked up at the broadcast on the building, with sadness written on each of their faces. But this situation was not negative. The visible aura of confidence had already permeated everyone's hearts. Everything is for justice. Sciate da soldi in salute. Everything is for justice. All the Navy personnel, including those inside the headquarters, put down what they were doing and saluted towards the Navy flag at the top of the headquarters. In the office, Sengoku was already in tears. That inspiring collective shout was not only heard by him. The world would also hear it. Marine Branch 357. A Navy training ship slowly approached the shore. Tina was very angry. That guy went off to fight the pirates alone, leaving them to run away in disgrace. With Zifa and Taralag absent, Smoker and Tina became the temporary commanders of this group of trainee sailors. Smoker lit a cigar, looking at the newspaper in his hand with a furrowed brow. He had thought it was just a big fish, but unexpectedly it was a lion. Taralag was right. If we stayed there, we would only be a hindrance. Tina stepped forward, snatched the newspaper from Smoker's hand, and looked at the news that said the Navy had achieved a great victory, with Shiki's corpse hanging and impaled down, rolling her eyes in displeasure and saying, "Even you have submitted?" Smoker clenched his fist, a wisp of white smoke slowly rising, and firmly said, "No, I just recognized reality. Power. All fear comes from insufficient strength." If at that time his strength was greater than Terralag's, could the guy called the people's hero in the newspaper have been him instead? "What are you going to do?" Tina asked in surprise as she looked up. Smoker's figure had already flown out the moment the ship docked. "Training. Wait for me, I'm going to Marineford." "That's right. Uncle Sengoku. I want to be an admiral." Talig excitedly slapped the newspaper in his hand, giving countless praises to the news veteran Morgan. They had just returned to headquarters, and the news of the Navy's overwhelming victory had spread across the globe. What he cared about the most was the comment about him and the handsome photo. The rising star of the Navy, saving millions from peril, an undisputed people's hero, Talig. The photo captured him standing shoulder to shoulder with Karp, watching Shiki depart, often described as the transition between old and new heroes. With such remarkable achievements, coupled with his father's connections with these uncles, isn't it reasonable to aim for a vice admiral position? Sengoku took off his glasses and rubbed his temples, ignoring the newspaper that Talig was almost jamming into his eyes, and turned to look at Karp, who was snoring away beside them. He let out a roar. "Karp." "Huh?" Karp's bubble popped on his nose, and his snoring ceased as he opened his eyes in confusion. The previous battle had taken a heavy toll on him. Just eating wasn't enough to recover, so he could fall asleep at any moment. What was happening? Just as he began to speak, his head tilted, and he once again fell asleep standing up. As Talig stared intensely at Sengoku, he continued to apply pressure on him. Sengoku was very familiar with Karp's resting state, and understood that even if he was asleep, Karp could still hear the sounds from outside. "Your son said he wants to be a general." Crash! The sound of the floor cracking echoed as the bubbles on Karp's nose fluctuated in size. He threw a punch at Talig, but Talig dodged it, causing Karp's fist to miss and shatter the ground instead. A flock of crows flew over the roof, and Talig swallowed hard, looking at his father's dark arms. "Hey, with that kind of strength, someone could get killed. Do you still want to be a general?" Sengoku asked with a warm smile as he raised his head. Watching the golden light slowly emanating from Sengoku, Talig decisively shook his head and exclaimed, No, I don't want that." Damn, how could this aim be completely different from what he imagined? He had saved over 30,000 people. Even if he made 30,000 buns as military rations, that would be considered a considerable military achievement, right? How could such an accomplishment, which could easily earn him a separate page in his father's family tree, not lead to a promotion? With a forced smile, Talig made one last effort and weakly asked, "Can't we discuss this a bit more?" "Get lost." "All right then." Terrage carried the snoring old man on his back and ran out in a flash. "The general takes turns. Next year it's my turn at home." "Bah, who cares?" Tunlong pouted. Since the promotion to admiral didn't work out, the rank of marshal was even further away. The plan to relocate the base to the East Sea that he promised to Machino's sister had temporarily fallen through. Sengoku's temples throbbed noticeably faster as he secretly lamented that there wasn't a single reliable member in the entire Karp family. Karp himself was a jerk. His eldest son was rebellious, and his youngest son was the worst of the worst. After taking out a seal and 2 documents, Sengoku pondered for a long time before stamping the seal on the 2 promotion documents. 2 names appeared on the documents, Borsellino and Tunlong. Although this battle had come at a painful cost, the gains were even greater. The success of the Lion Plan stirred up waves across the sea. It not only intimidated the evil forces spread throughout the world, but also significantly enhanced the Navy's prestige and visibility. Even the recruitment department sent documents stating that the number of young people eager to enlist this year would exceed last year's by more than 30. Sengoku looked at the two documents on the table, lost in thought. The name on them should have been Sakazuki's. He didn't need to exert any effort this time. As long as he followed the team to gain experience, his disqualified candidate status for admiral would naturally return to him. However, the highest commander of this demon-slaying order was Kizaru. As long as the battle was successful, regardless of whether he slacked off, the credit would undoubtedly be his. Moreover, Sakazuki acted against advice and killed Shiki, leading to the emergence of another devil fruit capable of threatening the world. Although killing Shiki greatly helped maintain the Navy's authority and boost morale, merits and demerits could not offset each other. Not demoting him this time was already a lenient decision from Sengoku, considering past connections. Sengoku slapped the table, and soon a rear admiral rushed in, standing before him. Awaiting orders, Sengoku handed the documents for the admiral candidate status and the promotion to lieutenant commander to the rear admiral, stating firmly, "Take these to the information department. Register them, and then release the information." Although Tarag did not participate directly in this battle, he single-handedly saved the lives of over 30,000 people, and his promotion is certainly well-deserved. Giving him the rank of major is already a small matter. But Sengoku believes that this kid's audacity to ask for a general's position shows that he still needs further honing. Therefore, this tremendous achievement will be suppressed. Yes, the Major General, Sengoku's deputy, never questioned his orders and turned to execute them. The Major General understood that this document for the general candidate in his hands would surely provoke dissatisfaction from the Hawks once again. He hoped that Mr. Sengoku had already thought of a solution. Otherwise, the internal voices would be too strong, which would be very detrimental to the future development of the Navy. Marineford, the officers' dormitory building. Tarag lay on the bed with a bored expression, an air of despair surrounding him. It has been 10 days since the promotion controversy. In order to calm the anger of the hawkish faction, the warring states casually threw Tarag to them, assigning him to work under Akainu. Akainu himself didn't have much of an opinion, for some reason. He even advised his faction members not to make things difficult for Tarag and to lend him a little support. However, Tarag had his own grievances. The sudden change in attitude from the likes of Ghost Spider made him feel frustrated and unable to express his feelings. Turning his head to look at the table, he saw the swordsmanship insights sent by Ghost Spider, Weasel, and others. It was a dilemma whether to send them back or keep them. This truly represented a united front among the factions. When it benefited them, they were all in, but when it didn't, they would make things as difficult as possible. Tarag reluctantly accepted this favor of mentorship. The insights on swordsmanship on the table were incredibly valuable to him as a newcomer. They could save him from many detours, leaving him no room to refuse. Given how things had developed, he felt embarrassed to find an opportunity to get back at them. Tarag sat up, stroked his chin in thought, and wondered what the garden party that Uncle Warring States wanted him to attend in half a month was about. Was it a Navy banquet? Since returning from that battle, Teacher Zephyr's attitude towards Akainu had worsened to the point where he treated Tarag, who had joined Akainu's ranks, with disdain. The only one who was left behind was Tarag, while Zephyr took Smoker, Tina, and others to sea for another training session. With this in mind, Tarag sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, casually draping the major's uniform over himself and heading outside, exposing his chest. Having already graduated early and attained a school rank, he now possessed his own small warship and over 500 newly assigned recruits. Major Tarag, volunteered to stand guard at Tarag's dormitory door, was Era. The moment Tarag opened the door, she saluted with a piercing gaze and called out, "I told you, there's no need to leave anyone here." The corner of Tarag's mouth lifted slightly as he waved his hand and smiled. "I didn't bring you here from the teacher, just a stand guard. With this time, practice with those new recruits outside." Era was the only one injured during the battle at the officer training camp a few months ago. Talig recognized his talent and acknowledged his hard work and perseverance. He forcefully took him away from Teacher Zephyr. The process was quite difficult, as Teacher Zephyr refused to let him go. In the end, it was Uncle Jean Gua who intervened, and only then did Zephyr reluctantly hand him over. Lieutenant Talig, Ella stepped forward, excitedly taking out a newspaper from 10 days ago, and said, "It is my duty, and I cannot refuse." Tara will never say that it is precisely because he appreciates the way Ella admires him to the fullest that he will, no matter what, bring Ella over. Tara curled her lips and looked away, saying, "It's almost fully aged. Why are you keeping it?" "To save millions from fire and water," Ella said, looking down at the newspaper and reading. Talig waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's nothing much, just saved over 30,000 people. Ella looked up with shining eyes and shouted, "Don't be modest. You are a hero." At this shout, the corners of Taleg's mouth couldn't help but lift into a smirk. With a snap of his fingers, he left Ella with a handsome and stylish back view. "Come on, didn't want to learn how to be domineering? Let's go out to sea for some training. I'll teach you on sight." Damn, this kid seems to have figured out my user manual. I hope it's just an illusion. As a lieutenant commander in the naval headquarters, he could already go out to sea alone when there were no collective missions. If it weren't for Sengoku insisting he stay at headquarters to attend the garden party, Taleg would have long since picked a random mission, taken the assigned new recruits, and gone to the most dangerous sea area in the world, stationed there for a long time, contributing his own strength to the world. In front of the task department building, Taleg raised an eyebrow and thought, Roger and Shiki, those super pirates, all came from the EC. It's not wrong to define it as the most dangerous sea area, right? Lieutenant Commander Taleg, is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? Ella said worriedly, following behind Taleg. Just a moment ago, he had followed Lieutenant Commander Taleg to the headquarters building, and in just about a minute, Taleg had taken a sea passage permit and stealthily jumped out of the third-floor window. Cut the nonsense. It's not you who will be getting beaten up later. So what's there to worry about? Taleg gave Ella a chestnut, and as he lay down, his limbs were almost degenerating. As long as he returned a few days early to participate in the fair on time, he believed Uncle Warring States would definitely not notice that some of the passes in his drawer were missing. Even if he did find out, it didn't matter. After all, he was tough-skinned, and at worst, he would just get beaten up. He was already used to being hit by his elders. Recently, Taleg had developed a new hobby. Every time he got beaten, he would write about his experiences in a diary called Luffy and Ace, and then quietly look at the densely packed records, grinning mischievously, lost in thought. Ella twitched her mouth, stopped trying to dissuade him, and followed Taleg into the task department. The task department, as the name suggests, is where the Navy issues tasks. Combined with the information department's news, it has the responsibilities of setting bounty amounts, issuing bounty notices, and providing specific tasks, detailed locations, character introductions, and task backgrounds. When there are no collective tasks, meaning when the headquarters issues tasks, idle officers usually come here to look for their targets. The tasks here are varied, including capture tasks, tracking tasks, undercover tasks, investigation tasks, and so on. Moreover, it's not for free. Bounty hunters are paid for capturing pirates, let alone for their own people. Although the reward for capturing a pirate is only 20 of the bounty amount for their own people, the remaining 80 will be recorded as military merit, which is an important factor for promotion among the Navy. Therefore, no one has ever complained, unless they are particularly short on money, like Taleg, who was about to take on a task. The transparent promotion path under the generals is a hook that attracts young people from around the world to enlist in the military. After all, not everyone joins the Navy purely out of passion and justice. There are also those motivated by safety, money, and power. Tirag, accompanied by Ella, casually saluted at a window and said, "Chief of Staff Wald, with the garden party approaching, in the interest of safety, our headquarters has organized another purge operation, deploying a large number of personnel, so there aren't many people here to take on missions." Chief of Staff Wald, under the command of General He, the Chief of Staff, is one of the heads of this department. Wald slightly raised his eyelids, leisurely reading the newspaper while sitting in his chair without getting up. He tapped his pipe and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "The school-level missions are posted on the wall to the left. Go check them out. And once you've looked them over, I'll give you a note." Tirag and Ella exchanged a glance, shrugged their shoulders, and walked over to take a look. Capture mission target. Rosna bounty amount, 17. 82 million target strength. Mastery of armament hockey. Suspected Zoan-type devil fruit user. Target trace. According to reports from witnesses, he was seen leading his pirate crew near Reverse Mountain. "Lieutenant, what do you think about this?" Ella wiped the dust off the information and spoke after some thought. Tirag wrinkled his nose and shook his head, indicating that it wasn't great. How long ago was this information? Not only was the intel covered in dust, but for a bounty hunter or a devil fruit user, this amount of money was just too little. What am I risking my life for? In the rocking chair behind him, Wald raised his eyes slightly, took a deep drag from his pipe, and spoke in a voice that was old and hoarse. "Kid, you're late. Because of the ongoing purge operation, most good missions were taken a few days ago. What's left are mostly bounties that aren't worth much, but have strong opponents. The mission department doesn't always have tasks available. They must first consider the organization behind the target to avoid provoking some troublesome big shots. They also need to categorize tasks according to the strength levels to prevent unnecessary sacrifices due to mismatches between the target's strength and the intel." "Wald, Is there not a single newly released mission? Tyrag scanned the yellowed information walls, most of which contained outdated intelligence. Not only was the information inaccurate, but bringing people to capture the targets might yield nothing. Moreover, the strength of those individuals had surely improved significantly. This was why many colleagues were unwilling to take on these dangerous tasks with little reward. Wald stared at Tyrag's back for a long time, feeling that the silhouette was somewhat familiar. He spoke unexpectedly. There is one whose strength is already approaching that of a brigadier general at headquarters. But for some reason, the task level is only set to that of a school rank. That's the one. Tyrag's eyes lit up at these words, and he quickly stepped forward to Wald, looking intently at the advisor. The order prohibiting taking tasks beyond one's rank was a strict command from above, and Tyrag was troubled by the lack of opportunities for heroes. Making this task seem perfectly suitable. Is he a descendant of Mr. Carp? As he got closer, Wald finally remembered why Tyrag seemed so familiar. In that case, it wouldn't be impossible to assign this task to him. After all, taking on tasks beyond rank had been commonplace for their family since Carp and that person. Wald slowly stood up, took a document from a nearby drawer, and turned to hand it to Tyrag. The task information on it had been sent a few days ago. Due to the sensitive identity of the target, it was only assigned a school rank, which was why no commander had been willing to take it. Wald had kept it for reporting and reevaluation. Take it, look over the information. If there are no issues, I'll stamp it for you, and you can set sail. After saying this, Wald sat back down in his rocking chair and picked up his favorite pipe to smoke. Tyrag nodded and waved his hand, beckoning Ella to come over and take a look. Oh my! As soon as she saw a name, Ella exclaimed, drawing the displeasure of Tyrag and Wald, who both shot her a deadpan stare. What are you shouting about? Tyrag raised his hand and gave her a light smack, saying irritably, It's just a human trafficker. What's the big deal? Ella covered her mouth and shot an apologetic glance at Wald, pulling Tyrag aside and whispering, Major, we can't take this mission. Card is a well-known human trafficker near the Sabati archipelago, and it said he has some connections there. Ella pointed to the sky, indicating that the mission target has some interest tied to the celestial dragons. During her time at the officer training camp, Ella's academic performance was only second to Tina's, so she was quite familiar with these notable figures. Cart, hailing from the West Sea, started his dream journey 5 years ago at the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, leading many followers. In his first year at sea, he kidnapped over 300 civilians, blackmailing the Navy for ransom, and then left nonchalantly, earning a bounty of $27 million. In his second year, he revisited old crimes, occupying an island in the Grand Line, and blackmailed the Navy branch at the time for 2 warships, raising the bounty to $78 million. In his third and last year as a pirate, he somehow captured over 1,000 girls and arrived at the Sabati archipelago on a warship, starting the human trafficking business, leading to a bounty of 130 million berries. During the last 2 years, due to his business, there were often visits from a certain beast, so he has remained at large until now. Ella explained all the information about Cart to Tyrag, hoping the Major wouldn't attract trouble, as gods are not to be trifled with. Tyrag kicked Ella away without caring about Wald, who was watching the excitement from the side, and pointed at Ella's nose. Cursing, let's not even talk about what kind of bullshit gods they are, even if they really are gods. Taragu walked up to the fallen Ella, leaned down, and said, But who told you that gods can override justice? After saying this, Taragu continued to check the information on the mission. Such a good task. Not making money would be foolish, right? Mission target, cult bounty amount, 130 million target strength. Master of armed color hockey, possesses an unknown devil fruit ability. Has a vast network of connections, with over 1,000 subordinates. Target whereabouts, Sabati Archipelago number 16, Cult's human trafficking shop. Ha! Tara G's words made Wald laugh, secretly admiring that he was indeed Mr. Carp's son. Even their thoughts were not far apart. None of the family took the celestial dragons seriously. His father refused to be promoted to admiral multiple times because he didn't want to serve the celestial dragons. His eldest son wanted to kill the celestial dragons and defected from the Navy to overthrow them. As for the youngest son, he treated them like dirt. Thinking of this, Wald tapped his pipe and reminded him, Kid, Cult has provoked the celestial dragons, which is why the bounty that had been silent for years has been reissued. Go ahead and catch him. With these words, I felt relieved. Thank you, Uncle Wald. Talig handed over the intelligence document and asked him to help with the stamp. Then he pulled up the dazed Eladi from the ground and said with a smirk, Still haven't figured it out? Eladi snapped back to reality, shook his head, and struggled to jump down from Talig's hands. His gaze gradually became resolute, and with a hint of killing intent, he said, I understand. Looking at his eyes filled with killing intent, Talig slapped his forehead, thinking, what do you understand? Forget it, I'm tired. Besides, this kid will probably be following me around in the future and won't be able to do anything out of line. Soon after, Vold handed back the stamped document and said, bringing back the target or the corpse counts as completing the mission. Got it? Tyrag nodded. Ella had explained these procedures to him before. The capture mission must have a living person to be seen or a corpse to be accounted for before settlement. Afterwards, Tyrag left the place with a fierce-looking Ella, heading to the western training ground. The Marines assigned to his command had already gathered there, waiting for his arrival. Eager to set sail for the mission, Tyrag stood at the front of the team, with his little sidekick Ella beside him, his gaze sweeping over the assembled sailors. These 500 recruits were a gift from his father before he left, considered his direct subordinates. They had been training under Bogart's guidance, and, although they were called recruits, they had already developed considerable combat power. No one had any objections to assigning them to Tyrag. Not to mention obedience to orders, Tyrag was considered their young master. Back in Windmill Village, they had received warm hospitality from the villagers. Therefore, every sailor recognized their new commander, Tyrag, in their hearts. Once the formation was complete, Tyrag stepped forward to deliver his final speech before setting sail. I won't talk about everything for justice, as it's not about what we say, but what we do. Instead, I'll mention something practical that is closely related to you. Ella voluntarily walked to the front of the formation, standing together with the sailors to listen to Tyrag's speech. He too wanted to know what was so closely related to them. Tyrag didn't hesitate. He took out the intelligence document from his arms, patted it, and smiled, saying, "You all came from my dad. We're all family here. I wouldn't think of tricking you." Tyrag's words brought them closer together in an instant. A noticeably tall Navy officer stood at the back of the line, scratching his head and smiling. "Major, just tell us what needs to be done. We'll follow your lead." Ella frowned and glanced back at the simple-looking man, wondering if he was trying to take over the dog work. He quickly raised his hand, eyes bright and shining as if radiating light, and earnestly responded with a tone that was 3 parts excited and 7 parts sincere. "That's right, Major. Just let us know what you need us to do. The brothers will follow your orders." "All right then." Looking at the murmuring crowd, Tyrag enjoyed the flattery and raised his hand to silence their chatter, saying, "I won't play coy with you. I'll get straight to the point about the reward distribution after the mission." Tyrag's words caused ripples in the eyes of most of the Marines. After all, there were quite a few who joined the military for money. The reward for this mission is 130 million berries, and we can take 20%, which is 26 million berries. I will take out 20 million as a reward after this operation. Without giving them time to react, Tyrag waved for Ella to distribute the copied documents, then spoke. "There are thousands of rabble under the target's command, and you will be responsible for them. Their heads will be your achievements. After the battle, I will fairly distribute the 20 million bounty based on your contributions in this operation. These are superficial rewards. Most of the rewards will be recorded as achievements in the files, which will greatly help with your future promotions." I finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose. Ella stepped forward and shouted passionately. Tyrag furrowed his brows. His trembling right hand almost swung out, but he grabbed it with his left hand and asked in confusion, "What the hell? I'm putting in the most effort. ISNT 600,000 reasonable?" Ella laughed and shook her head, turning to face the crowd of Navy officers, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Just now you're all talking about being a family. So come forward with a clear conscience. Do you all agree?" The crowd fell silent, seemingly caught in a dilemma. But soon the big man at the back was the first to step forward. "Major, please retract this order. It's already a blessing for us to follow you and earn achievements. I don't have the face to ask for your rewards. What's going on?" Tyrag scratched his head, even more confused this time. ISNT the reward for completing tasks usually distributed fairly based on contributions? Seeing the hesitation on Tyrag's face, Ella understood that this major hadn't done his homework on this matter. She stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Major, the task rewards issued by the task department are only for the highest commander and the strongest combatants." Tara looked more confused and spoke with a strange expression. "Is it all mine? What about you guys? Are you going to drink the Northwest Wind?" Ella chuckled awkwardly and then explained. "Subordinates follow their superiors to complete tasks, gain experience, and earn military merits. That's the biggest reward for us. It's the first time I've heard of someone like you distributing bounty." It wasn't just Ella hearing this for the first time. Even the Navy under Admiral Karp had never seen such a thing. Even Admiral Karp, when dealing with his subordinates, would only provide a bit more in terms of compensation. Talig finally understood the situation and said, "With so many people in a unit and so little money, how could it possibly be enough to distribute?" It turned out there was this layer of relationship involved. But since the words had already been spoken, did Talig not care about his face? Suppressing his heartache, he said with righteous indignation, "All right, it's not a big deal. A man must honor his word. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back." So the distribution was made. He would not concern himself with others. As long as they were his people, rewards would be distributed according to their contributions. After saying this, with tears of regret in his eyes, he left the naval officers with a proud silhouette, heading to the dock to quietly lick his wounds aboard his warship. On the other side, Aira's tears flowed down her cheeks. Major Talig was the same age, and Aira couldn't understand what kind of experiences led to such high awareness in this major. To propose a reasonable distribution of mission rewards? This had never happened in the entire history of the Navy. How great was that? Such a person would definitely not stop here. A mere rank of major could not showcase his talents. After Talig left, the Navy completely let loose, continuously discussing among themselves, all with joyful smiles. Standing next to Ella was a third-class sailor, his mouth grinning widely. Colt was a notorious pirate, and his achievements, along with those of his subordinates, were nothing short of monumental. A fellow third-class sailor beside him, looking at the intelligence in his hands, excitedly replied, "That's right, if we work hard. Becoming a first-class sailor, or even a sergeant, is not just a dream. Besides, there's money to be made." Ella's expression darkened. They hadn't even set sail yet, and they were already discussing what to do after the mission was over. Was this appropriate? Long live the lieutenant. In response to Ella, there was a chorus of cheers, with all the sailors feeling lucky and happy to follow such a generous commander. "Be quiet." Ella finally couldn't hold back and interrupted the revelry, saying, "Remember who gave you this blessing. Don't forget the well digger when you drink water." Then, with a wave of his arm, he led everyone to the dock, starting a new journey. Only a man at the back of the line asked Ella with a rough voice, "It seems we were originally subordinates of the lieutenant. But what about you, Lieutenant Ella?" Ella didn't turn back. His silence was a sign that he hadn't heard. A sycophant must have the awareness of a sycophant. And selective deafness is also a required lesson. "Tai Solo, you've been avoiding us for years. Shouldn't you hand over the money now? Also, do you still want to be friends with us, huh?" In a narrow alley in the chaotic area of Sabeti Archipelago, number 16, a group of tattooed street thugs surrounded a young man with gray-green hair. Tai Solo's face was beaten black and blue by this group of people, completely losing its human appearance. Leaning against the wall, breathing out more than breathing in, Taizo took a deep breath to relieve the pain in his body and said in a hoarse, trembling voice, "When you left me to escape alone, we were already strangers. A gambling father and an alcoholic mother gave birth to a little boy who yearned for light, which set the stage for his life filled with despair and regret. Taizolo, whose full name is Gilder Taizolo, loves singing and has dreamed of becoming a star since childhood. After his father died, his family became even poorer, and his alcoholic mother hated his singing, often beating him after getting drunk. One night, unable to endure it anymore, Taizolo secretly ran away. Coming from a poor background, he often faced exclusion from those around him and relied on stolen money to make friends with a group of unshakable companions. For the first time in his life, Taizolo felt truly happy to have friends. However, this superficial friendship, maintained through daily beatings and curses and the occasional theft of small amounts of money, was fragile. When nothing happened, they were closer than anyone else and spoke sweetly to each other. But this still water would ripple greatly with just a small stone thrown in. After a major loss in gambling, Taizolo was caught by a human trafficker boss. The friends who surrounded him for money turned their backs and ran away, leaving him behind. Taizolo still vividly remembers their cold, fleeing faces. He was severely beaten by the traffickers and almost died. However, during his escape, he encountered her in a place called Cardi Store in the human trafficking market. Her name was Stella, captured 3 years ago by the notorious pirate Cardi from an island in the Grand Line. It is said that over 1,000 girls were captured with her and sold as commodities over the years. Due to her outstanding appearance and beautiful singing voice, she was marked with a high price and has yet to be bought. That winter night, Taizolo was drawn to her canary-like singing and couldn't he help but hum along. She became the first listener in his life, while he was just a fleeting passerby in her confused life. Surprisingly, they connected well, and their souls slowly intertwined through the waves of song. Their first meeting felt like a reunion from a past life, a gaze filled with infinite meaning. A steel railing completely separated her kind heart from his life, full of tragedy. Stella, trembling in fear, nevertheless offered him her strongest side without reservation. "One day I will be bought, but my heart will never be sold," she said softly, placing her hands on the iron railing. I can buy you. I will come to redeem you. This was Tyzolo's promise to her. For this, he worked day and night, surviving on a few buns each day, just to save enough money to redeem her. I'm almost there. Tears streamed down Tyzolo's face as he shouted with all his might. I'm almost there. Why do you appear in front of me? You who ran away back then. The leading man, wearing a white mask, twisted fingers gripping Tyzolo's head, lifted him up with a sinister smile and said, Kid, what nonsense are you talking? We are your friends, of course. We have to come back. Ha ha. The other thugs around him laughed, pointing at Tyzolo's pathetic appearance, and one even pulled down his pants, leaving a large yellow stain on his face. Hey, come on. There should be limits to bullying, right? A voice suppressing anger echoed throughout the alley. Who? Stop playing tricks and come out. Several thugs instantly assumed a stance, cursing as they scanned the surroundings. A series of dull thuds echoed, and Talik, who had been watching in the shadows for a long time, emerged with a dark expression. Navy? Run. A few thugs panicked upon seeing Talik's navy uniform, instantly reenacting the chaotic scene of scattering like birds. Crack! The sound of bullets being chambered rang out as hundreds of gun barrels aimed at the alley's entrance. Since this place was close to Cardi's store, Talik chose a concealed alley to avoid exposing their traces and planned to carry out an internal capture operation. However, he did not expect to witness this heart-wrenching scene of bullying. In the world of pirates, love is often tragic. Based on the conversations of the thugs kneeling in front of him and the desperate young man in the corner, Talik guessed many things. 10 fingers were 9 rings. An unnamed one is left for you. A short sentence filled with regret. Without seeing hope, what is despair? In his past life, the story of the Golden Emperor Tyzolo made Talik, who had a blank slate regarding love, feel a deep inner turmoil, becoming his unresolved longing. He never expected that a simple capture mission would give him the chance to change the occurrence of this tragedy. A garden party? Tyrag's sarcastic smile revealed that he finally understood what the carnival, which made Akainu and the others turn pale, was all about. It was a game organized by the celestial dragons to toy with human nature, yet those who were supposed to represent justice were there to accompany and protect it. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. One sword style Iato. A blood-red beam of light pierced through the dark alley. Fueled by anger, Tyrag drew Murakumo from its sheath once again. His figure instantly swept past a few kneeling punks in front of him, who instinctively twisted their bodies to check if they had been hit. The small leader wearing a white mask, after checking his own condition, couldn't help but inwardly mock. Looks quite intimidating, but in the end, it's just for show. The Navy is no better. If it weren't for those guns. Demon's Song. Tyrag's lips curled into a wicked smile as he slowly sheathed the bloodless Muramesa. With a splatter, blood sprayed out like a column, and under the incredulous and terrified gaze of the gangsters, as Tyrag returned the sword to its sheath, countless cracks of splattered blood appeared on their bodies in an instant. Ah! A small thug let out his final scream. For nothing is more terrifying than watching oneself walk towards death. Blood splattered onto the surrounding walls, and the gangsters who had previously knelt on the ground were completely reduced to fragments, scattered throughout the dark alley. Who are you? Tyzolo wiped the blood splattered on his face, trying to see clearly through the slits of his swollen eyes who had come to his rescue. Talik furrowed his brows, his trembling right hand gripping the hilt of his sword for a long time. A hint of murderous intent lingered in the air, with not a sound of crow in 1,000 miles. If nothing unexpected happened, he had once again suffered the backlash from Murakumo. Taragu took a deep breath, calming her rapidly beating heart, suppressing the murderous intent within her. She turned to look at the severely injured Tyzolo, her pupils narrowing as she asked in confusion, Can you tell me why, even though you're struggling to breathe, I can still see the smile in your eyes? Tarek didn't understand. A body covered in filth, dignity trampled upon, Tyzolo battered and bruised. Why was he smiling? Was it out of relief for being saved by himself? Cough, cough. Tyzolo coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, struggling to prop himself up, kneeling in front of Tara. Grateful beyond words, he heavily bowed his head to the ground, and when he raised it again, blood had already appeared on his swollen forehead. Exposing a few broken teeth, tears streamed down his face. Yet they couldn't hide the smile that radiated from him. I smiled because this is the closest I have been to hope in over 20 years. As long as I work for a while, I will have saved enough money to buy her back. What could be more worth laughing about than holding on to this hope? Insults, curses, beatings, and torment are all insignificant. All the suffering I've endured cannot crush a heart full of longing for the future. My swollen eyes, so small they are barely visible, are filled with love, dreams, freedom, and that waiting for her. Ha ha ha. Tarag laughed. Since joining the Navy, this was the happiest he had ever smiled. Without caring about his dirty body, Tarag stepped forward and, under Tyzolo's incredulous gaze, placed a hand on his shoulder, helping him slowly walk out of the dark alley. Number 16, Shambodi Islands. An unnamed small clinic. Ugh, what a useless thing. You've been throwing up for over 3 hours now. Talig waved his hand in disgust, dispersing a wave of sour stench that hit his nose. If you want to vomit, go ahead. Who told you to eat garlic? Ayla's entire demeanor changed. She stiffly lifted her head and looked at Talig with lifeless eyes. Lieutenant, it was you who killed, but we are the ones cleaning up. He hadn't experienced the special mission in Impel, where they took people into the alley. Stepping on a half-disemboweled Ayla, he was already fortunate not to have fainted, which was a testament to his strong will. Lieutenant, can I borrow Murakumo for a bit? Ayla's throat surged, and with a gritted jaw, she set her sights on Murakumo at Talig's waist. Get lost. Talig cursed, turning to leave and waving goodbye. Get used to vomiting. You can't handle Murakumo. Ayla watched him leave, painfully closing her eyes. Is it just a bit of intestines? Why the total collapse? Helpless. With his subordinates weakened from vomiting, Talig had no choice but to gather intelligence on the target himself. After all, time waits for no one, and if he returned late, people would really die. Dr. Lacey, do you have any other clothes? Tyler held the red dress in his hands, his eyelids twitching and his temples throbbing. He just wanted to disguise himself to infiltrate, but he certainly didn't want to become a cross-dresser. Lacey was the only female doctor at this small clinic in her 30s, and the white coat draped over her did nothing to hide the charm of her femininity. Lacey shook her head with a light laugh, her gaze lingering on Tyler's 8-pack abs, her red lips slightly parted. Mr. Navy, I'm the only one here in the clinic. I do have other clothes, but upon hearing this, Tyler's eyes lit up. As long as he didn't have to wear a skirt, he could wear even a beggar's outfit. Quick, bring them over. Anything that can cover me is better than this. With that, he casually threw the red dress out the window. Lacey's red lips curled into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she nodded in agreement. All right, those things were never meant to be shown to outsiders anyway. Lacey wiped the corner of her mouth, her eyes glimmering, and chuckled. But it's the first time I've seen such a handsome guy, so I guess you're lucky. Talig slapped himself and watched as Lacey twisted her body and walked away. Damn it, did he just get flirted with? Not long after, Lacey returned, carrying a suitcase, and shyly handed it to Talig. For some reason, the moment Talig took the suitcase, a blush appeared on Lacey's cheeks. She quickly turned and ran away, leaving Talig alone. What was that all about? Shaking his head, Talig ignored the strange behavior of the female doctor. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly opened the black briefcase. Oh my! Bang! Once he saw the contents inside, Talig jumped as a figure leaped out the window, retrieving the red dress he had thrown away earlier. It made a big circle and came back through the front door, staring at the 4 large characters written above the clinic. Miraculous recovery. What a nice name. Inside the suitcase were a pair of shorts, a sheer lace skirt, black stockings, and a whip. The indecent items in the suitcase made Talig's blood rush, and the red dress in his hands looked more and more appealing. In a cult shopping district, a young girl holding a sun umbrella slowly approached, wearing a red dress that complemented her pink hair and pretty face, attracting the attention of many passersby. If my dad saw me like this, I don't know if I would see the sun tomorrow. As her red lips slowly parted, Talig walked forward with a vacant look in his eyes. He had only asked Dr. Lacey to help him with his makeup. How did it end up like this? My personality is gone. Had he known this would happen, why didn't he spend those few thousand Bailey to buy a few new outfits? Damn it, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? A stray dog passing by squatted in front of Talig, and he kicked it away, cursing loudly. The crisp voice was due to the voice-changing medicine Lacey had given him. Seeing the dog that passed by getting kicked, the gazes from the crowd around him instantly decreased significantly. Talig was filled with rage as he walked through the entire Carter shopping district. Although it was called a shopping area, it was no different from Commercial Street. Surrounding him were many small, individual cages, and, as Talig approached, he noticed that each cage contained almost 1 to 3 slaves. He had seen more than 100 of these small cages along the way. You damn beast. You deserve to die. He quietly released his observation hockey, trying to locate the strongest presence in this area. Strange, the auras were no different from ordinary tourists, and the slightly stronger ones were just the employees here. He couldn't pinpoint Carl, which frustrated Talig greatly. He had even sold his soul to complete his first task alone. And this was the result. Gripping his phone bug tightly, He generally didn't want to rely on family connections. But having sacrificed so much, he thought that maintaining his pride was no longer important. Area 13 of the Shambody Archipelago. At Shaki's bar, Talik, dressed in female attire, looked at the bar sign that boldly displayed the word shakedown. He tightened his grip on his wallet in his pocket, pondering, is this really okay? He stroked his chin in thought. To clarify, he wasn't worried about money, but he was here to gather information and seek help from a former great pirate. Was this really the right approach? Shaki, the information broker, was exactly why Talik had come here. He had previously called his leisurely vacationing father, Carp, for help, only to be told that long-distance solutions couldn't address immediate problems and to seek out a female pirate he had once hunted down relentlessly. So, Talik knocked on the bar's door, swallowing hard. She really won't hold a grudge against you and send someone to take me out, right? Top, top. The sound of footsteps approached from inside the bar, and with a creak, the brown wooden door was opened from within. An old man with silver hair and beard, wearing glasses and sporting a straight scar down his right eye, stumbled out. This man was Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Though nearing 60, the terrifying aura he emitted indicated he could easily stand up to an admiral. With Shaki temporarily away, Rayleigh had no more reservations, and he was now free to drink as much as he wanted, no longer restricted by daily limits. Burp. Rayleigh let out a belch, exhaling a mouthful of alcohol, and looked curiously at the dazed Talik. Astrenchoha. Rayleigh repeatedly took off his glasses to wipe them before putting them back on. The response from his observation hockey was filled with masculine energy, but why did it appear as the image of a little girl? Rayleigh chuckled to himself. He must have really drunk too much and was starting to see things. The boss is out for a bit. The bar is temporarily closed. If this lady needs anything, you might want to think it over and come back later. Tara shook his head, although he was mentally prepared. The old man in front of him still gave him quite a shock during their first meeting. Hey, what does that tangled expression mean when you call me? Can we go in and talk? Tyrag pointed behind Rayleigh and sighed helplessly. Ha ha. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in. Upon entering the tavern, the first thing that caught the eye was the slightly worn but polished wooden bar, adorned with various bottles and glasses. The walls of the tavern were decorated with some ancient maps, wanted posters, and peculiar marine creature specimens. Old-fashioned chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light, creating a mysterious and relaxed atmosphere. Rayleigh invited Tyrag to sit at the bar, took out the fine wine he had been drinking earlier, poured a glass, and pushed it in front of Tyrag. A glint of silver flashed in his eyes, and the image of the disheveled old man vanished in an instant, replaced by a sharp gaze filled with killing intent, staring at Tyrag, who had just picked up the wine glass. Navy, dressed like this to come to my place. Are you ready for another battle? Realizing that Tyrag couldn't even manage such a simple thing as concealing his identity. How could he possibly become the strategist on the Pirate King's ship or enjoy his retirement on this island without worries? Outside, he had already given this Navy brat a warning. Since he insisted on coming in, it would be difficult to leave without any explanations. Conqueror's hockey pressed down, and Tyrag felt a tremendous impact in an instant, his wig blown off by the seemingly tangible aura. The wine glass in his hand paused in the air for a moment, and Tyrag shook his head with a wry smile. This intimidation was quite overwhelming. If it weren't for his recent surge in strength, he might not have been able to withstand this first round of testing. Under Rayleigh's subtly appreciative gaze, Tyrag fearlessly drank the fine wine in one gulp. Good wine. Tyrag wiped his mouth. The effect of the medicine had worn off, and his voice returned to its original tone. However, it was still a bit worse than what my sister brewed. Next time I'll bring you some to try. After saying that, Tyrag, under Laylee's surprised gaze, tore apart the red dress he was wearing. Damn, being discovered was better. He had long been unable to stand this outfit, and now he could finally take it off. Picking up a handkerchief nearby, he wiped away the makeup on his face, revealing his true appearance completely in front of Laylee. His features were handsome, exuding a masculine charm, and his eyes resembled deep, clear lakes. What handsome guy. He looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Laylee glanced at the newspapers on the table to the side, as if recalling something, and the overpowering aura he emitted completely dissipated. In Talik's dress, there were shorts, and his bare, powerful body stood up. Looking at the silver-haired old man in front of him, Talik smiled apologetically and said, "Hello, Mr. Rayleigh. I apologize for the abrupt visit. Please forgive me. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Monkey D. Talik, and I am a major in the Navy." After recalling who Talik was, Rayleigh's tense heartstrings relaxed, and he returned to his usual carefree demeanor. "Ha ha," He laughed heartily as he poured another drink for the young man in front of him, saying, "Carp's son, huh? So, your old man is already getting you to take over his work and come to catch us old folks?" Rayleigh laughed joyfully, inexplicably, and looked up at the tavern ceiling, even shedding a tear. "Rayleigh, my friend, my journey is about to end here. But this is not the end. It is a new beginning. I believe this world will change dramatically because of my departure. I have entrusted my will and my dreams to the young people of the future. Don't be sad about my departure. This is my choice, and it is my homecoming." When Rayleigh saw that his old friend's son had grown so big, he recalled the words the captain had said to him when he left. "Don't joke around. You want to fight with us now?" Talig said with a bitter smile. "I don't want to die young." Haha. The two exchanged smiles, and their first meeting carried a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. Returning to the main topic, Talig cleared his throat, looked up at the right hand of the king in front of him, and gritted his teeth in resentment, saying, "Mr. Rayleigh, this visit is the result of my father's strong recommendation. Carp and the Roger pirates have a deep connection. On the surface, they are arch enemies, but privately, they're close friends." Relying on his disguised identity for this visit, Talig was not worried about any ill-intentioned rumor spreading. He conveyed his purpose for coming to Rayleigh, who was behind the counter and occasionally lamenting how quickly the times had changed, rendering them obsolete. Haha. Rayleigh took a sip of good wine, initially surprised that Carp could raise such a polite son. The phrase prodigal father revealed the true nature of the monkey family. Tara scratched the back of his head, not understanding why Mr. Rayleigh was laughing inexplicably. He awkwardly chuckled and said, "Here's the thing. I came here leading a team to eliminate that tumor cult. I went to the slave market to look for him, but I didn't find any trace of him. So Dad sent me here to ask Sister Shaki." Looking around, he didn't see Shaki, and Rayleigh had no intention of explaining her whereabouts. Instead, he responded with a smile, "You're here to find Shaki, right? That bastard Carp really is quite trusting. Isn't he afraid you'll get chopped up by her and thrown into the sea for the fish?" Cough, cough. Tara choked a bit and awkwardly replied, "No, it shouldn't come to that, right? Shouldn't come to that?" Rayleigh recalled the more than 30 bars that Shaki had destroyed. "If you say it shouldn't come to that, then it shouldn't, right? Anyway, your dad should think the same way." Pointing to a pile of documents in the corner, Rayleigh casually said, "Shaki is out for something. All the intel she collected is over there. You can look for it yourself. A guest is arriving, so I'll go greet them. Just leave directly after you find it." With that, Rayleigh's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the tavern. Tyrag released his observation hockey, intending to see who was arriving that could make this person leave in such a hurry. However, the result was that he not only failed to sense any peculiar aura, but even Rayleigh's presence had vanished. With a bitter smile, he thought to himself, "Compared to these people, my cultivation is still lacking." He walked alone to the pile of documents and began to search through them, quickly finding what he wanted. Looking at the information on the document, Tyrag read aloud. In GR1 area, a rare mermaid was captured at the human auction site, scheduled for official auction on July 28th, attracting the attention of all local slave owners who gathered here. "I found it." A hint of light purple flashed in his eyes. He wondered why he hadn't seen Kalt's figure, only to realize he was attending the auction. This document had been organized by Shachi more than 10 days ago, and today was indeed July 28th, the start of the auction. He pinched his withered wallet and raised his eyebrows. A mermaid from Fishman Island? I wonder if the over 2,000 berries in my pocket will be enough to buy her. This large sum of money was what Tyrag had taken from the Machino family before joining the military. The Navy's salary is paid at the end of the year, so he was still self-sufficient. He usually lived frugally and was reluctant to spend. The human auction site engaged in criminal activities such as slave trading, targeting criminals and nationals from countries that had not joined the world government. Due to certain factors, the Navy turned a blind eye to this activity, referring to it as a professional referral agency. The existence of this stance limited Tyrag's actions, forcing him to operate within the boundaries allowed by the rules. Forcibly robbing the auction, which would break Navy regulations, was certainly not included, unless he was prepared to leave the Navy. Under the trend of piracy, the act of human trafficking was unavoidable, rather than letting the rampant traffickers thrive uncontrollably on the seas. It was better to concentrate them together for easier management and some limitations, which was the maximum the Navy could achieve. In Area 16 of the Sabeti archipelago, Tyrag, having gathered intelligence, returned to the small clinic. He was to lead his troops to the auction site to set up defenses, so they could implement the capture plan immediately after the auction ended. Era gathered the team. It's time. A long time had passed, and Era had finally gotten used to it. Although weak, it did not affect her actions. This small clinic could not accommodate more than 500 Navy personnel. Most of the large force was hiding in nearby alleys. Tyrag wouldn't have come here if it weren't to treat the injured Tizzolo and the constantly vomiting Era. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have met that charming woman. And without meeting her, how could he have unknowingly sold his soul? Lieutenant? Era scratched her head, and despite Tyrag's glare, she mustered the courage to ask, Lieutenant, what does it feel like to wear women's clothes? Ha ha ha. Era couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. The dangerous killing intent seemed to materialize. Tyrag kicked this bastard in the behind and roared, if you dare to say it out loud, I'll turn you into a real woman. Feeling a slight chill in her lower body, Era immediately clammed her legs together and scurried out to gather the team, looking quite dejected. Don't worry, Lieutenant. I'm Era, the tightest-lipped man in the world. Tara turned his head and glared fiercely at Lacey, who was hiding behind a curtain and secretly watching him. His intuition told him that the person who claimed to have the tightest lips was usually the biggest gossip, just like a loudspeaker, for example, Jean Tawan. Soon, Ella returned with the assembled team. Tyrag glanced around and saw that every Marine had a barely suppressed smile on their faces, their eyes occasionally darting towards him. Their lips curled up slightly, as if pulled by an invisible force, trying hard not to let laughter escape. Gritting his teeth, Tyrag's figure suddenly shot out, roaring Era, today, it's you without me. It's me without you. Ha ha ha. The fight between the two confirmed what Era had said earlier, and the Marines, unable to hold back any longer, burst into laughter. Some even laughed so hard they fell to the ground, pounding the floor as if they were about to choke on their laughter, leaving Tyrag with the little dignity he had completely gone. The big man competing with Era for the title of dog licker was named Leo, and he looked at a particularly alluring photo of Era that she had secretly taken, his honest smile, quite endearing. After a while, Tyrag, squatting on the roof of a small clinic, looked towards the east, feeling a bit homesick. The outside world was too dangerous for him. Looking down at Era, who was sprawled on the ground, twitching after being beaten to a pulp, Tyrag thought to himself, some people lack iron, some lack calcium, but what I lack the most is face. Shanks, you need to come to my house soon, so I can learn from you how to cultivate the power of the face fruit ability. Everything you said is my word. The system in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, protested silently. What words? What are these words? Talig imitated his father's manner, pinching his nose with his fingers and saying, this thing, whoever says it first counts. Back to the point, Talig was confident in his strikes. Aside from the rule of not hitting faces, he generally only caused superficial injuries to Ella. Soon, she had a swollen face like a pig and got up from the ground. She gave a grateful glance to the big guy, Leo, who helped her up, and subtly hinted to him that he must keep that photo safe. She couldn't let this beating go to waste. Talig adjusted his mood, stepping lightly as he jumped down from the rooftop, his expression serious as he looked at the naval officers in front of him. Put away those expressions, all of you. You are all outstanding Navy personnel who have undergone professional training. Is it appropriate for you to mock your superiors? Ella, not knowing what had triggered him, had unknowingly awakened his talent for self-destruction since Talig had killed someone and cleared his name. That's right. Ella, holding his painful waist, hid in the crowd and shouted in a changed voice, we are all Navy personnel who have undergone professional training. We usually don't laugh unless we can't help it. After saying that, he bent down and covered his mouth, laughing at himself, thinking he wouldn't be noticed while hiding in the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he was laughing, the big, honest-looking Leo had already signaled the naval officers blocking his way to move aside, exposing Ella completely to Talig's gaze. Years later, Ella, who always followed Talig, learned many linguistic arts from another world. Hugging the honest-looking Leo, he spoke in a clumsy accent, Leo, brother, you put me in your pocket, and you kick me into the ditch. In the #1 area of the Shambody archipelago, at the human auction venue. Move quickly. Surround this place. No orders from me. And not a single fly is allowed to fly out. At this time, Talig had brought his troops to the outskirts of the auction venue, directing his foolish subordinates to set up heavy defenses. Now, Ella, who had just been lightly patted by Talig's loving iron fist, was left as a guest by Dr. Lacey. So the honest big guy Leo took this opportunity to successfully rise in rank and temporarily gain Talig's favor. Where are the cannons on my battleship? Bring them up. Talig, looking displeased, was feeling very restless, almost cursing. Lieutenant, Leo, with a hearty smile, immediately saluted. The 5 cannons on the battleship have been set up. Look at this honest and simple guy. How considerate he is. Yeah, you take good care of him, and I will love you properly later. Achoo. Yeah, lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, sneezed and cursed. Who is cursing me? Back to the main topic. Tyrag waved his hand, and the Navy soldiers immediately returned to their defensive positions, hiding their figures and waiting for the auction to begin and end. Tyrag, accompanied by the sensible Leo, entered the auction house to further confirm their target. He tied his wallet around his waist, prominently displayed on the outside, and with every step he took, the sound of clinking coins echoed, the sound of coins colliding. Stop! At the entrance of the auction, for fierce-looking men blocked Tyrag and Leo. What do you want? Tyrag's sharp gaze locked onto them as he patted his wallet at his waist and shouted arrogantly, I have plenty of money. Get out of my way. The aura of a wealthy man momentarily intimidated the four guards, who exchanged glances and silently lowered their hands. Apologies, esteemed guest. Please come in. It was clear that these men had received professional training. Under the leadership of the one in charge, they all bowed and apologized to Tyrag and Leo. Thus, Tyrag walked ahead, while Leo followed closely behind, striding in with an air of indifference. Leo glanced back and saw that the four men were no longer in sight. He stepped forward, pointed at their shabby suits, and quietly asked, Major, the 2 shabby suits we bought cost you 2,000 belly. Do you still have money left? Wearing suits and properly tied ties is almost a standard for nobility. Earlier, Tyrag had taken Leo to a second-hand market to buy these 2 shabby suits. Leo had been closely following Tyrag and had seen the painful expression on his face when he paid. He remembered that the Major had completely emptied his wallet. And only then did the reluctant shopkeeper sell them, these old suits. But what about that clinking wallet? Tyrag's gaze became somewhat dangerous. Are you out of words? He fiddled with the dozen or so one-belly coins in his wallet, which he had secretly exchanged for when Leo wasn't paying attention. This was his last bit of confidence. Do I really need to tell you how much money I have? With a sudden movement, Tyrag jumped up and gave the big guy a slap on the face. And with a serious expression, he said, I appreciate you. If you want anything later, just let me know, got it? Leo, looking harmless, scratched his head and awkwardly waved his hand, replying, no, it's fine. Tyrag chuckled softly, once again marveling at the understanding guy, and walked into the venue with his hands behind his back. At a glance, under the tall dome, the lighting was somewhat dim, and the flickering candlelight barely illuminated the entire space filled with evil. The auction hall was bustling with people, a gathering of nobles, wealthy merchants, and villains from all over. In the center of the venue was a high platform, on which sat a massive iron cage, embedded with sharp iron spikes, exuding a chilling atmosphere, as if it were a prison for the wicked. At this moment, the cage held those unfortunate souls treated as commodities, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The surrounding walls were adorned with various portraits and plaques, indicating the information and starting prices of the auctioned individuals. The numbers on these plaques seemed to be a ruthless price tag on humanity, completely crushing human dignity. The air was thick with a strong scent of perfume and tobacco, mixed with the whispers and clamor of the crowd, creating a nauseating atmosphere. A group of scum seemed to somewhat understand the justice of a kainu. Lieutenant, what did you say? Leo was affected by the atmosphere here, feeling oppressed, and for a moment, he didn't catch Tyrag's low murmur. Nothing. Tyrag lifted his head, took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, and put them on, grinning widely. Let's make a scene here. Ha ha ha. The auction had been ongoing for some time, and the place was packed with people, a sea of black figures at a glance. The atmosphere was so complex that even Tyrag's observation hockey was rendered ineffective, making it impossible to pinpoint the location of his target. The auctioneer, a man in a tall hat, wearing star-shaped sunglasses and sporting long lavender hair, stood on the high platform, using his sharp and exaggerated voice to continuously stir the emotions of the crowd below. He showcased this stage filled with the trampling of human rights, the distortion of humanity, and the interplay of money and desire to the fullest. 30 million berries twice. 30 million berries 3 times. Sold. Let us congratulate Mr. Rokas for purchasing this batch of ear girls at the price of 30 million berries. Disco exclaimed with an excited grin, raising his arm in cheers, knowing this auction would be a great success, and Joker would surely reward him handsomely. It was so close, if not for the need to buy the final headliner. Unlike the congratulatory cheers of ordinary auctions, here only existed shouts of dissatisfaction and resentment. On the other side, Leo tugged at Tyrag's sleeve, his honest face revealing a different expression for the first time, pointing at the more than 10 ear girls in the cage, asking with 7 parts anger and 3 parts pity, Lieutenant, I like those, can I buy them? Tyrag glanced at the big guy beside him, and he could see Leo's little schemes just as clearly. His gaze shifted to the cage above the venue, the dimly lit auction house, where only that area was brightly illuminated by countless lights. They proudly displayed their goods, unreservedly showcasing them to these scum. Inside the cage, the ear girls curled up, their once lively ears now drooping weakly. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if their souls had been extracted, leaving behind nothing but a shell of a living corpse. Tyrag shook his head and, under Leo's incredulous gaze, spoke. "There's no need." Glancing at Leo, Tyrag's right hand unconsciously rested on the Murikomo, his voice carrying a hint of chill. "Their aura is very faint. Even if we save them, they won't live long." There was one thing he didn't say, which was that he even saw a will to die on the faces of those scantily clad women. Apart from numbness, there was no longing for life. Perhaps for those locked in a cage, even suicide was a luxury. Leo's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, he said nothing, merely closing his eyes and pretending he saw nothing. This was not the justice he sought. Soon, staff members pushed this batch of goods out, placing them somewhere backstage. Waiting for some trash to collect them, Disco picked up the script in his hand and examined it, his eyes involuntarily narrowing as he thought. Strange. What kind of good stuff is this? A batch of slaves with only one person. The slaves, or items sold at this human auction, were not all provided by the auction house. There were also other individual sellers who submitted items for auction, with the auction house taking a small commission from the final price. This was also a major attraction of the auction house, a concept personally conceived by that joker. Disco abruptly lifted the cover off the cage, showcasing the contents to everyone present. At that moment, Tyrag was drinking free juice, and upon seeing the elderly man in the iron cage with a collar around his neck, he spat out the juice in his mouth, drawing disdainful glances from those around him. "Really? Hey, wasn't this old guy supposed to be welcoming guests? How'd he end up here? Lost a bet? Disco, what's going on? I want to see a pretty girl, someone who can serve, and you bring up an old man. Yeah, customers are gods. If you anger us, do you even think this auction can continue?" Once the audience in the venue recognized the old man in the cage, shouts of curses and surprise filled the entire hall. "Ha!" The silver-haired Rayleigh, wearing shabby slippers, took a swig from a gourd filled with fine wine from inside his white shirt and casually began to introduce himself. "Although I'm old, I'm quite skilled at housework. If anyone fancies this old man, feel free to make an offer." "Old fool." Disco, hands on his hips, stormed over with a sharp voice, shouting, "Who sent you here for auction?" Today's auction was special. In recent years, mermaids had rarely been active at sea, so the preciousness of this headlining item was self-evident. Therefore, the slaves auctioned together with the mermaid were all top-quality goods. And Disco couldn't understand how this old man managed to mix in. "It's me who wanted to come. No need to be so aggressive, young man." Rayleigh's scarred eyes narrowed, releasing a silent wave that surged towards Disco. Bang! "Hey, Disco, what the hell are you doing?" A wealthy fat man in the audience stood up, shouting, "Is it your damn nap time?" Just then, Disco's eyes rolled back as he collapsed beneath the iron cage in front of Rayleigh. Other staff members in the venue, seeing this, hurriedly steeled themselves and went on stage to organize the auction to continue. While the venue was in chaos, Talig swiftly approached the center of the stage. "Mr. Rayleigh." Talig hid in the shadows and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Shoo." Rayleigh placed a finger to his lips and responded with a smile. "Let's not mention this to that old guy." With Shaki gone for over 10 days, the fine wines that Shaki had cherished in the bar were consumed by Rayleigh. To make up for this shortfall, he resorted to this desperate measure of selling himself for money to buy more wine. Tara's mouth twitched at the corners. "Are you still afraid of losing face?" In his past life, he had only heard that Rayleigh would voluntarily sell himself at the slave auction when he had no money. At that time, he thought that this right hand of the king came here just to see his nephew Luffy, but it seems he was overthinking it. Tarag patted his clinking wallet and asked with a smile, "Mr. Rayleigh, what does it mean that someone bought you? Why not let me buy you instead?" "Ha!" Rayleigh finished the last sip of wine from the gourd and shook his head in refusal, saying, "Do you also want to be blackmailed by an old man like me?" A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he gave Tarag a meaningful glance. "The Navy, saving pirates? You really are from that family." The brief interlude quickly passed, and Tarag cast a sympathetic look at the old woman who had bid on Rayleigh before silently walking back. After this farce, the auction house returned to normal. Except for the old woman who left early, the enthusiasm of the crowd inside was even higher. Tyrag looked at the old woman who was even more fierce than Bialita and silently mourned for Mr. Rayleigh for 3 seconds. He thought to himself, with Rayleigh's strength, "You shouldn't fall, right? It's no wonder that someone could auction themselves off without money. With Rayleigh's free-spirited image, the attraction was indeed extraordinary for many women. The fainted disco had already been carried away by his subordinates, and the person hosting the event was his deputy, a charming woman dressed in revealing attire. As for the upcoming auction, I will be the host. I hope everyone will not bully me. A wink from her sparked a wave of whistles and various indescribable comments. Miss Joya, after the auction is over, Tiger Shark, would like to ask you to catch some goldfish. A skinny monkey wearing a skull scarf, nicknamed Tiger Shark, whistled and shouted. Huh, you, Tiger Shark, with that little toothpick of yours, dare to speak so boldly? A one-eyed bald man, nicknamed Bloodlion, with bulging muscles, disdainfully confronted Tiger Shark. The Bloodline Pirates and the Tiger Shark Pirates were arch-rivals, with both captains having bounties of over 15 million, with the surrounding voices urging confrontation. It seemed these two were about to throw down. Joya on stage hurriedly spoke to stop them, feigning a shy demeanor as she lowered her head and softly said, "It is an honor for me to receive the favor of both of you. Can we discuss catching goldfish later?" The sweet and tingling voice made Tyrag, who had been watching the commotion, break out in goosebumps. Damn it, old green tea. Leo, make a note of those two catching goldfish. Let's catch them together later. Yes, young master. Leo almost exposed Tyrag's identity, but quickly corrected himself. I've talked too much. Let us get to the main topic. Joya clapped her hands, and soon a group of people brought a large rectangular water tank with wheels onto the stage. This item behind me is the final auction item of this event, and I believe many of you have come here for her. A good product doesn't require much introduction. There will be plenty of people throwing money to compete for it. The unveiling of the last item attracted many hidden gazes. This group of lowly humans, a figure shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a jagged nose, exclaimed in anger, clenching his fists and ready to rush onto the stage. Aaron, a similarly robed, fat man, grabbed him, shaking his head seriously and saying, "This is the Shambody Archipelago, a gathering place for humans. We cannot act recklessly." "But that's my sister." The one called Aaron shook off the fat man's hand and looked around at the humans with excited and greedy expressions, wishing he could massacre them all. With Aaron's low growl, Joya on stage pulled away the cover from the water tank, revealing the small shark inside without any concealment. How could it be her? Looking at the small shark in the tank, with a calm expression, holding a small crystal ball, and dressed in a deep purple hooded sweatshirt, Tyrag exclaimed in surprise. This mermaid was Shaylee, the famous fortune teller from Fishman Island. At the age of 3, she was abandoned by her father on Fishman Street, living with the evil dragon. At 4, she predicted the arrival of the Great Pirate Era with an accuracy rate of 100 for her prophecies, though she could not foresee the exact timing of events. Can a fortune teller also be cut down? Tara couldn't understand. Logically, someone who could predict the future with 100 accuracy should have a smooth life. After gaining foresight, they would use various methods to avoid dangers. But what was going on with the calm and composed Shaylee in the fish tank? 2 furious auras erupted, attracting the attention of Tara, who was always using his observation hockey. Jean Bay and Arlong's figures appeared unimpeded in Tara's line of sight. Turning back to look at the serene Shaylee on stage, Tara murmured, "She doesn't look scared at all. Does she foresee that someone will come to save her?" From the information available, Shaylee's foresight was 100 accurate. But what if someone intervened and changed the factors that would save her? What was that saying again? The past cannot be changed, but the future can be altered. Tara wanted to verify the prophetic abilities of Shaylee, to see what level she had reached. Could it be rewritten through human means, or was it a matter of speaking a word that determined life and death? Everyone, the way this little shark was captured is quite bizarre. She knocked herself unconscious by crashing into our escort ship. Joya explained Shaylee's capture method and then took out a small hammer to knock on the stage, solemnly stating, "I won't elaborate on the value of female mermaids here, especially considering the even rarer little sharks among them. The starting price is 100 million belly. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. Gentlemen, you may begin to compete." The prices of merfolk in the slave auction market are very high. Among them, the starting price for female mermaids is 70 million belly, while for male mermaids, it is 1 million belly. However, the actual auction prices can be even higher. For example, Cammy was once bought by a celestial dragon for the exorbitant price of 500 million belly. T-Rag had previously surveyed the entire venue, and perhaps due to the upcoming fair, there were no celestial dragons present. With no celestial dragons around, everything was under control. She cast a deep glance at Shaylee on the stage. Was this the result she had predicted? All the greedy eyes were drawn to the petite Shaylee on stage, to the point where no one was participating in the competition. Joya allowed this situation to unfold, knowing it was just a brief calm before the storm. As she expected, it wasn't long before someone began to bid, and the starting price of 100 million discouraged many. However, those who were truly wealthy had a clear target since the beginning of the auction. The final highlight, the little shark Shaylee. Carl, dressed in a red suit with greasy hair, hid in a private box at the back and was the first to shout out a price. I bid 100 million belly. Having offended a certain celestial dragon, he was determined to acquire this little shark to ensure his survival here, even if it meant risking his entire fortune. 150 million, 200 million. The minimum increment of 5 million seemed like a joke. Those bidding for Shaylee were all keen to please the celestial dragons, so they competed fiercely, unwilling to back down. Leo stepped aside a few paces. The palpable emotions of resentment, envy, and jealousy made the simple-minded guy a bit frightened. Tyrag, the two-eyed round stare, why are these weaklings so rich? Why is someone so powerful and with a prestigious background so poor? Why? I'll bid 10 berries. When the price rises to 500 million berries, Tyrag roars, unable to hold back any longer, letting you all see what real cash power is. No one questions Tyrag's bid, at most. They just lament how this guy has so much money. Did it fall from the sky? While others raise by tens of millions, you start with hundreds of millions. How outrageous! Aaron clenches his fists, fire flashing in his eyes. They came to rescue Sherry this time. Although Jinbei received support from the Dragon Palace, he only brought treasures worth 10 billion. They thought that would be enough to save his sister, but unexpectedly, that damn human cut off their hope in one breath. Don't rush. Jinbei, with a calm demeanor, knows they can't act recklessly here. Otherwise, exposing themselves would put them in even greater danger. I remember that guy's aura. Jinbei restrains the impulsive Aaron and whispers, after the auction ends, we'll find a chance to rescue Sherry. Aaron glances at the numerous guards holding weapons around the venue, stops struggling, snorts coldly, and glares at Tyrag's figure, wishing he could tear him apart. No one doubts the price Tyrag called out. After all, the difference between 1 billion berries and 10 berries isn't that big, right? However, this does not include the honest Leo beside Tyrag. Leo's mouth twitches, his eyes squinting at Tyrag's open wallet, and he stammers, "Young master, won't this really get you beaten?" Tara grinned slightly at the corners of his mouth, raised the wallet in his hand, and said proudly, "Leo, do you believe that I can buy that mermaid with this little money?" Leo's honest face clearly showed disbelief as he shook his head and replied, "Young master, if you really can buy her, I'll admit you're impressive." What does it mean to be impressive? Being impressive is the highest honor among men. Who can resist such temptation? Tyrag's mouth curled slightly as he laughed and said, "Just watch. Today I'll let you broaden your horizons." No matter how Leo thought, the other attendees at the venue believed it. In the box, Colt clenched his jaw tightly, scanning the entire auction hall to find out who had bid the exorbitant price of 1 billion berries. His face was dark, wishing he could tear that guy apart. He had pulled out his own coffin funds to please the celestial dragons. For the first time, Colt stepped out of the box, his words laced with murderous intent. But coming from his croaky voice, they always lacked a bit of flavor. "I am Colt, and I believe everyone here knows my temperament well. This shark, Colt must have it. If anyone dares to compete with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I bid 12,300 million berries." The name Colt held significant influence in the Sabaody archipelago, and those who opposed him usually faced dire consequences. As the entire venue fell silent after Colt's declaration, Tyrag secretly locked onto Colt's presence, ensuring he would never leave his perceptual range. Seeing that no one was raising the bid for a long time, Joya cast a subtle glare at Colt, who had threatened everyone, but had no choice but to bring down the gavel for the first time. 12,300 million. Going once. A moment of silence. After a long pause, Joya saw that no one was bidding and had to strike the gavel a second time. 12,300 million. Going twice. Another moment of silence. Just when Colt thought he had secured the bid, Tyrag beside him curled his lips into a wicked smile. He had just counted how many berries he had left, so he didn't give a timely bid. Now he had clarified that he had a total of 21 coins with a face value of 1 berry each. He placed his right hand on Leo's shoulder, and while Leo looked confused, he jumped up and rode on his neck. In a condescending tone, he looked down at Colt, who had stepped from behind the scenes to the front, and said, "Poor guy, just give up. I bid 21 berries. Poor guy, give up 20 billion berries." The curses of Tyrag echoed repeatedly within this enclosed auction house, continuously striking at Colt's nerves. A dog that bites never barks. "Colt, with a twisted expression, looked at Tylag, who was staring back at him, as if he was trying hard to remember Talag's appearance. "What are you looking at?" Talarag would not go easy on him, continuing to provoke him with words. He dug out a booger from his nostril and shot it at Carl, who was about to speak. "How do you like that?" Carl's voice, which had been like a duck's quack, instantly turned into a hen's cluck. With his severe cleanliness obsession, he turned red after clearing his throat of the foreign object. Behind this auction, there were powerful figures supporting it. Even he, one of the top in the Shambadi Islands, couldn't afford to provoke them. All he could do was glare angrily and point at Talarag's nose while cursing, "You brat, you're dead meat." After the auction ends, just try not to leave. Tara gathered his strength in his throat and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, disdainfully saying, "Are you a primary school student? Don't leave after school. Let us meet in the alley." The thick phlegm accurately hit Colt's greasy hair, a great sight to behold. Never underestimate what a mouthful of thick phlegm or a piece of dark booger means to someone with obsessive cleanliness. Seeing that the atmosphere in the venue was off, Joya quickly delivered the final hammer blow. Bang! Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for winning our highlight item, the shark-type mermaid, for 2 billion berries. This auction is now concluded, and we ask all esteemed guests to leave in an orderly fashion. Those who have purchased items can proceed backstage, where we will exchange cash for goods. After saying this, Joya gave a subtle glance to his subordinates, who hurriedly pushed the water tank containing the Siali out. They left the clearly frozen atmosphere of the venue to those unruly fellows. Colt, furious yet laughing, did not violate the rule against fighting in the auction house. Sneering as he left, "Kid, you've provoked Colt. You probably won't be able to leave this island. Ha ha ha." Mocking voices came from around. Who knew where this unkempt guy came from, daring to challenge Colt? He must be tired of living. If you want to die, just find a block of tofu. Isn't that simpler? Ha ha ha. Tarag glanced at the two who were shamelessly mocking in the distance, the fish-catching duo. He patted Leo on the head, reminding him that he could notify the outside people to pull in the nets. First, catch the big fish, and then they could scoop up a handful of the little shrimp. His valiant warriors would be lucky. He looked up and surveyed the surroundings, only to see that Jinbi and Arlong had also disappeared from the auction house. In the shadows of the venue, Tara's keen senses detected two familiar glimmers of light, hiding within a nearby building, secretly observing the situation inside the venue. The thief's heart, unwilling to die, will only wither gradually. Tyrag's lips curled slightly. Those two guys had made him their target, and that would be a serious problem. On Joya's highly seductive face, there was a hint of forced smile as she glanced back at Tyrag and the others, saying with a strained smile, "My lord, please don't joke with me. Are we paying in treasures or cash? Stop with the nonsense and get lost." Tyrag's expression was stern, and he snorted coldly. "Do I look like I'm joking?" "Oomph." Joya, feeling insulted, crossed her arms and let out a cold huff. Her chest, pushed up by her arms, heaved more prominently, and a chill gradually appeared in her eyes. "So you're just here to stir up trouble? If you dare to cause a scene here, you must have picked the wrong place." Joya clapped her hands, and within a minute, dozens of henchmen from the auction house gathered from the shadows. "Kid, this place is recognized by the world government. It's not like those low-level selling venues you used to go to without any rules. Today, you either pay up obediently, or you can leave your life here." After making her threats, Joya let the area be taken over by the rushing henchmen. They surrounded Tyrag and his companion with weapons in hand, looking malicious. At Joya's command, they would swarm in and turn the troublemakers into mush. "Lieutenant, is it time?" Leo asked Tyrag, glancing at the gun barrel almost touching his mouth. "If you can kill all these people without a scratch, I might just be done for. Your name is Joya, right?" Taragato was unusually excited as he looked at the crowd surrounding him with weapons, his greedy expression beyond words. "Has anyone told you that surrounding and killing Naval Headquarters officers with weapons, regardless of whether it has been acknowledged, will be redefined as a criminal act?" As soon as Talag's words fell, with a rip, Leo beside him couldn't bear the pressure and tore apart his low-quality suit, revealing the naval uniform underneath. "Major?" Confused, he looked at the dark-faced Talag and scratched his head, asking, "Why aren't you taking it off?" Tyrag's right hand, which was resting on the suit button, stiffened as he looked at the shredded suit torn apart by Leo, feeling a pang in his heart. "My thousand berries." He kicked this wasteful thing away, his dangerous gaze sweeping over the dumbfounded crowd around him. "Stupid fools." Tyrag's gaze shifted to the increasingly pale Joya, and he sneered. "The game within the rules has just begun, but unexpectedly, this foolish idiot, broke it in this way. I truly worry for that Birdman's future. When the deal fails, righteousness remains. This world is so beautiful, yet she is so irritable. It's not good. Not good at all. For this auction house, dealing with Tyrag would lead to a dead, and no matter how it goes. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote down all the injustices he had encountered. The 21 berries was the price Tyrag offered, but the auction house staff misheard it as 2 billion. A hat of forced buying and selling was first placed on him. One hand exchanged money, the other delivered goods. But during the face-to-face transaction, they went back on their word. Another hat of betrayal and dishonesty was added. In broad daylight, a force recognized by the government dared to use armed forces to openly attack a Navy officer. This shows a complete disregard for the entire Navy. It is an insult to the celestial dragons and a blatant provocation to the world government. A final hat of extreme malice and madness closed the matter. Joya's face turned extremely ugly as she realized she had made a serious mistake. We want. Her voice trembled. A small mistake could lead to the organization being defined as illegal. If Joker found out about this, he wouldn't let her off, and her future would be bleak. Completely ruined here. Hand over that shark to me, and I'll give you a stick of incense as time to evacuate, or else the village rain will draw its sword, and the invisible killing intent will spread like a thick dark cloud, pressing down on everyone present. How dare you? Joya's face darkened. The auction of this mermaid had caught Joker's attention, and he had specifically instructed Disco to ensure that the auction's berries were sent to him immediately, likely because he was in urgent need of funds. With 2 paths before her, either way was a dead end, staring deeply at the Navy ahead. She thought it might be better to just go all out. Listen up, he is just one person, and only a Navy major. Whoever can kill him, I, Joya, promise them 100 million berries. For desperate fugitives, nothing is more tempting than the lure of money, as long as the price is high enough. They wouldn't even flinch at the thought of killing their own parents. Tyrag shook his head and sighed. Everyone likes money, and he himself liked it very much. But one must have a life to enjoy it, right? He gave Joya a sympathetic glance. He didn't have direct evidence to completely convict this place, which is why he hadn't acted immediately. Now, the evidence had been presented to him on a silver platter. It would be a bit rude not to accept it. He secretly took out an imaging phone bug and made the call. This phone bug was smuggled from the Marine headquarters along with the sea passage permit. The moment he activated it, everything happening before him instantly appeared on the largest broadcast projection in Marineford. At the same time, at Marineford, Navy headquarters, Marine office. Baka. Sengoku kicked the goat beside him that was gnawing on documents, glaring at Zephyr, who had just returned with the team. I said, why does it feel like something is missing lately? Who let that bastard go to sea? Why is my imaging phone bug in his hands? Zephyr was sorting through the data collected from his sea internship and looked up at Sengoku as if he were an idiot. You have the sea passage permit. So who do you think gave it to him? Hearing this, Sengoku yanked open the drawer next to him. Looking at the empty drawer, his face darkening completely. It was bad enough that the fool stole the passage permit, but now he also took his phone bug. But you damn thief stole the passage permit. 100 of them? Who taught you that? Carp? Enough. Zephyr looked at Sengoku's increasingly red face, walked to the window, and looked at the massacre projected outside, smiling contentedly. That kind of place shouldn't exist anyway. It's better to take this opportunity to eliminate it. Zephyr's brow furrowed slightly. Was Tyrag's killing intent a bit too much? It seemed it was time to discuss with Carp about forcibly retrieving that saber. A few basic attacks came first, followed by flashes of blades like dragons. To deal with these guys who didn't even deserve a name, if it weren't for their large numbers, they wouldn't even have the qualification to make Tyrag draw his sword. Swish! A liquid flowed like water, the blade not stained with a drop of blood, as Tyrag performed a flourish with his sword while sheathing Muramesa. This once luxurious venue had now turned into a bloody hell. The last rays of the sun streamed through the windows, casting a blood-red light on the broken stone floor, reflecting the severed limbs and congealed blood scattered all around. Corpses lay haphazardly, their eyes hollow, faces frozen in their last moments of fear and pain. Blood seemed to gather into small streams, flowing through the cracks in the stones, dyeing the venue a shocking red. Demon. The only survivor, Joya, had a vacant gaze, her voice trembling with despair. Joker won't let you go. Tyrag picked up a long spear from the ground with one foot and kicked it over, piercing through Joya's petite body and pinning her against the log behind her. So much nonsense. Tyrag sneered, looking disdainful. Do you think a clown jumping across the sea can scare me off? Covering his face with one hand, Tyrag let out a sickly laugh. What do you take the Navy for? As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked a long knife flying again, heading straight for the corner where the image snail was continuously playing. It was the video Snail Joya had secretly dialed earlier. North Sea, Kingdom of Krelis. Doflamingo, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with other pirate crews, sat amidst the ruins, crushing the image snail in his hand. Fufufu, he laughed wildly, veins bulging on his forehead. I say, Doflamingo. Toripole, with his sparse teeth and typical disheveled uncle image, wiped his large snot on Doflamingo's face and joked. Who challenged your authority? Do they want to be enemies with our family? Hey. Too close, Doflamingo said, clearly feeling disgusted, but having to endure it, his expression worsening. I said you're too close. Navy? He pushed the big snot away from in front of him, and the corners of Doflamingo's mouth curled up under his sunglasses as he looked towards the North Sea's largest 88th branch with a meaningful expression. Fufufu, he continued, and with a kacha sound, the huge image snail in Marineford Square closed its eyes. Unlike Zifa, who was grimacing by the window, Sengoku, who looked furious in his seat, and Kizu, who was completely unconcerned beside him, Sakazuki's face, usually fierce and intimidating, showed a rare smile. Truly worthy of being under my command, I misjudged you, Tyrag. This ruthless and thorough character was simply too suitable for their hawkish faction. Kazan was right, bloodlines don't mean anything. With this thought, Akaino laughed heartily, shrugged off his justice cloak, and left. His subordinates were bravely fighting, so he couldn't be idle. He was preparing to go out and find something to do. Having heard that the North Sea has been quite chaotic lately, he wanted to see what was going on. On the other side, Tyrag picked up a cigarette from the ground after a long time, taking one out and putting it in his mouth. Crackle, crackle. His trembling hand struggled several times before successfully lighting it. The backlash from the knife had become more severe, to the point where even someone with his strong will had to rely on external distractions. Cough, cough. Tara rarely smokes, to the point that his coughing is incessant. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and a surge of killing intent directed towards the little shark, Shaylee, who had been hiding in the water tank, silently observing everything. Tell me, what did you see? The cold words pulled the dazed Shaylee back from her fantasies, making her shiver, and the small crystal ball in her hand accidentally fell. Wow. Even though she had great abilities and her temperament was maturing, she was still just a little girl over 10 years old. At such an age, encountering scenes she Shun-Ti had been exposed to only scared her to tears. Unlike the useless Ella, who vomited continuously and even fainted in fear, she was already quite remarkable. Talig rubbed his rapidly throbbing temple. The sound of the little girl's crying was the thing he feared the most, reminding him of his sister Machino, far away in the East Sea. Mr. Rayleigh, hiding and sneaking around doesn't seem to be your style. Recently, due to his continuous training in observation hockey, Talig's ability had grown. When Rayleigh stealthily infiltrated the auction house, Talig successfully caught his presence from less than 100 meters away. Ha ha, Rayleigh said, holding a large bag that made a rustling sound. This was all the old lady's possessions. Talig, could you do me a favor for the old man? Charlie has done great things for our Roger pirates. Could you hand her over to him? As Rayleigh stepped forward, a glimmer of silver flashed in his eyes behind his glasses, lost in a long-lost memory. Roger bent down and laughed, asking, Hey, Charlie, when is the mermaid princess supposed to be born? Charlie replied, in 10 years. Neptune chimed in. It seems like it's in 10 years, Roger. I can't believe you're interested in such things. I really misjudged you. Roger laughed heartily. Don't worry. No matter when she's born, I won't come to take your messy-haired daughter. Neptune retorted, She won't have messy hair. Captain, it's precisely because of this prophecy that person is waiting for you. Isn't it? Sorry, Mr. Rayleigh. Tyrag smiled, but shook his head firmly, pulling the blade of Murakumo out of its sheath half an inch, and spoke in a deep voice. Whether from the Navy's standpoint or my own, I can't give you this face. At this point in time, Shiryu could not possibly appear at the auction in the Sabaody archipelago. But since she has appeared, it proves that there are unknown factors influencing the future she saw long after. And this unknown factor seems to be none other than Tyrag, the soul who crossed over 15 years ago. Are you ready to fight me? Rayleigh smiled helplessly, bending down to casually pick up a broken blade from ground, pointing it towards Tyrag in the distance. Then let's solve this with the ways of the sea. When it's time to fight, even a retired old bone can still move. Such a strong aura. Is this the pressure of the old generation? With just a simple gesture from Rayleigh, Tyrag felt a mountain-like pressure bearing down on him. The spoils belong only to the victors. This has been the rule throughout history. Come on, young man. If possible, Rayleigh would definitely prefer not to point his sword at these hopes of the future. But for certain unbreakable friendships, Sometimes the deterrence of force is the most direct method. Clang. This was the third time Tyrag had drawn the demon blade Murakumo today, and his thoughts had already been greatly influenced by it. The area around his white eyes was gradually being covered by a bloody red light with an eerie aura. I'll give you face and call you sir, but if I don't give you face, I'll make you ascend to immortality. Terra's lips curled into a strange, murderous smile as he cast a dangerous glance at Rayleigh ahead. He crouched slightly, slowly sheathing Muramasa, already preparing for the Iaedo strike. One-sword style ultimate technique. This strike began, gathering the momentum of 1,000 blades. In a flick of his fingers, the wind was silent, the air as still as water, the light without shadow. The sword strike without trace. Beyond the speed of light, yet not revealing its form, the force like 1,000 pounds, yet as light as the wind. Skyline. Drawing upon 70% of his own haki and exhausting almost 90% of his stamina, he could barely unleash the Iaedo ultimate technique, Skyline. His speed was so fast that the surrounding time seemed to freeze. At this moment, his figure had already appeared behind Rayleigh, with Muramasa sheathed at his waist. Terra Greg slowly turned around, looking down at the fallen king of hell, Rayleigh, with a victorious smile. Rayleigh's gaze spun 360 degrees in the air. His severed head still had consciousness, and, as he looked at his body lying in a pool of blood, he mused, "Is this what death feels like?" 3 minutes later. Cough cough. Terra Greg's bare chest was marked with a gruesome gash from a slash. Rayleigh, lying on the stone floor. Terra Greg coughed up a few mouthfuls of congealed blood and looked at the old man who was gradually carrying Shaylee away, roaring, "Who won the future you saw?" Filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness after losing the duel, Terra Greg's face was already wet with tears. His first attempt at an ultimate technique that only existed in concept was thwarted by Rayleigh, who had already seen the future. As he knocked the knife out of Terra Greg's hand with a broken blade, Tyrag raised his trembling right hand, which was split open at the mouth, above his head, staring at it in a daze for a long time. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "So embarrassing. I'm so weak that I can't even hold a knife." 5 meters away from Tyrag, the demon Sor Muramasa was embedded 12 inches deep into the ground, as if responding to him. The blade emitted a mournful sound that lingered for a long time. Behind him, loud questioning and faint sounds of the sword echoed, as Rayleigh held the fainted Sherry. His steps paused in midair. The eyes behind his glasses appeared deep and distant through the lenses. His lips were tightly pressed, the corners slightly drooping, revealing a hint of helplessness and emotion as he said, "Young man, your sword strike was outstanding, quite remarkable." Rayleigh did not tell Tyrag what he had seen in the brief future through his observation haki, because it no longer mattered, because the one standing was him. "Captain, you consider yourself the #1 in the world, the god of avoidance, seems to have encountered a rival. It's normal for him to have such talent, being Karp's son. But precisely because he is Karp's son, that sword strike lacks something. After all, not everyone is the Buddha of war." With his halted steps moving forward again, a subtle smile hung at the corners of Rayleigh's mouth as he disappeared from the auction house. "I will not lose again. Before I defeat you, I absolutely will not fall before anyone. Do you have any objections, Rayleigh?" Tyrag did not get the answer he wanted from Rayleigh. In his disappointment, his unwilling roar sounded like rolling thunder. It echoed throughout the auction house, the sound long and mournful, traveling far into the endless distance. Accompanied by this heart-wrenching roar, an invisible pressure quietly radiated from him, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, becoming unusually heavy. However, the originator of all this was completely unaware of the aura he inadvertently emitted and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Rayleigh, who calmly left the encirclement of the navy, moved his ears slightly and turned back to take one last look at the auction house. With a relieved smile, he said, "That man's son should be like this. How could I have any objections? Only when a person faces setbacks can they grow. Keep it up, young man." At that moment, in Rayleigh's observation haki, a blue-green aura was rapidly approaching. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly and sighed. After those 3 monsters, Karp has trained another prodigy. "Captain, the era of great pirates you started with your life and fortune, I wonder how much longer it can last." In just a few leaps, Rayleigh's figure completely disappeared from Sabeti Archipelago before the blue-green aura arrived. "Allah, Kazan said, holding the completely frozen Colt in his left hand, looking troubled. "Did I still come too late?" Casually throwing Colt to the ground, the still angry Kuzan crushed the ice sculpture that Colt had turned into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. Little Tyrag's aura was somewhat weak. The expression of anger, which hadn't been seen for many years, unexpectedly appeared on Kuzan's lazy face, which was truly incredible. He slowly exhaled a breath of cold air and murmured to himself, "Rayleigh, I hope you don't go too far. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless pursuit." A few days ago, when Tyrag obtained the sea passage permit and secretly slipped out, Kuzan, who had just returned from a voyage not far from headquarters, discovered his warship. Out of concern and with nothing else to do, he rode his beloved bicycle and followed him all the way here. When Talig launched a bloody massacre against the small-time thugs, Aokiji, hiding in the shadows, felt a mix of relief and concern. After all, the overwhelming killing intent was almost tangible, and Aokiji feared that little Talig might lose himself in the bloodshed. When Talig changed into women's clothing and disguised himself to infiltrate, Aokiji laughed heartily and casually took a photo, which he sent to Mr. Karp, who was far away in the East Sea, sharing this joy with him. However, when Talig arrived at Area 13 at Shaki's Shakedown Bar, Aokiji, hiding in the shadows, could no longer afford to watch the commotion. The overwhelming Conqueror's haki was so intense that even from a distance, he felt it was shocking. Out of concern for Talig's safety, Aokiji involuntarily released his unique chill, extending it toward the tavern. This successfully drew out a dangerous presence, and he expected a fierce battle between them. However, the king's right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh, merely exchanged glances with him before disappearing into the crowd. When Aokiji finally located Talig and sensed Rayleigh's presence again, he was distracted by the sounds of a brawl coming from another direction. To his surprise, he saw hundreds of Navy soldiers attacking a gigantic spider with knives and firearms. By then, dozens of sailors were already bleeding on the ground. Lazy justice is still justice. In such a critical situation, Aokiji could not stand by and watch. Kata, one of the top slave owners of the Shambadi archipelago, surely recognized the rising star of the Navy, Vice Admiral Aokiji. The moment Cardi spotted Aokiji, he spat out a massive spider web to temporarily restrain the entangled Navy soldiers and turn to flee. However, given the vast difference in strength, Cardi's 8 legs could not outrun the fully armed Aokiji. Although the chase wasted some time, the battle was over almost the instant they made contact. When Aokiji returned with Cardi's eye sculpture, his observation haki could only sense Rayleigh's presence gradually fading away, along with Talig's faint aura. At the port, the silhouettes of ships were faintly visible in the night, the anchor chains swaying slightly, producing a dull, clanking sound. The surface of the sea shimmered, reflecting the weak moonlight, which added to the tranquil atmosphere. "Alala," Aokiji said as he removed the eye mask from his forehead, ruffled his fluffy hair, and looked at the wooden bed where the noise came from, lazily yawning. "Finally awake, are we? If you hadn't woken up, a sailor named Ella was going to try freezing you awake with ice therapy." Aokiji waved his elementalized right hand, suggesting whether he needed to be frozen solid to wake up. As Talig opened his eyes, they instantly became clear, and he shivered, sitting up straight. "That really isn't necessary. Ella, I consider you a brother, and you treat me like a cousin. I open my heart to you, and you douse me with urine. Though the iron fist of love may be late, it never misses its mark." Talig noted this matter in his heart. Tyrag scratched his head, sitting beside Kazan with an awkward smile, and asked, "Brother Kazan, how did you end up on this island?" A few hours ago, due to excessive physical exertion and his hockey nearing exhaustion, Tyrag had lost the ability to move. Thinking about his 500 subordinate soldiers outside the venue, it was clear what would happen if these rookie Navy soldiers faced a bounty over 100 million pirate. With his legs numb and unable to stand, Tyrag managed to crawl to the entrance of the venue using his only movable left arm. Before he could take any action, Kazan, having dealt with Colt, appeared right in front of him. With someone to clean up after him, Tyrag, who had been holding on by sheer will, finally couldn't take it anymore, closed his eyes, and fainted, sleeping until now. "When did you arrive?" Kazan scratched his head, recalling the scandalous photos he had secretly taken and sent to Mr. Karp, and looked at Tyrag seriously, saying, "I forgot." Tyrag tilted his head in confusion. "Forgot? How could that be possible?" This lazy big brother even remembered that many years ago, he had inadvertently promised to find him a beautiful sister for a date. How could he possibly forget such a small matter as to when he would come to the Shambodi Islands? Tara Gregg is well aware of this person's nature. Once the other party pretends to be confused and claims to have forgotten something, it is certain that there is something being hidden from them. With a look of suspicion, their gaze remains fixed on the somewhat guilty-looking Aokiji. What could be so significant that the other party feels the need to deceive them? Tarag and the guilty-looking Akiji exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. The cabin fell silent for a moment, but it was eventually broken by a scream. Oh no! Tarag felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his lips twitching from time to time, and his stiff neck cracking as he turned it, his smile becoming increasingly forced and somewhat dangerous. Alala, Akiji dodged the incoming iron fist with ease and chuckled, "Little Tarag, didn't you say when you were young that it's better to enjoy together than to enjoy alone? I just took a revealing photo and sent it to Mr. Carp. It shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Tarag's iron fist, about to strike again, stopped just 3 inches in front of Akiji's face, his eyes blank. "I thought, with your twisted sense of humor, that taking a picture was a given, but unexpectedly." The disheartened Tarag involuntarily took a few steps back, his body colliding with the wooden bed. The sky was about to fall. "Kata!" His hand inadvertently brushed against the Muramesa on the bed, and Tarag's killing intent surged. At that moment, it felt as if countless demons were tempting him to go after that lowly man and drag him down with him. Hey, it's just to let Mr. Carp take a look. There's no need to draw your sword, right?" Seeing Tarag's aura becoming increasingly dangerous, Akiji couldn't help but take a step back, elementalizing and fleeing through the door. Tarag ultimately chose not to go down with the fight, lying on the bed with a sense of despair, a glimmer of tears sliding down his face. At this moment, because of Akiji's actions, the last shred of dignity that Tarag had was ripped away and trampled on the ground. Akiji knew that this meant Carp would know, and if Carp knew, then everyone in Windmill Village would know. If everyone in Windmill Village knew, how far could the news spread? As the saying goes, wealth and honor not returned home is like brocade clothes in the night. There will come a day when Talig rises again. But right now he can't even dare to think about it. When he returns to Windmill Village, will the scandalous photo taken secretly by Akiji be plastered everywhere? Will Makino Nichin enlarge that photo dozens of times and hang it in her tavern for passersby to gawk at, just like a clown? Oh, I forgot to mention, Akiji leaned against the iron door of the cabin, poked his head out, scratched his fluffy black curls, and laughed. "Cardi was accidentally knocked out by me, which means your mission this time cannot be submitted. I heard you promised your subordinates 20 million berries." Bang! Talig, who had fallen to the ground, chose to self-hypnotize and fainted again. Alala Akiji, seeing this, no longer hid, walked over, squatted down, and poked his head, sighing. Promises made to subordinates cannot be solved by escaping. The cold-hearted but warm-hearted Kazan took out the task report he had completed from his white suit pocket and placed it on Talig's belly button, which was bare. Unconscious, Talig's right hand moved unconsciously, and he tightly gripped that thin lifeline, refusing to let go no matter what. Akiji left, riding his beloved little bicycle, disappearing into the night that had already fallen over the sea. Meanwhile, under Akiji's payment of 10,000 berries for shipping, the newsbirds flew thousands of miles in a hurry, and the birds did not rest. After changing 3 newsbirds midway, the one and only photo in the world was delivered to Windmill Village, into Carp's hands. "Ha ha, Ace and Luffy are in your hands. I have to step out for a bit." Carp picked up Luffy's little leg with one hand and threw little Luffy onto the bed, where a bewildered Ace lay. Due to Carp's extremely high spirits, he lost control of his strength, and the 2 brothers who had met many years earlier collided and fell together from the bed. The Dan, nearby, quickly slid in and caught the 2 unfortunate brothers with her body. "Carp!" the Dan yelled in shock. "This is already the 7th time this month." Ace seemed fine, but aren't you afraid that little Luffy will bump his head silly? "Ha ha ha." Carp, pinching a photo with one hand and unconcernedly picking his nose, disdainfully replied, "That's my grandson. How could he possibly perish from such minor hardships?" The Dan was already numb. Such minor hardships? Are you referring to throwing less than 1-year-old Luffy into the river for a bath? Or hanging him on a clothes hanger to dry? Or tying Luffy and Ace to balloons to let them pick stars from the sky? The tenacity of life is indeed the foundation of all strength. Ha ha ha. But they are still too young, Baka. The Dan could no longer tolerate this old man, put down the clueless Luffy and the frightened Ace, and punched Carp away. This caused the photo in Carp's hand to fall, which the Dan picked up. Anna was a beautiful young girl holding a sun umbrella, wearing a red dress with long pink hair and bright red lips, posing as if she was kicking a wild dog. The breeze was gentle, the sun was just right, and the waves gently lapped against the ship's side. The warship had long left the Sabeti archipelago and was heading towards the Navy headquarters. Has Teslo disappeared? On the deck, Talig lay under the sun umbrella, looking very comfortable. He glared at Ella, who was giving him a foot massage, and scolded. "Which acupoint are you pressing?" The tingling sensation shot straight to his head, making him gasp. Ella, with a bruised face, looked down at the acupoint chart on Talig's foot and mumbled through her swollen eyes. "It says kidney on it. Does it hurt?" Saying this, she clenched her fist and pressed down hard with the knuckle. "Does it hurt?" Talig's voice trembled slightly as he questioned. "How could it?" "Give me a vigorous attack," accompanied by waves of cramping pain in his lower abdomen. Talig's face turned beet red, but he remained silent. He hadn't rewarded himself recently. Why was he feeling so weak? Marineford, 3 days until the fair. Sengoku and Zifa stood in front of a wall-sized map, deep in thought for a long time. It seemed like an inquiry, but also a confirmation as he spoke. "Zifa, I want to choose the location for this fair in the rarely visited doldrums. What do you think?" Zifa sighed helplessly beside him. As a righteous navy, having to indulge and even protect evil was laughable. Frowning, he patted Sengoku's shoulder and said, "There are almost no people residing in the doldrums. Can you handle the sounds up there?" The doldrums harbor huge and fierce sea kings, and the environment is dangerous and unstable, unfavorable for human survival and development. A glint of light flashed in Sengoku's eyes behind his glasses, and with a serious expression, he said, "Whether I can handle it or not, I have to try to know." Sighing, he spoke in a slightly magnetic voice. "There have been enough games with lives. Let us catch more sea kings then, and let them vent their beastly desires." Zifa replied, "What they get eaten?" Sengoku glanced at Zifa with amusement, meaningfully saying, "A natural disaster, a man-made disaster. Life and death are the most normal things." As if thinking of something, Sengoku pointed to the location of the Sabeti archipelago on the map and asked, "Have Talig and the others returned?" Zifa shook his head. "Not yet, but will be soon. Akiji rode back on his bike this morning." Sengoku frowned, realizing the fair was imminent, and the Akainu that was specifically requested was currently in the North Sea doing who knows what. Akiji had firmly refused to participate in this operation long ago. Should all the pressure be placed on that guy, who directly opens up? Sengoku shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel such a terrifying thought. Forgive his lack of insight. He thought of 1,000 names of commanders who could lead the escort, but among them, there was no lewd figure. "Major General Jonga." Sengoku turned around and shouted. Soon, his aide Jonga ran in, saluting. "Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa." Sengoku waved his hand, signaling him to be at ease, rubbed his temples that ached from overthinking, and said, "Notify Talig not to return to headquarters. Let him act as a reconnaissance unit, and head to the doldrums to clear obstacles first." "Yes." The Major General saluted standardly again and turned to leave. On a warship in an unknown sea area. "Ella, pour me drink." "Yes, Lieutenant." "Ella, peel the grape skin." "Yes, Lieutenant." "Ella, can you do essential oil back massage?" "I can, Lieutenant." "Ella, why does dragon fruit have seeds?" "Huh, Lieutenant?" With a bruised face and a dazed expression, Ella trembled as she took the dragon fruit that had been bitten into. The experience was hard to describe. "General Kazan, your subordinates cherish you, yet you cast them into the abyss." Ruskana, an uninhabited island located to the northwest of Daughter Island in the doldrums. The island is characterized by having 48 seasons, one season each week, resulting in a seasonal cycle of 48 times a year. It is said that there used to be a country here long ago, but it fell in the competition for survival and has now become a dangerous area inhabited only by fierce beasts. Tyrag lay under the sunshade on the deck, casually stuffing a dragon fruit that Ella had peeled and turned into a mushy mess in Leo's mouth, who was lying beside him. Watching the shape of the island gradually appear in the distance, a smile crept onto his lips. "Let me scout?" "It's impossible to scout. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. I've been leading troops in battle for several days. Can I find a place to enjoy myself?" The island ahead, named Ruskana, was precisely the vacation spot Tyrag had chosen, abundant with wild delicacies and a beautiful environment. Beside him, the simple-minded Leo was enjoying the dragon fruit, while also relishing Ella's ice cube massage service. Using silent gestures, he continuously relayed to Ella the phrases Tyrag had previously taught him. There's an ancient saying in China, "Those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true heroes." Ha. Looking at Ella's frustrated expression, Leo burst into laughter, the superior serving the subordinate, family, who understands this feeling. At that moment, Ella was holding an ice cube, applying it to Leo's smelly big feet, with several dark lines crossing her forehead. She cursed inwardly. "I got up for the early shift." Seizing the moment while Leo was laughing with his head thrown back, she shoved the now gray-black ice cube into his mouth. In another direction of Ruskena Island, not far from the shore, a strange ship was anchored. The ship was composed of two gigantic serpent heads, imposing and splendid. The main colors of the ship's hull were red and black, with the words 9 serpents written on the large sail. No ships sighted on the port side. Boa Marigold reported. No ships sighted on the starboard side. Boa Sandersonia added. Boa Hancock stood at the highest point of the lookout, holding a monocular, looking into the distance, and cheerfully announced, no ships in sight ahead. Visibility is good. No abnormalities. Ha. The 3 sisters playing role-playing games gathered together, glancing at each other and giggling. At only 12 years old, Hancock could already be seen as a beauty, especially when she was happy. Her appearance was particularly charming. Her long black hair swayed gently in the wind. Her tan skin glowed with health. Her bright, large eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with joy, and her pink lips parted to reveal pearly white teeth, with 2 small dimples faintly visible, innocent and adorable. Sister, it's my turn to go to the lookout tomorrow. Sandersonia hugged Hancock's little arm and shook it back and forth, acting spoiled. You know, Hancock replied. We all agreed to take turns. She affectionately tapped her sister's forehead and smiled in agreement. Yay! Sandersonia cheered and struck a victory pose towards Marigold beside her. Then, the 3 sisters began another round of their pirate game, completely unaware that ripples had started to form in the water beneath their pirate ship, with the sun shining brightly. A humanoid figure with fish fins was reflected on the hull of the pirate ship through the water. Silently, without even a scream, the 3 sisters, stunned by a sudden jet of water, were pulled into the sea by a gigantic fishing net. On the deserted deck, only a monocular, soaked with water, was left swaying there, as if searching for its owner. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the range of the radish tree. Otherwise, if you get eaten by beasts, I won't go digging through the dung heap for your remains. Under the 30-meter-tall radish tree on Ruskena Island, the only area that could keep the beasts on the island at bay was located. At this time, under this nearly 5-meter-wide tree, a group of uniformed Navy soldiers was gathered. The season on the island was autumn, with the sea breeze gently blowing through the dense jungle, making it quite cool. The crowd lit a bonfire, roasting tender and juicy meat, drinking fine wine brought down from the warship, shoulders touching, humming the widely known song Binksake, feeling very merry. Strange. What could be the reason that these beasts have become so strong? Tara Good did not participate in their banquet, but leaned against a thick branch on the carrot tree, using observation haki to sense the situation on the island. From the reactions of his observation haki, there were actually dozens of presences that made Tara Good take seriously. For some reason, after his defeat at the hands of Rayleigh, Tara Good felt that his overall strength had risen several levels. If his perception was not wrong, he should have reached the level of a vice admiral in the headquarters, if he unleashed his full power in a single strike. Even those top-tier strong ones would have to take it seriously. Even so, there were still several presences on the island that could easily defeat him. Whoosh! Who? Tyrag quickly turned his face to the side, narrowly dodging an arrow infused with overwhelming power that shot out from an unknown direction. His figure leaped into the air, scanning the surroundings, and Tyrag's observation haki was released to the maximum, carefully sensing everything around him, trying to identify the ambusher. You big fool, don't eat that. Ella kicked Leo beside her, sending him flying, her deep eyes fixed on the figure slowly approaching from the jungle. Navy. A woman wearing a tight top with a spider pattern, holding a lady's cigarette, was seen walking slowly from another direction where the Navy had gathered. The calmness and composure of the past were gone, and her face appeared somewhat twisted with anger at that moment. An invisible pressure radiated from her body, causing the Navy in front to involuntarily feel a chill. You capture the Hancock sisters? Shaki crossed her arms and looked up at Tyrag in the air. The one looking down from above was undoubtedly the highest commander of this unit. Due to the disappearance of the 3 Hancocks, the panicked Kuja pirates hurried back to Amazon Lily and found their captain, Shaki, seeking her assistance. Shaki had a deep impression of those 3 children, especially the eldest, Boa Hancock, whom she held in high regard. That child's talent was unparalleled, and Shaki, who wanted to retire, had already considered her as the next captain of the Kuja pirates to take over her position. I'll say this only once. Return them safe and sound, or else. Shaki's left foot moved slightly, and the ground she stepped on instantly exploded, with a crack extending 10 meters away. Why you are? Tyrag rubbed his eyes, looking at Shaki below, whose hair was standing on end, and hurriedly flew down. What a joke. Who would dare provoke a woman that my old man has been trying to catch for years? What are you all staring at? Tyrag landed not far in front of Shaki and shouted at the Navy gathering behind her, "Get the hell over to the other side of the big tree. If I catch anyone eavesdropping." Tyrag pointed at Ella, whose scars on her face were still visible. The meaning was self-evident. Upon hearing this, the Navy soldiers scattered instantly, as no one wanted to be the man who cleaned toilets every day. "Get out of the way." Ella kicked away several Marines blocking her path and raced to the front of the group, as if a demon was chasing her from behind. As the crowd dispersed, Tyrag let out a sigh of relief. His previous ugly demeanor vanished, and in the blink of an eye, he wore a completely different expression. His face was full of forced smiles, his mouth exaggeratedly curved upwards, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and his eyes squinted into slits. There was a strong undertone of flattery, his body slightly leaning forward and his hands unconsciously rubbing together. Remembering what Rayleigh had said earlier, Tyrag swallowed hard and asked softly, "Are you Sister Shaki?" Garpeson. As he got closer, Shaki, being an information expert, instantly recognized the person in front of her and almost ground her teeth as she said, "I'll give you 3 minutes to hand over Hancock and the others, and we'll consider the old grievances settled. Otherwise, with new grudges added to the old, I'll make sure to settle things with your monkey family." Remembering the dozens of bars that Karp had destroyed, Shaki felt a pang of pain. Hancock? Tyrag tilted his head. The future world's #1 beauty. Who doesn't know her? Who doesn't recognize her? But what does Hancock's disappearance have to do with him? They sailed all the way from the Shambadi archipelago to here, and they didn't even stop the ship along the way. Remembering that he was leading a reconnaissance mission this time, Tyrag furrowed his brows and thought. Hancock was captured by human traffickers in 1505 and sold to the Celestial Dragons. And the location of the garden party is in the doldrums. Why aren't you speaking? Shaki didn't harbor as much resentment towards Karp as one might imagine. At least she didn't pass the hatred to the next generation. With a blank expression, she said, "You have 1 minute left. The time and location of the Celestial Dragons outings are absolute secrets. Besides the true direct line of the Navy, which must be high-ranking officers, no one knows. Even among Tyrag's subordinates, only Ella and Leo know some partial information. So as an intelligence expert, Shaki was even less likely to know, which is why she immediately targeted the Navy as a suspect. Hey, Shaki." Tyrag raised his hands in a surrender gesture and said helplessly, "Even if the Navy is a bunch of bastards, they wouldn't resort to violence against children, right?" Shaki sneered a few times and casually muttered, "Recently, the Kingdom of Krallas in the North Sea has been subjected to indiscriminate attacks from magma volcanoes. Damn it, Akainu. Can you not slap me in the face? That's not important." Talig quickly changed the subject and smiled flatteringly. "The important thing is that this year's garden party is being held near the doldrums. Those sycophants close to the Celestial Dragons are also gathering here, drawn by the smell of blood." Upon hearing this, Xiaqi's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Not only did she know about the garden party, but she had also personally participated in it once. Wasn't the leak of the time and location of the garden party the cause of the final battle in the Valley of Gods? Xiaqi shot a glare at the oblivious Talig, and feeling quite angry, she scolded, "You idiot, why are you telling me this?" After saying that, Xiaqi didn't linger and disappeared from Talig's sight in a few flashes. As she raced through the jungle, Xiaqi's eyes were deep, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Since she already knew, Xiaqi decided to take this opportunity to do something. Stirring up this situation would also benefit her in rescuing the Hancock sisters. Tyrag looked in the direction where Shaki had left, scratching the back of his head and asking himself, "Did I say something I shouldn't have? Forget it. Let's just pretend I didn't say anything." With his hands behind his head, he nonchalantly walked to the other side of the big tree to join his beloved subordinate. "Rayleigh, bring me an Amazon lily," Shaki almost ordered, shouting at the transfigured silver-bearded snail. In the Dragon King's palace, located 10,000 meters under the sea in Mariehua, a grand feast lasting 7 days was being held. This was a lavish banquet hosted by King Neptune of Fishman Island to welcome Rayleigh's arrival and to repay Rayleigh for saving Charlie. At this moment, Rayleigh, who was drunk out of his mind, instantly became much clearer when he heard the familiar voice coming from the snail. "It's Shaki, what's happened?" He waved his hand, refusing the wine cup offered by a nearby mermaid. He had already drunk enough. Returning to the daughter's kingdom, Shaki stood on the deck of her pirate ship. Listening to the indistinct words coming from the snail, she couldn't help but squeeze it tightly. Looking at the increasingly turbulent sea, she spoke expressionlessly. "It has to be tonight. No matter what method you use, I want to see you on Daughter Island, otherwise." Shaki lit a cigarette and casually leaned against the ship's railing, saying, otherwise, you can forget about going home. Crack. Looking at the disconnected snail in her hand, Rayleigh could sense the danger in her calm tone. The smell of alcohol dissipated in an instant, and Rayleigh waved at Maria Napoleon, who was singing on stage, signaling her to stop. With an apologetic expression, he said, Miss Napoleon, I'm sorry to interrupt your performance. The old man needs to apologize to you. In her youth, Napoleon had already made a name for herself in the depths of the sea. The wonderful singing voice that emanated from her fiery red lips was loved and pursued by many mermaids. Not only was her singing mesmerizing, but her personality was also as gentle as spring. Stopping her singing, she shook her head and smiled, saying, Mr. Rayleigh, it's my honor to perform for you. You were too polite. At that moment, the equally drunk Neptune, accompanied by Princess Odoheim, stumbled over. Why has the music stopped? Continue playing. Continue dancing. The petite Odoheim, with her long golden hair and dressed in gorgeous attire, stood beside Neptune. She took out a small wooden board she carried with her and slapped it hard against the side of Neptune's fishtail. Looking at Rayleigh with a face full of embarrassment, she chuckled, Sorry, Mr. Rayleigh. Ha ha. Rayleigh laughed at Neptune, whose face turned from green to white and then red. Odoheim, I still understand your constitution. This is nothing. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Odoheim, with her strong mental power and firm will, possessed a fragile body. The wooden board she carried was a tool she often used when teaching her husband and raising children to avoid serious injury from physical contact. Odoheim shot a disapproving glance at Neptune, who had fallen asleep, and apologized to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, what happened? Is there anything we can help you with? The lenses of Rayleigh's glasses glimmered with a hint of silver as he shook his head with a wry smile. It's not a big deal. It's just that my family member seems to want to kick me out. Go, Ruskina. You can do it, Lieutenant Ella. That's right, Lieutenant Ella. Believe in yourself. Inside a makeshift circular fence, Ella, dressed in red, was being chased by a robust bull that was missing a tail. Lieutenant, did he provoke you again? Leo stared in shock at Ella, who was being crazily pursued by the bull, and swallowed hard. Even someone as honest as him couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. This clearly showed how fierce Tarag's revenge was. Tara is brushing seasoning on the oxtail on the grill. He looks up and shakes his head helplessly, saying, This has nothing to do with me. He told me himself that he wanted to try the cultivation method I used when I was a child. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I reluctantly agreed. Leo's nose twitched a few times, and saliva unexpectedly flowed out. What does that smell? It's so fragrant. His gaze shifted to the grill beside him, his eyes fixed on the aromatic oxtail. You can cook too? What a joke. Tyrag sprinkled a handful of fiery red chili powder and smugly said, In this vast world, there's nothing I can't do. The system manifested 3 question marks floating in Tyrag's mind, only to be met with a vicious remark. You have no visuals, get lost. Since Leo's gaze was placed on the barbecue grill, it had never moved away. He muttered apathetically, What do you mean it can't fit in one pot? Tyrag had a dark expression on his face. Shouldn't there be applause at this moment? Sure enough, being a sycophant was something that Ella was more skilled at. Sneaking around to Leo's backside, she aimed at the railing in front and kicked out. As the saying goes, brothers fight side by side. And sons of tigers are also fierce. You should get lost too. Clapping his hands, Tyrag sat down unhappily, preparing to enjoy the food he made himself. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps the aroma of Tyrag's barbecue was too tempting. In the distant forest, a large, terrifying red-furred, upright ape sniffed the air a few times. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the skies, it startled countless birds and beasts in the forest. Cutting through mountains and building bridges over water from above, this terrifying red giant ape was rapidly approaching the carrot tree in the center of the island in a straight line. Tyrag was unaware of all this. Because he was in a safe area and it was a rare holiday, he didn't activate his observation hockey to check the surroundings at all times. I love eating grilled oxtails. If I don't eat now, I'll one tea have a chance later. In a good mood, Tyrag occasionally hummed a tune while leisurely tasting the tender and juicy grilled oxtail, watching the bullfighting match in front of the railing. Roar. A nearby thunderous roar interrupted the cheering navy, who all turned their attention to the forest where the sound came from. What's going on? Ella panted, patting her chest and kicking the motionless bull on the ground, asking in confusion. Leo, being larger and not good at running, was already panting, although he hadn't been chased for long. Damn it. Leo angrily kicked the bull several times, wiping the unknown liquid from his boots onto the bull's fur, and disdainfully said, It must be my charisma that scared this bull so much it peed itself. I'm telling you, There is plenty of bravado to go around. Ella looked terrified, grabbing Leo's arm and started to run back, shouting, "Lieutenant, help!" Behind Leo, not far in the forest, a red ape king taller than the trees was staring intently at them. It was at least a vice admiral-level giant ape. Tyrag stood up with a serious expression. The red ape king confronting them from afar was one of the terrifying presences he had sensed earlier. Fortunately, there was still a chance to fight. Upon closer inspection, Tyrag discovered that this great ape king was not as strong as he had imagined, at least not strong enough to easily defeat him. The earlier wide-range perception was distorted due to the overwhelming, terrifying aura on the island, which made him misinterpret the situation. "Can you handle it?" Ayla asked nervously as she stepped forward, her pupils narrowing as she looked at the silent ape king in the distance. Tyrag glanced at the useless thing beside him and said with a teasing smile, "You can also split it 3 to 7. So what are you afraid of?" "Really?" Lao, standing on Tyrag's other side, had a glimmer of excitement in his big eyes. Talig did not respond to him, took a deep breath, and with a sudden burst of power in his legs, used the moon step to dash towards the distant great ape king. Although the people standing in the safe zone would not be attacked by the great ape king, having such a formidable enemy at their doorstep while the master remained indifferent was not Talig's character. What a vigorous life force. Tyrag occasionally stomped the air with his legs, looking down at the towering giant ape king below. The giant ape king was massive, standing like a mountain, and each breath seemed capable of stirring up a fierce wind. His muscles bulging with incredible power. Roar! The giant ape king sensed a figure above him and roared in fury. He swung his enormous fists, beating on his chest to vent his frustration. Then, with a momentum that seemed to destroy everything, he leaped from the ground and delivered a powerful punch towards Tyrag in the air. The ground shattered under the sudden explosive force of the giant ape king, causing even the Navy soldiers beneath the radish tree to feel the ground tremble. "Bring it on." Seeing the ape king initiate the attack, a hint of excitement appeared on Tyrag's face. Raised by Carp, he was most unafraid of direct confrontations. Dragon Claw Fist. With his fists enveloped in hockey, he formed a dragon claw posture and poured all his strength into a downward punch. With a loud bang, the fists of vastly different sizes collided violently, the sound echoing like thunder, deafening to the ears. Instantly, an invisible force erupted from the point of impact, creating visible shockwaves. These shockwaves surged like raging tides, sweeping out in all directions, kicking up dust and sand, and causing the towering trees around to shake violently, as if they were about to be uprooted. "Get the hell down!" Tyrag gritted his teeth, new strength surging within him as he aimed to knock down the leaping great ape king. It's hard to imagine that the great ape king, with no points of leverage, could match Tyrag's strength purely through a moment of explosive power, which speaks volumes about its terrifying strength. Leo's hat was blown away by the waves of air, and he swallowed hard, mumbling in a daze. "So what the lieutenant means is that we go up for 3 minutes, and the ape king gets 7/10 full." Ella, standing next to him, kept her mouth agape for a long time before glancing at Leo and saying, "You're overthinking it. It's us going up for 3 seconds, and the ape king digesting for 7 minutes." As the two exchanged words, at the point where their fists collided, Tyrag could faintly sense a feeling of retreat. "Damn it. In the end, I still have to use technique." Talig's expression was grave as he cursed inwardly. In the contest of strength, he ultimately lost. The difference between humans and beasts lies in the fact that simple-minded beasts only use brute force to overcome powerful opponents. In contrast, when faced with an unbeatable strongman, humans rely on their wisdom to create many combat techniques that allow them to achieve victory despite their weakness. Dragon Breath. By focusing power at a single point, Talig unleashed a tremendous penetrating force at close range. His fists struck like 2 black iron nails, driving deep into the flesh of the great ape king, causing effective internal damage. Accompanied by the great ape king's scream, the fist, which resembled a small mountain, exploded in mid-air, instantly showering blood everywhere. Roar! The great ape king, having lost one hand, lost his balance in his roar and fell from the sky. Talig let out a breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The power of this beast was simply terrifying. He almost couldn't handle it. And it wasn't over yet. The giant ape king, having fallen from dozens of meters high into a forest, didn't just leave. The tearing pain in its hands stimulated the giant ape king's nerves, driving it into a state of rage. For a moment, it no longer feared the carrot tree in the center of the island, and instead targeted the numerous navy below. "Damn it, Tyrag's forehead veins bulged, and he cursed under his breath. The village rein at his waist instantly unsheathed, and his figure flashed as he chased after the great ape king. Fire! Ella looked solemnly at the great ape king charging towards them and issued the attack order, hoping to slow down the beast's approach. However, the hundreds of bullets fired from the guns merely tickled the great ape king. Not only did it not stop, but it even sped up a bit. Quick! Dodge! The cries and screams occasionally erupted from the team. The sounds of Navy soldiers struck by the giant rocks and trees casually thrown by the great ape king. Dare to touch them. I'll take your life. Tyrag, wielding the demon blade, arrived late and intercepted the great ape king's rapid charge. A powerful flying slash was unleashed, successfully hitting the chest of the speeding great ape king, forcing it to halt. Taking advantage of the great ape king's moment of fear, Tyrag glanced back at his fallen soldiers, and anger surged from his heart. Damn it! Capturing Colt didn't mention such heavy casualties, and now a beast has wreaked havoc. An invisible pressure was released from his body unconsciously, indiscriminately impacting everything around him. Lieutenant, Leo murmured before fainting. We are our own people. As Leo fell unconscious first, both injured and uninjured Navy soldiers began to roll their eyes back and faint, either backward or forward. Lieutenant Ella, with a will of steel, had once stood firm during extreme training at the officer training camp. Even when losing consciousness, he remained standing. He was the only man on this island who had not fallen under Tyrag's conqueror's hockey. Witnessing everything, Ella's expression was dazed. As his body trembled from the impact of the incoming aura, his lips slightly parted as he sighed. Lieutenant, do you also wish to become a king? The conqueror's hockey rapidly spread from Tyrag, silencing the once noisy jungle in an instant. The leaves stopped rustling, and the birds fell silent. The great ape king's frenzied movements abruptly ceased, its eyes widened in terror. That invisible force seemed like a giant hand, tightly gripping its soul, leaving it unable to move an inch. The great ape king's legs began to tremble. It tried to break free from the terrifying pressure, but found itself powerless. The once invincible momentum completely crumbled in the face of the conqueror's hockey. Tyrag's expression was resolute as he stepped forward, each stride radiating a determined aura. Become king? Tyrag scoffed, disdainfully murmuring, what does that even mean? Glancing back at the fallen soldiers littering the ground, Tyrag tightened his grip on his cursed blade, the pressure emanating from him intensifying. Just facing a single gorilla had caused significant losses among his valued subordinates. How could he even think of protecting his cherished family in this murderous world, where the strong are as numerous as the grass? The heart of a warrior was slowly forged deep within Tyrag. He aimed to become the strongest, strong enough that no one in the world would dare to claim kingship. With each step he took, his aura grew more formidable. By the time he stood not far from the great ape king, his momentum had reached its peak. The great ape king was thoroughly suppressed by the dominance radiating from Tyrag's figure, slowly lowering its head. The ferocity in its eyes vanished, replaced by endless fear and submission. Submission? Tyrag slowly raised his head, grinning wickedly. No, you have no right. The armed color of hockey coiled around him, and the black blade, Murakumo, suddenly shimmered with chilling brilliance. Tyrag took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with one hand, as all the strength in his body instantly converged into the blade. His muscles tensed, veins bulged on his forehead, like a volcano about to erupt, containing endless power. He suddenly stepped forward, his figure darting out like lightning. One sword style, bright moon. The black sword Murakumo seemed to come alive in his hand, flashing with a cold gleam as it slashed straight toward the great ape king. Roar! Though the great ape king was intimidated by the conqueror's hockey, it did not give up resisting in the face of this deadly strike. With a fearful gaze, it looked at the tiny figure leaping into the air, swinging its massive arms in an attempt to block Tyrag's attack. However, Tyrag's black sword, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through the great ape king's defenses without obstruction. With a crack, just one strike severed the great ape king's remaining arm. Then, without losing momentum, as the black sword made contact with the great ape king's body, a crescent of deep crimson slowly emerged. In an instant, the great ape king's life force was completely devoured by this demonic blade that pierced its heart. Bang! The great ape king's corpse fell heavily backward, like a collapsing mountain, sending dust flying and the sound of breaking branches echoing in the air. It was deep into the night. Amazon Lily, the land of women, a country inhabited only by females, do not harbor any illusions. Do not cross the line if you wish to stay alive. On the high mountains surrounded by the primordial forest, there was a deep cave resembling a natural fortress where women established villages and formed a nation. The women here were raised as warriors, strong and robust with an alluring charm, and the nation valued strength as beauty. At this moment, at a certain shoreline of the island, the once calm sea suddenly became turbulent, forming a massive whirlpool. Through the bright moonlight, one could vaguely see a gigantic shadow struggling violently beneath the whirlpool. Splash! A wave of slashing water came from beneath the surface, as if trying to split the entire ocean apart. With this enormous wave, the sea returned to calm once again. However, the deep blue had been stained blood-red. Ha ha! Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Rayleigh, holding an ordinary sword, leaped from the sea and landed steadily on the shore. Twisting his drenched shirt, Rayleigh glanced back at the blood-red seawater, muttering, "I almost died." Sure enough, swimming all the way from the Dragon King's palace took a toll on this old body, right? Rayleigh's glasses glimmered with a hint of silver as he turned to look at the slender figure not far behind him. Shaki, with her arms crossed, raised her wrist to check the time and said with a dissatisfied expression, 3 hours until dawn, 3 months of no alcohol. After saying this, Shaki ignored the helpless Rayleigh and walked toward her pirate ship. Ruskina. The first rays of sunlight quietly pierced through the gauzy morning mist. The cheerful chirping of birds broke the silence, as if cheering for the new day. Major. Ella saluted with perfect form, her eyes filled with admiration. How fortunate that her commander possessed the rare conqueror's haki, and as his deputy, Ella shared in that glory. Tarrag gently placed the last sacrificed naval soldier's body into the temporary mausoleum he had built in front of him. He saluted the tombstone inscribed with 42 names, slowly turned around, and asked, "Where's the escort ship?" If Tarrag remembers correctly, the fleet escorting the celestial dragons will set off from Marineford today, heading to the Holy Land, Mariewa, to meet up with the government as escort ships. Era looked down at the intelligence in her hand and helplessly shrugged, saying, "Because Admiral Akainu is still in the North Sea, and Admiral Akiji refused to escort, so." Tyrag raised his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's that slacker who's escorting them." "Hey, he just accidentally leaked the news about the celestial dragons wanting to come to the calm belt yesterday. Can that ambiguous guy really handle it?" Eyanadi confused. What's the difference between Kizaru and the other two monsters? She couldn't understand why Lieutenant Tyrag looked so deeply troubled. Tarag's mouth twitched. "So it's really Borsellino leading the team. I hope the celestial dragon salaries are in order otherwise." Meanwhile, far away in Mary Joa, Borsellino, dressed in a yellow-striped suit, stood nonchalantly on a warship, pouting and mumbling. "Why do I have to lead the team? So boring. System, give me a task that can make me stronger." Terra leaned against the radish tree, closing his eyes to rest. The system was silent, offering no response. Terra tightly closed his eyes, slightly furrowing his brows, and secretly thought, "Are you giving me face? Host, you know everything you should and shouldn't know." The system seemed to have a bug, intermittently manifesting a few sentences. It now deeply regretted why it didn't bind with a useless person in the beginning. Instead, it had its eyes on this incredibly talented guy, to the point that whether it was there or not seemed to have no impact on the host at all. Being a pirate, one is not in control of their own life. Why don't you open a newbie gift pack and take a look? Are you sick? I've already left the newbie village a long time ago. Tarag frowned slightly, but still opened the long-lost system space, taking out the gift pack while also checking his data panel. Name, Monkey D. Tarag age, 15 fruit. None faction, Navy weapon, Demon Blade, Murakumo armament haki, hardening, increases defense without obvious features. Binding, wraps haki around various parts of the body and weapon, enhancing attack power, making the weapon tougher and sharper. Flow, not yet mastered. Internal destruction, not yet mastered. Observation haki, sensing aura, enhances personal perception, detects changes in the aura of surrounding creatures, reads the location, number, and strength of surrounding beings. Sensing attack, perceives the opponent's next move and reacts in advance. Long-distance perception, not yet mastered. Foreseeing the future, not yet mastered. Conqueror's haki, conquers pressure by releasing pressure. Those whose strength is far below one's own may faint from the overwhelming force, quickly clearing out numerous minions in battle. Conqueror's clash, when two individuals with Conqueror's haki collide, the clash of haki creates special effects, often accompanied by lightning phenomena. Momentum contest, first clashes with Conqueror's haki. Although opponents of the same level may not be directly affected by Conqueror's haki, Overwhelming them in momentum may provide an advantage in subsequent battles. Observation kill, not yet mastered. Physical destruction, not yet mastered. Conqueror's binding, not yet mastered. Learned skills. Navy 6 styles Suru, in an instant. Rapidly stomps dozens of times, generating explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. Navy 6 styles Shabandi unleashes all body strength. Using the airflow changes from the opponent's movements to make the body as light as paper, easily controlling it to dodge incoming attacks. Navy 6 styles Jeppo uses strong foot strength to step on air, generating powerful anti-gravity force, allowing walking in the air like stepping on stairs. Beginner's gift pack reward: 100,000,000 berries. 100 million. Backed against a big tree, Tarag jumped 3 meters high upon seeing the reward, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring in disbelief at the number above that was longer than his life. How about this reward? Tyrag's gaze remained fixed on the string of numbers, his lips trembling as he waved his hand dismissively. It's just, money is an external possession. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. Then how about another option? The air around them instantly dropped to freezing point, a terrifying killing intent spreading. After the farce, Tyrag waved his hand and directly pulled out 50 million berries from thin air and threw it to Ella. Use this to distribute to the brothers according to their contributions, and consider the extra money as compensation for the sacrificed Navy soldiers. Major, did you sell yourself? Yeah. Receiving a box of berries, looked towards the direction of Daughter Island with suspicion. For someone like Tyrag, who would only bring 2 apples to visit sick friends in the hospital, Ella couldn't help but understand his miserly nature. In the deserted island, the only reason he could think of for the Major to have so much money was that last night he had secretly slipped over to Daughter Island to sell himself instead of performing. Ella, with sharp words, insisted, "Major, next time you encounter something like this, please be sure to bring your subordinates. I can help you screen." He suddenly realized why the Major's face had twisted so much during the last foot massage. Get lost. Tyrag kicked out with a big footprint, rolling his eyes in annoyance and muttering, "Go to Daughter Island? I'm not done living yet." He looked solemnly towards the distant Amazon lily. This morning, a large sea king beast had washed ashore, cut in half. Judging by the clean cuts on that massive creature, it must have been dealt with by a top swordsman. A storm is brewing. Tyrag stood with his hands behind his back on the treetops, looking at the island where beasts emerged endlessly. Just last night, dozens of subtle auras appeared on this island. It seems that Shaki must have leaked that information, which attracted so many powerful individuals to lurk here. These intruders who secretly entered Ruskana noticed the presence of the Navy beneath the carrot tree, but they did not come to disturb or provoke conflict. Instead, they each hid in some corner of the island, silently waiting for the right moment to strike. The presence of beasts had diminished significantly, but the number of human auras had increased greatly. Tyrag furrowed his brow. Calming himself, he released his observation haki to the maximum, carefully sensing the situation on the island. Aside from the incredibly sharp aura on the west side and the fiery aura on the east side of the island, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. Just then, under Tyrag's orders, Leo, leading a small team, returned from the 2 locations for the crossfire. He approached Tyrag with a face that looked more pitiful than crying, calling out, "Major." Tyrag looked at Leo, who had been stripped of his clothes and had a bloody mark on his chest, and asked in surprise, "What kind of look is that?" "Cosplay." Leo suddenly dove forward, kneeling and hugging Tyrag's leg, crying out, "You have to stand up for me, Major." Get lost. Seeing Leo's snot and tears about to touch his pants, Tyrag kicked him away, rubbing his temples. He helplessly asked, "Have you seen anyone? Who did this to you?" Leo quickly got up from the ground, took the clothes handed to him by a nearby sailor, and angrily explained, "I followed the Major's orders and led the team to the west coast. Before we even saw anyone, a flying slash came at us, and I got this injury protecting my comrades." He pointed to the wound on his chest to explain its origin. Taralag nodded, walked closer to examine the wound on Leo's chest, and said with a serious expression, "It should be a powerful foe. This was just a probing slash without intent to kill. Otherwise, you would be in danger." Tarag somewhat regrets sending Leo as the negotiator. He thought the west side would be safer than the east side, but unexpectedly, they didn't even see anyone and nearly lost their lives there. The lack of capable subordinates is a significant flaw for Tarag, and it seems it's time to start training them. What happened in the east? How did you end up with your pants taken off? Leo shamefully covered his lower body, gritting his teeth in anger and cursing. It was an old man with white hair. His subordinates all call him Captain John. Before I could say anything, that old guy's men, like wolves seeing sheep, stripped us of our clothes and took everything we had. John? Tarag's expression changed, and he thought, no way. Could it be the name he had in mind? He quickly asked, so how did you guys come back? Leo scratched his head awkwardly and replied, that old man named John thought we brothers were too poor, so he let us go back, Tarag's mouth twitched a few times. It turns out being poor is also an advantage. Learn that. He waved his hand, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, you've worked hard. Go to Era and get 5 million berries as a reward for this mission. You can go now. Yes, Major. Leo saluted with his chest exposed, leaving with an excited expression. He expressed that if there were missions where he could get paid just for having his clothes stripped off every day, that would be great. After Leo left, Tarag once again used observation hockey to sense the fiery red aura on the eastern side of the island. Based on the information available, it really could be that person from the Rocks Pirates. Tarag's expression was serious. With such important information, it seemed it was time to use that thing once again. Moshi, this is the reconnaissance unit. I am the main commander, Major Tarag. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was dealing with important documents when he received a call from the special line. In a panic, he threw the important documents aside, right into the eager waiting of his pet goat. Sengoku didn't notice that the documents were being eaten once again. Instead, he immediately covered the mouth of the phone bug to prevent it from making any noise. Looking around, he then covered the phone bug with both hands and walked into a hidden dark room. His face twisted as he growled. How many times do I have to say it? As a secret reconnaissance unit, your primary task is to maintain confidentiality, and you must not have any contact with the outside world. The movements of the celestial dragons require absolute secrecy, and, as the vanguard, the Tarag unit must not make contact with the outside world under any circumstances. If important information is accidentally intercepted by someone with ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. What was supposed to be a very serious mission had become a joke in Tarag's hands. This was already the 4th time he had dialed this special line, which was only to be used in emergencies. Reflecting on the previous reports, Sengoku pressed down on his rapidly beating heart. He silently vowed that in the future, when there were tasks requiring absolute confidentiality, that family would never appear on the mission list again. Time rewinds to 2 days ago. After receiving the appointment, Talag arrived in the doldrums at the first moment. Due to the restlessness of the unsettling factors within the Manchi family, he was compelled to make his first call on the special line worm, which was strictly forbidden to be used unless absolutely necessary, despite the numerous warnings from Sengoku. General Sengoku, we have entered the doldrums. The sunlight is just right. The breeze is mild, and there are no issues. He was scolded. For a full hour, without a single curse word, he was berated. Taro was woken up by the scolding and felt that Sengoku was right. As an excellent naval commander, he wouldn't allow himself to neglect his duties. So after patrolling the doldrums for a whole 5 hours, he made another call to the dedicated line. General Sengoku, I patrolled the doldrums and Haven T spotted a single figure. You know, in a place as desolate as this, it's quite suitable for those losers to come and play. Once again, he was furiously scolded by Sengoku, this time for 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 37 seconds. Tara's Tao heart was shattered, teetering on the edge of collapse. He had indeed been working seriously before. Since Warring States, Sang treated him this way, he can't be blamed for being unkind. As the great ape king approached the radish tree, he appeared in front of everyone at that moment. Tarago was wearing a morbid smile as he seriously dialed the dedicated hotline again. Warring States General, I've led a team to find an uninhabited island. Here, not only can one experience the sensation of time passing like years, but there are also many friendly little animals that are quite clingy. Returning to the present, Warring States felt exhausted, with no words left to curse. He sighed helplessly. Was it my mistake? Gritting his teeth, he finally asked, go ahead. What important discovery do we have this time? Warring States rubbed his forehead. This question was beyond him. It was too difficult. After many years, now a Marine Admiral, he once again felt the same sense of helplessness he had experienced years ago when working on the same mission with that bastard carp. Taro was taken aback, expecting to be scolded harshly by Sengoku, but he was surprised that it ended so abruptly, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and said, General Sengoku, you mentioned last time that the first stop for the escort ship would be here. I wonder if the itinerary can be changed? Absurd. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, still fuming, didn't care where he was and shouted angrily. Do you think this is just a child's game? Because of your previous report, I exaggerated the description of the islands you mentioned to the world government. Have you ever seen anyone who considers themselves a god avoid potential danger by taking a detour? Feeling frustrated, Sengoku took a few deep breaths, rubbed his temples, and hoarsely asked, "What did you discover there that made you say such a thing?" Tyrag looked back and replied, "Changing the course is absolutely impossible." Sengoku replied firmly, then put on a relaxed smile and comforted him. "Don't worry. With Borisolino leading the escort, those small thieves you discovered are nothing to worry about. I have important matters to attend to, so let's leave it at that." Kacha. Looking at the phone bug that had been hung up on him, Tyrag's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Uncle Sengoku, if you believe that the intelligence regarding Kizuru, along with the Dark King Rayleigh, Captain John, the lone swordsman, and the dozens of other subtle, dangerous auras, are all just small thieves and think that Borisolino can handle it, then I have nothing more to say." Tyrag casually threw the dedicated phone bug into the sea, placed his hands behind his head, and leisurely walked back. For the sake of secrecy, he had traversed the islands and specifically come to this desolate coastline to contact the warring states. He frowned and muttered in displeasure. "If it weren't for accidentally leaking information to Shaki, I would have just directly read out your name. Anyway, the report has already been submitted, and what happens next has nothing to do with me." With connections to Rayleigh and his father Garp, Tyrag believed that Shaki would never randomly say that he was the one who leaked the news about the Celestial Dragon's movements. What luck to encounter a long-lost strong opponent in such a place. A calm and magnetic voice echoed in Tyrag's ears, prompting him to relax. Suddenly, his muscles tensed, and he looked for the source of the voice with a grim expression. Who was speaking? His observation, Haki, sensed a presence nearby, but no matter how much Tyrag searched, he couldn't find anyone. Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed, launching an indiscriminate attack to force out the figure hiding in the shadows. What responded to him was no longer the previous magnetic voice, but a green slash flying in from the coastline he had just left. What a fierce slash! The sword at his waist, Murakumo, was instantly drawn, and Tyrag slashed out a crimson strike to meet it. The two slashes collided like meteors, and for a moment, the air seemed to tear apart, with powerful air currents surging outward, causing both attackers to change their expressions. They simultaneously let out exclamations, their gazes sparking against the distant distance in the air. "Who are you?" Tyrag raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder this aura felt so familiar. As it turned out, this person was the mysterious swordsman from the western coast. The man walking slowly from the shore had short black hair and a pair of sharp yellow eyes that resembled those of an eagle, occasionally revealing a hint of coldness. His highly symbolic appearance allowed Tyrag to recognize him as none other than the future world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, nicknamed Hawkeye. In his youth, he did not have a beard, and his face appeared somewhat more youthful compared to 19 years later. He wore a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black coat, and white trousers, with black boots on his feet. The sword he carried on his back was Yuru, one of the supreme great swords, and he had a small cross-shaped dagger hanging from his chest. It was impressive for a Navy officer to have such presence. This level of pressure was comparable to that of that person. Hawkeye walked forward with steady steps, facing Tyrag's Conqueror's Haki, approaching without changing his expression. Talig recalled the latest bounty notice released by the Navy headquarters not long ago, licking his lips with excitement as his greedy gaze roamed over the approaching figure. That night, Sengoku had brought him the newly published bounty notices and extinguished his enthusiasm for advancing to the rank of admiral with a single sentence. "When you personally capture them and bring them to impel down, that's when I'll let you become an admiral." This was Sengoku's exact words, and although Talig believed he was capable of becoming an admiral, he felt disappointed and noted down those names. Among the bounty lists that the headquarters valued highly, the man in front of him, nicknamed Hawkeye, ranked second with a bounty of 470 million berries. A walking achievement, shining berries. How could Talig, who had an inexplicable love for money, resist such temptation? "Navy, what is your reason for wanting to fight?" The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki could not be underestimated. Even without formally engaging, Mihawk acknowledged the man before him. Looking at the sword at Talig's waist, out of respect for strong opponents, Mihawk, as the challenger, took down the unfinished supreme grade sword knife from his back. Talig fumbled in his pants pocket, momentarily unable to find those bounty notices, recalling a time when he had no toilet paper while in the restroom, shaking his head helplessly. Once his gaze met that of the man drawing his sword, he sincerely spoke, for power and money. Mihawk remained silent for a few seconds. Had it been a weaker opponent or someone who didn't use a sword, he might have cleaved through them in one strike. However, seeing the sincere eyes and serious attitude of the man before him, he didn't think this man was joking. Mihawk slightly raised the supreme greatsword knight. his left hand gliding over the gray patterns on the blade, as if speaking to himself or explaining, "Before this duel begins, my partner still needs one more trial." Clang! The great sword in Hawkeye's right hand sliced through the air, emitting a series of sword sounds. "Come on, Navy. Our meeting today seems to be fate's arrangement. It is my honor to duel with a strong opponent like you. But don't think I will show you any mercy. The knight in my hand will cut through all illusions, establishing my reputation as the world's #1 great sword." With an unprecedented surge of blood boiling, facing such shocking and stirring declarations, Taleg's heart raced uncontrollably. His legs tensed, feet firmly planted on the ground, veins bulging on his arms, his entire body trembling with excitement. Who understands, family? It's not just the thrill of battle. It's an indescribable, subtle feeling that made Taleg himself unaware of why he was so excited. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes sharply gazed at the trembling man across from him, secretly reflecting, "It's not just you who trembles with the desire to confront a strong opponent." Standing sideways, Mihawk was doing his utmost to suppress the stirring within him and the occasional trembling of his left arm. Tyrag's trembling right hand only became as steady as a rock when it rested on the hilt of the sword Murakumo. Ever since awakening the Conqueror's Haki, I have felt a certain burden lift. Swish! As the cursed blade was drawn an inch from its sheath, Tyrag's gaze shifted to the blood-red blade, a smile of satisfaction crossing his face as he thought to himself, "After much contemplation, it turns out my long-held assumption was correct. Armament Haki combined with unwavering will is merely a qualification to wield you, but it is not enough to make you submit. Only those rare individuals with the kingly aura, who possess the majesty to rule over all, can truly earn your recognition and qualify to fight alongside you." With the Conqueror's Haki reaching its peak, Tyrag never had the habit of concealing his strength, fully showcasing his masculinity before Mihawk. Clash! The cursed sword Murakumo may have emitted a ringing sound under the impact of the Conqueror's Haki, or perhaps it was responding joyfully from an unseen, intangible place with an indescribable sword soul. "Navy, what is your name?" Mihawk's expression grew serious. This surging Conqueror's Haki was inexplicably catching up to that man's aura at an astonishing speed within just a few minutes. "Ha ha ha!" Talarg's big mouth laughed out a D, and his figure rushed up, laughing loudly. "I am Monkey D. Talarg, the one who will take your life." Clang! Clang! A demon sword and an unparalleled great knife collided at close range, producing a crisp metallic sound. The visible shock waves spread out in all directions, rustling the surrounding trees. The two black blades were at a stalemate in the air. Compared to Talarg's somewhat flushed face, Hawkeye Mihawk appeared more relaxed and apologized with a smile. "I apologize. I should have introduced myself before asking a strong person's name." Clang! The two sounds intertwined, and the first round of tentative clashes ended in a draw. After a long absence of battling a strong opponent, Mihawk's inner excitement had no outlet. Adjusting his hat, he spoke with a magnetic voice, feigning calmness. "I am Dracul Mihawk, the one who will claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman." The black blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, as if it were about to tear space apart. A dazzling green light burst forth from the blade, forming a massive slash. The edge of this slash was incredibly sharp. Wherever it passed, the air was cut and distorted, producing a hissing sound. Terra's mouth curled into a smirk, and he secretly cursed, "Damn it. As long as you don't speak, your ultimate move is just a basic attack?" Terra Gale showed no fear, his eyes wide open, bursting with endless fighting spirit. He gripped his demon blade tightly, his muscles instantly tensing, power surging into his arms like a raging tide. A scarlet light suddenly erupted from the blade, transforming into a fierce slash. This slash resembled a frenzied blood dragon, bringing with it a wave of heat and a piercing howl, as if it would ignite the surrounding air. The edges of the scarlet slash shimmered with intense light, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to tremble slightly from the scorching heat, emitting crackling sounds. It charged towards Eagle Eye's green slash with an unstoppable momentum, its violent power seemingly capable of engulfing the entire world, creating a breathtaking standoff with the green slash. One sword-style blood demon. Tyrag silently thought to himself that losing a match is acceptable, but one must not lose their flair. Moreover, even if he loses in a basic attack, it wouldn't be embarrassing, right? In this tense standoff that felt suffocating, time seemed to freeze. But in an instant, the crimson slash suddenly surged with power, like a beast breaking free from its cage, unleashing even more astonishing strength. The intense light flared up, scorching and distorting the surrounding air. The green slash was also unyielding. Its originally stable glow grew even more intense, as if it were fully resisting the overwhelming impact. Where the two slashes collided, energy erupted wildly, transforming into a violent shockwave that swept outward. The ground cracked under this force, sand and stones flying, trees around them snapped in half, swept into the air, and instantly turned to dust. However, just as the two were locked in this fierce struggle, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the crimson slash, instantly penetrating the green slash's defenses. With a loud bang, the light of the green slash suddenly dimmed, and it was defeated by the crimson slash in one fell swoop. The residual wave continued to rush toward the distance, leaving a deep ravine in its wake. That knife is quite strange. Mihawk, upon witnessing this, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. He tightly gripped the Supreme Knight in his hand and faced the nearby crimson slash without fear. Tyrag, who had released the crimson slash, was also slightly out of breath, clearly indicating that the consumption of this strike was not negligible like a basic attack. Village Rain is actively responding to my Conqueror's Haki, Tyrag whispered to himself as he looked at the slightly reddened blade of the black knife in his hand. The Conqueror's Haki has a high-level and powerful application technique known as Conqueror's Haki Wrap. It allows one to combine it with their own techniques, thus unleashing greater power and effects. The Cursed Sword Village Rain. For some reason, perhaps every sword has its unique characteristics, was beginning to actively respond to and integrate with his own Conqueror's Haki. The result was evident. This greatly increased the power of the Blood Demon Slash, allowing him to temporarily gain the upper hand in the standoff with Mihawk. Although the enhancement was not significant, in a duel between strong opponents like them, even a slight advantage is the dawn of victory. Tyrag only saw what was in front of him, believing he could continually expand this slight advantage in the upcoming confrontation and even achieve victory. However, he completely forgot the more critical point, that Murakumo was already accommodating and even guiding him to use his Conqueror's Haki for entangling attacks. As long as he could calm down and believe, he would soon master the advanced technique of Haki entanglement thanks to his exceptional talent. Raising his head to gaze at the figure swallowed by the crimson slash in an instant, Tyrag did not feel relieved and whispered to himself, as expected of that man. The pressure of a king always has the least effect on him. Unlike Zoro, who was determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk viewed that throne as a matter of course. It was as if that throne was originally set up for him, and he had never questioned this perspective. Years later, he could even start cultivating his own enemy, realizing how confident he was in winning the ultimate victory, reaching heights invisible to others. What is the world's greatest swordsman? To sum it up in one sentence, is that no one can defeat me in my domain. A man with such belief could never be influenced by mere Conqueror's Haki. With a crack, the crimson slash shattered like fragile glass, brutally cut apart by the supreme Great Sword Knight. The shattered energy splattered everywhere, but could not approach under Mihawk's overwhelming aura. Mihawk stood tall with his sword sheathed, his posture upright like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Not going to fight anymore? Tyrag raised an eyebrow, lifted his sword sheath, and spoke with confusion. A sword never hesitates. Mihawk looked serious, his expression containing anger as he directed his gaze toward Tyrag ahead, and asked in a feigned calmness, "Are you humiliating me with your flawed swordsmanship? Aside from its power, I acknowledge your strength, but your swordsmanship is still not enough for me to take you seriously." Mihawk slightly tilted his head back, his fingers gently resting on the iconic black, wide-brimmed hat. His sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed intently on Tyrag ahead. If he didn't get the answer he wanted, the scene to come would be extremely brutal. Huh? Tyrag was taken aback by the question, looking at the sword at his waist and shaking his head with a. He understood Eagle Eye's confusion. But the gap in swordsmanship could not be completely compensated for by talent. It required the honing of time and long-term practice to develop excellent sword skills. In less than a month since Talisman began training, he has achieved results that can rival and even suppress Eagle Eye, which is already the limit of what he can do at the moment. Eagle Eye's remark about having power but lacking skill makes it difficult for him to face the truth, essentially acknowledging that Talag's strength surpasses his own. The frenzied slashes can obliterate everything, but they are riddled with flaws. Eagle Eye only needs to use a small amount of strength to easily counter them. This is where Eagle Eye struggles to understand. Despite possessing immense power, he resorts to clumsy swordsmanship in their duel, which he sees as the greatest humiliation. It's impossible to explain, even if Talag had 1,000 reasons to justify it. However, in a duel between sword masters, isn't the word explanation a form of indirect admission of defeat? Tyrag's right hand rested on Murakumo, his body slightly leaning forward, already assuming the stance for Iato strike. His voice was somewhat low due to the buildup of energy. Understand yourself, see through the world, become stronger. Thanks to an old man. I realized this with the pressure he placed on me. If you can take it and not die, then you've won. Accompanied by a frenzied surge of dual-colored hockey, the surrounding air gradually became compressed and solidified, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Danger. With the change in Tyrag's aura, Mihawk's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. He quickly drew the Supreme Blade Knight from his back, his expression grave as he silently gathered energy. Impressive. He hadn't encountered such a life-threatening confrontation in a long time. Observation hockey does not lie, and his eyes certainly wouldn't. If he did not take any countermeasures, he would die. Tyrag attempted to attach the Conqueror's Haki to Murakumo for the first time, and the physical consumption was even greater than when he faced Rayleigh last time. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, reciting, "This strike originates from the accumulated might of 1,000 blades. In the blink of an eye, the wind remains still. The breath is retracted, the light does not appear, the sword passes without a trace. One sword style, ultimate technique." As soon as he finished speaking, just as Mihawk was preparing to respond, Tyrag's figure instantly vanished from his original position. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, forming visible ripples, beyond the speed of light, yet without revealing its trace. The force was heavy as 1,000 June, yet agile as the wind. Mihawk's gaze was sharp, firmly gripping his supreme great knife knight, his entire body tense, nerves highly focused, trying to capture Tyrag's figure and attack trajectory. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Only the impending, earth-shattering strike made people's hearts race with fear. The shadow of the sword glimmered, the accumulated might of 1,000 blades in the blink of an eye. The wind ceased, breath retracted, light did not appear, the sword passed without a trace, making the enemy's courage falter. Light speed could not chase its trace. The weight of 1,000 June was still graceful. The light of the knife and the shadow of the sword determined life and death. When the ultimate technique was unleashed, victory and defeat hung in the balance. Heaven's line. In this suffocatingly tense moment, Tyrag's figure appeared like a ghost. Murakumo, infused with Conqueror's Haki, descended towards Mihawk with a devastating momentum. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Mihawk's eyes widened. Upon detecting a weak point with his observation Haki, he unleashed all his strength, positioning Knight horizontally in front of him to block this thunderous strike. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and light flashed, as if the heavens and earth trembled in response. The powerful shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Flying sand and stones danced in the sky. Boulders were swept up and then heavily crashed down, and the ground was gouged with deep scars. The tremendous impact uprooted the surrounding trees, which were shredded to pieces in midair, turning into clouds of wood chips. Amazon Lily. The sky was about to change. Rayleigh stood with his hands behind his back at a certain straight on Amazon Lily, gazing far into the distance, his sight resting upon the torn clouds above Ruskina Island. Lost in thought, Shaki leaned against a large tree behind Rayleigh, arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Get ready, they're coming. John will take the lead, and all we need to do is rescue Hancock. Rayleigh slowly turned around, glancing at her helplessly, and chuckled, letting an old man abandoned by the times take the lead. You really are something, Shaki. Should I take that to mean you think I'm old too? Shaki's smile was bright, her demeanor gentle as she slowly walked towards Rayleigh. Don't. Rayleigh raised a hand to block her, just about to apologize when his figure was already sent flying into the sea by Shaki's punch. Oomph. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette, looking at Rayleigh, who surfaced from the sea with an annoyed expression, and said displeased, I spent 3 billion berries hiring an external aide to keep you from showing off in front of others, and you still sympathize with him. Ruskina. The entire battlefield was in disarray, smoke billowing, 2 figures obscured by the stirred dust, their forms hidden. Once the smoke cleared, Tyrag and Mihawk reappeared under the sunlight. Tyrag was sprawled on the ground. Murakumo slipped from his hand, gasping heavily, yet a hint of victorious joy shone in his eyes. After catching his breath, he laughed loudly. Ahaha, Mihawk. How about calling it a draw? Opposite him, Mihawk knelt on one leg, the other leg bent, slightly leaning forward, supporting his body with Knight. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth and his arm, staining his clothes, but his gaze remained resolute and sharp. A draw? Mihawk wiped the blood from his mouth, his sharp eyes staring intently at the fallen Tyrag. This word was too foreign, so foreign that Mihawk found it somewhat unrecognizable. Even in duels with that person, there were victories and defeats. He could not accept this result. He gripped Knight tightly, forcing himself to rise, wanting to complete this duel that had yet to determine a winner. As the future world's greatest swordsman, he pursued absolute victory and proof of strength. He believed that a true duel should have a clear distinction between victory and defeat, and a draw meant he had not fully displayed his strength advantage. Stop. If you want to hold a sword in the future. Tarag's lips curled slightly. His strike was aimed at Mihawk's neck. However, Mihawk seized upon a minor flaw, successfully deflecting that deadly blow off course. What was initially a forward thrust was expertly redirected by Mihawk's swordsmanship into a downward slash. Speed equates to power, and with both speed and greater strength, the impact of that strike could not be blocked by sheer force. Mihawk's lower limbs had already suffered damage from this clash. Now, pulling back wasn't a significant issue, but if he forcibly stood up against his advice, he would completely lose the qualification to wield a sword. Mihawk gritted his teeth, his gaze firm and slightly stubborn, and said solemnly, "Lose the qualification to wield a sword? That's not something I should concern myself with. In battle, one must give their all." As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Mihawk's eyes turned sharp, and he coldly declared, "My sword, Dracul Mihawk, never stops out of fear, even at a heavy cost." With that, he attempted to rise once more. He wouldn't allow this duel between swordsmen to be treated so lightly. What about your agreement with Shanks? Perhaps it was mutual respect, or perhaps it was admiration for a man with such spirit. Tyrag couldn't bear to lose such an opponent from now on, furrowing his brow and roaring. "Mihawk, was your promise with Shanks just a casual remark? I originally had high hopes for a man like you, but it seems I overestimated you." Upon hearing this, Mihawk's body trembled slightly, and then his gaze became incredibly determined as he responded loudly. "A man's promise lasts until death. I will not let any agreement go unfulfilled." After this exchange, there was a moment of silence between the two. The devastated battlefield fell into a profound quiet. The oppressive atmosphere caused many ferocious beasts on the island to hesitate, stopping at a distance to watch silently, filled with trepidation. After a sigh, a calm Mihawk, though reluctant, acknowledged that the promise between men is greater than life and death, saying in a deep voice, "A tie is not what I desire, but today I must let it go." Wahaha! Tyrag laughed loudly, his body exhausted, but he couldn't hide his happy emotions. Ha ha ha! Mihawk slumped to the ground, his sharp eyes showing a change for the first time as he burst into laughter. And no one knew what they were laughing about. There were 3 hours left until the escort ship reached Luscana. How about joining the Navy? At a certain coastal area, Tyrag looked at a small boat that resembled a black ghost and extended an invitation to the man aboard. Mihawk crossed his arms, and with the help of the ship's doctor under Tyrag's command, his injuries were no longer a major concern. His keen, hawk-like gaze fixed on a man on the shore. Wanted to see if he was serious. "Pulling a pirate into the crew, you really are something, Monkey D." Tyrag. The corners of Mihawk's mouth curled slightly as he laughed aloud, saying, "When I forge my sword into a black blade, I will return to this island full of regrets. If you want to recruit me, then defeat me." After saying that, he loosened the ropes of the sail, and a gust of wind blew, causing the small boat to drift gradually into the distance. Tarag's right hand rested lightly on the Murakumo, shaking his head with a smile. "As you wish." In the outer sea area of the calm belt, four majestic warships surrounded a luxuriously grand ship like guards. The sea wind howled, raising layers of giant waves that continuously crashed against the hulls of the warships and the grand ship. The 4 warships, with their rigid lines and sturdy hulls, stood immovable against the sea wind, their gun muzzles ominous. They were arranged in a diamond shape, firmly protecting the luxurious ship at the core. Masamosi Porcellino stood on the deck of the grand ship, repeatedly calling on a dedicated phone worm on his wrist. Strange, he thought. Why isn't the little monster answering the phone? Behind him, various indescribable sounds emanated from the ship's cabin. The chilling sounds of desperate pleas, whimpers at the brink of death, and raucous, wicked laughter intertwined continuously. Many bodyguards in suits stood on the deck, expressionless, staring ahead, as if they were already accustomed to everything happening around them. Their lifeless gazes showed no emotional fluctuations, as if the scene unfolding before them had been repeated countless times in their minds. Behind Porcellino stood a group of naval soldiers with different expressions. Some sailors had a numb look, their eyes vacant and lifeless. Clearly, they were veterans who had participated in more than one gala. They had long gotten used to the sights before them. Their inner turmoil no longer easily stirred. It was as if their souls had been worn down by the repeated scenes. Some sailors showed anger, their eyes wide open and jaws clenched. These were undoubtedly new recruits attending their first gala. Their sense of justice had not yet been extinguished by the cruelty of reality, and they found it unbearable to witness the injustices and absurdities of the gala, their inner fury blazing. Others displayed panic, their faces pale and bodies trembling slightly. These were sailors who had participated in a gala once and had been severely reprimanded after acting out of impulse. The cost of that impulsive act left a deep shadow in their hearts, and whenever they found themselves in the same situation again, fear followed them like a shadow, afraid of repeating the same mistake. I can't hold it in any longer. An ensign clenched his fists, his eyes wide as he looked toward the cabin behind him. Stop! An old soldier grabbed the ensign, who had already taken a step forward, and scolded, "This is not your business. Don't forget your identity and duty." The old soldier removed the eye patch covering his left eye, pointed to his hollow eye socket, and said in a low voice, "The price of making a sound is very high. We just need to learn to keep quiet." The naval soldiers stood with their mouths agape, frozen in place, lost in thought, with countless emotions swirling within. Only one unheard voice lingered in their hearts. The price is high, but someone has to do it, right? In front of the sailors, Porcelino's finger, which had been glowing with yellow light, disappeared silently, due to the reflection of the sunlight. No one could see through the lenses covering his eyes to know what he was thinking. Ruskina, at a pirate gathering place on the eastern coastal area. A greedy, small pirate smiled wickedly at the white-haired old man in the center and asked, "Captain John, this time we really hit the jackpot. Not only did we collect a commission of 500 million berries for the intelligence, but we also have a chance to take down the celestial dragons." Next to him sat a giant holding a 5-meter machete, who also laughed and inquired, my big knife has been itching for action. I heard those self-proclaimed gods are all rolling in wealth. Captain John, the spoils after the battle go to whoever gets them first, right?" The unruly pirates surrounded the white-haired old man, all eagerly looking at him. John was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, the dominant force of 19 years ago. The Rocks Pirates were established at Pirate Island Hive, a group of uniquely individualistic members gathered for treasure. Even among comrades on the same ship, they often killed each other brutally. 19 years ago, the Rocks Pirates attempted to attack the celestial dragons and their slaves at God Valley. They were stopped by the Roger Pirates, and Garp and Roger teamed up to defeat Rocks, leading to the downfall of the Rocks Pirates. And God Valley completely disappeared from a map. Speaking of gathering for treasure, John was the most representative figure among them. His greed was insatiable, and he would go to any lengths to obtain treasure. Deception, betrayal, and murder were all part of his daily routine. The cause of that great battle partly stemmed from his instigation, driven by the countless riches in the hands of the celestial dragons. Whenever spoils were mentioned, John's already twisted face became even more menacing. His lips involuntarily curled up, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, as if he could already see mountains of gold and jewels beckoning to him. Of course. Whoever gets it first owns it. John sincerely looked around, a gratified expression on his face as he said, "You are my brothers. If I, John, have something to eat, you all will definitely have some too." Inside the hollowed-out mountain of an uninhabited island in the calm belt, treasures worth 5 billion berries were filled with laughter, as if saying, "Look, that old man is really putting on a show." Ruskina, under the radish tree. Ella brought a box of foreign wine and placed it at Terag's feet, her expression somewhat worried. "Major, if you throw away the phone worm, how will Admiral Kazuro contact us?" Also, Ella scanned around the chaotic camp, noticing that most of the sailors were drunk and sprawled out, sleeping in disarray. "Is it really okay for us to keep holding a banquet here without raiding the pirates on the island?" Bang! Taurag gently exerted force with his thumb, sending the cork of the wine bottle flying off. Due to excessive drinking, his face was slightly flushed, and his tongue felt numb and unresponsive. Why bother with so much nonsense? Drink up today and worry about tomorrow when it comes. A group of guys wearing bubble helmets flashed through his mind. Taurag, with an annoyed expression, wrapped an arm around Ella's shoulder and raised the wine bottle, laughing. "Come on, let me pour you another." "No, I mean it later." Ella, who was allergic to alcohol, collapsed to the ground, a snowflake landing on his cheek and melting into a droplet that slid down from the corner of his eye. "Major, it turns out pouring one and mixing one are two different things." "Bah." Taurag spat, glancing disdainfully at the fainted Ella, and muttered, "Isn't this just a waste? Just drink one bottle with me?" Saying this, the drunken Taurag opened another bottle of liquor, squatted in front of the unconscious Ella, and poured it into his open mouth. Hey, little yellow, when will we get there? My slaves are all dead. I need to catch another batch." A chubby little boy, only 7 or 8 years old and wearing a bubble helmet, looked up at Polycelino, his nose running, with a voice that didn't belong to his age. He asked the expressionless Polycelino ahead, "Why won't you answer me?" Charlero Saint raised the small handgun in his hand, pointing it fearlessly at Kizaru. Charlero Saint was the product of inbreeding, with a naturally somewhat foolish brain, and blankly repeated what his father once said. Dad said, "I can do anything I want. No one can refuse my requests." "Little yellow, are you refusing me now?" Dad said, "Those who refuse us can be killed." A glint of light flashed in Polycelino's eyes behind his sunglasses, and a chill emanated from him. "Why is it so cold?" Charlero Saint shivered, the small handgun falling to the ground as he looked up at the sun, shaking his head in confusion. "How scary, Lord Charlero Saint." Kizaru slowly turned around, raising his hands above his head, and casually smiled. "I almost died." "Ashu." Charlero Saint sneezed, and the big snot was intercepted by the mask on his face, trickling down his neck. That Navy Admiral, Roland Moshe Saint, walked out of the cabin, holding a little girl barely covered by a few ragged pieces of cloth. "We've been at sea long enough. Where are the powerful beasts you promised us?" Roland Moshe Saint kicked the dim-eyed slave girl out. Compared to these fragile beings, the powerful beasts promised by the Navy Admiral were clearly more appealing. Just thinking about taking a powerful pet back to participate in the various exclusive events for them. The celestial dragons made Roland Moshe Saint's heart race with excitement. The sense of superiority exclusive to them was indescribable in words. Being a high and mighty existence. Who wouldn't want to be the unique one? There are a total of 19 families of celestial dragons, and to avoid unexpected events or attacks from hostile forces, they take turns, with each family going out to play once every 19 years, for the purpose of curiosity. Lord Roland Moshe Saint, that island ahead is... Kizaru pointed at the outline of Ruskina, which could be vaguely seen, in response. "What a headache, I can barely keep up the act." Boom, boom. Suddenly, the calm sea was shattered by a thunderous cannon fire. In the distance, a dilapidated yet fierce-looking massive warship appeared like a ghost, which was Captain John and his crew. They showed no mercy, leading off with cannon fire, the booming sounds and thick smoke filling the air. Cannonballs whistled with death as they came crashing towards the celestial dragon fleet. The cannonballs exploded on the surface of the sea, creating huge splashes and towering waves. Ha ha ha! Captain John stood at the bow of the warship, drawing his saber and pointing it directly at the luxurious ship in the center of the escort ship. "Boys, the treasure is within reach. Bring the ship closer." Ha ha ha! "Oh, first come, first served. We're going in, brothers." The crew, undaunted, looked greedily at the luxurious ship, where the celestial dragons were already in a panic, wishing to twist off their heads and seize their wealth right then and there. Under the sudden attack, the escort warship began to sway violently. On the ship, Roland Moshe Saint's previously arrogant expression was instantly replaced by fear, the cries of his son intertwining with his own shouts. "Get away! Just a son, and he dares to run ahead of me." Roland Moshe Saint kicked the obstructive Charlero Saint away, who was caught by the body of his bodyguard behind him. Roland Moshe Saint snorted coldly, looking at the figure in a yellow suit in the distance, and with a flick of his sleeve said, "The Navy must give us, the Charlemaco Saint family, an explanation for this matter." "Dad!" Charlero Saint, confused as to why his father hit him, cried out for the first time in his life, having always lived in a gentle environment. "Why did you hit me?" Roland Moshe Saint stood in front of the iron door of the cabin, his face stern, and disdainfully spoke. "The reason for the pirate attack on this ship is obvious. If things get bad enough, I'll use you to calm their anger." After saying this, he was about to close the heavily fortified safety door, leaving Charlero Saint outside. "But I am also a celestial dragon. You told me that no one can refuse me. I command you to let me in." The 7-year-old Charlero Saint, frightened into losing his reason by the sound of cannon fire and the violent rocking of the ship, shouted in anger, "I've raised you for so many years and spent so much money. Isn't today the day to use you?" Roland Moshe Saint ignored his son's cries and ordered the slaves around him to close the door, grinning wickedly. "Although we are both high and mighty, celestial dragons, your life was given to you by me. As long as I am here, I can create countless more like you." No longer mentioning the ugly faces of father-son rift due to a small setback, Kizaru on the deck frowned, and in a flash transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing at the bow of the ship, ready to face the impending battle. Taurag, what are you doing? Poliusolino kicked away a flying cannonball, his face dark. As a reconnaissance unit, how could you miss such a terrifying presence? Was it an accident or premeditated? Cannonballs continued to fly in, and the Navy soldiers on the warship began to organize a counterattack under Kizaru's command. Dense cannon fire shot toward Captain John's warship, and for a moment, the sea was ablaze, smoke billowing. Not good, a Navy soldier shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. They all looked at him. The soldier trembled as he looked at the empty box, despairingly screaming. The cannonballs in the box were taken by those despicable celestial dragons to use for fireworks 2 days ago. The flying squirrel stood on a warship, drawing his sword to slice a cannonball away, and turned with a fierce expression to shout, "Watch your words. If there are no cannonballs, then grab your guns and fight back." The John pirate crew had clearly made ample preparations, with dozens of cannons set up on their massive pirate ship, relentlessly bombarding the few escort ships ahead. If this continued, my reputation would be at stake. I need to sink your ship first. The screams around were incessant, and Borisolino, who had intended to play along a bit longer, ultimately could not contain his impatience. His figure transformed into beams of light and disappeared from the deck. When he reappeared, he was already above the John pirate crew, casually saying, "Be careful, everyone, because I'm also here." Kizaru hovered in midair, golden light radiating around him like a blazing sun. His face still wore that nonchalant expression, but his eyes revealed a sharp, killing intent. He raised both hands, palms facing outward, and the light instantly gathered in his hands. Countless light bullets formed at an astonishing speed, dense and brilliant like a myriad of stars. "Yata no Kagami," Kizaru exclaimed with authority. In an instant, the countless light bullets poured down like a torrential rain, whistling toward the pirate ship below. Where the light bullets passed, the air was scorched and twisted, making crackling sounds. The people on the pirate ship looked up in terror at this apocalyptic scene, their eyes filled with unease. Hey, the intel didn't say we would encounter such a monster, did it? Is this even a force that humans can resist? The small giant wielding a long knife and the somewhat sinister thin monkey kept muttering divisive words. Quahaha! John drew his curved sword from his waist, instantly slashing out countless strikes to meet the attack, laughing loudly. "Be careful, if you get taken out, you won't get a share of the treasure." The thin monkey transformed into a wolf, occasionally kicking out slashes with his 4 legs, and grinned sinisterly. "Then it's better if more die. There will be fewer to share the loot." The system update was complete. After more than a few months, regretting not having Uncle install a self-destruct device back then, my Dragon-Proud system is officially back. The drunken Terra Gaku tapped his ears, visualizing a little man in his mind, sneering, "Are you thinking of dancing again?" It might be due to being in a dream within a dream, or perhaps because he drank fake liquor. The little figure represented by the Terra tools completely disregarded the upgraded chip system and actually fell asleep on the ground in its mind. Mere mortals. My system just upgraded and you want to dance for me. Consider yourself fortunate. This system forgives your previous rudeness. Scrape. Terra Goo turned over and continued to sleep soundly, murmuring softly, "Is it pleasant?" Of course, the voice after the system upgrade is the most perfect. You, a mere mortal, have quite an eye for it. Is it never-ending? Tyrag's forehead bulged with veins, and he instantly stood up from the ground. An aura of terrifying conqueror's haki radiated from him, impacting everything around and indicating that his current mood was anything but pleasant. How bold, daring to speak to me like this. Let me show you the latest ability granted to me by the great master. Heavenly Fire. Crack. A flicker of flame appeared out of nowhere before Tyrag, which he casually snuffed out, darkly muttering to himself. "Sorry, I don't smoke." The hot pot suddenly lost power, borrowing a bit of heavenly fire. Terra rubbed his temples and kicked Ella, who had become bloated due to alcohol allergies, with a look of disdain and said, "Give me a bottle of medicine for alcohol allergies." Sure thing, Bro Talig casually took a bottle of potion from his system space, didn't check the dosage, and poured the entire contents into Ella's mouth after opening the cap. After standing up, Talig stood with his hands behind his backside and let his thoughts drift far away. Having spent a lifetime paralyzed in bed in his previous life, he didn't want to live a slacker's life too early in this one. Looking inward at the figurative little figure of the system in his mind, Talig asked with a bitter smile, "If I frequently use your abilities, how long will it take to push this world to its limits? 3 or 4 years. So, You want me to become the strongest in the world when I'm 18? You want me to be able to live a life of leisure at 18? To have everything the world has to offer at 18? 18. Tyrag felt increasingly powerless, his eyes gradually flickering with a silver light. Damn, why does it feel like it's not so bad? He quickly shook his head, almost falling prey to his own PUA. There are so many stories in this world. He wants to immerse himself in the stories themselves, to feel and to experience, rather than appearing from a godlike perspective. Looking down from a superior position in those tales of joy, tragedy, passion, love, and promises. This is the reason Tyrag always restrains himself from overusing the system. He is here, he loves, and he wants to embrace this world with a complete life. The wonders of this world I have yet to fully experience. How can I easily give up? During his growth over the past 15 years, he once dreamed on a certain night whether he would meet many like-minded friends in the future. Would they cross the tumultuous seas together, talk about their dreams by the campfire, boasting about how remarkable they once were and the foolish things they had done? Tyrag understood that the most precious thing in this world is not the abilities granted by the system, but the genuine emotions between people and the moments he has personally experienced. If one's abilities suddenly soared to an unimaginable height overnight, and then faced events that could not be resolved with current strength, the stories would lose their original flavor. Sigh, we're the same root. Why rush to harm each other? Tara sighed, as if making a certain decision, and said with a determined expression, from now on, send me a task every month. I can't make it too hard for you. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to get by in the system circle, right? The system in his mind was quietly crying in a corner. Oh, heavens. Oh, earth. Who knows how long it has waited for this sentence? Asking it whether it can get by in the system circle? What does that have to do with it being kicked out of the group chat? So should I send it now? For the first time acting as a true system, it was still a bit unaccustomed, and the little figure it manifested shyly inquired. Tara nodded and officially accepted the existence of the system in his heart. After a series of gongs and drums, our slightly moody system was back online. System task issued. In the doldrums, having defeated the celestial dragon, who have longed to gnaw on their skin and feast on their flesh in both past and present lives, have decided to no longer endure and will use your sword, Mira Kamo, to angrily behead them. Task reward. Conceptual space fruit fragment 1, 2 in 1, 1 billion berries, and the title, Father's Praise. Tyrag had a grim expression on his face. He patiently listened to the system's official task for the first time, only to find that it started with a hellish level of difficulty. Wait, don't say anything yet. Tyrag carefully looked over the rewards for completing the task, his eyes shining as he said, besides 1 billion berries, explain the other 2 items. The little emotion system noticed that its host's gaze remained fixed on the final title, silently recording this detail in its chip, and spoke up. The conceptual space fruit, created by the great Lord combining the thoughts of many gods, is a high-level fruit that possesses all spatial abilities. It encompasses the capabilities of the surgery fruit, door fruit, castle fruit, mirror fruit, swamp fruit, book fruit, silence fruit, and most others, and has absolute priority. In just a brief sentence, the system summarized the abilities unique to the conceptual devil fruit. Tyrag was momentarily taken aback, but didn't place much importance on this conceptual fruit. After all, it was just a fragment. Moreover, his father had told him that while devil fruits are incredibly powerful, even difficult to resist with human strength, they still have weaknesses. As long as one cultivates their haki to its peak, they would not be inferior to anyone. Not interested. Next, another one came. Title, Father's Praise. Within a year, no matter how reckless the wearer is, they will not anger their father. Accepted. Tyrag had no hesitation at all, waving his hand and immediately accepting the task. He fell into a self-absorbed reverie, his gaze vacant and unfocused, drool slowly sliding from the corner of his mouth. Deep within his layered heart, a grand battle scene of benevolent father and filial son was unfolding. It was the heavy love that Tyrag had accumulated over the years for his father, Karp. The little emotional system silently watched this scene, like watching a short film, revealing a human-like smile. Poor host, who told you that our old man beats you out of anger? That is clearly a father's deep love for his son. Zaki, time waits for no one. It's our turn now. John is about to collapse. In a windless zone far away from the escort ship, Rayleigh stood on a 9-snake pirate ship, using his super-long observation haki to sense the situation there. The situation was not optimistic. The Navy's monster had become stronger again. In a few more years, even if I, the old man, faced him, I would be powerless. Zaki leaned against the ship's railing, holding a lady's cigarette in his mouth, slowly blowing out a smoke ring. Don't rush. News is coming. Hancock and the others are currently held on one of the warships, guarded by Rear Admiral Mongoose. First, let's find their location. If we can find them, we can definitely save them. Zaki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Carpson really didn't lie to her. Heavenly Cloud Sword. The already tattered John pirate ship was split in two by a beam of light, with many pirates falling into the sea. Palyasolino gripped the Heavenly Cloud Sword tightly, its blade shimmering with a sharp light. His gaze was firm and cold, staring straight at his formidable opponent, Captain John. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Despite John's declining state with age, he had once been a member of the dominant Rocks pirates, so his strength should not be underestimated. How terrifying, even at this age, still strong like a monster. Palyasolino's figure flashed, charging towards John like lightning. The Heavenly Cloud Sword slicing through the air in a dazzling arc, striking fiercely at John with the force of wind. Ku-ha-ha, you little brat of the Navy. I'm not easy to deal with. John quickly sidestepped to evade while swinging his sword in retaliation, exuding a terrifying conqueror's haki. At the moment of contact, the two engaged in a fierce and thrilling battle on the divided pirate ship. Palyasolino wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword with great momentum, each strike containing immense power and brilliance. John, relying on his agile movements and rich combat experience, narrowly dodged Palyasolino's fierce attacks time and again. For a moment, they were evenly matched, but from the cold sweat on John's face and his heavy breathing, it was evident that he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Just then Tarag, who had completely transformed into a different person through the system's provided disguise potion, slowly surfaced from beneath the unguarded luxurious ship. You bullied me. I didn't. That potion requires emotional points. Then, just deduct them. If you didn't create emotional points, where did the task come from? Talag applied the disguise potion just like before, transforming the curved sword Murakumo that he carried on his back. He raised his hand to touch the incredibly smooth hull and casually muttered, "So, shall we put on credit for now?" With his eyes tightly shut, Talag tentatively released his observation haki, analyzing the current situation. One of the 4 frigates had already sunk, and another warship's power system had been damaged, engulfed in a raging fire. The battle was basically coming to an end, with the Squirrel leading the Navy soldiers on his ship to encircle the pirates who had been knocked into the water by Kizaru. The remaining warship was acting as a rescue ship, providing assistance to the Navy soldiers who had accidentally fallen overboard. This doesn't seem right. Terra frowned tightly, opened his eyes, and sensed that the atmosphere here was clearly inconsistent. At that time in Ruskana, he sensed not only the John pirate crew, but also dozens of other scattered, obscure auras. Before arriving here, he had re-examined the island. He could say with certainty that, aside from his own soldiers, all other auras had vanished. This is bad. He looked gravely into the distance at the yellow flash darting back and forth in the air. Tyrag's observation haki has a wide range, allowing him to clearly sense the battle situation over there. He whispered thoughtfully, "Is it the influence of John's Conqueror's haki that caused Kizaru's observation haki to fail? Or did he simply not take the hidden presence lurking beneath the sea seriously?" Although the more chaotic the scene, the more it would help Tyrag complete his system mission. As a member of the Navy, and out of respect for his father, he absolutely cannot allow Borisolino to die here carelessly. Moreover, there is also the potential threat of Shaky lurking in the shadows. If she calls Rayleigh, the losses for the Navy would be unimaginable. However, with his current unfamiliar appearance, if he abruptly intervenes in the battlefield of those two, he might not only fail to save Kizaru, but also find himself in danger. After taking a deep look at the distant battlefield, Tyrag withdrew his gaze, resting his arm on the ship's body, and comforted himself. "Kizaru, you better take care of yourself. I believe with your strength and speed, the one who can get you is yet to be born." His blind confidence in the Logia fruit and the future of the Navy prompted Tyrag to decide to finish off the enemies first, then restore his original appearance before intervening in this war. After delivering the final light slash, John, the former member of the Rocks Pirates and now captain, instantly transformed into countless glowing points. Those dazzling points flickered like a dream, only to gather again with astonishing speed the next second. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru had elementally approached the exhausted John, his figure flickering in the light, bringing a chilling sense of oppression. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Kizaru's voice was flat and cold, yet it seemed to carry endless power, reverberating through the air. With a loud bang, John was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the sea, his fate unknown. "Now is the time. Water, heart, shoulder throw." Just as Kizaru thought he had successfully defeated Jon and let his guard down, dozens of dark shadows suddenly launched a fierce and deadly strike from beneath the half-sunken ship. The surging water instantly surged into the sky, creating giant waves that enveloped Kizaru in an overwhelming manner. Kizaru's reflexes were exceptional, and he reacted immediately. The moment he was wrapped in the waves, his entire body shone with a strong light, trying to escape the impact of the water with his speed. However, the dozens of dark shadows at the seabed had obviously made ample preparations. They not only set up rocks at the bottom of the sea to enhance the waves, but also used a shoulder throw to control the current together. This strike produced a colossal wave akin to that of the gods of water, leaving Kizaru with no room to escape. Against the seawater with the properties of sea prism stone, those with devil fruit powers are always a weak and powerless group. In such a situation, it seems that apart from Akiji's freezing ability and Whitebeard's shockwave ability, there is no effective way to resolve this natural disaster. It seems I was careless. Splash! Kizaru's figure was instantly swept away by the current, and as he was soaked in seawater, he gradually lost consciousness while feeling powerless. This sudden incident seemed long to Kizaru, but that was only visible based on his reflexes. To outsiders, the appearance of the current and Kizaru being struck by it happened in the blink of an eye. Borsalino, on the other side, the weasel, who was still fiercely engaged with the little giant, saw this scene and, without caring about the enemy before him, jumped into the sea without hesitation, urgently trying to rescue Kizaru. The weasel, jumping into the ocean, stirred up slight waves, and as he sank into the water, he desperately searched for that yellow flash. Borsalino, you must not be in any danger. Otherwise, this will be the biggest loss to the Navy in nearly a century. Throughout history, there has never been a calm belt without storms, and when he first revealed his fangs, he took away one of the Navy's strongest future forces. The sea gradually calmed down, and the unled Navy elite was immediately counterattacked by the remnants of Jon's pirate group, suffering heavy losses in an instant. Meanwhile, Tyrag had already boarded the luxurious ship, which was well protected, looking at Charlil Rosenth, who was scared to the point of losing control and crying. A big question mark appeared on his forehead. Celestial Dragon. Boring. Such a simple task has me all fired up. Tyrag took down the curved blade Murakumo from his back, and after careful consideration, he decided to execute a fatal strike. You can't kill me. When faced with the threat of death, people can unleash boundless potential. Charluo Shang trembled as he raised his pistol, shouting hoarsely, I am a celestial dragon. I am a god above all. I have over 30 child brides. I have hundreds of slaves. I have plenty of money. I can give you all of it. Please don't kill me. What the hell? Tyrag's right hand, tightly gripping the curved blade, bulged with veins as he decisively swung down with a deadly strike, heading straight for Charluo Shang's head. As the head fell to the ground, Tyrag disdainfully picked his nose and said, as if no one has money, killing you won't take away my wealth. Tyrag hates it the most when others flaunt their wealth in front of him. With his temperament, does he look like someone who's short on money? The system task has been completed, and the rewards will be distributed. Please check your messages. Once on the battleship guarded by the squirrel, flames soared into the sky. Smoke filled the air, and the sounds of battle and gunfire intertwined into a chaotic symphony. Rayleigh moved swiftly across the deck, evading the flying cannon fire and the chaotic crowd of fighters. When he finally stood firm in the center of the battleship, an invisible pressure instantly spread out. He squinted slightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then, Rayleigh took a deep breath, and the hidden power within him erupted like a volcanic explosion. A powerful conqueror's haki centered around him surged forth like a roaring tide, sweeping outwards. This haki was invisible and colorless, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. The Navy soldiers and pirates engaged in battle instantly felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Their movements came to an abrupt halt, and their eyes became dazed. The once thunderous cries of battle vanished without a trace at that moment, leaving only a dead silence. Everyone's consciousness was swallowed by Rayleigh's conqueror's haki, plunging them into a brief haze. On the deck, the Navy soldiers and pirates all collapsed in disarray, like wheat stalks suddenly blown down by a fierce wind. Too many lives had already been sacrificed in this war. Hancock and the others were still young and could not bear such a sin. Mr. Rayleigh, are you feeling sentimental again? The figure of Shucky, cigarette in mouth, emerged from behind an iron door of a cabin, her expression serious. Rayleigh turned his head in surprise, as if he saw something on Shucky's face. Did you not find them? Shucky slowly shook her head, looking towards the distant luxury ship, reluctantly saying, the intelligence was wrong. Hancock and the others have been transferred to the escort ship. The latest intelligence revealed that the Navy headquarters, led by Sengoku the Buddha, in coordination with Black Arm Zephyr, had already departed from Marineford and was currently entering the doldrums. For now, we can only give up. A ray of dawn broke through the sky, illuminating Rayleigh's face, and he mysteriously smiled. Perhaps there is still a chance for a turnaround. What did you see? Shucky suddenly turned her head, looking at Rayleigh in surprise, exclaiming. A hint of a smile curved Rayleigh's lips as he gazed at the distant escort ship, whispering, a crescent moon of deep crimson. 10 minutes ago, on the luxurious ship where Tyrag is located, the heavily crafted security door seemed like a joke as Tyrag's curved blade, Murakumo, effortlessly pierced through it. After spinning around once, a hole large enough for one person to pass through appeared before Tyrag. Killing a celestial dragon is considered premeditated, and the world government would surely investigate thoroughly until they capture the main culprit. But when all the celestial dragons are dead and the ship sinks into the sea, making everything disappear as if it had never existed, that would be called a natural disaster. Tyrag's ears twitched, sensing the disappearance of Huang Yuan's presence. However, the events unfolded in an instant, so fast that he had no time to react. Now that things had reached this point, there was little more he could do by intervening. Why not use this time to eliminate future hidden dangers? The escort ship had been transformed into a connected space, with only one entrance in front of Tyrag. Stepping into the cabin of the escort ship, it felt as if he had entered a lavish dream world. Every inch of the cabin radiated dazzling light. The corridor walls, inlaid with gold, shimmered under the candlelight. Rare gemstones adorned exquisite furniture, sparkling like stars. Damn it! Looking at the incredibly luxurious decorations, Tyrag cursed inwardly. He then concealed himself and slipped inside, wanting to first check the guard situation before making plans. However, the horrific scenes he witnessed next ignited a deep rage within him. Outside, the smoke of war still lingered, with Navy soldiers fighting brutally, blood staining the battlefield, and lives wilting in the merciless flames of war. Inside the cabin, however, it was a different scene. The celestial dragons ignored the horrific battle outside, still indulging in extreme luxury and pleasure. With decadent smiles on their faces, they drank and reveled, letting loose. Saint Ralmosi lazily leaned on a luxurious sofa, with a beautiful woman on each side, holding a jewel-encrusted wine glass high, his boisterous laughter echoing in the cabin. Another celestial dragon lounged in a chair, squinting with interest at the miserable performance of the slaves, his face showing a repugnant satisfaction. In stark contrast were the slaves' faces, filled with pain and numbness. They trembled, their eyes filled with endless fear and despair. A frail slave girl was forced to kneel, mechanically massaging the legs of the celestial dragons, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked cheeks. But she dared not make a sound. Another slave boy, who was a bit slow in his movements, was mercilessly whipped by the celestial dragons. He bit his lip, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he could only endure the pain in silence, not daring to resist. Ralmosi Saint, I heard you got 3 decent lowly commoners? Saint Masasili approached with a lewd smile, holding his wine glass as he towered over the sofa, asking, how about letting me have those dirty things? They can't even dance. Ralmosi Saint pinched the servant beside him and pointed to a chair, instructing him to sit and speak. As a noble celestial dragon, he had no habit of looking up at others. Even Masasili, who was also a celestial dragon, was no exception. No way. I intend to train those lowly beings into high-class maids. You better not think about it. Ralmosi Saint rejected firmly, sniffing his fragrant fingers. To train those 3 newly acquired commoners, he had even bestowed comparatively precious devil fruits. He was just waiting to return to Mariehua, branding them with the mark of the celestial dragons, keeping them by his side for pleasure. Make no mistake, Ralmosi Saint was purely focused on training Hancock and the others, keeping them around to torment and amuse himself with no other thoughts. They were noble celestial dragons, and even breathing the outside air disgusted them. How could they demean themselves by giving their essence to what they considered trash of the sea? Even the 2 women in his arms had grown up in the Holy Land, specifically provided as pure girls to satisfy the desires of the celestial dragons. When Tyrag infiltrated the core area, he noticed that the guard deployment was anything but ordinary. On both sides of the passage leading to the celestial dragon's pleasure area, a fully armed guard stood every 5 steps. Their gazes were cold and vigilant, constantly watching for any movements. Additionally, patrol teams were distributed throughout the corners of the cabin. They moved in unison and swiftly, ready to respond to any subtle signs of disturbance. However, even though these guards appeared well-trained and well-equipped, they were merely a rabble in Tyrag's eyes. He believed nothing was beyond the reach of his conqueror's haki. If it was, he would just use it twice. The only thing he needed to be cautious of were the figures in white suits, wearing masks and cloaked in black capes, standing beside the celestial dragons. After gathering the information, Tyrag suppressed his inner fury and stepped out of the shadows. Who? The moment Tyrag stopped concealing his presence, the CP0 member, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, immediately noticed him. Due to the many subjects needing protection, the CP0 captain named Buska did not immediately check it out, but pressed the alarm instead. Little car, what's happening? As the alarm sounded, Ralmosi Saint sprang from the embrace of the two women, hiding behind Buska, trembling. Masasili, beside him, mimicked his actions, pulling a CP0 member in front of him, shouting, "Hurry up and deal with the enemy. If we suffer even a scratch, you all will pay with your lives." The alarm indicated a strong enemy invasion, transforming the originally luxurious cabin into a chaotic and noisy place, with shouts and roars echoing. CP0 was considered the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, and one of their main duties was to protect them. No matter what the Celestial Dragons did, CP0 would unconditionally shield them. "At your command, Celestial Dragon," Buska replied with a respectful nod, then looked at his colleagues, coldly stating, "You protect the 5 Celestial Dragons. I'll go deal with the enemy." Meanwhile, Tyrag, who had revealed himself, was already surrounded by the guards within the cabin, waiting expressionlessly for all the guards to gather. Looking at Buska, who was rushing towards him, Tyrag coldly commanded, "There are too many lackeys. Let's clear some out first." As his conqueror's haki manifested, an invisible pressure erupted from Tyrag. This pressure spread outward from him like a tangible force, creating an invisible shockwave. The guards who had closed in under the impact of this conqueror's haki turned pale. Their eyes glazed over, and they collapsed to the ground. Buska's forward momentum suddenly halted, shock evident on his face. He had not expected the sudden enemy to possess such formidable conqueror's haki, clearly not an ordinary opponent. But as the captain of CP0, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and continuing to charge forward. You don't know when to die." Tyrag's eyes narrowed as he looked at the charging Buska. His right hand clenched into a fist and raised high. The moment Buska got close, Tyrag unleashed a powerful punch that struck Buska's head. Iron block. Buska intended to strike first, but the enemy's speed was faster, forcing him to defensively brace himself. The swift punch never missed its target, and with a dull thud, a crack appeared on Buska's skull. As Tyrag's fist came down from above, Buska's head was driven forcefully into the deck, leaving only his struggling torso exposed. "Is this all you've got?" Tyrag slowly stood up, pulling out the arm that was smashed into the ground, and with a disdainful expression, he sneered. He had thought that these CP0 members were powerful, but he didn't expect them to be so easily defeated. Even his beloved Iron Fist was too much for them to handle. "Hurry and help. Kill him. Don't let that despicable guy get close to us." A celestial dragon shouted in panic. A few CP0 members heard the shout, exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed towards Tyrag. Just in time. Seeing this, Telig raised the corners of his mouth in a cold smile, eager to end the work quickly. His aura surged once again, and the conqueror's haki swept out. The CP0 members who had just charged and felt a wave of dizziness, and their movements suddenly slowed down. Seizing this opportunity, Telig drew the curved sword Murakumo from his waist, and his figure instantly passed through several CP0 members who were still maintaining their forward charge. Tyrag slowly sheathed Murakumo, turning his back to the several motionless CP0 members, and grinned. "I'm done chopping." With Tyrag's words, the CP0 members suddenly spurted blood and fell to the ground, lifeless. With a muffled groan, looking at the fallen CP0 members, Tyrag's gaze shifted to the Celestial Dragons hiding behind. At that moment, the Celestial Dragons were already scared out of their wits, no longer displaying their usual arrogance and dominance. Tyrag let out a cold laugh and looked at the trembling Celestial Dragons, mocking them. "You so-called gods can be afraid too? What do you want to do?" Ralmosi Shung casually pulled a maid in front of him as a shield and looked at Tyrag, who was covered in blood, saying, "We are the lofty Celestial Dragons. We possess everything in this world. Send us back to the Holy Land, where you want to scrape." Terra's blade flashed as dozens of slashes instantly cut through, interrupting their incessant chatter. His right eyelid kept twitching, suggesting that something significant was about to happen. He had no time to waste here. The smell of blood quickly filled the entire cabin, and the slaves who had originally served the celestial dragon were wide-eyed in terror, covering their mouths in disbelief as they watched the scene unfold before them. Talig raised his eyebrows, waved the demon's sword in his hand to attract everyone's attention, and shouted loudly, "Listen to me. From today on, no one can arbitrarily deprive you of your freedom or trample on your dignity. You are no longer puppets to be manipulated, but lives with your own will. You are liberated." Tears shimmered in the eyes of the slaves, most of them crying out loud, and they knelt down towards Talig. "Benefactor, if it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer I would have to sink in this darkness," said an older slave with a trembling voice, who was tall and had once been a mount for the celestial dragons. "You have given me a new life. This great kindness I will never forget," a young slave shouted excitedly, who had been a toy for the torment of the celestial dragons. "We will cherish this hard-won freedom and live up to your expectations." Another slave said firmly, clenching his fists. He had been a punching bag for the celestial dragons, with his body covered in gruesome scars. "I want to follow you." A tender yet stubborn voice came from a corner. Targaryen was surprised and turned his head, scratching his ear. The gratitude of these people was what he deserved. But it seemed like something had just intruded. This ship had a small lifeboat. Whether you could escape depended on your luck. Tirag waved his hand, signaling them to escape individually, while he sought the source of the last tender voice. Hancock had grown up in the daughter's kingdom, which revered strength. And in such an environment, she believed that those with power were the most beautiful. The daughter island was also a pirate nation, further glorifying violence and power. Therefore, she felt that the strongest people were the most beautiful. When Tirag descended from the sky and slaughtered all the celestial dragons, it was as if a shockwave had been thrown into Hancock's heart. Her cold, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. During the days of being kidnapped, everyone around her and her two sisters had been instilling the belief that God is absolute. Due to her outstanding talent, Hancock's personality had always been quite proud since childhood, which drove her to resist her situation and never stop fighting back. However, her intense struggles often resulted in violent beatings like a raging storm. Nevertheless, her proud nature made her never easily submit to anyone. When faced with difficulties and injustice, she always held her head high and bravely resisted. Even when beaten, her stubbornness never waned. Unfortunately, the ugly scum wearing a mask, seeing that Hancock was unyielding, turned his attention to her sister. This was something Hancock absolutely could not allow. It was the first time she knelt and submitted before that ugly man, humiliatingly accepting the gift he bestowed upon her. Since then, Hancock's inherent pride was buried deep within her bones. Her gaze gradually became numb, as if she had accepted the saying circulated among slaves: celestial dragons are untouchable beings. They possess absolute authority and an unchallengeable status. Until Tirag's figure appeared like a brilliant dawn, tearing through the endless darkness of the cabin. The flicker of hope in Hancock's heart, which had not yet been extinguished, reignited with fervent flames. An iron gate made of sea prism stone blocked Tirag's steps from entering. "Benefactor." Tears streamed down Hancock's cheeks as her powerless knees fell to the ground before Tirag, her forehead heavily knocking against the floor. She bit her lip, suppressing the emotions surging within her, and tremblingly pleaded, "Benefactor, please help, save my two sisters." Hancock's tears fell from her cheeks, flowing down her scarred skin. Her delicate body trembled, but there was no expression of pain on her face. "As long as you are willing to help save my sisters, I, Boa Hancock, will never forget your great kindness. If you are willing, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Her desperate cries echoed throughout the cabin, demonstrating Hancock's genuine feelings. Tara glanced at Sonda Sonia, who was curled up in the corner and on the verge of death, along with Marigold. With her observation hockey, she quickly enveloped the two girls, sensing their extremely weak presence. They indeed needed urgent help. This was the reason Hancock submitted to the celestial dragons. If her sister didn't receive treatment, she could truly be in life-threatening danger. Tirag looked at the small girl who never raised her head, and instead of responding verbally, he answered Hancock's plea with action. He placed his right hand on the Muramesa at his waist, slightly lifted his thumb, and the crimson blade glimmered with a chilling aura, instantly unsheathing. One sword style, Bright Moon. Talig swung his blade with nearly all his strength, striking precisely at the obstruction in front of him. The crimson crescent did not appear. Accompanied by a crack, the sea stone prison door standing before him remained unscathed. A flock of crows flew overhead from the escort ship. and the previous atmosphere vanished in an instant. Tyrag's mouth twitched awkwardly, his embarrassed toes almost digging into the deck as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I know sea stone is hard, but this is just ridiculous. At this moment, Hancock had already lifted her head, her big eyes blinking without any hint of mockery. Instead, her expression was somewhat desolate as she whispered in despair. They say this cage is made from the hardest stone in the world. Even a benefactor can't break it? Hancock's whisper went unheard by Tyrag. Seeing that he couldn't break the cage in front of him, he didn't stubbornly waste his strength but turned to leave. Witnessing this, the hope that had just risen in Hancock's heart plummeted, completely falling into an unfathomable abyss. She slumped helplessly to the ground, staring blankly at the figure that was gradually moving away. She did not try to stop Tyrag from leaving, nor did she attempt to call out or plead again. Staggering to her feet with her injured body, she walked unsteadily to her two equally wounded sisters. Even though she was proud at heart and strong-willed, she was just a 12-year-old girl, 2 years younger than Magino. Faced with the strange environment and the cruel, ugly men, even Hancock was terrified. But to protect her two sisters, as their elder sister, she couldn't show a hint of cowardice. Even if there was no hope of escaping this hell, at least she could be a bit of warmth and support for them in this endless darkness. She kept trying to straighten her back, using her still, tender body to create a small, safe space for her sisters. Perhaps due to fever or simply from pain, the frail bodies of Sandersonia and Marigold trembled continuously. Hancock's slightly trembling hands tightly held onto her sister's hands, as if conveying a silent strength. Don't be afraid. Big sister is here. Hancock leaned against her two sisters, slowly closing her eyes. The last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. She was truly exhausted. Click! The sound of the lock being opened echoed. The already weary Hancock slowly opened her blurry eyes, and what met her gaze was a familiar yet strange handsome face. Benefactor. Tyrag threw down the key in his hand, slowly walked forward, tapped her forehead, and smiled gently, saying, "Hey, since you've drawn your sword and can't save you, doesn't that mean I've lost again?" Remembering the scene when he was defeated by Rayleigh in the Sabati archipelago, Tyrag felt a surge of anger and secretly thought, Rayleigh, just wait. Even if I can't cut through the sea prism stone, I won't lose. Hancock's big eyes regained their brightness, covering her forehead that had been tapped. Her gratitude beyond words. Having been successfully rescued, Hancock felt as if she were dreaming, unable to believe it, her eyes blinking as a layer of mist gradually filled them. Tyrag did not receive the gratitude and adoring gaze he desired. Instead, what he got was the voice he feared the most. Wow! During this time, Hancock's long-suppressed grievances erupted in an instant, and her hoarse cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. Tyrag's temples suddenly throbbed, a reaction ingrained in his bones, prompting him to hurriedly step back and crash heavily against the sea stone railing behind him. He patted his chest, and indeed, the little girl's cries were remarkably similar. Hancock's pitiful cries made Tyrag instantly recall the time he had upset Makino and made her cry. That time, he had worked like a mule for a long time before successfully earning his forgiveness, and it was also when he first witnessed the power of a woman's tears. Cough, cough. Tara glanced around, and, seeing that no one was paying attention to his embarrassing situation, slowly let out a sigh of relief. His glorious image had already been tarnished once in the Sabati archipelago. He would not allow such a thing to happen a second time. Hancock was interrupted from her cries by the sound of a collision. She shyly lifted her head and looked at Tara, who was patting his chest, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" A chill flashed through the small cage as Tara, giving up on killing and silencing them, slowly turned around. With a forced smile, he pointed to the two sisters curled up in the corner and said, "You are free now. Shall I take you away?" Upon hearing this, Hancock's joyful emotions vanished, and sorrow returned to her brow. She no longer had the strength to safely take her two sisters away and could only continue to trouble their great benefactor for help. "I cannot repay your great kindness." Tyrag waved his hand to interrupt Hancock. It had been nearly 10 minutes since he entered the cabin, and time was of the essence. They could not afford to waste any more. "I'm willing to listen to what you have to say, and if there is time later, I'll let you talk more. For now, let us retreat." The area of the calm sea in the first half of the doldrums was less than 50 nautical miles from the location of the escort ship. More than 20 warships, emitting thick smoke, were rapidly rolling their brakes on the still sea. On the largest warship leading the fleet, Sengoku stood at the bow with a worried expression, gazing at the endless sea ahead. "Sigh," the old man lamented, "I've made a serious mistake." Sengoku sighed, as if speaking to himself. yet also to the figure beside him. Zephyr, for the first time without his sunglasses, shook his head with a smile and said, "You can't blame yourself entirely. After all, that brat Targaryen didn't he say no?" Sengoku turned around, the lenses flashing with a glint of silver, looking at Zephyr with a face full of shame, and said, "It was I who voluntarily hung up on his din mushy. He had already reported the dangerous situation there. It was just due to some unexpected circumstances that I didn't seriously listen to his advice, and that is how things developed to this point." Zephyr patted Sengoku's shoulder, tried to ease his old friend's mind, saying, "It's just a natural disaster, a man-made calamity. Life, aging, illness, and death are all perfectly normal." The two exchanged glances, understanding everything without words. In the blind spot where Sengoku could not see, Zephyr held a miniature din mushy in his hand, a flash of brilliance passing through his eyes. "Tarag, is this your choice? If all of this is truly your doing, then I hope you erase all traces before we arrive. Otherwise..." Zephyr looked at the stressed Sengoku and silently thought, "Otherwise, we old folks are going to suffer." Ruskina. "Hey Ella, where have you been?" Leo, drunkenly peeking out from behind a sturdy tree, mocked with a smile. "What is wrong with you? Can't you even chat with us without drinking? I've been looking for you for half a day. What are you doing here?" Ella was startled, hurriedly brushing off the dust on his clothes, awkwardly scratching his head and laughing. "Just taking a leak. Lazy people have a lot of waste. You haven't had a drop to drink, so what are you relieving?" Leo threw his arm around Ella's shoulder, laughing as he asked, "Do you know where the Major went? Did he say anything to you?" "No. How dare I ask what the Major is up to?" Ella shivered at the thought, having developed some trauma from being inserted after the last encounter with the Major. Leo, with a slightly flushed face, walked back with Ella, a glimmer of sharpness flashing through his hazy eyes before quickly returning to a muddled state. "The escort ship has been attacked." Shaki put down the din mushy in her hand, her expression slightly tense as she looked at Rayleigh and said, "They're almost here. We should retreat. We can't let anyone find out we were here." Turning to look at the rescue ship not far away, what did that crimson crescent moon really mean? Rayleigh took a sip from the gourd of fine wine, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, silently thinking, although appearances can be deceiving, the future will not. Tyrag would never have expected that because he didn't use the proper channels to purchase the disguise potion mentioned by the system, he ended up being fooled by the inferior potion casually thrown out by the system. It could only temporarily mask a person's breath and change their appearance, but it couldn't deceive the future. Eyes can be deceiving, but the future cannot. In Rayleigh's foresight of the future, Tyrag's figure was clearly visible. That round, blood-red crescent moon would completely sink the luxurious escort ship to the bottom of the sea as if it had never appeared. Hancock's face turned a bit red as she called out from Tyrag's back, "Huh?" Talig held Sandra Sonia in one arm and Marigold in the other, swiftly making his way out of the cabin. Hancock pressed her face against his warm back and smiled, saying, "It's nothing." She was just confirming that this was really not a dream. Although it had only been 3 short days, it felt as if she had experienced an entire century. Unable to see the past or the future, filled with confusion. "Bored out of your mind?" Talig kicked the fainted guard blocking his way aside and scolded, "If there's nothing going on, keep your mouth shut. It's messing up my rhythm." Hancock silently gritted her teeth. Although the benefactor was really nice, his words were truly unpleasant. "Host, I'm offering this course on love, study, and practice. Just need 2 tasks. What do you think? Are you also bored out of your mind?" Talig's forehead twitched with annoyance as he cursed under his breath. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly abundant. Why not focus on a proper system instead of being a money-grabbing merchant? I don't have anything." Stepping out of that ridiculous safety door, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating Hancock's face and completely dispelling the gloom deep within her heart. The moment Talig stepped out, his gaze moved to the distant warship, secretly thinking, has Rayleigh come after all? Benefactor? Hancock timidly peeked out, her curious eyes scanning the benefactor's appearance as if trying to imprint it in her memory. "Aren't you coming down yet?" Tarag glanced away and threw Hancock down. Then he walked to a lifeboat and placed her 2 sisters on it. With a blank expression, he looked at Hancock and said, "What's wrong? Should I invite you to come up?" "Oh." Hancock obediently nodded and timidly jumped into the lifeboat. Tyrag pulled the rope aside and under Hancock's surprised gaze, quickly and terrifyingly tied them to the ship. Clapping his hands, Tyrag's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled, "Hold on tight. It won't be fun if you fall." With both hands underneath the boat, and amidst Hancock's exclamations, he lifted it up, aiming at the direction where Rayleigh was. He gradually gathered strength in his arms and shouted, "Here we go." Whoosh! The yacht, with the three sisters bound, instantly transformed into a black dot. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the warship where Rayleigh was and was easily caught by him. Turlag ignored the situation over there, leaping into the air, his feet gliding like a moonwalk towards the sky. With a cold expression, he gazed down at the rescue ship and slowly drew Murakumo from his waist. One sword style, ultimate technique. Radiant moonlight. In an instant, the Murakumo in his hand swung out, unleashing a brilliantly scarlet sword aura that howled through the air. The sword aura carried the power to destroy the world, compressing the space around it to emit sharp shrieks, as if it were about to shatter under the immense pressure. Radiant moonlight, accompanied by Turlag's roar, the slashing sword light transformed in midair into a gigantic crescent moon, dazzling and brilliant, yet exuding an endless chill. The crescent moon descended with an overwhelming force, instantly splitting the hull of the escort ship in two, revealing a smooth cut. But that was not the end. The crescent did not vanish, but instead shone with even more brilliant light. With a loud boom, the place of the slash materialized into a shadow of a blood-red crescent moon. That shadow, seemingly a messenger from hell, radiated a chilling aura, and the escort ship, now severed, was instantly reduced to powder by this blood moon. Thud! A heavy object fell into the water. It was the sound of the sea prison stone cage hitting the surface. This was also the only evidence that the escort ship had once lingered in this sea area. The Navy had encountered an unknown forces attack, leaving everyone unconscious. Rear Admiral Kizaru plunged into the depths of the sea, his fate unknown, while the Celestial Dragon's escort ship was missing. In the air, Turlag glided like a moonwalk, watching the lifeboat gradually drift away in the distance, his gaze fixed on Rayleigh, whose hair and beard were completely silver. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he recalled the note he had secretly placed on Hancock earlier. Thinking to himself, as a reconnaissance unit, I clashed with the Dark King Rayleigh, was heavily injured and unable to provide support. Tyrag's figure flashed in the air and vanished in the blink of an eye, turning into a black dot. Ruskana, the now recovered Tyrag, lay bloodied on the beach. He had suffered serious injuries and fell into a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Tyrag, wrapped in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a row of neatly arranged medical instruments, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. His nose twitched slightly as a faint herbal scent mixed with the smell of disinfectant wafted towards him. Hissing, Tyrag sat up and inhaled sharply, cursing, "Damn it. I had no experience with self-harm the first time. I almost died. You're awake." The dim light in the cabin illuminated the face of Zephyr lurking in the shadows. His eyes were cold, and he spoke with a tone devoid of warmth. The sudden voice in the silent cabin startled the recently awakened Tyrag, making his body tremble. But he quickly regained his composure, and upon seeing Zephyr's face in the shadows, he felt a surge of joy and leaped off the bed. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was stopped by a hand extended by Zephyr, preventing him from getting closer. There was a hint of chill in Zephyr's voice. "The one performing your surgery is our Navy's top doctor. He said that the knife wounds on your body are 96 similar to the wounds caused by your Murakumo strike." "Uncle Zephyr, what are you talking about?" Tyrag stood still, scratching his head awkwardly. "I don't understand." "Don't understand?" Zephyr interlaced his fingers in front of him, his sharp gaze fixed on Tyrag, whose cold sweat was becoming apparent. "Then let me ask you a different question. Where were you, and what were you doing when the escort ship was attacked?" Tyrag knew that he would be interrogated long ago, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. By the way, how long did he sleep? Tyrag had long been well prepared for the questioning, with almost no hesitation, and spoke briefly and forcefully, on the way to provide support. "I was intercepted by King of Hell Rayleigh, suffered severe injuries, and fainted." The glimmer in Zephyr's eyes flickered and disappeared as he coldly said, "Who can testify?" "No one saw it." Tyrag replied decisively. Zephyr slowly stood up and walked in front of Tyrag, looking down at him from above. Tyrag forced himself to maintain composure as he locked eyes with his uncle, not flinching at all. Zephyr frowned deeply, let out a helpless sigh, and slowly began to speak. There was a Marine who was swept away by the sea, who survived the overwhelming hockey of an unknown powerful being. He said he saw a crimson crescent moon. His voice abruptly stopped, and Zephyr did not elaborate further, silently watching Tyrag, wanting to see how he would explain. Upon hearing this, Tyrag's heart in his left chest suddenly stalled for a few seconds, and his face turned extremely dark, almost gritting his silver teeth. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Eya." The only one who could connect that crimson crescent moon which Uncle Zephyr shattered while escorting the ship. To him, must be Ella, who has withstood his conqueror's hockey and is the only one who has seen that crimson crescent moon. Tyrag's forehead gradually broke out in a cold sweat. The facts were right in front of him, yet he still couldn't believe that Era had betrayed him. After all, no matter how Tyrag analyzed it, Era was not the kind of person who could be an undercover agent. No, she didn't even have the qualifications to be one. Zephyr seemed to see Tyrag's increasingly twisted mind, and, to prevent him from overthinking, explained, "Do you remember the time when you came to me asking for Era?" Tarag shook his head, his eyes clearing up. He looked up at Zephyr and nodded, saying, "How could I forget? Back in your office. I almost knelt down before you." "Ha!" Zephyr laughed a few times, patting Tarag on the shoulder, then explained, "Ella is different from you all. Compared to you, he lacks a lot of training, which is also why I'm reluctant to let him go. Unfortunately, he is very determined, and with your uncle from the Warring States persuasion, I finally entrusted him to you." Zephyr took out a cigar and tossed it to Tarag, lighting one for himself first. He took a deep puff and smiled wickedly, saying, "As a teacher, how could I possibly feel at ease with a student who hasn't completed his studies? This garden party is his final trial task, where he must report all that he has seen and heard back to me." Struck by lightning, Tarag instantly froze in place, thinking, "Damn it, I'm caught in the crossfire." He looked up at his meticulous uncle, his voice trembling as he asked, "So what did that fool say?" Ella, that big mouth, wouldn't have reported everything he was supposed to and not supposed to, would he? If that's the case, Tarag would skin him alive. He would write his name backward instead. At this point, Zephyr's expression suddenly darkened. He walked over to the table behind him, picked up a report, and threw it to Tarag. Tarag grabbed it urgently, and after carefully reviewing it, he was struck by the content written on it. "Report to the teacher. I just gave the major a full body massage. I'm very tired. Finished. Report to the teacher. I'm currently removing the seeds from a dragon fruit. Even more tired. Finished. Report to the teacher. I witnessed history. I witnessed the rise of the king. That crimson crescent moon that slayed the great ape king was truly beautiful. Report to the teacher. I was inserted by the major, and after waking up, I wanted to take revenge on him, but I couldn't find him, feeling very disappointed." Tarag's mouth twitched a few times, and he raised his head seriously, looking at Zephyr and growled, "He is your student, not related to me. You taught him." He immediately distanced himself from Ella, as if he was ashamed to be associated with a fool. Zephyr's fists cracked as he tightened them, saying that Ella was a masterpiece that couldn't be educated. Yet he possessed a will of steel that others did not have. But to say he was a genius, those two words with 7 strokes, which one relates to him? An uncle and a nephew, a master and a disciple exchanged glances and simultaneously complained, "Talent. Too, I once asked you what your belief was, and you told me it was to protect." Zephyr's voice was somewhat muffled as he looked down at the insects slowly crawling across the deck, lost in thought. To this day, he still did not understand what protection meant in Tarag's words. What exactly was he protecting? His previous guess was wrong. Tarag, at the age of 15, already had the determination to become a king in a certain field, even awakening the conqueror's hockey. His capacity had far surpassed the narrow vision of Zephyr, who could only see a glimmer of light. Slowly lifting his head, Zephyr punched Tarag hard in the abdomen, asking with disappointment, "Protecting peace? Protecting will? Protecting justice? Protecting the Navy? Protecting principles? Even protecting the world?" Zephyr scoffed, his eyes wide as he roared, "No, this old man has not seen any of it." Although he had only taught Tarag for a few months, Zephyr had always had a different kind of feeling towards him. The tough and sturdy man shed tears of shame simply because he had not taught his student well. Tyler staggered and fell to the ground after being hit by Zephyr, but quickly leaped back up to his original position, silently accepting the elder's reprimand. Seeing this, Zephyr punched Tyler again, sending him flying, and roared in anger, "Kill those scoundrels, and for now, I'll consider you a man of flesh and blood. But to cover up the truth and watch your colleagues die without helping, even harming your own body, is something I absolutely cannot allow. This will make you lose the qualification to protect everything." After taking a few heavy breaths, Zephyr looked at Tyler, who staggered back to his position with blood oozing from his wounds. His tightly clenched fist ultimately did not strike again. Weary, he sat down in a chair, gazing up at the flickering lights, and slowly spoke, "Fortunately, you covered up quite well. The remaining cleanup work has already been taken care of by your uncles." Tyler, who had been looking down in silence, showed a change in expression for the first time, raising his head to look at Uncle Zephyr, who, like his father, enjoyed using his fists. "So, does this mean I'm in the clear?" Bang! Tarag's body was instantly embedded into the ship's planks behind him. and the blood on his chest seeped through the bandages. "Are you kidding me?" Zifa's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted. The sword hanging over everyone's heads could strike down at any moment. "It's not as simple as you think." A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he recalled the flimsy excuses concocted by warring states and Admiral Kong, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Putting on his Navy coat, Zifa stopped at the cabin door. "In a few hours, we'll reach the Navy headquarters. Write your resignation letter in advance, punk." The cabin door was kicked open by Zifa, who was still seething with anger, and his figure disappeared into the night. "System, does this count as messing up?" Tarag, silently licking his wounds, posed a question to his soul. "You can't think this way. At least you made $1 billion. Oh, that's true. It's a sure profit." Accepting the system's advice with a clear conscience, he dragged his weary body back to the sickbed and performed a 1-second act of falling asleep. Holy Land Mariehua, Panga City. Jagarsha sat in, dressed in a black suit, with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard, was leaning on a cane, sitting in the middle of the sofa, and calmly stated, 6 celestial dragons are dead. Marcos Maz, also in a black suit with long straight white hair and a long beard, stood beside Sat-In, his tall figure noticeably taller than the other 4, and said coolly, "Don't jump to conclusions. The escort ship has disappeared. Perhaps some are still alive." Topman Vacheli, dressed in a dark black suit, bald with 2 mustache curls, sat opposite Sat-In and decisively said, "The Navy's mistake is inexcusable and needs to be severely punished." Shepard P. Bit, wearing a black suit without a bow tie, with golden hair and a beard and a scar on his chest, looked somewhat grim. One of the missing celestial dragons was from his family, and he coldly remarked, "Sending only 2 vice admirals for escort is too dismissive of us celestial dragons." Izambaron V. Nasser, dressed in a white robe, bald and wearing glasses, holding one of the supreme great swords, the first-generation Onakiri, sat beside Vacheli and seriously made the final decision. "Then apart from Karp-Sun and the missing Kazuru, let's eliminate everyone else." The other 4 nodded in agreement, showing no opposition to Nasser's suggestion. "It should be so. Karp has a great reputation in the Navy, and temporarily not provoking him is a wise decision. Kizaru's Logia fruit will become a useful tool in the future. Let's try to meet their conditions as much as possible. Kong is about to be promoted to the overall commander of the army, so we should give him face, and that useless mole should not be touched either." The others nodded simultaneously, agreeing with each other's proposals. After a simple exchange, the 5 individuals, each holding core power in the world government, quickly reached a decision on punishment. The meeting continued, and Sat-In was the first to speak. "What do you think about the report on the battle between Steelbone Kong and warring states?" Maz took over the topic, summarizing, "In this incident where the celestial dragons were attacked, the suspected masterminds are Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Captain John, and Fishman Island." Vacheli spoke expressionlessly. "They're all tough characters to deal with." Bit, the only one among the 5 who suffered losses, said with a grim expression, "Most of them are remnants of rocks, but it's time to settle some scores." Nasser slowly stood up, gently unsheathing his beloved sword, and made the final decision. "The dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be provoked by others. Deploy all CP0 and use all means to eradicate all the mentioned forces, excluding Fishman Island." The other 4 nodded in agreement. There was no dispute throughout the meeting, and it was almost unanimously approved. For reasons unknown, the 5 most powerful individuals in this world simultaneously excluded Fishman Island, which had already been confirmed to be involved in the surprise attack. Was it due to geographical reasons? The inability to withstand public pressure? Or was it fear of some unknown weapon? All of this remains unknown. To everyone reading this, please leave a review for this book to attract more friends to watch it. Thank you very much. "I can't leave the Navy." "Bang. You must leave." Warring States slammed his fist on the desk in front of him, shattering it, and glared sharply at Tarag, standing before him. "You will die." T-Rag swallowed hard, recalling the iron fist of his furious father, and shivered all over. "That has nothing to do with me. Do you have any idea how many Navy soldiers will lose their lives because of your foolish actions?" Tyrag curled his lips and muttered softly as he lowered his head. "I'm not unaware of the matter of Uncle buying off the officials of Judicial Island. Judicial Island is an island established by the world government. In the court, there is merely for show. Its main responsibility is to conduct the so-called trials of those brought here. The punishment order issued by the 5 elders to the Navy this time is precisely to be carried out through Judicial Island." Great Buddha shockwave, a beam of golden light, neither too big nor too small, instantly enveloped Tyrag. Sengoku, with a grim expression, glared at Tyrag embedded in the wall and shouted, "Who told you this confidential information? Is this something you can casually speak about? To save that batch of soldiers, the Navy's budget has already been cut by half this month. If this becomes common knowledge and reaches the higher-ups, it won't just be this batch of soldiers that will pay the price." Cough, cough. Tyrag squeezed out from the wall, coughing a few times and cursing, "Damn it, this is the second beating I've taken already. What a miserable life." Just as the golden light was about to strike down again, Tyrag showed no hesitation and immediately sold out the person who had informed him of the truth. "It's Aunt Crane." The incoming shockwave of golden light suddenly halted, blowing Tyrag's hair into disarray. Sengoku's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed as he shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking to himself, "Little Crane, we just wanted this kid to grow through guilt. How could you?" Clenching his teeth, Sengoku decided to lay it all out. "You must submit your resignation. This matter cannot be left to you. Since you know the ins and outs of this, you will take on half the share of the local specialty that has been sent out this time." "Not much." Sengoku slowly raised a finger and sneered. "Only 10 billion berries." Sengoku silently praised his own cleverness in his heart. Since he had already decided to let this kid form a special unit, he had to find some tasks for him to do. Going out to sea to make money is a good task, beneficial for both of us. Whoosh! A chill rose in the air, and the atmosphere in the office instantly dropped to freezing point. The hint of Conqueror's Haki seemed to be released, and Tyrag raised his head with a twisted expression. Growling in a muffled voice, cutting off someone as financial resources is like killing their parents. "I am Sora, Ankel Sengoku." Tyler tightly clenched his fists. He had just obtained 1 billion berries and hadn't even had the chance to appreciate it. So how could he easily hand it over? Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Sengoku's body, pinning Tyler, who was about to make a move, in place. Sengoku's fists crackled as he slowly walked towards Tyler with a smile on his face. Just like everyone knew that Garp loved Senbei, ever since Tyler joined the Navy, his temperament had long been understood by others. Sengoku knew full well that this kid had an almost insane love for money and treasure. And when it comes to training people, one should get straight to the point. "Kid," the old man said, "if you can still stand after a stick of incense without using my devil fruit abilities, then you don't have to pay this money." The arrogance of Sengoku disappeared in an instant as he wrapped his entire arm in Conqueror's Haki. If this punch landed on him, it wouldn't be as simple as just a bruise. Sengoku's Haki surged around him like electric snakes, intertwining and exuding a chilling aura. With a cruel smile, Sengoku roared, "Watch closely. Learn well. I'm going to let you experience firsthand how to wield Conqueror's Haki." Having found a justification for what he was about to do, Sengoku no longer held back and swung his fist fiercely. The Black Conqueror's Haki coiled around Sengoku's right arm like a giant python. Flickering dark red, lightning crackled within it, as if releasing boundless power. Thud! Talig swallowed hard, his eyes glazed over. When that punch was just 0.1 centimeters away from me, I seemed to see my great-grandmother. Boom! The naval headquarters building shook violently under this impact, and countless cracks spread across the walls like spider webs in the blink of an eye, with large chunks of bricks and stones collapsing, raising a cloud of dust. Tarag's body was sent flying like a cannonball by the force of that punch. His figure traced an arc through the air, and wherever he passed, be it railings, sculptures, or flags, they were instantly destroyed by the powerful shockwave, turning into ruins. His figure crashed heavily through the outer wall of the Navy headquarters building, flying towards the distant training ground, leaving a massive hole. Broken stones and wooden debris continuously fell from the hole, as if a disaster had rained down. The whole scene was in disarray, as if it had undergone the baptism of war. What happened? Rear Admiral Jonga's figure, after the tremor, instantly pushed the door open, but was left speechless by the enormous hole that appeared in the wall ahead. Sengoku slowly exhaled, the frustration of playing the grandson to the 5 elders during this time, along with this all-out punch, felt much more relieving. Picking his nose, Sengoku looked at Rear Admiral Jonga with a nonchalant expression and said seriously, "All the repair costs will be deducted from Karp's salary for the next few years. Is that so?" Although Jonga looked puzzled, he nodded in agreement. "Mr. Sengoku, are you really going to let Tarag create the sword unit? After all, he is Mr. Karp's son, and to expel Tarag from the military without notifying him." Sengoku interrupted Rear Admiral Jonga, took off his glasses, and explained while wiping them, "You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I have already made up my mind. Go now, call the repair department. I don't want to work while being blown by the sea breeze." Rear Admiral Jonga was taken aback and complained, even if it's about teaching a nephew a lesson. You can't use such force in the headquarters building, right? Mr. Sengoku, you also need to help repair. A black line crossed Sengoku's forehead as he smirked. This is a one-time thing. After Jonga left, Sengoku walked to the damaged hole and looked towards the training ground in the distance, where a limping figure was leaving, murmuring, "Since you've already taken action there, the Navy is no longer suitable for you. People must pay for their mistakes. From now on, the skies are wide, and you can gallop freely." The soon-to-be-established sword unit consists of members who have submitted their resignation reports and returned their Navy identification numbers. They have the freedom of action, no longer bound by military duties, and do not need to obey Navy orders. They can engage in battles with any faction without upper-level approval, possessing relatively independent decision-making power. If trouble arises or adverse consequences occur, the Navy will immediately disassociate itself and will not bear any responsibility for their actions. Tarag, this is the path I and your Uncle Zephyr have chosen for you again. I believe you'll like it. How strange. In a dark underwater cave, a weak voice echoed. Through the swaying seaweed and colorful corals at the cave entrance, a figure locked by iron chains, dressed in a yellow suit, lay limp on the ground. I've actually been caught. How terrifying. Borsellino languidly complained. Shut up. Aladdin poked the yellow monkey, who was bound by many sea stone restraints, with his trident and said expressionlessly, "We are negotiating with the world government. As long as they agree to release our boss, naturally, they will let you go back." "Oh dear," Borsellino lay on the ground, casually saying, "This is quite troublesome." Marineford. Half a month had passed since that punch shattered the headquarters building. No pain, no gain. Serving the military is boring. Without effort, it's equivalent to living in vain. At this time, Tarag had already submitted his resignation and was training Ella and Leo. As the commander of the sword unit, these two were the members Tarag had chosen to walk with him. Tarag walked up to Ella and Leo, who were slowly moving the warship forward, and seeing them drenched in sweat, he encouraged them. Endure for one more moment, and you may surpass countless opponents. If you can hold on, then hold on. If you can't, then grit your teeth and bear it. A lonely gamble. Let the clouds part and the fog disperse. Break and then stand tall. Do it without regrets. Leo and Ella shouted in unison, to enhance their strength and keep up with Taurag's pace. The two of them discarded all reservations, desperately squeezing the potential from their bodies, just to reach what their captain called the limit breakthrough faster. Taurag's lips curled into a slight smile. He did not deny the importance of talent. However, sometimes hard work can compensate for shortcomings and is also a good approach. Brat. A deep voice came, pulling Taurag's thoughts back. Accompanied by heavy and firm footsteps, Sakazuki's figure appeared before Tarag. Despite having lost his left arm, the Red Dog's body remained tall and upright like a pine tree, exuding an even greater sense of pressure. Tarag frowned tightly. He was about to leave the headquarters with Ella. He didn't understand why this former commander had sought him out at this time. Taking a step back, with a rising aura around him, Tarag coldly asked, "Is there something you need, Admiral Sakazuki?" Although their relationship had eased considerably, Tarag still didn't dare let his guard down in front of this man. As if sensing the wariness in Tarag's eyes, Sakazuki stopped in his tracks and said in a deep and authoritative voice, "I have come here for official business." Official business? Tarag tilted his head in confusion. He didn't know anyone in explanation now. Why would the Navy seek him out for official matters? Since he wasn't here to cause trouble, Tarag's attitude softened considerably, and he smiled lightly. "You should be aware that I am now part of the sword unit, Admiral Sakazuki. I only need to be responsible for myself. Official Navy business? Sorry, that's not my responsibility anymore. Justice cannot be desecrated." Sakazuki interrupted Tarag's words coldly and gravely, as if he hadn't heard him. "Anyone who dares to challenge the Navy's authority will find only death." Slowly raising his head, Sakazuki spoke decisively. "The Foreign Affairs Department is negotiating with a few pests from the sea, trying to retrieve that fool Borsellino, reaching a consensus with pirates, and even humiliatingly compromising. The Navy's authority has already been damaged, and I will not allow such a thing to happen." The fleeting light in Talagrag's eyes revealed that Borsellino had been taken away by the fishmen. He mentioned the calm zone with no wind or waves. So it's no wonder how that gods of water was formed. Returning Borsellino? Is it through Fisher Tiger? Taragu shook his confused head. Since Sherry appeared in the Shambadi archipelago, the timeline had become chaotic, and he couldn't even predict how far future events would develop. "What do you want me to do?" Tarag asked aloud. Fishman Island is Sherry's hometown, and it seems he really can't be an outsider. After all, the future won't lie. Sherry's sudden appearance in the Chambord Islands during this brand new historical era must mean he saw something extraordinary. Sakazuki slowly leaned forward, whispering a few words in Tyrag's ear, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What the hell?" Tyrag exclaimed in shock, raising his head and gesturing wildly with his fingers in disbelief, saying, "Isn't this too inhumane?" Sakazuki snorted coldly, dismissively saying, "Those so-called morals and ethics don't work with me. I only believe in absolute power and ruthless punishment. The dignity of the Navy must not be compromised. When necessary, you could take special measures." Sakazuki pointed meaningfully upwards, then flicked his empty sleeves and turned to leave. "Wait." Tyrag stopped Sakazuki, slowly extending a finger, revealing a greedy expression as he said, "I haven't agreed yet. 1 billion berries or a devil fruit." After joining the sword unit, he became free enough to let them fend for themselves. Tyrag, who had never received a salary, had completely lost all benefits from a navy. If he didn't find ways to earn some extra money now, he might not even be able to afford food in the future. "I'll give you 3 billion berries plus a Zoan-type devil fruit." Sakazuki casually turned his head, slowly extending 4 fingers and disdainfully glancing at Tyrag. He then turned and left. His time was precious, and he couldn't afford to waste it here. If you were to say who in the Navy was the richest, it wasn't Admiral Sengoku or Zephyr. And Marshal Steelbone Kong didn't even come close. The richest was undoubtedly Sakazuki, who had been constantly on the move, almost always either exterminating pirates or on the road to do so. Clap. Terrorist regret slapped himself and cursed, "Damn it, it should have been less. Why couldn't you just ask for 10 billion? On a certain uninhabited island in Beihai, Doflamingo, wrapped in bandages and with extensive burns, covered his throbbing forehead and let out a sickly laugh. After years of effort, after a great fire, nothing is left. Hee hee hee, with all his teeth gone. The beggar-like Tory Pole wiped his runny nose and leaned in again, grinning foolishly. I say, Doff. It's normal that we couldn't beat that guy. After all, he's a man nominated for admiral." Just as Tory Pole finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, and a huge and strange figure slowly rose. Its sharp and piercing voice rang out. "At least we all successfully survived, Doff. We never lacked the courage to start over." The huge body and the effeminate voice formed a stark contrast, yet no one dared to laugh. Doflamingo took out a sea chart, pointed to a certain location on it, and laughed wildly again. "Fufufu. Navy, are you ready to receive my gift?" Talig twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed at a 5-meter-long broken sailboat on the shore, incredulously asking, "Ella, are you sure this is our ship? Not to mention that there's a big hole in the sail. Even one of the 2 paddles is broken. Is this acceptable?" Ella held a mop in his hand, as he planned to use the stick to make a new paddle for rowing. With a tearful expression, he looked up and forced a smile, saying, "There was originally a startup fund, but Talig's eyes lit up. He was particularly attentive to anything related to berries. He instantly grabbed Ella by the neck, speaking darkly, "But what? Is there someone who dares to embezzle my money?" Ella struggled to escape from Talig's grip, patted his chest, and mumbled, "It's not my fault that someone talked too much and angered Mr. Waring States. Our startup fund worth 300 million berries has been unilaterally withheld, supposedly for some local specialties." Crack. The sound of petrification echoed. "That's not right, is it?" Leo glanced at the gradually petrifying captain. Scratching his head with a Na'vi smile, "The captain and I handed over 1 billion berries last night, so we shouldn't owe them anything, right?" Bang. Ella knocked on Talig's stiff body, sighed deeply, and mournfully roared, "They said that 10 billion is the principal, and our startup fund is the interest. So?" Ella helplessly shrugged, signaling Leo to come over and help move the petrified captain onto the boat, wanting to leave this place of troubles as soon as possible. Leo spat on his hands, wiped them, and lifted Talig's shoulders, feeling emotional as he said, "So now we are like orphan children, left to fend for ourselves." Ella sympathetically glanced at Talig, who was temporarily closed off from self-awareness, and added fuel to the fire with a mischievous smile. "Not only that, I heard Major Jonga say that the renovation costs for the headquarters building also need to be borne by our captain, apparently too. 5 billion berries? Stop talking. The captain is going to foam at the mouth." Leo shouted anxiously. A gust of sea breeze swept by, carrying away the sail with a big hole. Suddenly, Talig sprang up like a carp, standing up instantly. With a blank expression, he stared into the distance at the headquarters building, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Just when Ella and Leo thought their captain was about to cause trouble again, Talig feigned toughness with the most resolute attitude while saying the most cowardly words. gritting his teeth and saying, "I will definitely come back." Thud. He and Leo both fell to the ground at the same time, their two differently sized feet twitching rhythmically in the air. After the farce, everything returned to normal. No matter how hard and bitter life may be, it must go on, right? Perhaps to save face, Talig took the initiative to take on the task of making the oars. After spending 2 hours on it and rejecting 12 requests from Ella to help him in between, he continued. Talig successfully broke the only mop. Ahem! Talig touched his nose, calmly stood up, and threw the broken wood in his hand into the sea with a flick of his hands. Looking at the dazed duo, he earnestly said, "Whether or not we have paddles doesn't matter. Riding the waves without wind is the mindset a man of the sea should have." Ha! On the dilapidated sailboat, Talig's awkward laughter spread out. Ella and Leo exchanged a glance and nodded knowingly. "Look, the general from the Warring States is here to collect debts." The honest Leo pointed in shock at Talig's back, as if something terrifying was there. Upon hearing the words, "collect debts," Talig immediately had a physiological reaction and instinctively turned his head. At that moment, Ella pounced from behind with a bear hug and said with a mischievous smile, "Then please show me riding the waves first, Captain." Splash! The simultaneous sound of two people falling into the water was heard. "Oh no!" Talig, standing at the bow of the boat, slowly lowered his kicked leg and exclaimed in shock, "Why did you two jump into the sea? What the hell?" Ella struggled desperately in the water, bubbles escaping from his mouth as he mumbled incoherently and cursed. Just as his head broke the surface of the sea, Talig kicked him back down. Leo seemed to know what was about to happen and floated calmly on the surface of the water, showing no signs of struggle. Tiarag smiled faintly and pretended to choke up as he said, "You chose the training method of sailing with a boat to break through your own limits. I'm really." With two ropes accurately tying around Leo and Ella's waists, Tiarag suddenly shouted excitedly, "I'm so happy with you two. Who says our broken ship can't ride the wind and waves?" Alas, Leo sighed deeply, casting a disdainful glance at Ella, who almost choked on seawater, and mockingly smiled. "If you don't have the skills, don't touch the delicate things. You didn't even touch the captain's hem. Did you graduate?" Ella recalled the big excellent on her graduation report and proudly lifted her head. "Of course. I'm the most outstanding student taught by Teacher Zifa." Tara's ears twitched, looking puzzled. Is that how that character is explained? The show character on Ella's graduation report was written by him. Because the fountain pen ran out of ink, the last character was not written. "You two calm down." Tyler sat on the deck, tapped the ship's side, pointed to the seemingly endless sea ahead, and smiled. "Set sail." "No, it should be pulling the sails." Upon hearing this, Ella and the others immediately screamed in despair, thinking the captain was joking, but it turned out to be serious. Seeing that they had not moved for a long time, Tyler raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted, "Aren't you going to move? Do I have to use a little whip to urge you?" Ella, on the verge of tears, poked her head out and weakly asked, "Captain, you just said to go, but where are we going?" Tyrag pinched his nose and replied nonchalantly, "They say just go with the flow, wherever it takes me. Get the ship moving." Accompanied by a weak response, the old sailboat drifted into the unknown seas, pulled by two weary souls. Sitting on the boat, Tyrag gazed at the endless expanse of the ocean, lost in thought. It had been nearly half a year since he joined the military. Now, he could be considered truly free, and it was time to go back and take a look. Sakazuki had already informed Tyrag in advance about the time and place for the exchange with Porcelino. After this incident, no matter what happened, he was determined to go home and see it for himself. A month later, the Shambadi archipelago, Tara stood facing east, feeling the sea breeze hitting her face. She cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, "Dad, Machino, Luffy, Staden, how are you all doing?" The two people silently pulling the boat in the sea simultaneously rolled their eyes, thinking, "You're amazing, you're so high and mighty." Ella swam up to the surface and roared, "Mom, big sister, I miss you too. What are you shouting about?" Tarag squatted down and pushed Ella into the water. What a great atmosphere. Yet he ruined it with a loud shout. Phew. Ella, having resurfaced, spat out a mouthful of seawater, splattering it all over Tarag's face. "I'll get you for this." Tyrag leaped into the sea, playfully splashing around with Ella. Watching the two of them frolicking in the water, Leo hid nearby, chuckling foolishly, a fleeting look of loneliness passing through his eyes, leaving no one to know what he was thinking. The humid air in the dense Amazon lily jungle was thick, and the sunlight struggled to filter through the layers of leaves, casting fragmented shadows. "Sister, what are you looking at?" A small python slithered out from the woods, and it was Boa Sandersonia, her lively eyes filled with curiosity. Nothing. Hancock's eyes instantly became flustered. She subconsciously hid the cloak behind her back, her body trembling slightly, avoiding eye contact with her sister. At that moment, the cunning Marigold stealthily approached from another direction and swiftly snatched the cloak that Hancock had hidden. I got it. He. After a clear giggle, Marigold dashed away like the wind, waving the cloak in her hand, her cheerful laughter echoing through the jungle. Let me see. Sandersonia ran towards her sister with a curious expression, eager to find out what it was that made her usually proud sister hide it so carefully, refusing to let them see no matter how they begged. Seeing the cloak being snatched away, Hancock was momentarily taken aback, then anxiously shouted, "Give it back to me. You're not allowed to look." She tried to chase after them to get the cloak back, but stumbled in her fluster. Sandersonia and Marigold stopped, unfolded the cloak, and saw a familiar yet strange emblem embroidered on it. Justice? The two exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why their sister would keep a navy cloak. This was a pirate nation, and there was naturally no good feeling towards the navy. Marigold thought it wasn't anything important and tossed the cloak away. Just as Hancock caught up, she saw this scene and was instantly filled with rage. You guys are too much. With her shout, an invisible, terrifying aura surged from her body. In an instant, the surrounding trees trembled under this powerful pressure, and leaves began to fall. Sandersonia and Marigold were struck down by this sudden hockey, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Sister, Sandersonia tried to explain, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Marigold, with a face full of regret, said, Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know that cloak was so important to you. The surge of energy abruptly stopped. Hancock gasped for breath, and after calming her emotions, quickly climbed up a nearby large tree to retrieve the cloak that had almost been blown away. Hancock finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the scene when she was rescued that day, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Really? Who uses a cloak to deliver messages? My benefactor really is a big fool. Sandersonia and Marigold, filled with fear, slowly got up from the ground and cautiously approached their sister, who had just shown her terrifying aura. Sister, what was that just now? Sandersonia shivered, remembering the pressure they had only experienced with Mr. Rayleigh. That is not important. Hancock carefully folded the cloak and gently tapped her fingers on her two sisters' foreheads. What matters is that this belongs to our great benefactor. From now on, you are not allowed to touch it without my permission. The two exchanged glances, stuck out their tongues, and nodded in agreement. In East Blue's Windmill Village, Paha, Carp lay on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Mr. Carp, is there good news? Why are you laughing so hard? Dayton, holding the silly-looking Luffy and the disdainful Ace, walked out of the house. Ahem. Carp wiped the tears from his laughter and snatched Luffy and Ace from Dayton, throwing them up into the air. Stinky old man, what are you doing again? Ace's scream and Luffy's silly laugh intertwined as Carp leaped up, catching his two grandsons securely. Ha ha ha. He playfully gave Ace a light smack on the head and laughed. Your uncle, Monkey D. Tyrag, has done something incredible. Just like his father, pahaha. Ace was about to blurt out a curse, but held it back. The shadow of his childhood would never fade with time, but rather became clearer. In a voice far too childish for his age, he said, that definitely needs to be celebrated. Luffy, right? Carp's smile slowly faded, and Ace in his arms suddenly shouted in terror, don't come any closer. Shut up. Carp's roar echoed. I'm doing this to train you into strong Marines, just like your uncle. Dayton sat down on the ground in front of the wooden house. She had seen this bungee jumping scene in the sky so many times that she was almost numb to it. Sighing, Dayton lit a cigarette and muttered, stinky old man. Luffy and Ace are still so young. Makino walked out of the house with a basin of children's clothes, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and asked Dayton, what excuse did Uncle Carp find today to torture my poor nephews? A sympathetic look crossed her face as she glanced at Ace and Luffy, who were being tossed up and caught in the air. With her usual gentle smile, she said, really, Luffy isn't even a year old yet. He shouldn't be subjected to this until he's Ace's age. Dayton turned her head in shock, dropping her cigarette on the ground, her thoughts racing, secretly thinking, hey, what kind of monsters is this whole family? Even Makino, this little girl, acts like it's only natural? Makino seemed to notice Dayton's astonishment, her eyes carrying a hint of helplessness and familiarity. Although her smile remained, it didn't reach her eyes. Sister Dayton, ever since I can remember, my brother has always had some small wounds on him. Makino placed the basin on the ground and took out a photo of a girl with an umbrella from the pocket of her apron. Her gentle smile faded after a moment, gradually turning bitter, a hint of loneliness in her eyes, and she sighed inwardly. It's been 148 days, brother. Are you okay? Near the bow of the ship, Tyrag skillfully prepared a plate of translucent sashimi. As he tossed a piece into his mouth, he turned to the two behind him. Are you sure you don't want to eat? At this moment, Ella and Leo were looking extremely weak. Ella clutched her painfully aching stomach, her face twisted in agony. Captain, I beg you, spare us. I currently feel like there is a hidden corner in my body. Leo covered Ella's mouth with one hand, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. No, I can't say it, otherwise the chapter won't be sent out. It's like they're firing inside my body. Ella disdainfully slapped Leo's hand away. By the way, did you wash your hands? Are you still concerned about that? Leo casually broke off a small piece of wood from the broken ship and silently squatted at the back of the boat. It's still better than eating the captain's poisonous fish. Ugh, I'm a true master of my own body. A strange sound came, and the sashimi in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Tylag threw the plate into the sea. It's just sashimi. Is it really that serious? Ella stepped forward. Captain, I want to ask a question. Why do you have so many questions? Taragu had a black line on his face. Damn it. With everything included, he had to quickly prepare a large ship, preferably one with independent bathrooms. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You guys are unloading cargo into the sea, and you yourselves are too disgusted to go down to pull the ship. What are you doing this for? The signposts had long been lost, and those who dared to set sail without any preparation could be considered unprecedented. As for whether there will be successors, that is another matter. Captain, I want to ask, how did you manage to catch 12 fish, all of which are poisonous? Ella had been holding this question in since the 18th time she used the toilet. Boom, boom, boom. The firelight instantly illuminated the gloomy sky, and several shells whistled in, stirring up large waves. Swish! 3 pairs of bright eyes instantly widened to the maximum. Ha ha! Tyrag burst into laughter. On the 3rd day of drifting at sea, he was in an exceptionally good mood, finally encountering someone to attack. Ship foo money. Ella and Leo both turned to look at the captain, who had already dashed away, their faces full of confusion. Ha ha ha! The tiger shark stood at the bow of the ship, waving the sword in his hand, shouting, You little ones, fire the cannons. How dare a fishing boat that can't catch goldfish block my way? Fine shit. The pirate ship of the tiger shark pirates resembled a fierce shark, its hull pitch black, with a skull on the flag held in the mouth of a menacing tiger shark. Huh. Tyrag's body paused in midair, letting out a sigh. What a narrow road for enemies. I didn't have the time to catch you back then, and now you come to me. The sea is vast. Vast enough that one can sail for 3 days without seeing a single soul. The sea is also small. Small enough that the first person he encountered was the very guy who captured goldfish at the human auction back then. Clang! The Murakumo blade was drawn half an inch before Tyrag sheathed it again. Their shabby sailboat had already been twisted beyond recognition by Ella and Leo. It was a miracle it hadn't sunk, and it was time to get a new one. Just as Tyrag hesitated for a few seconds, his figure was already spotted by the tiger shark pirates below. Not good. A pirate underling who had never seen the world exclaimed, There's an incredible guy in the sky. Slap. The tiger shark gave him a disdainful slap. Is what you have in your hand just for show? Bring him down. Bang. Bang bang. Countless bullets were fired from the pirate ship below. I bet you don't have any bullets in your guns. Tara's lips curled slightly as he swayed his body, allowing the snipers below to achieve the title of master of human outlining. Although Ella's body was still weak, she could still handle these feeble pirates. Captain, he, who had stealthily boarded the ship, no longer concealed his figure and shouted while cleaving a pirate in half. Where's your hockey? Hurry up and clean up these small fries. Too many dead bodies are bad luck for our new ship. Leo, who had just climbed aboard the pirate ship, nodded in agreement. That's right. Mainly cleaning up the battlefield is really tiring. Who the hell are you? The thin monkey tiger shark roared with rage, his eyes wide with fury. Not to mention that guy in the sky who couldn't hit anything. When did these two show up? You fools, come with me and kill them. Tiger Shark licked his lips hungrily, waving his hand as he charged with his many underlings toward Ella and Tara, who were back-to-back facing the enemy. Sigh. Sight. He initially wanted to give them a chance to test their own strength, which was why he hadn't taken action. But upon reconsideration, they had a point. Perhaps he would find another opportunity next time. Tara was suspended in mid-air, his gaze coldly fixated on the pirate ship below. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible pressure erupted from him. The air around him seemed to solidify, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding clouds to stop moving. Immediately, a domineering presence surged like a roaring tide, sweeping outward from him. Wherever this presence reached, the originally arrogant pirates were instantly struck down. Their charging forms pausing as if a pause button had been pressed, frozen in place. Groups of pirates fell like cut wheat, their eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, completely losing control of their bodies. What is happening? A trembling voice came from the silent tiger, shark pirate ship. Targaryen did not include him as a target for the power strike, specifically leaving it for Ella and the others to practice on. With a bored expression, he pointed at the tiger shark that was about to be scared to death and said, 10 minutes. I don't want to see him again. Hee. Ella let out a cruel, cold laugh, drawing her rapier and slowly approaching the tiger shark ahead. Leo also rolled up his sleeves and said with a hearty smile, no need for that. 1 minute is enough to deal with this guy. The setting sun was blood red, dyeing the horizon a dark crimson. As the last rays of twilight vanished, night had already fallen. Cheers. Oh, only Leo responded, while Targaryen looked at Ella with a displeased expression. Do you look down on me? Ella was struck as if by lightning, nearly dropping the piece of meat with bones in her hand. Looking at the captain's flushed face, she pointed to her own nose. Me? Smack. A large canister of medicinal alcohol for treating allergies crashed heavily to the ground. Tyler stepped on a wine barrel, tongue out, and said, if you're my brother, come and chop me. Ha! If you're my brother, then drink with me until we're satisfied. We won't return until we're drunk today. Bad memories surged to the surface, and Ella's face instantly turned pale. Covering her mouth, she cautiously asked, Captain, you're already unsteady on your feet. Can we not drink anymore? Tyrag's eyes widened as he roared, what? You say I can't do it? Come on, I'll show you. After a while, thud, 3 figures fell to the ground back to back, falling into a deep sleep. Are they really asleep? The host has really fallen asleep? After countless tests, ding. System task released. Sword troop, subordinate recruitment. You, who started from scratch, are in the toughest moment. Someone has to share the pressure for you. Please use your charisma to recruit new subordinates on board. Task rewards. Further enhancement of observation hockey. A blueprint for base modeling, 500 emotional points. And opening permissions for the system all. Recommended characters have been locked in, and positioning items have been distributed. Please pay attention to check and receive. Host. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, softly shining on the ship. Leo, who is the captain, is scolding someone. Ella, holding a mop, was wiping the bloodstains on the ship. Who knows? Ever since he woke up, he's been like this. Leo shrugged and climbed up the mast, wanting to take down the pirate flag above. Taleg's nails were crazily scratching his scalp. They say that alcohol is the essence of grains, and the more you drink, the younger you become. Are you sure this task is something I asked you for when I was drunk? Absolutely sure. The system replied decisively. In his mind, Taleg visualized a little figure walking up to the system's little figure. With a cold expression, he said, look me in the eye, you little brat. I'm watching you. Then why can't I see your eyes? Open your eyes for me. The system's little figure peeled back its eyelids, revealing a fist-sized eyeball. I've opened them as wide as I can. Helpless. Taleg couldn't remember anything from last night after drinking too much. Since the task had come, Taleg had no choice but to proceed. After all, the heavenly fire the system mentioned was quite frightening, right? He took out a sea chart and a permanent compass from the system's space. Era. Tyrag looked at the nautical charts several times, but still couldn't understand where the marked location was, so he had to call for help. Ella instantly threw the mop in her hand away and dashed over. What the heck? Who threw that? Leo, who had just climbed up the mast, was knocked down. Ella wiped her hands and looked at Tyrag with an expressionless face. Captain, did you call me? Help me take a look at where this location on the nautical chart is. Tyrag lowered his head and continued to study, not looking up. Stop messing around. Pay attention. He swatted away Ella's hand that reached over and scolded her. Are you out of your mind? Faced with Ella's repeated attempts to grab the map, Tyrag lifted his head and shouted angrily. It's already frustrating enough. I wanted you to help me look at it, and now you're just causing trouble? Ella pointed at the map in Tyrag's hand, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, and said, Captain, do you think there's a possibility that the map in your hand is upside down? Taleg lowered his head to look at the numbers on the map, calmly turning the map around. The earth is round, and there's a reason for what I'm doing. Upon hearing this, Ella, who could no longer hold back her frustration, snatched the map from Taleg's hands. Flipping the map upside down, she shouted, I said you have it the wrong way. Not upside down. West Sea, Flower Country, Coon Village. Ella, with a big bump on her head, accurately stated the location on the map. Flower Country? Tarag frowned, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Would going there to recruit subordinates really not get him beaten to death by the people of that country? 11 years ago, His father's iron fist not only shattered the dreams of the leader of the Flower Kingdom's 8-treasure navy, Green Pepper, but also established a lifelong feud with them. Now, give me an ice block. Ella folded the map and tucked it into her pocket. Captain, what are you thinking? Are we going to the Flower Kingdom next? She patted the ship's helm in front of her, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. With this ship's speed, if we pass through the nearby naval base, we can quickly reach the West Sea. Tara did not pay him any attention and turned to the side of the ship, analyzing the dangers of the journey to the Flower Kingdom. The Flower Kingdom is extremely martial, with a total of 8 naval forces, and the Green Pepper, who has a generational feud with my family, is the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy. The 8 Treasures Navy he leads is also the most powerful unit in the Flower Kingdom. This is going to be tough. Turlag covered his forehead with his hand. He had just left the Navy. Perhaps he was about to become an enemy of a nation. Uncle Wayno from the Wayno country must be very pleased with the decision he made. By the way, Ella took the ice cubes that Leona brought over and pressed them against her head, taking a sharp breath. Captain, I heard that there is a jewel ice mountain in the Flower Country. It is said that countless treasures are hidden there. Is it true? Whoosh. Hurry. In an instant, Turlag, whose eyes had turned into a Bailey shape, trembled as he handed the permanent compass to Ella. A roaring voice echoed through the sky. Set sail. My dear subordinates are still waiting for me to welcome them. Leo was very sure that except for that time, he encountered the great ape king and ran away. This time the speed at which they raised the sails was definitely the fastest of his life. Ella took the compass, pointed it in the right direction, and with one hand on the ship's helm, performed a 1800 spin. The bow and stern of the tiger-headed ship instantly switched positions, and the sea breeze whistled past as the ship sailed straight towards its destination. On a cold, wintry day, with a leaden-gray sky pressing down on Coon Village, a frail little girl closely followed a weary-looking, hunchbacked woman. The little girl wore thin and tattered clothing, patched together in layers. That was Baby 5. A head of short black hair flew wildly in the wind, and her small, red face was filled with fear and confusion. Mom, where are we going? Baby 5 asked, her voice trembling. Her little hands were stiff with cold, yet she still tried to grasp her mother's tattered and rough hem. The mother stopped and turned around, her eyes devoid of warmth, even somewhat terrifying. She coldly looked at Baby 5 as if she were staring at a stranger. Don't follow me, Baby 5. The mother's voice was as piercing as the cold wind, each word like an ice pick stabbing into Baby 5's heart. Tears welled up in Baby 5's eyes. She did not understand why her mother suddenly seemed so unfamiliar overnight. Her lips trembled, her voice choked with tears. Mom, I'll be good. Please don't leave me. The mother's brow furrowed, her face revealing disgust. You useless thing. There's no food left to feed you. You can't do anything. You'll only be a burden to us. Baby 5's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this was what her once beloved mother would say. Her small body swayed perilously in the cold wind, like a flower on the verge of wilting. No, Mom. I can help with work. I will try my best. Baby 5 cried out through her sobs, trying to show her mother her determination. I only need a sip of water and a grain of rice each day. I want to be a burden to everyone. Please don't abandon me, Mom. A silent whimper escaped her lips. Tears slid down her cheeks, freezing into ice beads in the air as they fell. The mother cruelly interrupted her. Stop deceiving yourself. You have no value at all. You're completely useless. No one will need you, not even me. The mother's voice grew sharper, each word piercing Baby 5's heart like a sharp arrow. After saying that, she turned and continued walking forward, her steps firm, with no hesitation whatsoever. Baby 5 sat dumbly on the ground, watching her mother's figure gradually fade away. In that moment, her world completely collapsed. The biting cold wind howled past, stinging her face, yet it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Tears had dried up, leaving only despair and helplessness in her eyes, vacant and lifeless. No one will need me. Captain, we have arrived at the West Sea. Ella shouted back. The massive mountains of the Red Earth continent stood like a chasm, dividing the entire world into 4 seas and the Grand Line. For ordinary people, the only passage through was the upside-down mountain near Roguetown. However, for Turlag and his group, who had naval identities, going to other seas was not so troublesome. The Red Earth continent was indeed tall, but the lift built in Mariehua made it easy. Using the lift, Turlag and his group quickly made their way from the Grand Line to the West Sea. Tarag gently placed the 10-ton barbell on the ground and took the towel Leo handed him to wipe the sweat off his face. How long until we reached the Land of Flowers? This trip to Mary Geos was not just a stopover. Tarag also took the opportunity to gather information about the exchange of Palusalino. We can't stay in the West Sea for more than 20 days, otherwise. We won't have enough time to earn money and save people. Tyrag's mouth was a bit crooked, but he still managed to express his thoughts. Ella looked at the nautical chart in her hands, constantly measuring it with a ruler. Although she wasn't a navigator, she at least knew how to read a map. If all went well, we would enter the territory of the Flower Kingdom in 2 days. Leo scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Captain, what kind of person is it that makes you go personally to meet them? Tarag picked up the old bounty notice from the table. He had gotten it from an old Navy officer in Marineford. Looking at the stout man with a conical head on the notice, he shook his head. To be precise, I don't really know. The system only provided his location, but didn't mention what kind of guy he is. 542 million berries. Going up against my old man might be a bit tricky. Ella glanced at the bounty notice for green pepper and, stroking her chin, pondered. As far as I know, more than a decade ago, green pepper already possessed the 3-color hockey and was incredibly strong. But ever since his head got dented by Mr. Carp, he rarely makes a move. Ella squeezed Tarag's muscular arm, looking enviously. I believe with the captain's current strength, capturing him shouldn't be a problem. You really have a lot of faith in me. Talek shot Ella a glance, questioning whether the key issue was really about the green pepper itself. If it were just a matter of facing off against a particular person, Talek would dare to say that apart from those top-tier combatants, he was not weaker than anyone else. However, the crux of the matter was that the pirate culture in the Flower Kingdom fostered several elite official pirate forces. If it weren't for the fact that the Flower Kingdom was a member of the world government, one could easily say it was a pirate nation. Pirates are inherently difficult to deal with, let alone those who are organized and disciplined without any concerns for their safety. Their naval forces are said to be capable of confronting the Navy head-on. Sneaking quietly, no shooting, Tara didn't worry too much. After all, they were now part of the Navy camp. For whatever reason, the Flower Kingdom didn't dare to openly attack the Navy. In the capital of the Flower Kingdom, Old Kai, at the age of 9, knelt in a courtyard with his younger brother Abu, their foreheads heavily knocking against the ground. Creak! The large door of the courtyard was pushed open, and a kind-looking hunchbacked old man walked out. Qing Tiao was nearing 60, and the beard he had grown long ago was now a mix of black and white. On the left side of his temple, he had a tattoo of the number 12, symbolizing the mark of the 12th generation of pillars. Huge tears continuously flowed from Qing Tiao's eyes. I am the shame of the 8 treasure water army. Oh. It was because he had lost the conical spear that he could no longer unlock the Jade Eyes cover. The 8 treasure water army lost its control over wealth, and its status in the Flower Kingdom also plummeted. After crying for a while, his beard began to flutter again, and his eyes were bloodshot. Kapu, I will hate you to the next generation. I will crush every bone in your grandson's body, even the marrow, into dust. Immediately after, this legendary pirate known as the Conical Spear, Qing Tiao, sat on the ground and began to cry again. Old man, Old Kai pulled his brother forward, wanting to comfort old Qing Tiao. But then he thought, if they lost again in today's duel with the 2nd Treasure Water Army, he would have to become the 26th fiancé of Hualisha, the pillar of the 2nd Treasure Water Army, at the age of 9. The terrifying future made Old Kai's heels itch just thinking about it. Oh, Chisan, you must be strong. You are the 12th pillar of our 8 Treasure Water Army. If you're lost, who are we supposed to believe in? Old Kai took out a newspaper from his pocket and kept trying to reassure Qing Tiao. This is today's newspaper. It says that Kapu's son has arrived at the West Sea. Tara did not expect that his supposedly secret voyage had already become an empty shell. Ever since he appeared in Mariehua, their whereabouts had been captured by some journalists. The newly established special forces, led by the son of a hero, Tara, who holds the title of People's Hero, have garnered quite a bit of attention regarding all their intelligence. How could Morgans miss such a great opportunity to make money? Therefore, the shocking news. People's Hero Tara leads his special forces secretly crossing the Red Earth continent towards the West Sea. Do they have some unspeakable secrets? Below the news was a photo showing Tara and 2 others sitting on a tiger-head ship, equipped with a lift. Cap's son, Green Pepper, stopped crying as his ears perked up. He grabbed Old Kai's shoulder, lifting him off the ground, and shouted, "Are you saying Cap's son has come to the West Sea?" Old Kai furrowed his brows, looking at the furious old man. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. In the past, whenever Cap's grandson was mentioned, the old man would have wanted nothing more than to skin him alive right then and there. Yet now, why did he shift his anger onto him? Squeezing his shoulder painfully, nodding to confirm the old man's question, he said, Yes, Cap's son has come to the West Sea." Green Pepper's mustache didn't bristle. He hadn't seen the newspaper, so he didn't know it was Cap's second son who had come. Casually tossing old Kai to the ground, he walked disinterestedly towards the courtyard, muttering, "Dorag, I can't beat him." This was Green Pepper's reaction, and the reason for his unusual behavior. It also explained why he didn't hate Cap's son, but only hated Cap's grandson. The reason was simple, just 3 words, can't beat. He once thought he could start hating from his son, but after being swept into the sea by a devastating tornado, that thought had long since vanished. Ub, who had remained silent throughout, helped his brother up from the ground. Looking at the old man who was walking further away, he shouted, "Old man, are you scared? Scared of Cap's son, people's hero, Tara?" Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Green Pepper's figure instantly appeared in front of his 2 grandsons, a strange smile on his face. "Cap's second son, Captain. We have 2 pirate ships ahead. They seem to be engaged in ship-to-ship combat." On the lookout tower, Leo held a telescope in one hand, looking eagerly into the distance. Today was the 2nd day of arriving at the West Sea. If all went well, they would land in the Flower Kingdom by evening. Ella threw the anchor overboard, and with a splash, the anchor sank into the water, temporarily stopping the ship in its place. Ella looked at Tara, who was still training, and asked Captain, "What do you say? Should we go around or engage?" Tyrag took a deep breath, his arms stiff and blood-filled from holding heavy objects for a long time. Sweat beads densely covered his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Is there even a need to ask? Tyrag moved his arms, and his joints made a cracking sound. He took the Murakumo from the rack. A confident yet slightly excited curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted loudly, "Bring the boat closer." "Got it." Ella laughed self-deprecatingly as he looked at the anchor he had just thrown overboard, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed that his act of throwing the anchor was entirely unnecessary. Tara has not rested since yesterday, remaining in high-intensity training. He feels he is at a critical point, and once he crosses that threshold, his strength will see a significant boost. Ella asked out of curiosity for this reason. "Hand over that little girl, and I'll let you leave safely." The captain of the Red Fox Pirates, Red Fox Bolton, pointed a finely crafted flintlock directly at the opposing gang leader. The gang organization confronting Bolton was dressed entirely in blue-striped suits, sharp and orderly. The large man at the front of the line, smoking a cigar, was their godfather, Kane. He disdainfully pulled out a bounty notice from his pocket and scoffed, "Red Fox Bolton, bounty of 18 million berries." Kane took the cigar out of his mouth, and amidst the swirling smoke, he received the Gatling gun handed to him by a subordinate, grinning sickly. "Who gave you the courage to speak to us? The Ice Black Gang, in such a manner?" Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as both sides immediately engaged in a shootout over a minor disagreement. It was clear that this so-called Ice Godfather had no regard for the pirates before him. Seeing their godfather make the first move, Kane's subordinates hesitated not to draw their weapons and began to showcase their skills. In an instant, shouts, gunfire, and the sounds of metal clashing intertwined. "Damn it, brothers. Charge with me." Bolton roared, his body transforming into a half-man, half-fox figure, sharp claws waving his arms, eyes filled with greed. "Grab the demon child. With her, we'll have endless money in the future." Ha ha ha. The shootout erupted instantly. Both sides plunged into intense combat. Flames lit up the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and the scene was chaotic and fierce. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ship belonging to the Ice Black Gang, a frail little girl crouched down, wearing tattered and stained clothes, her hair disheveled over her shoulders. The little girl tightly covered her ears with her hands, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Occasionally, strange laughter escaped her lips. "Terry, he. Her name was Robin, a child with a tragic fate. 3 years ago, her hometown, O'Hara Island, was ruthlessly destroyed by the world government's extermination order. On that day, flames soared, cannon fire roared, and the screams and cries of people intertwined, resembling a scene from hell. Robin witnessed her relatives and friends perish in the bombardment. She desperately ran amidst the chaos, only to find a safe place. At that time, she was just a few years old, facing such a cruel reality. Since then, she has lived a life of wandering, hiding everywhere just to survive. It has been 3 years, and the experience of that day was so unforgettable that Robin still hasn't adjusted to the sounds of cannon fire. Every time she hears the familiar sound of gunfire, her body involuntarily trembles. Her teeth chattered, her face pale as paper. Her petite frame seemed as if it would be devoured by fear at any moment. The vast sea is wide. Surely, one day, tears streamed down Robin's cheeks as she tightly covered her ears, her voice trembling as she whispered, "One day, I will meet partners who are willing to protect me and live together with those guys. But, Saul, I have been searching for 3 years." Robin's heart was filled with confusion and pain. In these 3 years, she encountered countless dangers and difficulties. She had been captured by other pirate crews and forced into slavery, living a life devoid of dignity and subjected to torment. She had also been deceived, betrayed, and sold by seemingly kind-hearted civilians, all for the bounty of 79 million berries. Those who once showed her kindness turned into monstrous figures in the face of profit. She had even been exploited by greedy merchants who sought to extract secrets about O'Hara from her. In this deceitful environment, Robin struggled to navigate, relying on her intelligence and tenacity to escape from one predicament after another. However, each escape only deepened her loneliness and fear. She did not know how much longer she would wander in this darkness, nor did she know if she would ever truly find a partner willing to protect her. At this moment, amidst the intense sounds of gunfire, Robin seemed to return to that terrible day. She tightly shut her eyes, familiar faces and warm smiles that had long since disappeared flashing through her mind. "Saul, where exactly are the partners you spoke of?" Robin's voice was filled with despair and silence. Yet, whenever she recalled the promise she made with Saul, a flicker of weak hope would shine through the depths of despair. "Captain, where do we start attacking?" The battlefield was close at hand, and Ella excitedly drew her rapier, twirling it. Clang! Tara raised his thumb slightly, and Murakumo was drawn out by more than half an inch. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as his right hand slowly grasped the handle of the sword. "They're all the same." Huh. Upon hearing this, Ella felt a bit confused. What does it mean that they're all the same? If others saw this, they would think they couldn't win. Leo Kikteya, who was standing in the center position, out of the way, disdainfully pinching his nose. "Idiot, what the captain means is, let's chop together." Correct answer. Tyrag left behind a phrase, and his figure instantly darted out, stepping lightly as he quickly approached the enemy ship. A breath of extreme cold quietly spread across the smoke-filled battlefield. At this moment, Bolton had completely transformed into a beast, a terrifying fire-red fox swiftly darting through the battlefield, mercilessly taking the lives of enemies. "Who are you?" Bolton's forward charge abruptly halted, and due to inertia, his limbs left deep marks on the deck. The eyes beneath his red, long eyebrows instantly shifted from a minuscule size to an infinite magnification in just a second. Slowly lying on the ground, he trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the descending figure. His trembling voice was filled with endless despair. "Why would a man like you appear here?" The war did not cease with Tyrag's arrival. It seemed that apart from this red fox, no one recognized him. After all, on this secret trip to the Flower Kingdom, he had not even donned a naval uniform. Tyrag raised an eyebrow, sidestepping a bullet that came from who knows where, and looked at the red fox in front of him. "Do you know me?" Bolton's head shook up and down like a garlic masher, his eyes revealing deep fear. Legend's son, another rising star of the Navy. People's hero Tyrag has a talent that could be compared to the 3 great monsters of the Navy. For a man like you, it would be hard for me as a pirate not to know. The war had almost turned one-sided due to Bolton's halt as a key player, and the Red Fox pirate crew had shown obvious signs of retreat. Bolton turned to look at his fallen brothers, determination flashing in his eyes. "Give me a chance." Tara's ears twitched slightly, as if recalling something, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "How can I give you a chance?" The look of regret was evident on Bolton's face. Had he known he would encounter such a monster, he would never have engaged in conflict with the Ice Black group here. "I had no choice before, but now I won't be a good person." Tara's eyes lit up, and an excited expression clearly appeared on his face. "Palace jade, liquid wine? Huh." Bolton was taken aback for a moment. Whoosh! The village rain sword was drawn and sheathed in less than a second, and Bolton's head fell to the ground. Tyrag, with a bored expression, picked his nose as he stepped over the headless corpse on the ground. "That's not where you came from. What lines are you and I exchanging?" "Huh." He waved at Ella, who had already walked over. "You two come over and clean up." An unparalleled sense of pressure swept across the entire battlefield like a surging tide. The pirates and gang members still fighting felt their heads thundering and then completely lost consciousness. With their weak willpower, they couldn't even hold on for a second under Tyrag's domineering impact. Everyone collapsed on the ground, and for a moment, the entire battlefield was silent, with only the sound of the sea wind howling. Tyrag's cold gaze swept over the crowd as he said in a deep voice, "This child's play of a slaughter ends here." Ella and Leo walked behind Tyrag, already accustomed to this scene. The captain's conqueror's hockey seems to have improved again. It's really convenient, Ella remarked. Leo nodded. With the captain around, any trouble could be resolved quickly. Tara glanced at the two of them and said, "Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and clean this place up. We still have to get going. Tie up those with bounties and take them away, and throw the rest into the sea." "Yes." Era and the others replied, quickly starting to deal with the pirates on the battlefield. From their skill techniques, it was clear that they had been practicing somewhere recently. Era had memorized the names and bounties of at least 30,000 pirates, both big and small. At this moment, he could be considered a human announcement machine. Underground Ice Black Group, Godfather Kane, bounty of 28 million berries, capture him. The Red Fox Pirates, Vice Captain Rux, bounty of 11 million berries. Leo, holding a rope, was busily doing the labor, shaking his head disapprovingly and saying, "There's a flaw. It should be 5. 6 million. Leo meant that as they were turning in the pirates as Navy members, they could only receive 20 of the bounty. Era rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and continued with the job. The Red Fox Pirates, Fighter Masiri, 8 million berries. Era's gaze flickered as he pointed to a red fox lying at his feet and said, "Red Fox Bolton's pet, 100 berries, not worth anything. Throw it into the sea." "What about the 20 berries? You don't want to be lit up by the captain, do you?" Leo teased as he grabbed a leg of the red fox and tossed it away. Era remained unfazed, placing his hand unconsciously on his stomach and muttering, "I'm going to the restroom, you take care of the rest." With that, his figure flew off the ship, creating a large splash upon hitting the water. Leo's honest smile remained unchanged as he continued with the heavy work. "Huh." In a corner where no one was present, Leo's brows furrowed tightly. "How could there be a child here?" Turning back to see that Era had not yet returned, Leo walked forward in confusion and carefully picked up Robin. Was she affected by the captain's domineering presence? Leo gently patted Robin's small face, trying to wake her up. Soon, Robin slowly woke up, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. "Little girl, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Leo tried to soften his voice. Robin stared at Leo, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she did not speak. Just then, Era returned and froze in place upon seeing Robin in Leo's arms. "This child is." Soaked from head to toe, Era held a bright red fox in one hand and stroked his chin with the other, lost in thought. The demon child, Nico Robin. How did she end up on this ship? Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask her directly. For his own peace of mind, Era hid the red fox under a group of people before walking over to Leo's side. "Why are you on this ship?" Era's voice was somewhat stiff. After all, facing a notorious figure with a bounty of 79 million berries, even if it was a child, should not be underestimated. "What are you doing?" Leo did not recognize Robin and carefully shielded her behind him. Staring at Era with a cold expression, he shouted, "What if you scare the little girl?" Smack! Era slapped Leo away, as this was not the time for explanations regarding Nico Robin. Era walked steadily, his muscles tense, approaching Robin, who had not yet reacted from her fear. "This young lady." Cough, cough. Era forced a smile and squatted down. "What is your name?" Robin tightly hugged her knees, desperately trying to hide her small body in the corner. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was trying to escape from some terrifying thing. Her deep-set eyes flickered with anxious light as she stammered, "I am called Darkball." "Darkball, huh?" Era noticed her unease and did not make any unnecessary movements. He slowly stood up, thinking to himself, logically, I am not in a Navy uniform, so why is she so alert? He was conflicted, facing Nico Robin, who bore a bounty but was clearly not a villain. He truly did not know what to do. Era paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the corner where Robin was. Robin kept her eyes tightly closed, seemingly praying silently for Era to leave quickly. Era stopped, looked back at Leo, who had accidentally been knocked out, and took a deep breath. Leo has passed out. The captain should still be searching for treasure on these two ships, so he slowly walked towards Robin, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent space. "What do you want to do?" Robin's body trembled even more, her breathing becoming rapid. "I am Darkball, not Nico Robin." Ha ha ha. Era couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't said anything, yet this child revealed herself. He tried to soften his voice further, attempting to soothe Robin's emotions. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." He pointed to another pirate ship in the distance, feigning a terrifying expression as he looked at Robin and said, "I'll call you Darkball for now. I want to tell you, there's a monster there that eats children. If you don't want to be eaten, it's best to do as I say." "Thank you, big brother." Robin's gaze darted, clearly mistrusting anyone. But she had no room to refuse. Realizing her weakness, she nodded and replied, "Whatever big brother says, I will do." Era sighed inwardly. He had intended to do a good deed, but now it felt like he was acting like a child trafficker. Time was pressing. He no longer hesitated, extending a hand, signaling Nico Robin to hold on. Robin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out her hand. Era held her small hand tightly, clearly feeling the cold sweat in her palm. They carefully avoided the debris on the ground, doing their best not to make any noise. Era walked while softly saying, "No matter what happens later, you must stick close to me, okay?" "Okay," Robin bit her lip and nodded gently, for the first time looking directly at this strange older brother who was only a few years older than her. "Captain, I'm sorry." Era gazed ahead, his eyes revealing a hint of loneliness. But within that loneliness was a trace of determination. "I might have to go against my sense of justice." He recalled the oath he took when he joined the Navy to defend justice and protect innocent people. However, at this moment, he deeply questioned the Navy's order to capture Nico Robin. She is just a child. Does she really deserve such a severe punishment? At the mere age of 8, she has to face the world's pursuit, drifting alone, left to fend for herself. If she was originally good, treating her this way only pushes her towards the abyss of evil. Era silently muttered in his heart. Even if misunderstood by the world, even if I bear the name of a traitor from now on, I will protect her because I believe this is the right thing to do at this moment. What can a child understand? Has her sense of justice been established? On what basis can she be defined as evil? What unforgivable things has she done? Ella recalled her days at the instructor training camp, where there was a particularly unique cultural class. No, Ella suddenly stood up. The first time she had ever contradicted her esteemed teacher, Zephyr, slamming the bounty notice for Nico Robin heavily on the table in front of her. She shouted with a stiff neck, "The criminal has already perished under our fire. How can we define an 8-year-old child as evil? Is it because of bloodline theory? Or that absurd and ridiculous inheritance? Then Talig must deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Ella glanced over at Talig, who was snoring on the other side, and said forcefully, "If our sense of justice is so narrow, then—" "Bang! Watch your words, you fool." Zephyr kicked Ella out the window, and a cold light flashed in his eyes behind his sunglasses. "Hasn't Talig's lesson been enough for you? Don't forget what your duty is." Outside, lying on the ground, Ella clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, tears already streaming down her face. That night, in the training camp dormitory, who did you fight with? You look so beaten up. Tara threw the medicine he bought over. You still need me to buy you medicine, 1,000 berries, and don't forget to pay me back. Ella silently took the medicine, applied it to her injured arm, and her voice sounded a bit dull. "Rookie number 1, what do you think justice is?" Tara took the lollipop out of his mouth, his expression somewhat unusual. "You also asked me this kind of question?" Ella looked up and asked, "Have others asked before?" Tara recalled a few days ago when teacher Zephyr asked him what his beliefs were. He shook his head with a bitter smile, looked at Ella, and said seriously, "What I said to my brother is, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous." Everyone has a different understanding of this statement. Tara seemed to remember something, and after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke. "When you find yourself in a moment of extreme confusion, it's best to follow the voice of your heart. Follow the guidance of your inner self. That is what you believe to be the most correct thing, and it is your own justice." The scene returned to the present, where Ella quietly placed a small wooden boat into the sea, leaving a month's worth of fresh water and food on board. Looking at Nicole Robin, whose body had stopped shaking, she smiled gently. "The waters ahead are full of danger. All I can do is this. How you choose to proceed from here is entirely up to you. But please remember one thing. Never harbor malicious thoughts, and that will be enough." Robin, confused, looked up. Up close, she saw the Navy uniform beneath Ella's coat. It reminded her of Akiji, and her expression became complicated. She couldn't determine whether Ella's mercy was due to personal compassion or if there was a deeper conspiracy at play. This uncertainty filled Robin's heart with unease and doubt. "Why are you letting me go? Am I not a terrible criminal?" Robin finally voiced her thoughts, marking her first time speaking from her heart. Ella nudged Robin, signaling her to board the boat, and smiled mysteriously. "There's someone who can definitely stir the tides of history who told me, when you are in deep turmoil, it's best to follow your true self." She untied the rope that bound the boat and forcefully pushed the small wooden vessel far out. "What I'm doing now is what I believe to be the most correct, and that is enough. Can you tell me your name?" Robin's small boat had drifted far away, and she cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting loudly. "My name is—" Ella's voice abruptly stopped, her body stiffening as she turned to look at the powerful right hand resting on her shoulder. "You seem no longer lost. Tara's lips curled slightly as he gazed across the distant horizon at Robin on the small boat. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of concern that others might hardly notice. Having already done what shouldn't have been done, there was no need to complicate matters further. I was wrong, Captain. Ella revealed a bitter smile, realizing how naive he had been, thinking he had covered his tracks perfectly. Little did he know that everything he had done was actually accomplished with the captain's tacit approval. Tyrag did not blame Ella, not to mention that he had no intention of capturing Robin in the first place. Even considering his brother Kazan's feelings, he would secretly let Robin go. Ella's actions were merely what he wanted to do but hadn't done yet. How could he possibly blame her? What is her name? Nico. Tyrag frowned, his gaze signaling Ella to watch her words. Ella quickly changed her tone, scratching the back of her head and laughing awkwardly. Dark ball, hee hee. Tyrag finally smiled, gently patted Ella's shoulder, and his figure shot out like lightning. No. Ella thought the captain was going to take action against that small boat and shouted anxiously. Hey. Tyrag rolled his eyes and responded with an annoyed expression. When did I become so worthless in your eyes? It was unclear when the once devoted follower who had closely followed him had become someone that even Tyrag found a bit unfamiliar. I need to discuss some matters with her. Make sure to clean this place up properly before I return, or else. Tyrag snorted coldly, ignoring the constantly apologizing Ella, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Ella slapped herself hard, filled with regret for doing something she shouldn't have. The days ahead were likely to be filled with bad luck. Suddenly, a stone flew swiftly, knocking off the hat that covered Nico Robin's face. Burdened with thoughts, she instantly leaped up from the deck. Judging by her agile movements, it seemed she had been secretly training quite a bit. Robin's long black hair danced wildly in the sea breeze, adding to her resilience and stubbornness. Who are you? Nico Robin, who had just escaped from there, stared wide-eyed in terror at the suddenly appearing Tyrag. Tyrag gently landed on the small boat, arms crossed, calmly looking at Robin. Don't be nervous, little girl. I mean you no harm. Otherwise. Tara raised a golden dagger seized from the ship and slashed at the distant sea, sending a golden arc of energy slicing through the water. The slash whistled past, and the sea was torn apart by its tremendous force, instantly creating a massive wave on the surface. After the strike, a deep scar remained, one that would not heal for a long time, while the surrounding fish and shrimp were scattered in panic by the shockwave. Tyrag slowly sheathed his dagger and continued. There are countless people in this sea who want your life. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't even see my shadow. His voice was deep and magnetic, and under the caress of the sea breeze, it sounded particularly clear. I just want to talk to you. Talk. Robin remained tense, her eyes filled with skepticism, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. I don't even know you. What is there talk about? Tyrag smiled slightly, revealing a row of white, neat teeth. You don't need to care about who I am. You just need to know that I belong to the same camp as the one who let you go. Nico Robin looked at the slowly healing sea surface, swallowed, and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Tyrag's lips curled into a faint smile as he said softly, About the truth of this world. About your future. My future? Robin snorted coldly, his eyes revealing deep fatigue and helplessness. I've been on the run since I was 8. The future feels too distant for me. But you have never given up on the pursuit, have you? Tyrag looked at her with piercing eyes, filled with encouragement and expectation. His gaze was like a warm ray of sunshine, trying to penetrate the thick gloom in Robin's heart. The historical texts you possess have made countless people covetous. But this also proves your worth. Worth? Robin was slightly taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she said, This so-called worth has only brought me endless persecution. Tyrag shook his head, his expression serious and solemn. No. This value can change the world. The hidden history you know may hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of the future. A trace of confusion and hesitation flickered in Robin's eyes. She bit her lip and asked tremulously, Why are you telling me this? Tyrag gazed at the distant horizon, where the waves surged violently, just like the turbulent world they were in. His voice was deep and resolute, because this world needs to be changed, and you may be the only key to that. At that moment, the sea breeze brushed against their clothing, and the small boat rocked gently in the waves. Meanwhile, Robin's heart was as restless as the sea disturbed by a recent blow, unable to find peace. She looked at Tyrag, contemplating every word he had said. Ha ha. Tyrag's laughter interrupted Robin's contemplation. Sorry, Tyrag scratched his head and chuckled. I said too much. With a sudden change in expression, Talig took out a specialized telephone bug from his pocket and placed it in front of Robin. I'll give you a way out and promise you a chance to seek my help. Robin, confused, took the telephone bug, not understanding what this terrifying figure in front of her wanted to do. But she knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So she asked, "What do you need me to do?" Robin didn't believe that Talig had no ulterior motives. She had learned from her experiences over the past 3 years that any act of kindness must have a purpose. Clever, Talig praised, recalling his lovely nephew, and smiled. "My strength is on par with a top vice admiral, and I believe it will improve soon. My assistance will never be free. That is a bottom line. In exchange, in the distant future, I want you to leave a certain organization without hesitation." Tara lightly tapped Robin's forehead and asked, "How is it? Isn't it simple?" "Sure," Robin almost without hesitation agreed. Over the past 3 years, she had repeatedly jumped between various factions, betraying, breaking away, and selling out. This had long become routine for her. Now, simply leaving one organization could bring her the assistance of a top-tier combat force. Robin thought of 10,000 reasons not to, but none of them included the word no. So the deal was done. Talig threw down a bag of berries, his body soaring into the sky. Looking down at Robin, "The consequences of deceiving me are definitely not what you want to see. The road lies beneath your feet. How to walk it is your own choice." After saying this, his figure suddenly darted away, completely disappearing from Nico Robin's sight. The people's hero, Talig, not far behind Robin. In a corner, lay a thick stack of newspapers that Aera had placed on the ship. Her tears soaked her clothes as she gazed at the distant black dot in the sky, murmuring, "Why hasn't there been a hero to save everything in O'Hara?" Heroes do exist, but that hero is limited by their own responsibilities. Caught in extreme self-reflection and turmoil, he underwent a complete transformation afterward. Doubts about the government, wavering justice, and sympathy for Robin filled his heart, until the burning flame was completely extinguished, covered by an extreme cold. He may not be the hero of O'Hara, but he is the hero that belongs solely to Robin. He might quietly eliminate potential threats to her when she faces life-and-death crises, remaining undetected by Robin. When she feels lost and confused, despairing about the future, he might provide her with subtle hints or guidance in some obscure way, helping her regain her faith. It's also possible that when the world government issues stricter pursuit orders for Robin, he would use his power and influence to buy her some breathing space, slowing down the pace of the hunt. However, all of this is done very secretly, to the extent that Robin has never noticed the subtle role that person played in her path of growth. "Captain, how is that kid Dartball?" Aera eagerly asked as soon as she saw Talig return, trying to divert the topic and make him forget the fatal mistake he had made earlier. Tara recalled the newspaper hidden in the corner by Robin, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Smart, unlike a child, don't be fooled by her appearance. She cast a disdainful glance at Ella and disdainfully said, "You're not much older than her. If you were both thrown into the same criminal den, I believe the one who would survive in the end would definitely be her." Ella froze in place, thinking, "Hey, am I really that pathetic?" "Yeah," Leo's furious roar echoed. "I'll take your life. That child is still so young. How could you lay a hand on her?" Leo, who had just woken up, was like a raging bull, charging straight towards Ella. Earlier, after waking up, he had scanned the surroundings, and among the bound pirates, he did not see Robin's figure. Believing that Robin had been thrown into the sea by Ella, his heart was filled with extreme anger. Tara Gregg did not pay attention to their love-hate entanglements and returned alone to the Godfather's ship, leaning against a large crate with his hands behind his head. He asked casually, "When did you arrive?" A cool breath wafted from the crate. "I've been here long before you." "So you've been hiding in the crate all this time?" Tara kicked the box in annoyance and said, "Aren't you afraid I might kill her?" The surface of the box glistened with dew in the direct sunlight. Allah. "Little Tara, everyone has their own choices, don't they?" Kazan leaned back against the big box, his hands behind his head, and casually replied, "Even if you really want to do something, I won't intervene." Tara glanced at him and cursed, "Damn it. If it weren't for the cold aura suddenly emanating from this big box when I jumped off the ship earlier, I would have really believed Kazan's words." "When are we leaving?" Tyrag sighed softly. "When did his big brother become so hypocritical? He possesses the coldest fruit in the world, yet at the same time, he has the hottest heart in the world." Taralag couldn't possibly not understand why his older brother appeared here. He was definitely worried about Robin's current dangerous situation, which was why he followed Kane's ship all the way here. "Let's leave soon. Leaving a pirate ship. After all, I'm on official business at sea and need to bring something back." Akiji replied seriously, pulling down his eye patch, as he was feeling sleepy again. Tarag's lips curled into a wicked smile, clearly hoping for a demand. He decisively said, 10 million berries. The eye patch fell down, and with a bang, the box was pushed open by Kazan. As he stood up, he looked at Tarag with disbelief. Have you gone crazy for money? No, not a single berry. Tarag shook the recording bug in his hand with a sinister expression. It's up to you, but this thing might just appear on Uncle Sengoku's desk at any moment. He holds grudges, so how could he easily forget about that time you took the... Akiji's body wavered between elemental and physical forms, his blood surging as if he were about to take action. Oh, I almost forgot. Tarag pointed at the obvious video snail in the distance and said with a smile, come on, look at the camera, you'd better smile. When I think of you in the future, I could take a look at this. An ice pillar appeared in Kazan's hand, looking like he was about to throw it. Don't be in a hurry to destroy the evidence. I never said I only released one. Kazan, devoid of all his usual vigor, sat on the ground, looking disheartened. Meeting Tarag's gaze, he helplessly smiled and said, where the hell did you get so many video snails? It's worth noting that some of the video snails Tarag was using were explicitly prohibited from being released by the headquarters. Talig smiled eerily and said, then don't worry about it. Just say whether you will give it or not. I will, Marineford. Where's my phone bug? An angry roar echoed, as if it would shatter the newly renovated office again. Where else could it go? When have you ever seen that little brat suffer? Zephyr sat on the sofa, looking disdainfully at the explosive-haired Sengoku in front of the desk, teasing, I told you not to withhold his startup funds, and now look, you've lost your grandma's house. Dozens of subline phone bugs, plus hundreds of recording, video, projection, and live-streaming functional phone bugs. All of this combined, Sengoku had at least lost 10 billion. Sengoku gasped, thinking that if this was the case, wasn't the value of this batch of phone bugs equal to the Bailey that Talig sent that night? Don't let me see him in the flower country, Koen village. Baby 5 wandered aimlessly in the small town, her stomach growling incessantly, hunger shadowing her. At that moment, a burst of laughter reached her ears. Several mischievous children were playing at an alley entrance. Baby 5's dirty and frail figure was spotted by a snotty little chubby boy. He started throwing stones at her, shouting, ugly freak, get lost. The stones hit her, causing sharp pain, but she merely held herself tightly, her eyes glazed over, and quickened her pace to leave. After walking for a long time, she finally found a corner that could shield her from the wind and rain. She was so tired and just wanted to sleep for a while. However, a drunkard roughly picked her up and scolded, this is my territory, get out. Then, she was violently thrown to the ground, scraping her elbow and slowly oozing blood. I'm sorry. Baby 5's voice sounded weak as she clutched her injured arm and wobbled away. One day, a seemingly kind man extended his hand to her, offering food and a warm place to stay. Baby 5's eyes instantly sparked with hope, and she followed him without hesitation. After arriving at the man's place, facing moldy bread and slightly yellowed water, she ate with great satisfaction. Although she had to do heavy work every day and often fainted from exhaustion, she was content with her current situation. Until one night, while the man was drinking and chatting with friends, the truth he casually revealed shattered her slowly healing heart once again. The man drunkenly slurred, haha, do you know? I took in that little girl just to make her work without spending money. She's practically free labor. When she can't work anymore, I'll just throw her out. Sitting against the wall outside the window, Baby 5 bit her lip, not crying or making a fuss, seemingly numb to those hurtful words. This kind of life continued for a long time, until one day, Baby 5 saw an old woman fall to the ground in the street, and she hurriedly ran over to help her up. Thank you, what a good child you are. The old woman gratefully looked at her, giving her a warm smile and a piece of clean bread. At that moment, Baby 5 felt her grievances and pain lighten a bit. She thought, it seems there are still people who need me. However, such warmth was far too rare. More often, she still spent her days being bullied, deceived, and insulted. She often quietly cried in some deserted corner late at night, asking herself, why am I so disliked? Why does no one truly need me? Warning, warning. The life signs of the mission target are rapidly diminishing. Please reach the destination as soon as possible. The system's alarm sounded in Talig's mind. I want it too, but the current situation clearly doesn't allow it. Tara stood at the bow of the ship, gazing solemnly at the more than 10 warships blocking their way. Captain, being surrounded by such a force. Ella gripped the hilt of her rapier, beads of cold sweat forming. What on earth had missed her? Carp done that was so heinous that the enmity had lasted until now. Terridge curled his lip and replied, unhappily, The old man has done plenty of things without wiping his, but this is nothing. He looked at the large fleet of 8 treasure water army slowly approaching them, already gathered ahead. Tyrag turned to look at the 2 people standing side by side behind him. How many can you 2 take on? Leo held up 2 fingers, while Ella held up 5. The 2 were a bit nervous, so they didn't say anything. Since they didn't speak up, Tyrag could only observe and understand. Looking at their raised fingers, he thought to himself, these 2 brats are not bad. There are a total of 13 ships, and they are taking on half of them. TSK. Tara secretly sighed, wondering if the 2 of them had been secretly training behind his back, as their strength had improved quite a bit. You could take on 200 people? Ella turned her head in surprise, silently communicating with Leo through their eyes. Perhaps it was due to their shared interest that their tacit understanding was surprisingly high, so their wordless exchange was nothing unusual. Leo returned Ella a look that said, you really think highly of me, extending 2 fingers to indicate he could take on 20. Ella nodded, once again giving AIC look, smiling contentedly. Then I'm stronger than you. I can take on at least 50. The distance between them had already closed significantly, and Qingjiao stood on the largest warship in the middle, roaring, Kapu's son, I've been waiting here for a long time. Today is your death day. After saying this, tears involuntarily streamed down Qingjiao's face. Wah? Tears gushed down like a fountain, nearly choking the old Kai who stood beside him. Old man, after crying heavily, Qingjiao trembled all over, his thick beard swaying violently with his body. The anger in his eyes seemed capable of burning everything in front of him to ashes. Kapu's son, he roared again, his voice deafening. My enmity with Kapu cannot coexist. Today you will die here. His forehead bulged with veins like winding earthworms. The overwhelming conqueror's haki made the surrounding air seem to solidify, causing cracks to appear on the deck of his ship. Kapu ruined my life. Today I will make him taste the pain of losing a loved one. Hey. Talig rested one hand on the sword hilt, standing tall and unafraid in the face of the impending conqueror's haki attack. As the saying goes, grievances have a source and debts have an owner. You have a grudge with my old man. Go find him. Bow. The response to Talig came from the violent impact sound of the ship's hull colliding. The figure of the green pepper, who ignored Talig's words, leaped into the air like a cannonball, eyes wide open, roaring, 8-charge fist. Widow. The green pepper gathered all his strength at the top of his head, and his already iron-hard skull was now enveloped in armament haki, emitting a dark sheen. He descended like a meteor, crashing down towards Talig with immense force. However, Talig reacted quickly, leaping into the air, his leg muscles tensing instantly, unleashing a powerful kick to the side of the green pepper, forcibly redirecting him from his original trajectory. The green pepper's formidable momentum could not be halted, crashing down onto the deck with a thunderous boom. Boom! The moment his head made contact with the deck, a deafening sound erupted. The tremendous impact instantly tore a huge gash in the deck. Splintering wood flew in all directions, and broken pieces shot out like bullets. Get ready to move, Talig. Returning to his original position, turned around to remind Ella and the others to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly at that moment, Ella had already jumped into the sea carrying the unconscious Leo. Captain, this kid Leo has passed out. I'm taking him to the Flower Kingdom to wait for you. Leave these light showers to you for now. Stay alive. Tyrag stared in astonishment at the two's antics. Wasn't it supposed to be half the battle power? Is this it? In a corner invisible to Tyrag, Leo's arm resting on Ella's shoulder moved slightly, silently giving him a thumbs up. With no salary at all, what are we risking our lives for? Ella fell into deep thought. With such destructive power capable of annihilating everything, is this really a battle they can participate in? Ignoring the two who had fled at the last moment, since their salaries hadn't arrived, Tyrag looked at the damaged tiger-headed ship in front of him as the dust settled. At this moment, the sky was overcast with thick clouds and the sea breeze howled, whipping up layers of waves that violently crashed against the warship. Hey, we're not related by blood. Why such a grand gesture? Suddenly, Qingjiao's smooth, winter melon-like head slammed deep into the shattered deck. His knees slightly bent as if bowing to Tyrag. Qingjiao abruptly raised his head, glaring fiercely with a grim expression. Kapu's son. Today, I will definitely scatter your ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. With a roar, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from him, surging towards Tyrag like a tumultuous tide. Tyrag felt the immense pressure and narrowed his eyes. Humph, old man, this little skill is not enough. He also unleashed his conqueror's haki, colliding with Qingjiao's haki. For a moment, The surrounding air seemed to be compressed by these two powerful forces, producing a hissing sound. The vast sea of clouds suddenly split apart, as if being torn apart by invisible giant hands. The impact generated by the clash of the conqueror's haki spread wildly from the two of them to the surroundings. The members of the 8 Treasures Navy on the 13 ships were instantly affected by this powerful force, most of them feeling a severe headache, as if countless needles were stabbing into them, causing their bodies to collapse involuntarily. Some weaker members even fainted directly, dropping their weapons, while the ships shook violently under the impact of this force. On the sea, the waves surged and splashed, causing the warships to sway left and right. Qing Jiao gritted his teeth, kicked off the ground, and his body spun upwards like a meteor. With a whooshing sound, as he passed through, the air was torn apart with tiny cracks. 8 burst fist martial head reversal chaos dance. Qing Jiao charged towards Turag like a whirlwind, his hardened head becoming a deadly weapon in the spin, moving at a speed that was hard to capture. Tyrag's expression was serious as he focused entirely on facing this rapid assault. The figure of Qing Jiao flickered around Tyrag, each approach bringing with it a powerful wind pressure and impact. "Kid, prepare to die." Qing Jiao roared, his attack angles devious, coming from above Tyrag from the side, and from behind, all directions attacking simultaneously. Tyrag is agile, constantly jumping and dodging, but the speed of the green pepper is increasing, and the attacks are becoming more and more intense. When speed and power reach their peak, a slight smile appears at the corner of Tyrag's mouth. Good coming. With his right hand, coated in rich armament haki, raised high, he already displays the posture of a dragon's claw. Dragon Claw, Fist City Destroyer. Tyrag swung his right fist, colliding violently with the spinning head of the green pepper. A loud bang sounded, as if thunder had exploded, and the surrounding air instantly erupted with a powerful shockwave. The green pepper was knocked backward by this tremendous recoil, while Tyrag also took a few steps back, the deck beneath him creaking under the strain. Shaking his somewhat numb right hand, Tyrag provocatively looked at the retreating green pepper. "Old man, your strength is nothing impressive. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you're just mediocre, all bark and no bite." The green pepper steadied himself and shouted angrily, "Arrogant brat, this is just the beginning, but I don't have time to play with you anymore. This is a game for the old folks." The smile on Talag's face vanished, and his expression turned cold as he drew Murakumo from his waist. "Humph, just as annoying as carp." Facing the noticeably changed aura of Talag, Qing Jiao fearlessly snorted. The armed color haki wrapped around Qing Jiao's flat head, and he charged towards the clouds with astonishing speed, using all his strength and body weight. Then, he swiftly concentrated the powerful shockwave of 8 burst fist at his flat head. "Kid, this move of mine is incredibly powerful. With just one strike, it can completely shatter the target. If the target is a living being, then every part of it, including its bones, will be thoroughly crushed, even reduced to ashes. This is the 8 burst fist ultimate no spike dragon, no spike nail." Terra was taken aback by the imposing green pepper, but quickly regained his composure. He curled his lip in disdain. Without the ultimate technique of the 8 trigrams fist, how much power could it possibly have? His entire body was once again enveloped in haki as he gripped the black blade, Murakumo, ready to face it head-on. "My father hurt you, and now I will subdue you, even completely eradicate you." Murakumo tilted slightly, and a cold gleam emanated from its dark blade. Talag did not choose to wait in place. Instead, his figure darted out, choosing to confront head-on. Recalling the scene where Ruskana and Hawkeye were drinking and laughing together, a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Talag's mouth. "What?" The goblet in Mihawk's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Tara Gregg looked at the precious red wine scattered all over the ground, feeling a pang of heartache. "You heard it right, and I didn't misspeak. I really have only been practicing swordplay for less than a month." Mihawk was filled with shock and disbelief. How could someone who had only been practicing for less than a month show such performance? This completely overturned his years of understanding of swordsmanship training. He originally thought Tara Gregg had at least several years of diligent practice. But now, this answer was hard for him to accept. He furrowed his brows, staring deeply at Tara Gregg, trying to find a trace of deceit on his face, but all he saw was honesty and determination. Mihawk felt a slight wavering in his long-held belief in swordsmanship. The drunken Tara Gregg, throwing an arm around Mihawk's shoulders, smiled nonchalantly. "Let's not talk about that for now. Can you tell me how you managed to deflect my slash?" Mihawk smiled bitterly. His current achievements undoubtedly required talent. But there was also the reason that he had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. Now, he had encountered a true swordsmanship genius, a veritable monster. Mihawk felt a bit frustrated and finished the precious red wine in his hand with a newly learned spin, slowly saying, "The way of the sword is not just about the intricacy of techniques or the might of strength. It's about perceiving the enemy's flaws at a critical moment, wielding the sword with the heart to achieve invincibility." A critical moment, you say? The destructive impact was imminent, and a wicked smile crept onto Targaryen's lips. "But I prefer to strike with overwhelming force. Techniques are always a method created by the weak to overcome the strong, seeking a glimmer of hope in a seemingly hopeless confrontation. And what I want to do is to become the strong. One sword style, ultimate breaking 1,000 pounds." The village reign in Taleg's hand surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, colliding violently with the earth-shattering blow from the green pepper. In an instant, brilliance flashed, energy erupted, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this tremendous impact. Waves were lifted dozens of meters high, and the tiger-headed ships shattered into pieces in an instant, with splinters and water splashing everywhere. The Cloud Sea, which had just healed, was torn apart again, completely vanishing into thin air. The 13 naval warships nearby were swallowed by the towering waves, disappearing without a trace. Only a few scattered naval soldiers floated helplessly on the surface of the sea, their eyes blankly staring at the battlefield ahead. Seeking everything. "Thank you. Moshi Moshi. Little brat, return my phone bug." On the wreckage of a ship, a series of intermittent electric sounds spread across the surrounding waters. Although it was somewhat unclear, Taleg understood the meaning behind the message. Looking at the phone bug in his hand that was emitting a harsh sound, Taleg had a speechless expression. It was just a few hundred phone bugs. Not a big deal, why get so angry? If we lose them, we can breed more. He had specifically left a pair of each type of phone bug, which was already quite generous. "Moshi Moshi?" Taleg patted the little head of the phone bug, his tone a bit urgent, strange. "The signal of this phone bug is really weak. Is it malnourished? I clearly just fed its strength brand baby formula." The obviously weakened phone bug had already lost its receiving function. Tarag let out a sigh and looked down at the fainted pepper, his expression serious. "Report to headquarters. The Sword Tarag team successfully captured the legendary pirate pepper on November 7th, 1503, in the vicinity of the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. Please provide instructions." He made this call with no other intention than to request that Sengoku send a transport ship to take Pepper away. The naval branch of the West Sea simply did not have the capability to detain such a fierce beast. If handed over to them, it was likely that Pepper would escape using his own strength before even leaving the waters of the West Sea. After a crackling sound of electricity, Sengoku's angry voice came through, intermittent. "Who told you to capture him?" Tyrag's heart sank, and he hurriedly replied, "Uncle, the Pepper of the Cone is a legendary pirate, and he is worth 542 million berries." With this money, he almost revealed his thoughts, but quickly changed the subject. "His existence poses a great threat to the Order of the Sea. I am doing this to maintain the peace of a certain sea area. Marineford." Sengoku fell silent, the veins on his forehead bulging, his right hand gripping the den mushi gradually tightening. "Cough, cough." Zifa, sitting beside him, waved his hand dismissively and said absent-mindedly, "This is one of the only 2 den mushi that can contact Tyrag." Sengoku's tightly clenched right hand suddenly froze, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Zifa, his expression quite remarkable. Zifa nodded, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, his eyes indicating to Sengoku that he could press on without worry. No one would blame him. In theory, taking away a few hundred den mushi wouldn't be a big deal for the headquarters. However, Tyrag's method of taking the den mushi was somewhat violent, causing many of them to react adversely and become unusable. Sengoku took a deep breath, reminding himself not to get angry, and tremblingly held the den mushi in his hand, speaking earnestly. "What you may not know is that while the Pepper of the Cone is a pirate, the Flower Kingdom he belongs to is a member of the world government. The world government has always been committed to maintaining the stability of its member countries. If capturing the Pepper leads to conflicts between the Flower Kingdom and the Navy, it would bring unpredictable turmoil to the entire world situation." West Sea, the flower of the Pepper. Tarag's eyes lit up, but he couldn't hear what was being said on the other side. However, based on the literal meaning of what Sengoku said, he had a unique understanding. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "No need to increase the payment. Rounding it off, just give me 600 million, preferably in gold." Click. Looking at the suddenly hung-up phone bug in his hand, Tarag felt a bit bewildered. Did he say something wrong? Or did he ask for too much money? He curled his lips and muttered, so stingy. Marineford. Sengoku shook off the sticky residue on his right hand, turned to his deputy, Jonka, and said seriously, go completely erase his traces in the Navy, and also create a bounty notice for him, just in case. Jonka looked helpless and replied, yes, Admiral. Zifa shook his head slightly, thinking, this kid really knows how to get into trouble. On the wreckage of the ship, a tense atmosphere hung like heavy dark clouds. The defeated green pepper lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and the flame of life seemed like it could extinguish at any moment. Tyragu casually threw the phone bug away, and the village rein at his waist was drawn from its sheath again. Hey, Talig let out a sigh as he looked at the massive body beneath him, gripping the knife handle tightly before suddenly stabbing down. Since you have no value left to exchange for money, why keep you around? Keeping you by my side has always been a hassle. It would be better to end it with one stroke. No. The blade was less than half an inch from its heart when a heart-wrenching scream interrupted his action. A small figure struggled to climb onto the wreckage of the battered ship. It was Old Kai, the 9-year-old grandson of Qingjiao. Old Kai's face was streaked with tears, and his tiny body trembled uncontrollably from fear and sorrow. His gaze was fixed firmly on Talig, eyes filled with a mix of pleading and despair. He hurriedly walked over and, with a thud, knelt before Talig. Tarag did not dodge. Looking at the small figure in front of him, he thought to himself, is this Old Kai? He was somewhat uncertain, mainly because Old Kai's current youthful appearance was vastly different from how he looked when he grew up. Old Kai's little head kept bumping against the hard deck, making a thud-thud sound. Please spare my grandfather, Old Kai cried as he bowed his head, tears flowing out like a flood that had broken through a dam. After a long while, he said, stop. Tyler finally spoke up, his voice clearly filled with displeasure. Not only did I not receive the bounty, but you also want me to let your grandfather go, and I didn't say I couldn't. But what else with you constantly bowing your head? Why don't you just bribe me? As long as the money is good, I can not only let him go, but I can also escort your family back to the Flower Kingdom. With a somewhat dangerous gaze, Tyler scrutinized the still bowing Old Kai, his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, this kid really doesn't know how to handle things. Can I be the one to speak up first? Don't I have any pride? Unaware of all this, Old Kai, who had already fallen into despair, continued to bow his head, his forehead already bleeding. He kept murmuring, please let my grandfather go. Tyler, frustrated, slapped his forehead and raised his voice. I said stop. Only then did Old Kai slowly cease his actions, raising his tear-streaked face, looking at Tyler with pleading eyes. Give me a reason to let your grandfather go. Tarag's fingers moved back and forth, afraid that this silly boy wouldn't understand, even taking out a coin to play with. I can give you my fiancée. A moment of silence. The coin in Talig's hand fell and dropped into the sea through a crack in the damaged deck. A green pepper, nearly sliced open, twisted its head to the side as if it had completely lost its breath. Old Kai looked up, his gaze towards Talig filled with sincerity. It's confirmed. Old Kai from childhood was indeed a fool. After half an hour of communication, during which Talig kept hinting, Old Kai finally understood his meaning. No problem. As long as you let the old man go, I will take you to the Ice Jade Treasure Mountain. Old Kai sighed, slightly in his heart. The scheme did not succeed, and the hard-won plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone failed, leaving him somewhat disappointed. But at least the old man's safety is temporarily guaranteed, though at a heavy cost. However, the treasure mountain of Ice Jade cannot be easily opened. Since the old man lost the shark cone, the Ice Jade cover has been impossible to open. Watching the naval officer in front of him already lost in self-fantasy, Old Kai even felt a bit smug, snorting softly to himself. I hope when you get there and find the treasure mountain with no way in, you'll still be as excited as you are now. Not far from the sea area where Talig was located, a warship was slowly advancing, its white seagull flag fluttering in the wind. The mast of the warship towered high, with its huge sails billowing, the black characters Justice particularly eye-catching. A naval rear admiral, whose appearance was hard to describe, stood alone on the deck holding a bouquet of bright flowers, facing the air, seemingly practicing something. His body shifted from a standard military pose to a kneeling position in an instant. Occasionally, he recited a poem, Yuan, from the first moment I saw you. You've lived in my heart. Your beauty, courage, and kindness have deeply enchanted me. Jiaji decisively stood up, looking ahead at the air, and shook his head slightly. No way. If I say that, I'm afraid Ziyuan would kill me. A glimmer of silver flashed in his eyes, and Jiaji, with more exaggerated movements. Knelt down again with a thud. Ah, Yuan, you are the light of my life. Every time I see you, my heart uncontrollably races. Please give me a chance to be by your side. Slap. As Jiaji rose again, he slapped himself, mumbling a bit aggrieved. If it weren't for the task given by the general of the warring states, I would have always been by her side, right? No, no. Crack. The deck where he knelt cracked under him, his 58th confession, which could not be overemphasized. On. Accept my love. Jiaji's gaze was sincere, presenting the flowers. I'm the perfect man in your heart. Marry me. Yes, that is how it is, huh? Jiaji lit a cigar. Looking at the wreckage of the ship gradually coming into view, feeling a bit floaty. Major Talig, we are finally going to meet. Casually rummaging through his pockets, Jiaji took out a wrinkled information report. Looking at the character introduction on it, Jiaji's expression changed significantly. Tyrag, a legendary figure who rapidly rose in the Navy, established the Special Covert Unit Sword with his exceptional leadership skills, connections, and extraordinary courage, recklessness, allowing him to be promoted from the rank of Major to Rear Admiral. Known to the world as the people's hero, Tyrag is undoubtedly a dazzling new star as the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy. However, this has also provoked resentment from some, including Kaji. Originally, there would have been no interaction between them. But when Ji Yuan began to use Tyrag as a shield and repeatedly rejected Kaji's advances, an irreconcilable hatred developed between them, lasting until death. Old Kai, how dare you? The consciousness of Qing Jiao remained. Knowing the whole situation, he forced himself to wake up, preparing to scold his foolish grandson. 8 burst fist. Martial hail. Bang. A kick landed squarely on Qing Jiao's head, knocking the weak figure unconscious once again. Old Kai retracted his obviously awkward move, letting out a sigh of relief. Old man. To save you, I can only apologize first. He raised his head to look at Tyrag, whose gaze remained unchanged, and asked, when are we going back to the Flower Kingdom? The old man's injuries need treatment. TSK, Tyrag replied dismissively. Treatment? Glancing at the unconscious Qing Jiao, he teased. I think you kicked quite hard. Did he often beat you up before? That was. Old Kai's face turned red as he stammered, unable to explain his seemingly retaliatory kick. Terrage patted his chest, looking at the flushed Old Kai with disdain. What a disaster. Why don't you stand up to him? He hits you, can't you hit back? I can't fight back. Old Kai lowered his head, feeling a bit dejected. Tyrag's eyes widened as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and he loudly said, you can't beat your grandfather? Is that a big deal? Back in the day, I often got beaten by my old man, but I never backed down. One time, just as my old man raised his hand, I stared him down, and that momentum stunned him right then and there. Lao Kai looked at Tyrag in surprise, unable to believe that he had such an experience too. Tyrag crossed his arms and continued, I tell you, next time he hits you, you should fight back. Let him know you're not easy to mess with. Lao Kai nodded in understanding, suddenly enlightened, and looked at the fainted green pepper with a somewhat dangerous gaze. Are you human? The system's questioning echoed in his mind. Terra's lips curled into a wicked smile. I'm a good person. The things he imagined, he didn't dare to implement at all. There was someone who had a similar experience to his, just right to test him out. Tirag looked at Old Kai's thoughtful expression and secretly chuckled. He cleared his throat and said, Kid, don't just nod your head. You need to take action. When your grandpa wakes up, give him a kick to let him know you're not to be trifled with. Old Kai hesitated for a moment and asked, Is that really right? Tirag frowned. A big man, scared of everything. How can he survive on the sea in the future? Upon hearing this, Old Kai's heart trembled slightly, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. All right, I'll listen to you. When the old man wakes up and hits me again, I'll stand up to him. Tyrag nodded with satisfaction, thinking, this child is teachable. Just as Tyrag was conversing with Old Kai, the warship carrying Jiaji was getting closer in the distance. When the warship finally approached the wreckage where Tyrag was, Jiaji took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, and leaped off the ship. He first glanced at Old Kai and the fainted green pepper. Then his gaze fell on Tyrag, his expression showing both defiance and a hint of vigilance. Major, General Tyrag, I've heard so much about you, Jiaji said, his tone somewhat stiff. Tyrag slightly raised his chin, sizing up the suddenly arrived Major, General Kaji. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are Major General Kaji? He had sensed a presence approaching them earlier, which was why Tyrag didn't immediately lead his men to flee. Taking out a mirror from his pocket, he looked at his handsome face and slowly exhaled. Fortunately, he still looked as handsome as ever. He had thought that Kaji would be quite unattractive after more than a decade. Yet, he did not expect that Kaji's youthful looks were even worse than what he would become later. Tyrag let out a light laugh and put away the mirror. General Khaji, meeting you today, indeed, lives up to your reputation. Khaji looked at Tyrag's narcissistic appearance with a sense of disdain in his heart, but remained expressionless on the surface. Have you heard my story? No. Tyrag shook his head firmly, looking seriously at his face. But your face is full of stories. Khaji was slightly taken aback. He speaks quite nicely. To be able to see through my experiences from my handsome face, he truly is my lifelong rival. Khaji's eyes gradually ignited with sparks. Old Kai tried to carry his grandfather, but was lacking in strength. Just as he straightened his back, he was pinned down by the bulky figure of Qingjiao. Tyrag casually grabbed a leg of the green pepper and tossed him onto the warship that Jiki had brought over. He turned to Jiki, who was caught in a conflict of emotions. Just requisitioning your warship. Is that okay? Uh-huh. Jiki nodded blankly, but quickly realized. No way. I came here with a mission. He reached out to stop Tyrag from boarding. Warlord of the Warring States, let the leader of the Flower Kingdom, the Green Pepper, go. Jiki looked at Tyrag with a self-absorbed expression. I am a man who can complete the mission 100. Major Tyrag, I advise you not to try to challenge me. Tyrag ignored Jajin, resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword, looking at the smiling Old Kai with a faint smile. What do you mean? Huh? Old Kai was taken aback, recalling Tyrag's earlier terrifying strength. He glanced at the unknown rear admiral with disdain, thinking to himself, stupid Navy, sending someone to save us. Can't you send someone stronger? Aren't you afraid of getting stabbed 1,000 times? He turned his stiff neck to look at Jajin, forcing a smile. We are already safe. So what do you mean by letting us go? Rear Admiral of the Navy, please do not obstruct our return to our homeland. Thank you. Jajin was a bit confused, pointing at his own nose in surprise, then looking at the smiling Tyrag. Are you talking about me, or him? Old Kai turned his head to the side, muttering softly. Whoever looks ugly, just say it. So he was talking about him. Jajin smirked at Tyrag, resting one hand on his forehead, pretending to look cool. Did you hear that? Bang! Tyrag slowly lowered his raised right leg, looking at the bubbling sea surface with a blank expression, and said, It's one thing to be exquisite, but being scary when you come out is your fault. Little ghost. A dangerous glare was cast towards the trembling Old Kai beside him. Get on the ship. Set sail. Yes. In the Flower Kingdom. Leo, is this really okay? Ella tore at the medium-rare steak in her hand, juice overflowing, her cheeks swollen with discomfort as she barely spoke. Leaving the captain behind is one thing. But eating beef with his money, won't we really get beaten? Ella took out a saw, preparing to cut the beef since it was too tough to bite. Looking at Leo, who was silently munching on cookies beside her, she asked in surprise, By the way, why aren't you eating? I don't eat beef. Leo smiled innocently, looking seriously at Ella, secretly thinking, Getting beaten is certain, but the one spending the money is you, and the one eating is also you. What does it have to do with me? Although the idea was mine. Blurp, blurp. Moshi, moshi. Leo looked at Ella, who was sweating profusely and slow to react. With a pitiful look, picking up the phone bug. Captain, is the battle over? Yes, we're coming over now. Casting a glance at Ella, who was continuously bowing and pleading for mercy, Leo scratched his head innocently and whispered to the phone bug. Captain, before going to the Jade Ice Mountain, Ella wanted me to tell you that he secretly took the 100,000 berries you left in the safe to buy a cow. Click. The phone bug was ruthlessly hung up unilaterally, and Ella's lifeline was about to snap. On the other side, aboard a warship already surrounded by icebergs, Tyrag crushed the phone bug in his hand and looked at the nearby Kaji, who had just crawled out of the water, his body frozen in purple. He put an arm around his shoulder and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my subordinate made a mistake. If I don't vent it out, it will be disrespectful to the treasure that is about to be ours. The sound of Kaji's neck cracking as it was twisted made one realize how devastating that uncontrollable kick was to a child's self-esteem. Tyrag clapped his hands, watching the bubbles rise again from the ocean, feeling much more relaxed, looking at the glacial plains gradually appearing in the depths of his eyes. Was that fleeting glimmer of gold a reflection of treasure? In his excitement, Tyrag seemed to have forgotten something, his mind always a bit uneasy. What could it be? The target had encountered a life-threatening crisis. Tyrag clenched his fist and hammered it against his palm. Got it. His subordinates, who were about to wither away. The wealth within easy reach, the never-before-seen, foot-scratching giant, and countless gold and silver treasures. With such a comparison, what do you think Tyrag would choose? He kicked the Old Kai, who was controlling the direction, and shouted angrily. Hurry up, steer the ship forward. If you keep dawdling, I'll throw you into the sea too. Yes. Old Kai fumbled to adjust the warship's direction, accelerating towards the glacial plain. Tyrag's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the spot shining with golden light. His excitement hard to contain. Gigi had finally managed to crawl back up from the sea, and seeing Tyrag's frenzied demeanor filled him with anger. Tyrag, you madman. The wealth of the 8 treasure navy belongs to the entire Flower Kingdom. In a swift motion, Tyrag once again wrapped his arms around Gigi's shoulders. But this time he didn't throw him back into the sea. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and whispered in Gigi's ear, "You should know that the 8 treasure navy has been passed down for 12 generations. Their wealth is countless. At most, I can give you 1/10 or 1/12, as long as you keep your mouth shut." Gigi, feeling indignant, forcefully shrugged off Tyrag's arm. "I'm a Navy officer. The justice I carry on my back does not allow." Tyrag waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. "If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can the general of the warring states take it?" Terra pointed at KKI and then at himself. "If the generals of the warring states don't take it, how are we supposed to improve? Are you saying?" KKI's mind couldn't wrap around it for a moment. How did this relate to Mr. Warring States again? Terra gave him an inexplicable smile, and everything was unspoken. I didn't say anything as the warship gradually approached the glacial plain, and the legendary ice jade treasure became increasingly clear to everyone's sight. On the sea's surface, the warship rode the waves, its bow cutting through the white spray, slowly coming to a stop by the shore. In the distance, the glacial plain shimmered with an extraordinary light under the sunlight. The faint golden glow seemed to be calling someone to come and explore. "We've arrived." Lao Kai's voice trembled slightly as he checked his grandfather's breath, confirming he was still alive before slowly dropping the anchor. Lao Kai was filled with tension. He had previously explored this warship and knew there were about 50 naval soldiers inside the cabin. He secretly calculated that if Carp's son could open the jade ice cover, it would take at least a day to fill the warship with the help of these people. "Old man, it's just the treasure of one ship. For our inventory, it's nothing significant at all, so you can rest assured." Terragu tapped the deep-in-thought Jiaji with a mysterious smile. His eyes sparkled with greed and excitement, as if he could already see the mountain of treasure. "I heard you were pursuing General Zhu Yuan?" Tyrag's words carried a hint of sarcasm as he continued. "Chasing after girls. How can you do it without money? Don't you think so?" Jiaji's expression twisted in anger as he retorted loudly. "Ziyuan is not that kind of materialistic woman." Jiaji's eyes were filled with rage. He didn't like Tyrag's attitude of measuring love with money. At this point, Jiaji became even angrier. If it weren't for Tyrag's presence, he believed that Ziyuan would not have so many reasons to reject his confession. 7 times, she had rejected him using Tyrag's name, and this had cast a huge shadow over his life. Jiaji clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment towards Tyrag. Tyler stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the jade glacier that was so close, shaking his head with a smile. His long black hair floated in the wind, and his eyes revealed a profound light. Women can be non-materialistic, but men must have material possessions. Tyrag's voice was firm and powerful, as if proclaiming a truth. His body soared into the sky, an aura of dominance entwined around Murakumo, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Murakumo shimmered with a cold light under the sun, seemingly responding to Tyrag's actions. Only Yuan doesn't care about money, but in every moment that moves her, how can there be no money? She can do without it, but you cannot. The voice of Talrag echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable power. In Windmill Village, 5-year-old Marquino sat quietly at the highest point of an uncertain destination, her small figure standing out in this place filled with garbage. She gazed at the distant high town, her heart full of confusion. Looking at the stark contrast between the high town and her own surroundings, her eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. The buildings in the high town were tall and magnificent, the streets clean and spacious, and people wore beautiful clothes, living a prosperous life. Here, however, there was garbage and waste everywhere, and people lived in poverty and suffering. Why? In the same place, was there such a huge disparity? Marquino's heart was filled with questions. She did not understand why fate could be so unfair. Why some people could enjoy a good life, while others struggled in misery. She turned to Talrag, hoping to find an answer from him. She softly asked, "Brother, why is there such a vast difference with just a wall in between?" Her voice was clear and tender, tinged with a hint of sadness. Terra glanced into the distance, her gaze resolute, and gently replied, "Marquino, this world has never been fair. The people of the high town possess wealth and power. They can dictate their own fate. Meanwhile, The people here have long been forgotten by the world, forced to struggle for survival in this place filled with garbage. Tyrag's eyes were filled with helplessness. He understood the cruelty of this world, yet he couldn't answer Magino's sister's question directly. Then, Magino hesitated, pouting as she asked, "Is there really no way to change all of this?" Covering her well-fed little belly, she said sadly, "Being hungry must be very painful, right?" Targaryen rubbed Marcy's hair and smiled gently. "That depends on them. Freedom? Dreams? Or just basic needs? They have none of these, and there's nothing left for them to lose." Tara turned around, squatted down, and gestured for Magino to get on, so he could carry her home, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light, either perish in silence or erupt in silence. This place is waiting for a great wind to arrive. Magino's smile reached her eyes as she jumped onto his back, holding on tightly. Although her little head didn't understand what her brother was saying, she felt deep down that her brother was definitely right. They had been out playing all day, and lying on her brother's back gave her a strong sense of security. In her sleep, Magino mumbled dreamily, "I want to open a big tavern in the future and earn lots and lots of money." Although she couldn't achieve the greatness her brother spoke of, at least she could help many hungry people. They were suffering too much. Tara's hands held his sister's hips, allowing her to sleep more comfortably, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. "It's a naive thought, but is this your dream? Then let me help you." One sword-style ultimate technique. Tyrag gazed down at the incredibly smooth ice layer below, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. With all his strength, he swung out a blazing ray of light. Dream's radiance. In that moment of the strike, countless thoughts surged in Tyrag's heart. He remembered Marquino's tender yet resolute dream of opening a big tavern to help those who were hungry. He knew that this world was filled with injustice, but he could not let his sister's dream be drowned by the harsh reality. This strike was to break the shackles of fate, to bring a glimmer of hope to those who had been forgotten. The light of Murakumo flashed like a lightning bolt, cutting through the sky. When the blade met the ice layer, the entire glacial plain seemed to tremble. The seemingly indestructible ice began to crack in the face of the power of dreams. The cracks quickly spread, fanning out like a spider's web, ice shards flying everywhere, shimmering in the sunlight. With a loud bang, the ice layer was completely severed. The mountain of treasures finally revealed itself to everyone. Tyrag stood in midair, looking at the split ice and the treasures revealed beneath it. With no trace of greed in her heart, only a persistent and resolute dedication to fulfilling a promise, perhaps one she herself had forgotten. Jichi stood at the bow of the ship, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tyrag, his gaze fixed on the busy Navy soldiers below, lost in thought. "Are you sure these guys are my men?" The soldiers' eyes burned with a fervent flame, as if driven by endless desire. Each one exerted themselves to the fullest, either carrying, lifting, or hugging tightly those chests and packages filled with treasure. "If it's not yours, could it be mine?" Tyrag smiled and stroked his non-existent beard. "The potential of humans is limitless. If you give them a ton of cement, they might not be able to carry it. But if you give them a ton of gold, can they run with it? I believe they can." Jiaji nodded in confusion, glancing subtly at the youngest major general in history, his mouth twitching from time to time. "If they bring back 500 pounds of treasure, you give them a 10% rebate. If it were me," Jiaji looked seriously at Tyrag. "I can fly, do you believe it?" At that moment, Jiaji's deputy ran over, directly bypassing Jiaji, and saluted Tyrag. "Report, Major General Tyrag." The deputy looked at Tyrag with admiration, wishing he could serve under him. "Have you finished moving?" Targaryen looked at the sky. It was already sunset. In total, it only took a few hours. Indeed, human potential is truly limitless. The assistant shook his head, looking troubled. "That's not the case. There are still many treasures left. We have only moved a small part." The assistant glanced at Major General Jiaji beside him and complained, "It's just that Major General Jiaji came here on a small warship, and it can't hold any more at this time." Ha! Tarag patted Kaji on the shoulder and laughed. "Since that's the case, the treasure on this ship will be your share. How about that?" "Aye." Kaji hesitated to speak. "Let's keep our mouths shut, shall we?" Tyrag asked again. "That one." Kaji nervously tugged at his clothes, unsure of what to say. Clang! Murakumo's blade was drawn in an instant, the back of the sword occasionally brushing against Kaji's neck. Tyrag grinned dangerously and said, "Take your people and your boat, and get lost. But remember, don't let me hear any rumors, or else." A scarlet slashing attack shot straight towards the distant iceberg. The massive iceberg was cut in half upon contact, revealing a neat incision. "Do you understand?" Kaji and his deputy raised their hands above their heads simultaneously, looking terrified. Understood. The two replied in unison. The deputy patted his chest, feeling that in comparison, he preferred Major Kaji. At least he didn't have to bear the risk of sacrificing himself at any moment. Kaji steadied himself and hurriedly called for the soldiers to secure the treasures on the ship, preparing to quickly set sail in the small warship. Meanwhile, Tyrag stood in place, watching Kaji and the others busying themselves, a faint smile playing on his lips. Taking my things and shifting the blame, is that not a big deal? At that moment, old Kai, who had been supervising the transport of the treasures, approached, his eyes bloodshot. Reluctant? Tyrag let out a sneer. Old Kai pulled his head back and replied, unhappily. Although it's not much taken away, this wealth has been accumulated over 12 generations, passed down from our ancestors. Handing it over like this would make anyone uncomfortable, I believe. Tara turned away and no longer looked at him, secretly thinking. Then you should endure a little longer. After all, I haven't taken it yet. In the flower country. Coon village. Useless. Can't work? Why should I keep you? The man grabbed baby 5 and ruthlessly threw her into a pile of snow outside the door. I can still continue to work. Due to long-term malnutrition and harsh weather, baby 5, who had been in high-intensity work, fell ill. Baby 5 collapsed in the snow. The biting cold instantly surrounded her from all sides. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her consciousness began to blur. You still need me, right? The man stood at the door, coldly looking at baby 5 in the snow pile, his eyes devoid of any compassion. In this state, you still want to continue working? Don't dream here. Those without value only have the fate of being abandoned. His voice was as chilling as the cold ice and snow, making one shiver. You'd better die out there. Don't let me see you again, or you'll regret it. After speaking, the man turned and walked into the house, slamming the door with a bang, completely isolating baby 5 in this icy world. Once again, she was unwanted. Baby 5 lay in the snow pile, despair flooding over her like a tide. Her gaze was hollow, staring at the gloomy sky, as snowflakes continued to fall, as if to completely bury her. The cold eroded her body inch by inch, and she felt her life slowly slipping away. But baby 5 also wanted a home of her own. She tried to recall some warm memories, but her mind was filled only with endless indifference and the pain of being abandoned. She closed her eyes. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be regrettable, right? The situation seemed different from what I expected. 3 figures slowly approached from another part of the alley. On the thick snow, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Baby 5 slowly opened her eyes, struggling to lift her head, trying to see who was coming closer. As the footsteps grew nearer, a blurred figure appeared in her line of sight. Baby 5 couldn't see the person's face clearly, but she could feel the warmth emanating from them. Tyrag gently lifted her from the snowdrift, wrapping her in his cloak. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I'm late. A glimmer of hope surged in baby 5's heart. She didn't know who this person was, why he was saving her, or why he was apologizing to someone as useless as herself. But she knew that it seemed she was needed again, and she was truly happy. As baby 5's consciousness gradually blurred in the warm embrace, she had no idea what awaited her. But at that moment, she preferred to believe that perhaps fate had not completely abandoned her. In the moment before she fell unconscious, she murmured in a faint voice, "Please don't leave me. I can be useful. I can work. I can do many things for you. I don't want to be abandoned again." Tara stopped in place, pressed his lips together, and a chill spread out. Ella and Leo, who were following him, suddenly froze in place. Go check what mistake the owner of that house behind us has made. I don't want to see him again. Tara tightened her embrace around the little girl, as if trying to transfer all the warmth of her body to her. Ella hesitated and finally said, "I've already looked into it. He is just an ordinary person with a bit of wealth. He hasn't done anything wrong." Tyrag's gaze sharpened, and Ellerton broke out in a cold sweat. With a dangerous smile, he said directly, "Then let's check his ancestral lineage. There must be something wrong, right?" Elra was about to speak when Leo covered her mouth, desperately blinking to convey a message. "Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The captain wants to deal with him, and even the general can't save him. I'm telling you." Leo looked at Tyrag with a sheepish smile, continuously patting Elra's head. He replied firmly, "I've raised that little cockroach for over 20 years, and it died frozen at his doorstep. This matter needs a thorough investigation." Tyrag's tightly furrowed brows relaxed as he snapped his fingers. "This is serious. Since there have been casualties, I think there's no need for an investigation, right?" After saying this, Tyrag strode forward with baby 5, leaving the two with a familiar yet strange silhouette. There will be another chapter later. I'll try not to dawdle and moved quickly along the timeline. In a courtyard of Coon Village, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light. Tyrag casually tossed a pile of treasures out of the system's space, and the dazzling light instantly interrupted the incessant chatter of the original owner of the courtyard. This middle-aged man, with a goatee, who had initially displayed a hostile attitude, made a complete turnaround the moment he saw the treasures. His eyes sparkled with greed as he discreetly gathered the treasures into his arms. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he excitedly looked at Tyrag. "My lord, this courtyard is yours from now on. If you need anything, please feel free to command me. It is my duty." Tyrag said nothing and kicked the door open, slowly walking in while holding Baby 5. His footsteps were steady and strong, and his voice faintly echoed. A little girl's clothes, nutritious food, and a basin of hot water. "Yes." The man with the goat beard replied eagerly, then hurriedly ran out, calculating that he must complete Tyrag's orders as quickly as possible. After all, this adult had left behind treasures worth nearly 1,000,000 berries just to borrow the courtyard. If he served this one well, he might even receive some rewards. Tyrag carefully placed Baby 5 on the soft bed, gently covering her with a blanket, his movements as tender as if he were handling a fragile piece of art. Looking at her pale little face and cracked lips, a surge of indescribable compassion welled up in Tyrag's heart. He had expected her to be another rough and tough guy, but he didn't expect. Tyrag looked at the small Baby 5 on the bed, his thoughts drifting away, recalling his sister, Maki's appearance when she was young. At that time, Maki was just as fragile, making people instinctively want to protect her. At this moment, a man with a goat beard entered, carrying hot water. He was about to call out, but was frightened into swallowing the rest of his words by Tyrag's fierce glare. He wisely placed the hot water on the table, and then stepped back quietly, as if afraid to make any noise that would disturb Tyrag. Tyrag took a towel, dampened it gently, and then softly wiped Baby 5's face, hands, and feet with the towel. His movements were so gentle, as if he were handling a precious piece of porcelain, afraid that even the slightest bit of force would break her. He softly said, "Don't be afraid, little one. From now on, you will never be abandoned again. This is your home, and I will take care of you. I will introduce you to a gentle sister later." Baby 5, seemingly hearing Tyrag's words in her unconscious state, slightly moved her fingers. Tara felt her movement and was delighted. He quickly held her little hand and continued, "You are very useful, extremely useful, but not for others, rather for yourself. You don't need to please anyone to prove your worth, because you are unique." Tyrag whispered his thoughts softly, wishing that these words could reach her ears and help her understand her worth. How could he not recognize the background of this upcoming recruit? Baby 5. That was her name. Her life was filled with endless tragedy. From the moment she was born, it seemed that fate had abandoned her. Throughout her growth, she had never truly felt the warmth and love of a family. Moving through different environments, she encountered nothing but indifference and exploitation wherever she went. Trafalgar stood by the bed, not closing his eyes the entire night. He used a damp towel to cool her down, occasionally tucking the blanket around Baby 5 and adjusting to room temperature. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a touch of warmth. Baby 5 slightly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Trafalgar's gentle smile. That smile was as warm as the sunlight, instantly illuminating her world. She heard those tender words that reached deep into her heart. In fact, she had already been awake during the latter part of the night, but she couldn't be sure whether everything happening now was real or just a dream after death. She had never thought about what it felt like to be cared for. She truly believed that all of this was merely her imagination, an indescribably beautiful dream. Until that pair of warm hands brushed against her feverish forehead once more, she finally dared to believe that everything was real. Yet everyone has their so-called desires, and Baby 5's desire was simply the feeling of being cared for without any ulterior motives. She didn't want to, nor did she dare to wake up. She feared that everything would leave her once she opened her eyes. In her heart, she silently thought, "As long as I don't open my eyes, warmth will always be with me." However, Trafalgar's observation hockey was always locked onto her changes in breath. How could he not know she was already awake? Sometimes, pretending to be oblivious while knowing the truth can be the greatest kindness. Tara looked at Baby 5 with tenderness in his eyes. "You're awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry? I've had someone prepare food for you." His voice was like a spring breeze, stirring a warm current in Baby 5's heart. She looked at Tara, tears shimmering in her eyes, as if she could see a light in her life. Tears swirled in her eyes, but she tried hard to suppress them from falling. She didn't want to appear too weak in front of this benefactor. She was afraid he would dislike her because of it. But those tears disobediently slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the soft blanket. She hurriedly wiped them away, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. "Thank you, benefactor, I'm not hungry." She was so careful. Even though her stomach was grumbling, she secretly told herself. Tara looked at Baby Five's cautious demeanor and felt increasingly sympathetic. He gently shook his head and reached out to stop Baby Five from frantically wiping her tears. "Silly child, being hungry is just being hungry. Why do you have to hold it in?" Tara's voice was gentle yet firm. "Here, you don't need to worry about whether you're needed, because you are already needed." Tarag turned and picked up a plate of food from the table, which was emitting an enticing aroma. It was a carefully prepared meal of bread, fruits, and hot soup. He handed the food to Baby Five and smiled encouragingly at her. "Come on, eat up. This is specially prepared for you. Only when you're full can your body get better." Baby Five looked at the food in front of her, and her stomach grumbled even louder. But the more enthusiastic Tarag was, the more she shook her head. "I am really not hungry." The words were almost forced out of her throat, and Baby Five looked up at him with a stubborn expression. Tarag's heart twitched. It seemed that the usual methods could not break through this girl's defenses. With a helpless sigh, he decided to start by being the villain. He heavily placed the food on the table beside the bed and looked at her expressionlessly. "I need you to eat this now, or I will throw you out." Baby Five was startled by Tyrag's sudden seriousness, her body trembling slightly. She stared blankly at Tyrag, a hint of panic and grievance flashing in her eyes. I. Baby Five stammered, unsure of how to respond. Tyrag frowned slightly, but his tone remained firm. "There is no reason not to eat this food right now." Baby Five bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly reached out her hand and picked up a piece of bread. She took small bites, as if each bite was filled with endless anxiety. Tara glanced at her as she began to eat, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. He quietly sat beside her, watching Baby Five slowly bring the food to her mouth. "Eat slowly, don't choke." The voice of Turag softened. Baby Five looked up at Turag, the stubbornness in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. "Old Kai, where's my treasure?" The bandage-wrapped green pepper trembled as he knelt on the icy cover of the treasure, staring at the empty secret stash, falling into extreme panic. "It's all gone, all gone. I am the sinner of the 8 treasure water army." Perhaps in extreme pain, there was no emotion left on the green pepper's face. Anger, blame, resentment, none of it remained. Only tears flowed uncontrollably. Old Kai woke from his coma, looking at the naval flag planted in the center of the ice cover, his back molars already ground to pieces. With rage that made his eyes bulge, he shouted, "Western Sea Branch 653, I will crush you to pieces and make you disappear from this world." Branch 653 was the base of the Navy, commanded by Rear Admiral Kaji. Old Kai suddenly knelt behind the green pepper, trembling as he extended his right hand to his chest, making a promise unique to their flower kingdom. "Old man, please issue the 8 treasure pursuit order in your capacity as the commander of the 8 treasure water army. I will participate as an ordinary soldier." Slowly raising his head, his face revealed determination, and he said with a ringing voice, "If I cannot retrieve it, then I will never return." The green pepper did not turn around or respond, remaining silent. The reasons and consequences, everything he understood completely, but the green pepper thought of Carp's son, with his existence. Could it really be that little Rear Admiral who took their secret stash? The green pepper looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly, approved. The legacy of the 8 treasure water army was severed, and the secret stash had completely disappeared. It would be difficult to retrieve it from that family's hands. But there had to be an explanation, one that could stabilize the 8 treasure water army, a reassurance for the military's morale and faith. The green pepper gazed meaningfully at the flag fluttering in the wind before gently pushing it down to the ground. The 8 treasure pursuit order. Every president of each water army had the privilege to use it only once in a lifetime, but could summon the other 7 water armies to assist unconditionally to fight together, except for the moment of life and death of one's own. Otherwise, no one would choose to use it lightly. "Leo, didn't you say you don't eat beef?" On a medium-sized ship, the bruised and battered Ella looked at Leo, who was wolfing down beef with a bitter expression. Leo glanced at the large and small figures fishing in the distance and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. "I really don't love it, in fact. I find it a bit disgusting." Leo picked up another beef leg with his right hand and began stuffing it into his mouth desperately. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Ella and said vaguely, "But this is a reward from the captain, as a loyal subordinate. Even if I don't like it, I have to eat it with tears. Ella, who was nibbling on a piece of steamed bun, bit down on a steel tooth. She had seen people who could make her angry, and those who could make her furious without consequence. But someone like Leo, who could make her half dead with frustration, was truly the first she had ever seen. Grinding his molars, he angrily said, "Eat slower, don't choke." "That won't happen. I have no other merits." "Just a decent bite force," Leo said as he moved his jaw, showing a row of neat teeth. "Brother," Baby 5, holding a fishing rod, tried hard to imitate Turag's fishing posture, her smile reaching her eyes. Always calling him benefactor, Turag felt a bit uncomfortable, so he let her change her address. "Sister Machino." Tara turned around, his voice abruptly stopped, and he looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I called you the wrong name again." Baby 5 raised her head in confusion, her fingers constantly fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and shyly said, "Brother, this is already the 78th time you called me Sister Machino. Is she someone very important to you?" T-Rag felt a slight stir in his heart as he looked at Baby 5's innocent and confused eyes, and his thoughts drifted far away. Machino was indeed someone very important to him. She was a warm memory from his youth, the guardian of the tranquil tavern in his hometown. In his heart, Machino represented kindness, gentleness, and the feeling of home. Every time he thought of Machino, a wave of warmth surged within him, as if he had returned to a place where he could rest peacefully. The appearance of Baby 5 made him see a reflection of the young Machino, equally fragile and equally heart-wrenching. He wanted to protect Baby 5 just as he once longed to protect Machino. The repeated, unintended misnaming was a natural expression of the emotions deep within him. Tyrag looked at Baby 5 with a sigh in his heart. He knew he couldn't remain lost in memories forever. Baby 5 had her own life, and he couldn't let her live forever in someone else's shadow. With a smile on his face, he looked at Baby 5, tousled her short hair, and said, "She is an important person, but so are you. I won't call you the wrong name, warm sun sister, anymore." He wanted Baby 5's life to start anew. From the day they met, it was a rebirth. That's why he changed her name and bestowed upon her the name of Monkey. Baby 5's life had been filled with tragedy. Yet comparing her life to a warm sun meant that even in the darkest moments, she always held on to hope and warmth within her heart. The warm sun represented light and vitality, and despite enduring countless indifference and exploitation, there remained a spark of warmth supporting her, preventing her from falling into complete despair. This was the meaning behind Tyrag giving her the name Monkey D, Warm Sunday, Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. Jinbei, were you really not involved in this matter? Recently, Neptune seemed to have aged decades from the strain, looking tiredly at the blue fat merman beside him. "Your Majesty, while I have the heart to save Brother Tiger, I won't be foolish enough to confront the world government directly." Jinbei put down his wine cup, raised his head to look at Neptune, and replied firmly. As if he recalled something, a hint of discomfort crossed his face. But it's okay to say it. Is there anything we need to be reserved about between us?" Neptune waved his hand, signaling his entire army commander to speak freely. Jinbei stepped forward slowly, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing, stopping in front of Neptune. His expression was somewhat grim, a bead of cold sweat running down his face. Charlie said she saw the future. As Jinbei's mouth opened and closed, Neptune's eyes widened in shock, going from calm to utterly terrified in an instant. Is it possible she was wrong? Neptune picked up a nearby trident, his lips trembling as he looked at Jinbei, fear written all over his face as he gazed at the sky, as if he could see the large and intricate branches through the barriers of space. The sun tree, Eve, symbolizing hope and connection. It connected the world above the sea with Fishman Island in the deep sea, bringing the possibility of communication with the outside world to Fishman Island. It was a symbol of the residents' yearning and hope for the outside world. This matter concerns the extinction of my race. Jinbei, can we have Charlie predict again? Neptune's heart felt like a sea swept by a storm, turbulent and difficult to calm. He knew Charlie's prophetic abilities had often provided warnings for Fishman Island, but this prophecy weighed heavily on his heart like a boulder. He gripped the trident tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, a sign of his tension and unease. He repeatedly contemplated various possibilities in his mind, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Maybe Charlie really made a mistake? But just as this thought of luck arose, he quickly suppressed it. Charlie's abilities had never been wrong, especially regarding such significant matters. The sun tree, Eve, would be uprooted, and the existence of Fishman Island would vanish from the ocean floor without the key figure, Monkey D, Tyrag. This was the prophecy Charlie had told Jinbei after not having recovered from that bloody incident. Jinbei was also worried and sighed helplessly. It seems Charlie has been impacted by something and has already lost her prophetic abilities, so. Jinbei's sharp gaze pierced through the sea surface. He seemed to see Marineford directly above Fishman Island and sighed inwardly. Aladdin, Arlong, this is why I didn't stop your little antics. Fishman Island needs the leadership of my brother. Sabati Archipelago. Fufufu. Doflamingo ignored the powerlessness that the sea prism stone brought him. Loading sea prism stone bullets into his pistol one by one. Information broker? Doflamingo's mouth stretched into a wide grin, veins bulging on his forehead. I'm the biggest information broker in the world. Fufufu. I say, Doflamingo. The messy, snotty-nosed Bell was clinging to Doflamingo's back, stretching his neck to press his face against Doflamingo's, as if wanting to smear the liquid beneath his nose on Doflamingo's face. Are we really going to take out Borsalino? That candidate admiral guy, too close. Doflamingo's expression turned even more sinister, the muzzle of his golden pistol seeming to inadvertently brush past Torbel's head. What did you say? Toribol used the power of the sticky fruit to wrap Doflamingo completely. I said you're too close. The snarl on Doflamingo's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile like a spring breeze. My family. Marineford. Tina, are you confused? Tina stood quietly, her navy uniform outlining her graceful figure. She slightly raised her chin, revealing a hint of sternness and wisdom in her eyes, with her long pink hair casually draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze. A cigarette hung from her mouth, smoke curling upward. Why did you give up on cultivating hockey since you ate the fruit? Smoker, beside her, was squatting while holding a log, his gaze resolute. My smoke fruit has infinite possibilities. Look at those three monsters. Which of them doesn't rely on their powerful Logia fruit abilities to dominate? Tina frowned slightly, recalling the abilities of those three monsters. Borsalino's light fruit allows him to move at the speed of light, and that powerful attack capability is daunting. Kazan's ice fruit can instantly freeze vast areas of the sea, and that power is terrifying. Sakazuki's magma fruit has incredible destructive power, capable of turning everything to ash. They are the pinnacle representatives of Logia fruit users, proving the strength of fruit abilities with their power. Seeing Tina lost in thought, Smoker continued to convey his beliefs. So in my view, as long as I develop the smoke fruit to its fullest, I can possess power that is not inferior to theirs. Cultivating hockey is indeed important, but fruit abilities are the key to my rise to the top. Tina disagreed. Tina silently thought to herself, recalling the storm that swept everything away, that extremely handsome man. He once said that while fruit abilities are part of strength, only hockey that is not weaker than others can serve as the foundation to enter the top ranks. Watching her former friend's unwavering belief, Tina understood that if she brought up Tyrag's ideology now, it would only provoke Smoker's pride further, pushing him to jump into the abyss without hesitation. One day during class break, after failing to challenge Tyrag again, Tina quietly sat beside him, her gaze melancholic as she looked into the distance. Tyrag, do you think Tina's fruit ability is weak? Why do you say that? Tyrag looked at the woman sitting beside him with a puzzled expression and joked, feeling confused? Hey, this isn't like you. Really weak? Tina ignored him and instead looked at him with a serious expression. Tyrag no longer had the intention to continue teasing her. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, I believe that there is no distinction of strength among fruits. They simply have different functions, which leads to varying levels of threat. When the top two strongest beings in the world clash, in the end, what they're competing with is just the most primitive things: dominance, physique, and willpower. Glancing at Tina, who did not understand, he impatiently explained, just remember, with any one of these three, you are at the top. Half a month later, Shambati Archipelago. A warship resembling a naval vessel was cutting through the waves, racing toward the Shambati Archipelago. Standing at the bow of the ship, Taralag stood tall like a pine, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. The sea breeze howled past, lifting the corners of Taralag's clothing, and the sunlight cast a resilient outline on him. Captain, aren't we lacking for money? Ella, whose bruises had not fully faded, stood behind Taralag, looking at him in confusion. Why are we still getting into this mess? Tyrag slowly turned around, giving him a disdainful glance and extending a finger. Let me correct you. It's not that we lack money. It's that I don't lack money. Got it. Understood. Jeje, ella nadie decisibly. Chuckling awkwardly. As the warship drew closer to the Sabati archipelago, a tense atmosphere spread through the air. The warship slowly docked at the port of the Sabati archipelago, and Tyrag was the first to jump off the ship, his steady steps landing on solid ground. Looking around at the bustling crowds and the lively scene, he felt no sense of relaxation in his heart. A storm is brewing. In this seemingly prosperous place, a thrilling battle was about to unfold. It's so lively here. After some time together, Baby 5 had completely integrated into this big family. Under the influence of Tyrag's constant transmission of positive thoughts, Baby 5's personality had undergone significant changes. She was no longer the person who blindly obeyed others. Instead, she gradually learned to think about her own needs and values. Her eyes were no longer filled with confusion and helplessness, replaced by confidence and determination. She would bravely express her thoughts and feelings, no longer easily swayed by others. When she saw the lively scene of the Sabati archipelago, she no longer cowered in the corner. Instead, she excitedly exclaimed, curiously observing everything around her. Her smile also became brighter, warm like sunshine. Baby 5 excitedly looked around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her charming figure stood out in the crowd, her pink dress gently swaying with her movements. "Brother, can I go play?" Tara frowned slightly, looking at Baby 5's curious expression, and shook his head. "Warm son, this is not a place for play. Danger can happen at any time, and you must learn to stay alert." Baby 5 stuck out her tongue and nodded obediently. "Got it, brother." Leo stood by with a serious expression, his tall frame resembling an iron tower, giving a strong sense of security. His gaze constantly swept the surroundings, always ready to deal with any potential danger. "Captain, what should we do now?" Tyrag thought for a moment and said slowly, "Let's find a place to settle down and observe the movements of the various forces." "I know a place." Ella's emotions fluctuated, changing quite a bit, and a different light sparkled in his eyes. "Oh." Tyrag turned his head to look at him, clearly skeptical. "Do you have acquaintances here?" Ella smiled mysteriously, signaling everyone to follow him. As he walked ahead, he secretly thought, "Not only do I know them, but the captain knows them too, ha." Leo silently opened the compartment of his clothes, looking at a beautiful woman's photo deep within, lost in thought. "Ella, my brother, I almost forgot about you." The warm sun loved the feeling of being carried by Tyrag, ever since she understood that as long as her requests were reasonable, her brother wouldn't refuse. She completely let herself go. With a light leap, she jumped onto Tyrag's back, one arm raised high and the other hugging his neck. Excitedly laughing, "Charge!" 1,000 meters underwater in the Chambord Islands, a ship wrapped in bubbles floated in the lightless depths of the sea, surrounded by many large sea beasts providing protection. The sound of chains clinking echoed sharply in the quiet space. First came a slight shaking, followed by the crisp sound of metal clashing, as if a trapped soul was struggling unwillingly. Each movement of the chains carried a heavy sense of oppression, as if telling the helplessness and resistance of the bound. "Oh dear," Borisolino lay in a certain cabin in a disheveled state, carelessly pouting. "I really dislike sea prism stone." The cabin door was opened, and the guard had been replaced from Aladdin to Aaron. Hearing the noise, he came to check the situation immediately. Aaron strode into the cabin, his heavy footsteps causing the deck to tremble slightly. He approached Borisolino, looking down at the future naval vice admiral with disdain. Humans, you're always so arrogant." Aaron sneered, lifting one foot and heavily stepping on Borisolino. "Look at you now. The so-called naval admiral is nothing more than this." Borisolino frowned slightly, but did not resist, still wearing that indifferent expression. "How scary." Seeing this, Aaron felt even prouder. "Admit it, we fishmen are naturally stronger than you humans." Aaron's voice was filled with anger and hatred. "Now that you are in our hands, this is your human retribution." Holding a saw blade, Aaron rested it on Borisolino's neck with a sinister smile. "If it weren't for needing you to exchange for our big brother, I would really like to try what it feels like to kill a future naval admiral." Who is Borisolino? Even in this predicament, bound by sea prism stone, he is not someone who can be easily insulted. Bang! What happened? A group of armed fishmen rushed in after hearing the loud noise. When the smoke cleared and the situation inside became clear, all the fishermen's faces showed visible panic. Aaron's body was in a bizarre position, his head deeply sunk into the deck, as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand. The once arrogant look on Aaron's face was now filled with pain and shock, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Blood slowly seeped out from around his head, staining the surrounding deck red. His mouth slightly opened, as if trying to scream in pain, but only weak whimpers escaped. The saw blade in his hand also slid weakly and fell to the side with a dull sound. "Aaron!" Aladdin rushed forward to help him up, glancing warily at the seemingly unconcerned Kizaru on the ground, saying nothing more. Everyone disperse. The exchange is imminent. As long as this guy doesn't leave the cabin, don't let anyone else in. Waving his hand to disperse the gathered fishmen, Aladdin carried the already unconscious Aaron, walking out with a heavy heart. As a fruit user bound by sea prism stone, he could still exhibit such combat power. He truly is a man destined to become an admiral. Miraculous recovery. Looking at the somewhat old, yet uniquely charming sign above the small clinic ahead. Tarag's neck was twisted with a crack, his gaze blankly fixed on the excited Ella behind him. A surge of helplessness and anger welled up within him, as if a flame were burning in his chest, cursing inwardly. There are many ways to seek death, yet you have to choose the cruelest one. However, Ella was completely oblivious to Tarag's fury. His eyes were only on the small clinic ahead and the figure that haunted his dreams. He swiftly darted forward, crouching at the window of the small clinic like a nimble leopard, and shouted inside, "Lacey, I'm here to see you." This loud shout was like a clap of thunder, instantly shattering the surrounding tranquility. The sleeping sun, startled by the sudden call, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Ella with a puzzled expression. Leo was also taken aback by the shout, standing dumbfounded in place, unsure of what to do. Nanny? Tyrag's previously suppressed anger was completely extinguished in that moment. His tightly clenched fists relaxed, and he tilted his head, his gaze vacant. On the other side, Lacey heard a familiar voice and hurried out of the clinic. Her steps were light, like a dancing butterfly. When she saw the figure at the window clearly, tears began to well up in her affectionate eyes. "You promised to come see me earlier, didn't you?" Lacey's voice was gentle and sweet, as if it could melt hearts. Under the gaze of the petrified Leo and Tyrag, Dr. Lacey walked to Ella's side and embraced her strong arm. She buried his arm deep in her broad chest, and the soft touch made Ella's heart race instantly. A blissful smile radiated from her face, and her eyes were only on Ella. At this moment, Lacey's delicate demeanor was completely unrecognizable to Tyrag as the wild woman he once knew. "Well, this is no surprise. This is no surprise," Tyrag murmured, his mouth slightly agape, obviously shadowed by Lacey. Memories of their last encounter flooded his mind. The boldness and enthusiasm of this woman still made him feel uneasy. "Brother, this sister is so beautiful." The warm sun peeked from behind Tyrag, and a curious gaze occasionally glanced at the intimate pair ahead. Her eyes were filled with wonder, as if she were witnessing a beautiful fairy tale. "Don't learn anything from this dangerous woman. Otherwise, your brother won't like you anymore," Tyrag solemnly warned in a low voice while tilting his head. Warm Sun nodded in agreement on the surface, but where Tyrag couldn't see, her gaze remained fixed on the two in front of her. Just as Ella and Lacey were about to share a passionate kiss, Warm Sun's face instantly turned bright red. She tightly covered her eyes with her hands, only daring to sneak a peek through the gaps, secretly observing and learning. Her heart was filled with shyness and curiosity. She felt embarrassed about such an intimate action, yet couldn't help but want to sneak a look. Tyrag looked at the scene before him and sighed helplessly. He knew it was too late to say anything now. He could only shake his head and prepare to turn away from this embarrassing place. "Captain, wait for me." Leo also reacted quickly and hurried to catch up with Tyrag. His face was equally filled with embarrassment, feeling helpless about Ella's behavior. Meanwhile, Ella and Lacey were completely immersed in their own world, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. They held each other tightly, their eyes only reflecting one another. After walking for a while, Leo couldn't help but ask, "Captain, are we just going to leave Ella there?" Taralag frowned and said, "What else can we do? The capital is almost burning out, and now if we pull him away, are you going to accompany him to pick up soap at night?" Leo's expression instantly turned strange, and he hurriedly waved his hand, speaking with determination. "Captain, your decision is wise and powerful." Was picking up soap. Warm Sun poked his little head out, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Clap." Taralag frowned and said impatiently, "Kids shouldn't ask questions they shouldn't." Nuanyang rubbed his forehead, stuck out his tongue, and looked aggrieved as he hid behind Turlag's back. Just as they were about to move forward, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. They turned around and saw Ayla and Lacey running towards them. "Captain, wait for us!" Ayla shouted. Tyrag helplessly stopped in his tracks, looking at Ella and Lacey. "Why are you here instead of going back to further your studies?" With his right hand resting on Murakumo, he gazed at Ella and casually said, "It's fine if you want to perform little movies. I'm not willing to watch. But if it insults the children's eyes, I'll take your life." "How could that be? Am I such a despicable person?" Ella retorted, pulling Lacey, who was silent, by the hand and raising her chin defiantly. "Yes, Leo, Tyrag, and even Lacey, who seemed to have thought of something, blushed and nodded in agreement, including the warm sun. Ella's figure suddenly stiffened in place. And after a long time, she shyly smiled and directly changed the topic. Captain, Lacey said she can help us. She is very familiar with the Shambody archipelago and can provide us with some useful information. Tarag didn't continue to tease Era, but instead looked at Lacey with suspicion. Why are you helping us? Lacey smiled slightly, gazing affectionately at the side profile of Era. Because Era is my lover, and wherever he points is my direction. Damn it, those cursed peach blossom eyes, even looking at a dog with such tenderness. Tara looked expressionlessly at Ella, who resembled a small dog, recalling the box of bizarre outfits. She felt a deep admiration for Ella's ability to conquer her. Tarag paused for a moment, no longer hesitating, and said, "All right, then you can join us. But remember, don't cause us any trouble." Lacey nodded and tightly held Ella's hand. Ella, on the other hand, wore a proud smile, as if showing off her charm to Tarag and Leo. The group continued their journey on the Shambody archipelago, and Lacey began to share everything she knew about the archipelago. For nearly a month, the Shambody archipelago had gathered all sorts of people. There were pirates, merchants, bounty hunters, and even members of the world government. The various factions were complex, and conflicts could erupt at any time. Tarek slightly frowned. He only knew that the exchange location was in the Sabadi archipelago, but he had no information about the specific exchange site. Is there a place here that is densely populated? After a moment of contemplation, Lacey smiled and said, "You want to ask about a place where you can gather information, right? There's one. Please follow me." Tara and Leo exchanged a glance and whispered in unison, "Smart woman, damn Ella." In the Shambody archipelago, Area 1. A group of people followed Lacey as they navigated the streets of Area 1. As Lacey walked, she introduced the surroundings. Areas 1 to 29 mainly had human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. The order here was chaotic, with many pirates, traffickers, and bounty hunters, making it a gathering place for a large influx of strangers over the past month. Tyrag nodded. He was already familiar with this and didn't need to elaborate further. A faint gurgle sound came from behind, and Tyrag sighed, looking helplessly at Lacey beside him, smiling as he asked, "Is there a place to rest?" "My sister is hungry again." Warm Sun blushed, jumped down from Tyrag's back, covered her little belly, and with an apologetic look at Lacey, said, "Sister, I'm not hungry." "Don't delay brother's important business." "That's not allowed," Lacey said as she walked in front of Warm Sun, bent down to ruffle her hair, squinting her eyes and chuckling. "We were originally going to the tavern, so don't worry about the adults, little sister." After tapping her forehead, Lacey extended her arm and pointed out a path. "Please follow me, Mr. Navy." Tyrag grabbed Nwanyang's little hand and said fiercely, "If you eat the snacks Leo gives you again, I'll break his legs." After saying that, he took the innocent Nwanyang and stepped over the dazed Leo, walking forward. "Poor thing, buddy," Ella patted Leo and playfully chased after them. Leo's mouth twitched a few times, adhering to the principle of better a dead friend than a living foe. He immediately took out the photo from the pocket of his clothes and quietly placed it in his pocket for future use. Under Lacey's lead, the group quickly arrived and stopped in front of the old tavern. Lacey looked at Tyrag and said softly, "This is one of the places with the most reliable information. You can inquire about what you want to know inside." Tyrag nodded and took the lead, saying, "Let's go in and take a look." As the tavern door was pushed open, a mix of the smell of alcohol and the sound of chatter rushed at them. The old wooden floor creaked slightly under everyone's footsteps, and the air was filled with a faint smell of tobacco and rich wine. The walls were adorned with various nautical maps and old weapons, and the dim lights flickered, adding a touch of mystery to the entire tavern. Tyrag and his companions found a quiet corner to sit down, while the warm sun curiously surveyed the bustling scene around them. The tavern's patrons were diverse, with loud drunks, taciturn loners drinking quietly, and many adventurers huddled together whispering in a way that didn't seem very friendly. Leo skillfully called over the tavern server and ordered some food and drinks. The server, wearing a slightly stained apron, had messy hair and a face marked by the fatigue and numbness of years spent working in the tavern. He quickly noted Leo's requests and then turned to leave. Before long, delicious food was brought to the table. The dishes emitted an enticing aroma, their colors vibrant. The warm sun looked at the food in front of him, his eyes sparkling, eagerly picking up his utensils, his small mouth slightly open, revealing a set of white teeth. Just as everyone was about to enjoy their lunch, the tavern door was pushed open again, and several unfriendly-looking pirates walked in. The heavy footsteps echoed loudly in the quiet tavern, like the ominous beat of a drum. They were boisterous, and the metal ornaments on their bodies clanged sharply with their movements. One of the pirates, with a face full of flesh and a deep scar above his left eye, scanned the tavern like a hungry beast searching for prey. When his gaze fell upon Tyrag and the others, he revealed a malicious grin, a smile as sinister as a demon's, sending chills down one's spine. Tyrag put down his knife and fork with an annoyed expression. He hated being disturbed while eating. Ella and the others seemed to be used to the situation, calmly eating their food without a trace of panic. Nguyen cast a sympathetic glance at the pirates who were getting closer, then made a final charge at the small cake in front of her. Lacey also noticed these pirates. She frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Her fingers trembled lightly, unsure if it was from fear or anxiety, and her body instinctively leaned closer to Ella, as if seeking protection. Ella held Lacey's hand to reassure her and whispered in Tyrag's ear, "This person is nicknamed Scarface, with a bounty of 78 million berries, and has been active around the Sabati archipelago for a long time." Just as Ella was continuously relaying information to Tyrag, a harsh voice like a broken gong came from Scarface. "Hey, you guys look unfamiliar." Scarface, leading a group of pirates, picked up a bottle of wine from the table and drank it down without hesitation. "Refreshing. Ha ha ha." With a loud bang, Scarface slammed the empty bottle down on the table, knocking over the plate with the cake in front of Nguyen. "Hiss." Ella and Leo both gasped. Without saying a word, the two grabbed Lacey and quickly ran far away, hiding behind the bar of the tavern, trembling. Lacey gasped a few times, swatted away Ella's restless hand, and asked in confusion, "Hey, by the looks of you, dealing with those people should be more than enough for us." "Sure." Ella placed her finger over Lacey's mouth, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her cheek. "Don't ask, don't talk, don't look, just run." Leo nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, "Hey, I don't know when it started, but I realize Nguyen is not to be underestimated either." Meanwhile, Nguyen looked at the overturned plate, her small mouth pouting slightly, and her eyes turning red instantly. She then began to sob, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. From time to time, she would sneak a glance to observe Tyrag's reaction. Her eyes filled with both grievance and a hint of mischievous anticipation. Seeing this, Talig immediately felt a headache coming on. He hated seeing little girls cry, especially his beloved sister. Even though he knew she was just pretending, he couldn't stand it. He quickly crouched down, gently patting Nguyen's back, and comforted her softly. "Nguyen, be good, don't cry. Brother will buy you a better cake." However, Nguyen was not convinced. She sniffled slightly, her voice small yet full of grievance. "But I want that one." Scarface watched this scene and burst into laughter, his face filled with disdain. A little girl crying, "What's there to cry about? Cry more, and I'll sell you too." He then shifted his gaze to Lacey behind the bar, a blatant, wicked smile appearing on his face. He had originally come here to relax with his brothers, but didn't expect to encounter such a delicate and charming woman. Scarface's inner desires were completely ignited, prompting him to provoke them directly. With a malicious smile, he pointed at Lacey behind the bar and said, "That woman. Come over and keep me company for a few days, and I'll let you all go. Otherwise," as soon as his words fell, the many little brothers behind him all drew their weapons from their waists, eyeing Talig and his group with ill intentions, ready to act at any moment. The other patrons in the tavern reacted differently in this tense atmosphere. The previously loud drunks fell silent in an instant, their eyes wide, nervously watching both sides. Their glasses frozen midair, unsure whether to continue drinking or put them down. Some ordinary people showed fear, quietly shrinking into corners or leaving the tavern altogether, afraid of being caught up in the conflict. The taciturn lone drinker raised his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of indifference and calm in his gaze. He seemed unbothered by such scenes, only shaking his head lightly and continuing to drink, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, the pirates sitting together, whispering among themselves, showed excited expressions, exchanging glances and discussing the impending conflict in hushed tones. The atmosphere in the entire tavern became exceptionally tense, like the calm before storm. As Scarface finished speaking, Talig's eyes instantly turned ice cold. He slowly stood up, a powerful aura emanating from him. A bottle of wine costs 10 million berries. A piece of cake costs 20 million berries. The tavern's compensation is 1 million berries, plus mental damages, lost work, medical expenses, meal costs, and funeral expenses. Turlag's voice was deep as he stood up and looked at Scarface, revealing a big white smile and saying, "A total of 78 million berries from you. Reasonable, right?" "What?" Scarface was taken aback, and anger immediately surged within him. Just as he was about to take action, with a clang, everyone, including him, seemed to have been pressed on pause, all frozen in place, their faces mostly maintaining the excited smiles from before. It was evident that, at some point, Turlag had already sheathed his sword. One hand covered in Wan Yang's eyes while the other picked her up, turning to walk outside. "What are you guys doing over there?" He glanced irritably at the few stunned individuals behind the bar and pointed at the sweating tavern owner, laughing. "What's up? Planning to squeeze him to death to inherit his estate? Captain, what are they?" Leo was the first to nervously jump out from behind the bar, pointing at Scarface, who was raising his long knife, and asked, "Is he dead? Ask less, watch more, think more." Tyrag ignored him and instead looked at the tavern owner, preparing to settle the bill and leave. After all, the money on Ella and her companion had been mostly scraped clean by him at the beginning of the voyage. It was better for him to handle the bill himself if he didn't want them to be detained and forced to wash dishes. "Boss, those trash over there are meal money. How about it?" The tavern owner, having seen big scenes before, quickly snapped out of his earlier shock and nodded repeatedly. "Sure, but you're giving too much." The tavern owner gave a knowing glance to a nearby assistant, who immediately understood and walked towards the pirates frozen in place, ready to confirm their current state and the specific amount. "What is this?" Upon seeing the bloodline on the neck of the Scarface leader, the assistant's pupils involuntarily dilated. Was it cut with a knife on the back? The assistant turned his head and subtly shook it towards the tavern owner, indicating that they couldn't scam these people. The tavern owner's stern face immediately broke into a smile as he took out a large bag of berries from a hidden compartment under the bar and placed it on the table. "My lord, there's no problem with the goods. This is your change for the drinks, and we welcome you to visit again. What is your relationship with Shaki?" Tyrag glanced at the large pile of gold coins on the table, but did not take any. Instead, he coldly inquired aloud. The tavern owner's eyes narrowed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he forced a smile. "Who is Shachi?" "I don't know her, ha ha ha." Tarag squinted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the tavern owner, his eyes seeming to penetrate the heart. "Don't recognize me?" Shaking his head with a smile, Tarag set down the warm sun, took out paper and a pen, wrote a few large characters on it, slapped it on the bar, and pushed all the gold coins on the table back. "It didn't matter. I want this information. This is the reward." The tavern owner's brows furrowed together, but then he returned to normal, silently picking up the note on the table to read. As he silently finished the last character, the expression on the owner's face was very rich, and he sighed and shook his head, saying, "This is not enough." "Not enough?" Tyler glanced at the bag of money worth tens of millions of berries, his mouth twitching slightly. "Damn it, shaking down the black market is one thing, but running a chain of stores too?" Clang! A slash, unseen by anyone, struck out, as Tyler pointed the hilt of his sword at the table of pirates behind him who were frozen in place, coldly saying, "May I?" The tavern owner said nothing, only shook his head. Clang! Everyone in the tavern, except for the Lone Ranger, was completely still. The tavern owner, wiping a glass with a cloth, let it slip from his grasp, falling to the ground, his mouth agape, watching everything unfold in front of him. Still not enough. A hint of killing intent began to rise, and the corner of Tyler's mouth curled slightly as he tapped a clearly fine bottle of wine with the hilt of his sword. "What about this bartender?" The owner, not understanding Tyler's meaning, broke into a cold sweat and chuckled nervously. "What are you saying, sir? I'm just a tavern owner. How could I sell you fake wine? I ask you, is this bartender for real?" Crack! The wine bottle shattered into pieces, and the conqueror's hockey pressed down precisely on the tavern owner without any hint of exposure. The tavern owner felt an irresistible pressure wash over him, making it hard for him to breathe. His face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He knew that this man before him was no ordinary person. If he continued to resist, he feared for his life. "Please, sir, calm your anger. Shaki indeed has had some dealings with me. She has a vast intelligence network here in the Sabeti archipelago, and I have obtained some information from her. In exchange, I provide her with some assistance within my capabilities. But that's about it. I don't know much about her," the tavern owner said tremulously. Tyrag squinted slightly, contemplating the tavern owner's words. After a moment, he withdrew his imposing demeanor and slowly said, "Write down everything I asked in detail. You wouldn't want to end up like those people, would you?" And Tyrag slowly turned around, and a scarlet slash rushed toward the Lone Ranger, who stood firm like a mountain in the center of the tavern. "Crow, send my regards to my brother." The scarlet slash shot toward the Lone Ranger like lightning, yet the one known as Crow remained as steady as a rock. Just as the strike was about to reach him, he slightly raised his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. With a gentle wave of his hand, Countless black crows instantly surged out from around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The slash collided with the crow barrier, producing a dull sound before dissipating into nothingness. Crow slowly stood up, his figure appearing particularly mysterious under the dim light. He wore a black feather coat, and his slightly disheveled black hair added an air of untamed charm. Crow's facial features were distinct, his gaze deep and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. He slightly curved his lips, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Leader's brother, your growth is even more terrifying than what the leader said. But provoking you is not wise. Two gentlemen, this is a small business. Please move it outside. The tavern owner pulled out a document from a hidden compartment under the bar and handed it to Tyrag. It contained the information he wanted. Tyrag casually flipped through, confirmed that there should be no problem, then nodded and smiled. Please apologize to Shachi for me. Then, with a whoosh, he teleported and delivered a dragon claw fist, causing dozens of dark crows to turn to ashes in an instant. Tyrag stared expressionlessly at the crow, whose half-face was obscured by its beak, and sneered, "Who gave you the illusion that I'm easy to talk to? Is it Dolag?" His 3 fingers merged and slightly curved, dark purple energy gradually manifesting as he unleashed a dragon cloud strike aimed directly at the crow's left chest heart. If it hit, the crow would either die or be severely injured. At the critical moment, the crow instantly elementalized, transforming into a cloud of ash, narrowly evading Tyrag's deadly strike. The cloud of ash quickly reformed into the shape of the crow in midair, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The crow thought to himself, this guy is indeed not easy to deal with. No wonder he's the leader's brother. He slightly adjusted his stance, preparing to welcome Tyrag's next round of attacks. The half of his face obscured by the beak revealed little expression, but his eyes conveyed determination and a hint of mockery. Tyrag watched as the crow successfully evaded, his expression growing colder. He squinted slightly, a powerful aura surging around him. Since he didn't take him seriously, he would first sever one of his arms as punishment. Tell me where he is, and I will let you leave safely. As Murakumo slowly unsheathed, the crow felt an instant pressure, a cold sweat trickling down his face. Hey, it seems like I've gone too far. This level of pressure seems beyond what I can handle. Boss, you lied to me. The crow scattered countless coal ashes around, ready for a response, already in serious mode. Aira and the others had already taken Warm Sun and wisely left the tavern, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. Brother Aira, why aren't you going to help? Is everything really okay? Warm Sun looked worriedly at the tavern, which had been completely sliced open by a single strike, and asked in confusion from 100 meters away. Cough, cough. Aira held Lacey a small hand, puffed out his chest, and said seriously, experts often make their entrance last, for such a small scene. The captain alone is enough. His words garnered Warm Sun's admiration, Lacey's appreciation, and Leo's disdain. As the two exchanged glances, with Aira owing Leo 100,000 berries. No one brought it up. Inside the tavern, a blood-red moon gradually shone outside, and the atmosphere became tense to the extreme. The Muramesa in Taurag's hand emitted a chilling light, as if it could strike down the crow at any moment. The crow, on the other hand, was completely focused on Taurag, while the surrounding coal ash swirled restlessly, preparing to the impending storm. Tyrag's eyes sharpened, his figure shooting out like lightning, with Murakumo slashing towards the crow with unmatched momentum. One sword style, Bright Moon. The crow hurriedly manipulated the coal ash to try to block it. But Tyrag's attack was simply too powerful. The coal ash was instantly cut apart, and Murakumo's sharpness pressed directly toward the crow. The crow couldn't dodge in time, and his left arm was grazed by Murakumo, a deep wound appearing instantly, blood gushing out. 2. The secondary damage of the crescent moon struck, causing the crow to spit out a mouthful of blood, his left arm now visibly broken to the bone. For his sake, I'll leave you with some leeway. Tell me, what's the purpose of him sending you here? Tyrag, showing no signs of injury aside from a slightly darker skin tone, gazed sharply at the crow in front of him. EC. Without any hesitation, the crow immediately sold out that deadly bastard. The crow, clutching his nearly severed arm, was already drenched in sweat. He had acted rashly. Crow, on this mission, save them if you can, but if you can't, don't conflict with my brother. On the ship, Dorag stood facing east, enjoying the incoming sea breeze, a slight smirk on his lips. Behind him, the crow, hidden beneath a black feather coat, spoke without any fluctuation in his voice. I'll go easy on you. You don't have to worry. Dorag turned back slightly, surprised. Is that what I meant? He shook his head in exasperation. Let it be. Since the crow had eaten the nature-type fruit, his mindset had been a bit floaty. A little education wouldn't be a bad thing. Dorag thought to himself, for my sake, this trip should be uneventful, right? Outside the tavern, Ella and the others heard the commotion inside gradually subside, but their worries hadn't diminished. The warm sun tightly focused on the direction of the tavern, her small face filled with tension. Inside the tavern, Tyrag sheathed Murikamo, looking at the injured crow with still a wary gaze. "EC? What's he going back there for? Missing home? Or just to stir up trouble?" The crow endured the pain, his voice somewhat weak as he replied, "I don't know the specific purpose either. The leader just sent me here to investigate your movements and see if there's a chance to take some people." Terra raised his eyebrows slightly. Taking away people? What is he really plotting? He pondered for a moment and then looked at the crow. Go back and tell him not to entertain those improper ideas again. Or next time it won't be so easy to let you go. The crow remained silent, only giving a slight nod. He felt secretly regretful. Realizing that he had indeed underestimated the situation, he didn't expect the leader's brother to be so powerful. Terra G stopped at the entrance of the tavern, his voice coldly echoing. "The losses here will be compensated at market value, understand?" The crow, who was negotiating with the tavern owner while holding a certain IU, paused and nodded repeatedly, as he had already been doing so. As night fell, a mysterious ship quietly approached from afar on the sea. The people on board were other members of the Revolutionary Army who had come in response to the news. Upon seeing the crow injured, they immediately jumped off the ship and rushed over. "Captain Crow." The crowd surrounded Crow, their faces filled with concern. Crow waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. "Let's go." He did not want to linger here. The mission had failed, and they needed to return quickly to report to the leader and perhaps spar with him a bit. At this moment, on the other side of the island, on the elevator of Mariewa in the Red Earth continent, a massive iron cage was slowly descending. Inside was the barely breathing Fisher Tiger, to be exchanged for the protagonist of Porcellino. "Is this method something you came up with? How was it communicated?" At this moment, Admiral Crane appeared quite aged, with only the wrinkles on his face not being so obvious. "Do you believe me when I say it has nothing to do with me?" Seeing someone speak, Tiger instinctively covered the conspicuous celestial dragon hoof on his body and retorted to the Navy's chief strategist. Admiral Crane squinted slightly, examining Tiger. It would be best if that were the case. The Navy simply did not want to cause excessive slaughter. Otherwise, armed redemption would also be an effective method. Tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. He was acutely aware that the words spoken by Admiral Crane, the brain of the Navy, represented the direction for the Navy's advancement. Admiral Crane waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to move the cage onto the transport ship, and with a slight smile said, "Don't be nervous. Since we brought you out, we've already abandoned that dangerous method. Big sister, you never let me follow you on missions before. Why this time?" At this moment, a crisp voice broke the slightly tense atmosphere. A graceful young woman walked over quickly. She was Ji Yuan. Her long pink hair flowed like silk, gently swaying in the breeze. Her bright and lively eyes seemed to hide the stars and the sea. Her exquisite face carried a hint of curiosity and vitality. Dressed in a white naval uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, a slender sword was hung at her waist, its hilt embedded with gemstones, sparkling in the sunlight. Ji Yuan approached Admiral Crane and tilted her head slightly, asking, "Sister, why am I allowed to come along this time? Is this Fisher Tiger very special?" Her gaze fell on Tiger in the iron cage, filled with confusion. Admiral Crane looked at Ji Yuan, a hint of indulgence in her eyes. "This mission is unusual. Bringing you along will give you more experience." Upon hearing this, excitement flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes, and she straightened her posture, as if to show Admiral Crane that she was ready. The energy of Sister Shachi was truly astonishing. No wonder she could boldly open a tavern here without anyone daring to disturb her. The group that had already returned to the medical clinic each returned to their meticulously prepared rooms to rest. Just as Talag was sitting in his room, focused on the documents in his hands, a sudden violent crashing sound shook the walls. Tarag's face instantly darkened. He slowly put down the document in his hand and looked speechlessly at the wooden wall that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. This is just too much. Too blatant. Tyrag was secretly pondering in his heart. If he remembered correctly, the room opposite should belong to Lacey and Ella. Was this done on purpose? Tyrag let out a breath, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Looks like it's time for another few weeks of hellish training." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed continuously, making the entire room tremble. However, at one moment, the noise abruptly stopped. A accompanied by Lacey's utterance of the word waste. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone gradually drifted into a dream. The next day, Ella looked utterly exhausted, with heavy dark circles under his eyes like two deep ink pools. His steps were unsteady, each one swaying as if he could collapse at any moment. His gaze was filled with resentment and helplessness, and just thinking about last night's experience and the hellish training that might follow filled him with despair. Lacey, on the other hand, appeared calm as water, as if nothing had happened the night before. Ella occasionally stole glances at Lacey, secretly muttering to himself about how terrifying this woman was. Her cautious and fearful demeanor made it hard not to chuckle, until Tyrag stretched and slowly walked out of his room. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. A resentful glance from Ella shot toward Tyrag, who slightly furrowed his brows, his lips parting slightly but not making a sound. Yet Ella understood from his lip movements the word waste. The already dejected Ella, at that moment, felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Kidney treasure. Kidney treasure. Full health revival potion. 1 bottle permission. How about you go with him? A big question mark appeared in Tara's mind. The system's voice suddenly stopped. 1,000 meters underwater. Does Captain Jinbei still disagree with our actions? Aladdin's face twisted in guilt, filled with self-blame. It's all my fault for not convincing Captain Jinbei. He fell into self-reproach. Whether he comes or not doesn't matter, as long as we save Brother Tiger. All sacrifices are worth it. Aaron slowly stood up, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. He waved to the distance, and in the dark sea, a pair of giant hands lifted the bottom of the boat, slowly moving towards the surface. Aaron had only one thought in his mind, no matter the cost. They must rescue their brother. I hope everything goes smoothly. Aladdin quickly stood up behind him, tightly gripping his trident, filled with worry. He shouted, "Sea God, the moment the transaction is completed, take brother away without worrying about us." "Why, yeah. The bald sea god placed the ship on his head and said casually, "Don't underestimate me. I'm quite strong too." On the surface of the sea, the waves surged, and the sun pirate ship moved quickly with the sea god's help. Aaron stood at the bow, looking ahead with firm eyes, filled with tension and anticipation, not knowing what awaited them. Aladdin looked at Aaron's back, filled with emotions. They all knew this mission was fraught with danger, but for Brother Tiger, they would not hesitate. "Aaron, we must succeed," Aladdin whispered, but his heart was constantly praying. Aaron did not turn back, just nodded slightly, his voice filled with determination. "We have no way out. We can only move forward. Although I despise humans, it cannot be denied that in terms of top-tier strength, we are still far behind." Aaron's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness, but he knew they could not retreat. As the ship approached the destination, everyone's mood became increasingly tense. Although the bald sea god was carefree, he also felt the heavy atmosphere at this moment. He tightly held the ship, feeling a bit anxious. "I can't mess this up this time. Be careful during the operation," Aladdin reminded, his heart full of worry. "We don't know what situations we will encounter, but we must remain calm." Everyone nodded. They understood the importance of this mission. All the mermaids tightly gripped their weapons, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation, ready to face the imminent battle. Finally, they saw the trading location, just off the coast of Sabati Archipelago. Several huge Navy warships were stationed on the sea, surrounded by Navy soldiers, along with many government officials in white cloaks. Aladdin's eyes sharpened, a wave of tension rising in his heart. "We finally arrived. Prepare for action." Upon hearing this, everyone, except for Aladdin, who was heading for the transaction, including Aaron, dove silently into the sea. I say, Doflamingo, I think I see Admiral Tsuru's warships. Are we still going?" At the port, Doflamingo, along with all the senior officers, observed the numerous Navy warships gradually approaching. His heart was filled with surprise and vigilance. "I didn't expect Tsuru to appear here." Watching the ship at the forefront, exuding a sense of calm power, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, and a surge of anger rose within him. Fufufu. I wondered why she suddenly gave up chasing us, allowing that mad dog to come. A hint of cruelty flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. Then, take this opportunity to sink her into the sea. Fufufu. Doflamingo's mind was filled with crazy thoughts. Clang. "Sorry, Birdman, I didn't expect to run into you here." Fully armed, Virgo stepped forward, arms crossed in front of him, ready to block the sudden strike. But he was kicked away by Doflamingo, and hundreds of armed threads formed a black wall, protecting everyone within. Doflamingo's heart was filled with anger and vigilance. "You are Tara?" On the surface of the sea, the atmosphere was tense, as if the air was about to solidify. Borsellino stood there, the previous chains removed, replaced by a pair of 100% sea stone handcuffs tightly binding his hands. The sea stone emitted a dull shine, like heavy shackles, reminding everyone of the unusual nature of this transaction. Borsellino slowly raised his hands above his head, his movements seeming casual, yet carrying an indescribable calm. He slightly lifted his head, a hint of an elusive smile on his lips, lazily saying, "Since you attacked me, you have already stood on the opposite side of the world." His voice echoed over the silent sea, like a dull bell tolling, striking at Aladdin's heart. The advancing footsteps suddenly halted, as if Borsellino sensed something, slowly turning to face Aladdin. His eyes flickered with an elusive light, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc, and he gently smiled, saying, "How about trying to kill me right now?" His tone was so relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter. "No, don't joke around." Aladdin's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with tension. As the two sides were about to meet, he could clearly feel his heart pounding like a drum. Every muscle in his body tensed like steel. Each muscle seemed to express his inner unease. His gaze was fixed on the approaching warships. Those massive ships loomed like steel beasts, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Aladdin's hand trembled as he pulled a sharp blade from his chest, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. He pressed the blade against Borsellino's lower back, his voice hoarse. "As long as you keep your promise, I won't harm you, otherwise." The short blade pierced 3 inches into flesh. Though the wound was trivial for Borsellino, the sharp pain instantly spread, making this usually indifferent man frown slightly. Borsellino sighed, expressionless as he looked ahead. A red figure flashed through his mind, and he shook his head slightly, realizing there was no turning back. The atmosphere on the surface of the sea reached a peak of tension, waves gently lapping against the ship's side, producing a low sound. It was as if a prelude was playing for the impending storm. The sunlight spilled over the sea but could not warm this cold ocean. Everyone was waiting for what was about to happen, their hearts filled with tension and unease. At the alleyway, the strike cut through countless threads in an instant. In a moment of urgency, Doflamingo summoned countless silver threads to block in front of him, successfully intercepting the strike. The fried egg on Virgo's face fell to the ground, sweat slowly dripping down his forehead, looking at the figure blocking in front of everyone with gratitude in his eyes. That was a close call, with the same dominance. There are also highs and lows. "Young master, thank you." Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged as he stared straight ahead at the approaching figure, a mad smile creeping across his lips. "We are family. You are too polite, Virgo." Just then, Diamante's unique figure emerged, dressed in splendid attire. He wore a proud smile on his face. "Oof, how pathetic." Diamante's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with mockery. "But it's okay, with me here. Everything will be resolved easily." He swung the long sword in his hand, and Doflamingo couldn't even stop him. His figure had already rushed towards the figure ahead. "I've really had enough." Terra's expression was somewhat gloomy, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared in front of everyone, he was already holding a head. "What kind of brotherhood is this in front of me?" He casually threw Diamante's head over and picked up a handkerchief from the ground to wipe off the filth on his hands, making me look like a big villain. Tyrag's sudden strike instantly brought the atmosphere at the alleyway to freezing point. Diamante's head rolled on the ground, and his magnificent attire now appeared incredibly desolate. Doflamingo's eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead bulged even more. He looked at Diamante's head on the ground, a surge of anger and sorrow flooding his heart. His body trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly into fists, with his nails digging deeply into his palms. That crazed smile now turned rigid, replaced by an indescribable rage. Virgo was in shock, his gaze darting between Diamante's head and Tyrag. Sweat beads slid down his forehead again, and it felt like something was blocking his throat, leaving him speechless. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the sunlight seemed to have lost its warmth. The people behind Doflamingo were also stunned by this scene, but soon after, an intense anger followed. They had weathered many storms together, and even when attacked by that mad dog, they had not suffered any casualties among their main members. I say, do you even know what you've done?" Torpole could no longer laugh, his body covered in slime, ready to strike Tyrag with all his might at any moment. I want." A sharp sound interrupted him, cut off by a burst of laughter. At a glance, Talig still couldn't understand how the robust figure of Sika could emit a sound sharper than that of a woman. "I will kill you." Sika's eyes instantly filled with blood, as he hadn't heard the sound of mockery in a long time. Sika's anger was completely ignited, and he instantly merged with the ground, causing the surrounding dirt and stones to surge as if they were alive. Soon after, a gigantic stone giant rose from the earth, emanating a violent aura, and each step it took caused tremors. Doflamingo watched the scene before him, waving his hands, causing countless threads to shoot towards Talig like arrows. No matter what you've done before, since you've attacked my family, today is your day to die. Doflamingo roared. Virgo immediately sprang into action, picking up a long stick from the ground and dashing towards Talig. Torpal's slime continued to surge, and with a push of his hands, a large mass of slime shot towards Talig like a cannonball, corroding the air in its path. Senor, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth and a cold gaze, moved his body and instantly submerged into a nearby puddle. The puddle seemed to come to life, slowly flowing towards Talig at a rapid pace. Tarag rolled up his sleeves, revealing a row of neat teeth, calmly facing the attacks from the crowd. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn. I have things to do, so let's finish this quickly. At the critical moment, Tarag's figure flickered like a ghost, instantly dodging the threads shot by Doflamingo. Those threads struck the ground, leaving countless deep marks in an instant. Tarag looked at the deep marks beneath his feet, filled with disdain, plenty of strength, but lacking in speed. Doflamingo, is this all you've got? Then his gaze sharpened, and he decided to no longer evade the tide of attacks coming from everyone. As Virgo's long staff came crashing down with a sharp whistle, Tarag snorted coldly. You don't even have the courage to take my slash, yet you dare to challenge me? In an instant, he raised his arm and forcefully blocked the staff. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble slightly, but Tarag remained completely motionless. Tarag thought to himself, the nature of friendship is indeed complex. Knowing that one cannot win, one still charges into battle to confront an invincible existence for the sake of someone else. Tarag suddenly exerted force, deflecting the long stick, then threw a punch directly at Virgo. Virgo was shocked. How could he be so strong? He quickly raised the long stick to defend, but Tarag's power was too overwhelming, directly breaking the long stick imbued with hockey. Subsequently, the residual force struck Virgo's face, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Without giving Tarag a moment to rest, Torpal's slime cannonballs followed one after another. Tarag's eyes widened in anger. If that gets on my clothes, I'll kill your whole family. Meteor. He swung his fist directly at the blob of slime, and a shockwave from his punch collided with the slime, producing a loud bang as the slime was instantly shattered and splattered everywhere. Tarag emitted a powerful aura that made Torbal's heart tremble. Toribol secretly marveled. No wonder he could instantly take Diamante's head. It was all thanks to Tarag's incredible speed. After returning to his original spot, Tarag carefully examined himself, and upon finding no blemishes, he finally let out a sigh of relief. What a disgusting guy. This repulsive individual needed extra attention. Murakumo was drawn and crossed in front of him. After blocking dozens of sudden attacks from the threads, a crimson slash targeted Toribol in the distance with clear intent. Turning to look at the grim-faced Doflamingo, who was continuously manipulating the threads, Tarag's lips curled slightly. How did you guys manage to survive under that person? It was too far off. Tarag thought of 1,000 reasons, but couldn't explain how Doflamingo and his cadre could survive Sakazuki's hands. Doflamingo's originally sinister face twisted even more at this moment, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, and the red sunglasses couldn't hide the intimidating glare. He was extremely angry. How dare they underestimate us? Doflamingo shouted angrily. Then you don't have to worry about it. 5-color thread. Almost transparent fine threads shot out from his fingertips, flying toward Tarag like countless agile poisonous snakes. These threads swiftly darted through the air, producing sharp sounds of tearing. At the same time, Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, the overwhelming aura sweeping out like a raging storm. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding buildings seemed to sway precariously under the pressure of this domineering presence. However, Tarag showed no fear. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a confident smile. Conqueror's Haki? He shook his head slightly and scoffed. Your might isn't enough for me to take you seriously. After saying this, Tarag also released his Conqueror's Haki. His aura surged like a violent tsunami, instantly dispersing Doflamingo's oppressive presence. The surrounding air seemed to twist under this powerful Haki, emitting rumbling sounds. The imposing aura of Tarlag continued to spread, causing great pressure on Doflamingo and his subordinates. Their faces turned extremely grim, filled with shock and fear. At that moment, Senior leaped out of the water, swinging his fist at Tarlag, trying to buy some time for the young master. Tarlag didn't even glance at him, and with a swift backhand, he whispered, "Good men don't engage in unnecessary drama." The slap was incredibly fast, and Senior didn't have time to dodge, getting sent flying into the wall in the distance, blood spewing from his mouth. FFFF. Doflamingo laughed in anger, his charming face now covered in frost. In a flash, he charged towards Tarlag like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that he was almost invisible. As he got close to Tarlag, he waved his hands, unleashing countless threads that poured down like a torrential rain, each thread resembling a sharp dagger, carrying a deadly threat. Doflamingo thought to himself, since when did the Navy gain another guy who could dominate the world? His threads intertwined to form a massive net, enveloping Tarlag. At the same time, he intensified the output of his conqueror's haki, pressing down on Tarlag like a surging tide, trying to create a counterforce against his conqueror's haki, so as not to be completely suppressed. Tarlag watched the incoming attacks like a raging storm, his eyes narrowed. He scoffed such trivial skills. Daring to show off in front of me? In an instant, he drew Murakumo, and with a flash of the blade, a fierce slash aimed at Doflamingo's thread net. The slash collided with the threads, producing a piercing sound of friction, and sparks flew everywhere. Terra's slash was like a hot knife through butter, instantly cutting through the web of threads. The line saw, and the foot-cutting line had no effect at all, as they were dodged by Terra's swift movements. He even had the leisure to glance at the escort ship that had begun to make its approach in the distance, secretly laughing to himself. It seems that it's not that Doflamingo is weak, but that I have become stronger, strong enough that I can't even see what level I'm at. With a single swing of his sword, he forced Doflamingo's figure back, leaving the cadre, who couldn't intervene, by his side. With a slight cold smile at the corner of his mouth, he declared, "I will only make one strike, and those who survive can leave. Don't underestimate people." Doflamingo forcefully shook off Torbol's supporting arm, wanting to charge forward for close combat, but was halted by a sense of impending death. Tarlag tightly gripped his demon blade, his hands like iron pincers, every muscle in his body tensed in an instant, as if a bowstring pulled taut. Power surged like a roaring tide, continuously pouring into his arms. In a moment, a scarlet light erupted from the blade, resembling a fierce and sharp slash. This slash was akin to a ferocious blood dragon, carrying a wave of scorching heat and a sharp whistle, as if it could ignite everything around it. The edges of the crimson slash emitted a blazing light, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to tremble slightly from the high temperature, as if a dragon's roar resounded within. With the sword flow, Blood Demon, Tarlag sheathed his sword and did not linger, leaping into the air with moon steps towards the escort ship in the distance. The sword that was once criticized by Mihawk as full of flaws had now grown to a presence that could look down upon everything. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, stood to the side, his eyes beneath his sunglasses bright like a blazing flame, yet hinting at endless vicissitudes. The golden strands of hair at his forehead fluttered gently in the wind, as if silently narrating his tumultuous past. He squinted slightly, a mix of sharpness and pain in his gaze, revealing extremely complex emotions. "Hosinende, you want to kill me with your own hands, don't you?" Doflamingo turned to look at his brother, who had just returned after running away from home, silently questioning himself. The helplessness of losing his mother at 8, the determination of killing his father at 10, everything had carved indelible scars in his heart. The impending blood dragon was so powerful that Doflamingo could not easily stop it now. Yet, throughout this long journey, only the family behind him had always shared joys and sorrows with him. Together, they navigated this cruel world, working hand in hand to build their kingdom. Therefore, he could not retreat. It was his fault that he could not stop Diamante from being decapitated. This guilt weighed heavily on his heart like a heavy shackles. "I will not allow myself to lose anyone else." Doflamingo's words were firm and powerful, as if challenging this unjust fate. He raised his arm, palm outward, and shouted, "Spiderweb wall." In an instant, a giant net formed from white spider silk spread out, the threads incredibly tough, glimmering with a harsh cold light in the sun. However, just as he was preparing to take the next step, a pair of giant rocky hands suddenly grabbed him from behind, throwing him far away. At this moment, the rock giant Sika had already taken the position in front of Doflamingo, looking at the terrifying blood dragon-like slash that was about to destroy everything. An endless resolve surged in his heart. His robust body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of the sacrifice he was about to make. Sika spread his rocky giant arms, facing the incoming slash without fear. Doflamingo, let me block this strike. Sika's voice was like a falling boulder, sharp yet heavy. Doflamingo's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, Sika, get back. His face was filled with rage and anxiety, the veins at his temples slightly bulging. Sika's gaze was incredibly firm, continuously drawing energy from the surrounding ground, his sharp voice carrying a hint of heaviness. Doflamingo, you have always led us. Now it's time for me to do something for everyone. The stone giant, under Sika's control, steadily stepped forward, like an unshakable, majestic mountain. His eyes revealed a determination to face death, his brow furrowed, yet the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if he felt a profound pride in the great act he was about to undertake. Partners, this may be the last thing I can do for you. Sika's voice was deep and powerful. His unique tone, reminiscent of a soft voice, felt particularly solemn in this tense atmosphere. Along the way, we have had laughter and arguments, but we are always a family. I cannot let everyone be destroyed like this. Doflamingo's eyes reddened as he roared, Sika, come back. I want to allow you to do this. His body trembled slightly, using all his strength to create countless spiderwebs, desperately trying to protect Sika as well. As the slash approached, the scorching breath surged like a tidal wave, and Sika's face revealed a relieved smile. Doflamingo, you all have to continue down the road ahead. Remember, you are to become the king, and you must never bow your head before anyone. The stone giant began to crumble under the impact of the slash, but Sika still stood firm. He poured his last bit of strength into the stone giant, trying to hold on for even one more second. Partners, do not be sad for me. My sacrifice is worthwhile. Let our family continue to pass on. Let our glory never fade. Sika's voice gradually weakened, but his words ignited the fighting spirit within the members of the Don Quixote family like a blazing torch. In the end, the stone giant was completely shattered by the power of the slash, and Sika was engulfed in that raging force. He used his life to win a glimmer of hope for Doflamingo and the family members. Talik's body paused mid-flight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lucky guy. He then continued on his way, heading directly towards the escort ship. Several large Navy warships quietly anchored, surrounded by Navy soldiers and many government officials in white cloaks. The atmosphere was tense, and the turbulent sea seemed to herald the impending storm. Aladdin's eyes sharpened, a surge of tension rising in his heart. He was escorting Bartholomew Kuma, standing at the bow of the ship, staring intently at the naval camp ahead. Kuma looked relaxed, as if he were completely unconcerned about what was about to happen. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru and her team stood on the deck of the warship, Tsuru's face serious, her eyes revealing wisdom and vigilance. She watched Aladdin and the others gradually approaching, calculating various possible scenarios in her mind. Aladdin took a deep breath and slowly approached the transaction site. As the ship neared the Navy warship, the tense atmosphere between both sides reached its peak. Put down the person. We will release Tiger as agreed. Tsuru's voice was steady, but carried an undeniable authority. Hundreds of thousands of gun barrels aimed at Aladdin's head in an instant, as if ready to turn him into a sieve at any moment. Put down your guns. Do you want to shoot Mr. Kuma as well? Next to Tsuru stood the sword-wielding Shuan, who impatiently raised her hand, signaling her colleagues to lower their guns. Aladdin swallowed hard, trying to hide as much as possible behind Kuma, a short blade pressed firmly against his lower back. The initiative is not in your hands now. I want to see Fisher Tiger first. Release Kuma first? What a joke. The world government has no credibility in the hearts of the fishmen. I'm afraid that as soon as he lets his guard down, he'll be pierced by thousands of bullets and have 1,000 holes in him. Ji Yuan strides forward, her eyebrows raised, anger burning in her eyes. You rude guy, are you negotiating with us? She grits her teeth, her cheeks slightly puffed up, one hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, as if ready to draw her sword at any moment. A sharp pain shoots through her waist again, and Palyasalino looks speechless at Ji Yuan on the opposite ship, secretly cursing. You're amazing. You're so noble. In this tense atmosphere that makes it hard to breathe. Major Crane furrows her brows slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes at Ji Yuan's reckless behavior. She gently raises her relatively aged, yet powerful hand, pauses in the air for a moment, then slowly lowers it to signal Ji Yuan to calm down. Then she calmly says, according to his request, bring Tiger over. The Navy soldiers, hearing the order, feel hesitant in their hearts, but military orders are like mountains, and they have to act quickly. The soldiers' footsteps are somewhat heavy, each step seeming to carry a deep worry about the unknown consequences. Before long, the imprisoned Fisher Tiger is brought to the deck. Tiger's face was weary, the wrinkles etched like marks of time, silently telling of the hardships he had endured. Yet, his eyes still revealed determination and resilience. A light that had never been extinguished despite the passage of time, like stars that never fade in the night sky. The moment Aladdin saw Tiger, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up in his heart. His eyes widened instantly, and his heartbeat quickened as if it would leap out of his chest. He fixed his gaze on General Crane, the short blade in his hand trembling slightly, having unknowingly sunk 3 inches into flesh. He boldly threatened now, "Let Brother Tiger board the ship. After we leave safely, we will naturally release him. I come with sincerity and hope your army will not force me into a difficult position. Otherwise." Another wave of pain struck, and Palyasolino's expression darkened completely. Since his birth, it was the first time he had ever hated someone so much. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his indifferent demeanor. General Crane squinted slightly, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind, rapidly calculating possible scenarios. After a moment, she nodded. The Navy soldiers carefully brought Tiger aboard Aladdin's ship and unfastened the shackles that bound him. After getting on the ship, Aladdin vigilantly watched the surrounding navy, his body tense like a cheetah ready to fight, with every muscle in a highly strained state. "Let's go," Aladdin shouted, and the other mermaids, who had already submerged in the water, pulled the ship that Aladdin was on with all their might upon hearing his shout. Borsalino still looked relaxed, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. However, his gaze subtly swept towards the clouds ahead, a hint of a nonchalant smile on his lips. While secretly calculating the next move, Ji Yuan watched Aladdin and the others gradually fade away, filled with unwillingness. She bit her lip tightly, the anger in her heart burning like a raging fire. Unable to hold back, she said, "Sister, are we just going to let them go? What if they change their minds? We should take the opportunity to capture them all." Her eyes were filled with urgency and anger, her hands clenched into fists, her body slightly trembling, revealing her inner excitement and unease. "General," he turned her head slightly, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at her younger sister. She said earnestly, "Ji Yuan, sometimes achieving a goal doesn't necessarily require hard measures. Borsalino is always in danger, and we cannot afford to take risks. Moreover, the mermaid issue is complex and cannot be simply solved with force. We need to consider it from a longer-term perspective." General He's eyes revealed wisdom and calmness. She knew that in such a complicated situation, every decision she made could affect Borsalino's safety. Ji Yuan bit her lip. Although she was still unconvinced, she understood that her sister's words made sense. She lowered her head and softly said, "Yes, sister, I understand." Her gaze still fixed on the ship sailing away in the distance, her eyes bright with determination. "In half an hour, if I don't see Mr. Borsalino, I will lead the team to attack." General, he helplessly glanced at her younger sister, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, it was the right decision to bring her out for training this time. If she continued to be so reckless on future missions, she might suffer significant loss. After the ship left the Navy's sight, both Tiger and Aladdin showed joy of having survived the ordeal. Tiger's eyes were filled with emotion as he looked at Aladdin and said in a hoarse voice, "Aladdin, it's thanks to you that I'm alive today." Aladdin tightly grasped Tiger's hand, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes, sparkling in the sunlight. "Big brother, we never gave up on you. Everyone has been working hard just to bring you back." They reminisced about the past, and the days of fighting and striving together seemed to come back to life before their eyes. Tiger's face revealed a faint smile as he patted Aladdin's shoulder with his broad and strong palm. "We must live well, for our people, for our future." Aladdin nodded heavily, his eyes filled with determination. "Brother, we will." Just then, an untimely voice from Kizaru interrupted their reminiscing. "Since this is a transaction, shouldn't you let me go?" A glint of silver flashed in his sunglasses. Although his tone was casual, it was clear he was eager to leave. Splash! At that moment, Along leaped up from the water, his gaze burning as he looked at Tiger, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "Brother, welcome home. The brothers have been waiting for a long time." "Ha ha ha. Sorry to have troubled you." Tiger was tall and robust, like a towering mountain. He opened his arms and embraced Aaron, laughing. "It's been years since we last met. Aaron has become much stronger too. Ha ha. Big brother. Let's catch up later. I need to take care of this guy first." Aaron released Tiger's firm grip and picked up his serrated long knife from the nearby weapons rack, looking dangerously at Borsalino. His threat was not to be underestimated. If we let him go, our future days might not be easy. Aaron's words stopped Aladdin and Tiger, who wanted to intervene. The 3 major monsters of the Navy. Who doesn't know them? Even Tiger, who is in Marineford and a plaything of the celestial dragons, has heard of their danger. Borsalino, however, did not take Aaron, who was slowly approaching with the serrated knife, seriously. Instead, he calmly looked back at Tiger, who was clearly in charge. Is this the promise of your mermaids? Is this your final choice? Just as Tiger was about to step forward to speak with Borsalino, he was pulled back by Aladdin, who tightly locked his figure. Big brother. Aladdin didn't want to be the one who broke the promise and unilaterally tore up the agreement. That would be too disgraceful. But as Aaron said, during this time, they had taken care of this naval monster quite a bit. If they let him break free, they feared that they would be in serious trouble. Although it was very embarrassing, they really couldn't let him go. Tej is also a smart person. From the reactions of the two, it's not hard to see that there must be some past grievances between them. With a sigh, he stopped talking, as if tacitly agreeing. With permission granted, Aaron no longer hesitated and immediately took the serrated knife, ready to finish off Borsalino. Oh, how terrifying! Huang Yuan sighed, slightly shaking his head. The nonchalant expression on his face had long since disappeared. He looked up at the clouds in the sky and calmly said, Tyrag, you can come down now. However, there was silence all around with no response. The deathly quiet atmosphere made Aaron's steps falter, and Tej and Aladdin immediately went on high alert. But a minute passed, then 2 minutes and even 10 minutes went by. In this boundless sea, nothing happened. Navy guy, are you messing with me? Aaron's eyes widened in anger, gripping the serrated knife tightly as if ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. In just 10 short minutes, Borsalino had thought through which day he could reasonably take off work, but still couldn't figure out why Tyrag, who had deliberately revealed his presence earlier, had not appeared. The carefree smile vanished, and his mood became somewhat heavy. As Aaron with the serrated knife got closer, Borsalino finally lost his composure. At this critical moment, Borsalino suddenly recalled a chat he had with Kazan about Tyrag. Kazan, didn't he just take on a mission? How did you end up going there too? Huang Yuan was selecting elite troops to escort this garden party when he looked up and smiled at Kazan, who had just returned on his bicycle. Well, Kazan yawned, having ridden a bike all night. He wasn't tired but felt a bit sleepy and responded with a bored expression. Don't mention it, my brother, who wouldn't get up early without profit, is really giving me a headache. Just thinking about using his own task list to cover for little Tyrag, which got him scolded by Sengoku, made Kazan's temples throb painfully. Fast forward to now, the serrated knife, with a fierce momentum, swung towards Borsalino. In Borsalino's mind, he rapidly recalled Kazan's words, no profit, no early rise. I have 10 tons of gold. Just as Borsalino's words fell, with a clang, the swinging serrated knife was suddenly intercepted and severed in half. Who? Aaron's eyes widened in shock and vigilance. Who dared to ruin my good deed? He quickly looked around, tightly gripping the half-serrated knife, as if trying to pull the attacker out of thin air. However, apart from the gently rippling seawater and the passing sea breeze, it was silent all around, with no response. Oh dear, a cold sweat dripped down Borsalino's neck. This was the first time since he ate the Pika Pika Nomi that he was so close to death, and he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Borsalino quickly adjusted his mindset, restoring his calm demeanor, and looked up at the empty clouds, shaking his head and thinking, this really proves Kazan's words. But I've already given my money to that man for research funding. What should I do? He opened his mouth, closing it again, thinking that worst-case scenario, he could just write an IOU. His credibility should still be trustworthy, right? In the sky, the clouds. Is this right? The system is throwing a little tantrum. This host, who doesn't act like a proper son, thinks he can earn triple by doing one job. No, it's 3 times. The system's rewards, Sakazuki's payment, and Borsalino's ransom. Please call me the master of time management. Tyler smiled lightly, sheathing the Muramesa while playfully scrutinizing Borsalino below. At that moment, Aaron grew increasingly restless and shouted again. Who the hell is messing around? Show yourself if you have the guts. Aaron. At this time, Tiger and Aladdin also snapped out of their earlier shock. Aladdin anxiously shouted, a strong enemy is appearing. Quickly control Borsalino. Tension and unease filled Aladdin's heart. Earlier, he could leave the Navy's sight calmly simply because he had control over Kazuru's life and death. But now, Borsalino had clearly slipped out of his control, and Aladdin's heart raced like a drum, his gaze fixed on Aaron, hoping it wasn't too late. Aladdin's shout instantly calmed Aaron down as he realized the importance of the hostage at that moment. His eyes turned fierce again as a powerful arm reached for Borsalino, trying to temporarily subdue him. Since the last time Borsalino was injured by the sea stone restraints, Aaron and the others had changed their binding method. This new method greatly restricted Borisolino's movements, leaving him with no room to resist. Just as he was about to grab Borisolino again, an unknown blade struck once more. Ah! Aaron let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide as he watched his severed arm fall to the deck, blood gushing out like a fountain. The intense pain instantly turned his face pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Tiger was stunned for a moment by the sudden turn of events, but then quickly reacted. With a face full of anxiety and anger, he rushed to Aaron's side and quickly tore off a corner of his shirt to bandage Aaron's wound. "Aaron, hang in there." Tiger's eyes burned with rage as he suddenly stood up, glaring at his surroundings as if searching for the culprit who harmed Aaron. "Who did it?" he shouted loudly, his voice filled with authority and anger. However, the surroundings remained silent, with no response. The figure hidden in the shadows seemed to be toying with the ants that could be crushed at any moment. The shadowy figure revealed a smirk, the corners of its mouth slightly raised, as if proclaiming its control and delight in this game. Like a cruel child, it treated Aladdin and the others as mere toys to be manipulated at will. Even at this moment, Borisolino completely relaxed, lying down on the ground and falling asleep, as if he had already escaped danger. Sakazuki had said that trading with pirates was absolutely forbidden. In the clouds, Tarag stroked his chin, recalling the task Sakazuki had temporarily assigned to him when he left the Navy headquarters. If he could save Borisolino in advance, then he would eliminate all the enemies, otherwise. Tarag decided to no longer hide and began to plummet like free fall towards the pirate ship below. If not, he would completely obliterate the enemy's race and fundamentally erase the Navy's disgrace. The speed of the fall increased, and Tarag's eyes became sharper. Remembering the government lackeys in white cloaks on Admiral Crane's ship, he smiled cruelly. "If anyone dares to stop my actions, then I'll eliminate them all." This was everything he understood from Sakazuki's silent acquiescence, not knowing if it was right or wrong. Perhaps, sensing danger, Aladdin quickly signaled, calling all the mermen brothers hidden beneath the sea to prepare for the strong enemy. However, this also gave Tarag the opportunity to wipe them out in one go. Talig crashed down on the pirate ship like a meteor, accompanied by a loud bang, and the powerful impact instantly created a large pit on the deck. The surrounding merfolk had no time to react and were thrown around by this terrifying force. Some of the merfolk who were closer were directly crushed into meat patties, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere, creating a scene too horrific to behold. Aladdin looked on in terror at this grim sight, and when he recognized Talig's identity, despair spread rapidly in his eyes like endless darkness. His voice trembled as he revealed the identity of this person, the youngest rear admiral of the Navy, the people's hero, Talig. It was understood that this person's strength was on par with the three monsters of the Navy. The last remaining glimmer of hope in Aladdin's heart was completely shattered at that moment, replaced by deep helplessness and despair. The sea breeze blew by, carrying a salty scent, while the waves continuously crashed against the hull, producing a dull sound. Tiger clenched his teeth tightly, as if they were about to shatter. He looked at the fallen brothers around him, and the pain and anger in his heart surged like a raging tide. He didn't know any damn Major General Talig, but he only knew that the person in front of him was the murderer of his compatriots. "Damn you, you cursed demon!" The roar of Tiger echoed through the air, filled with endless grief and hatred. His fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he felt no pain at all. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to avenge his fallen brothers. However, in the face of Tiger's anger, Talig remained expressionless. He looked at Tiger coldly, his eyes devoid of any compassion or guilt. This is the consequence of being at odds with the world." The voice of Talig was cold and piercing, and, suddenly, Talig's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a fierce punch was aimed at Tiger. "What level are you to dare share the same name as me?" The fist carried an astonishing momentum, as if it could crack the air itself. Just at that critical moment, Aladdin lunged at Tiger, pushing him away. Tara's fist slammed into the deck, producing a loud bang, and a large dent appeared instantly, with splinters flying everywhere. Aladdin lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Tiger widened his eyes, looking at the injured Aladdin, filled with emotion and anger. "I will fight with you." Tiger let out a roar, and his aura instantly exploded. He unleashed the techniques of the Fishman karate, fiercely striking towards Talig. His fist carried immense power, as if it could tear the air apart. Tarag squinted slightly as he looked at the charging Tiger, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He easily sidestepped and dodged Tiger's attack. Tiger's fist slammed against the side of the boat with a loud bang, instantly shattering the left hull. The vessel rocked precariously, as if it were about to sink at any moment. Broken planks fell into the sea, splashing up sprays of water. The fire of anger in his eyes burning even more fiercely. We just want to survive, to fight for a free future for our people. Why can't you just let us go? Tiger's voice was filled with sorrow, anger, and helplessness. Tyrag squinted his eyes slightly, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the crowd of people slowly gathering, drawing his sword, Murakumo, from its sheath once again, the blade glinting with a chilling light. Not to mention that in this world, only the strong can survive. Talag's voice was cold and merciless. But since he threatens the Navy and even the world government under the pirate flag, building freedom on the suffering of others, he is no longer pure. Without true freedom, he has no reason to exist. After speaking, Talag's figure vanished once again, leaving only a shadow behind. The sea breeze howled, as if mourning for the impending slaughter. Wherever the sword pointed, there were souls destined to perish. Tarag moved through the mermaid like a ghost, and wherever the village reins swung, blood splattered. The mermaid screamed in terror and fled in all directions. But in the face of Tarag's absolute power, their struggles seemed so powerless. Tigray watched as his kin fell one by one, and the despair in his heart reached its peak. He roared again and charged at Tarag, recklessly trying to stop his massacre. However, Tarag merely waved his knife lightly and sent Tigray flying. Tiger fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had endured severe torment in Marigeos, and his current state was almost non-existent. It would be difficult to defeat such a powerful opponent. Tiger struggled to rise from the ground, watching his kin fall one after another around him, despair engulfing him like a tidal wave. His eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, and the once burning fury in his heart was gradually extinguished, replaced by endless sorrow. He gazed at those familiar faces, the brothers who had once laughed and fought alongside him. Now, they were losing their lives one by one under the blade of Tarag. His heart felt as if it were pierced by 1,000 sharp blades, the pain almost making it impossible for him to breathe. Why? Why did it come to this? Tiger constantly asked himself. He didn't understand why they had to endure such a cruel fate just for fighting for a free future. He hated his helplessness and hated the injustice of this world. Tiger knew that if this continued, none of his people would survive. He couldn't bear to see his brothers continue to die, and the despair in his heart drove him to make a decision.